project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Walking into the building for the first time after the shooting, it was crippling, but it had to be preserved.
In response to the Pulse nightclub shooting that affected the LGBTQ community, Barbara Poma, owner of Pulse, founded the One Pulse Foundation to honor Pulse victims and survivors.
If you're an ally of this community, speak out. There are more of us together than apart. It is the power of love in its rawest form.
Join the fight for LGBTQ acceptance. Learn how at lovehasnolabels.com. Brought to you by Love Has No Labels and the Ad Council.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Powerful doesn't just happen. You have to make it happen. So the moment Total Wireless offers a free Samsung S25 FE with Galaxy AI, when you switch to Total 5G or 5G Plus Unlimited 3-month plan, you take the network as powerful as you, with unlimited 5G data that won't slow you down. Now that's a total power move. Visit your neighborhood Total Wireless store. Device access and fees may apply. Requires new activation on a Total 5G Unlimited 3-month plan or higher. External port-in and ID verification. Available only in Total Wireless stores. Limit to 4 devices per account.
Hey there, it's Bonte with a fresh springtime update from River Islands in Lathrop, where the good life can be your life. Everything is in bloom here, including the home selection. With neighborhoods designed for all kinds of lifestyles, it is easy to find your perfect fit. Looking for a bright kitchen, a home office, or space for guests? You'll find it here with homes from the low 600s to over $1 million. And the town center, located by Islandersfield Ballpark, is really coming to life. The Redwood Cafe opens this summer, and a new amphitheater is on the way for concerts and community events. Sutter Health is building medical offices, and a major grocery store is coming soon, making it a great place to gather and unwind. The Lakewood Club at Del Webb has just opened its doors, and a brand new K-8 charter school welcomes students this fall. All part of the exciting growth happening within River Islands. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? Check it out at riverislands.com.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-265-7681. 800-265-7681. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-265-7681.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Real Success. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at ourrealsuccess.com.
Do you want to learn how to make money flipping houses and acquiring rental properties right here in the Bay Area without using your own money? You'll learn to flip houses and secure rental properties in your spare time to get on track towards real wealth building. We're offering a handful of motivated individuals the opportunity to attend our workshop right here in the Bay Area for free. That's right, we'll give you 2 free tickets when you text FLIP to 64,000. The Bay Area is the perfect market to flip houses and build rental income. Don't miss this opportunity. Come to a complimentary live 2-hour workshop next week right here in the Bay Area and learn how to start making money flipping homes and building long-term wealth with rental properties. To get 2 free tickets, text FLIP to 64,000. Text in the next 10 minutes, and registrants will also receive a free copy of our Funding for Deals guide. Text FLIP to 64,000 for 2 complimentary tickets. Text FLIP to 64,000.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every day you delay can mean lost wages, delayed medical care, and more stress for your family. At Boxer & Gerson, we fight for people just like you. Construction workers, delivery drivers, factory workers, restaurant staff, hardworking folks who get hurt just trying to earn a living. We won't back down. We get results. You work hard, you deserve real help. Call Boxer and Gerson now at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com. The consultation is free, but waiting could cost you. Boxer and Gerson, justice for workers.
I need a little range, step to the range.
There's a new flavor in town, the Jalapeno Ranch Club at Chick-fil-A. With that juicy Chick-fil-A original spicy or grilled chicken, a buttermilk ranch bun, candied bacon, pepper jack cheese, and jalapeno ranch sauce. It's got big ranch vibes with a little heat. Chick-fil-A's new Jalapeno Ranch Club. Available for a limited time only. Order ahead on the Chick-fil-A app.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is the highlight of my morning. Hey, what's up? It's Island.
And I'm Josh.
And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A Bacon, Egg, and Cheese Biscuit is that it's our go-to morning comfort.
You've got that nice golden fluffy egg.
With a soft, flaky biscuit.
Crispy bacon.
Melty cheese.
You want something quick, you want something convenient, but most of all, you want something good.
There's no better way to start your morning.
There we go.
Start off the morning with a Chick-fil-A Bacon, Egg, and Cheese Biscuit with Simply Orange Juice. Order on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
San Francisco, partly cloudy, high of 72 for your afternoon.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
Rise. Wake up. It's time to wake on up. Wake up, wake up, wake up. With a nice cup of Joe.
What's up, Joe, bro?
Featuring Joe Spadoni.
He's an Italian.
And Joe, the Butcher Boy Shasky.
I am slippery.
Oh! The best part of waking up is morning roast in your cup.
It is the Morning Roast, man, on 95.7 The Game.
Woo! Hello there, and good morning to everybody out there. Welcome into the Morning Roast on this fabulous Wednesday, April 15th. Happy Tax Day, everybody. Hope you're not that person who's driving around right now going, "Ooh, I got to do those things," because that would not be fun for you.
I mean, I love money, obviously, like everybody else.
It sure would be nice if we could keep it. Again, good morning to everybody out there. Good morning to Steven Risotto, sitting on the board today, pressing all the buttons. Good morning to the great Joe Hawks, filling in behind the glass today. I really appreciate that. Good morning to everybody else there out on the roadways. Good morning to the San Francisco Giants, who 2-1 losers last night. Ooh, we do not like that. Good morning to the Portland Trail Blazers and Charlotte Hornets. They won their play-in games last night. And, of course, good morning, Joe Shasky. How you doing, bud?
I'm doing good.
I like how we're decked out today. You got your orange. I got my my Warriors blue. All you need is a third person here dressed Niners, and we got the trifecta here. Maybe Bonte will wear his Niners stuff later when he joins us on the show, which is going to be presented by Ceremony Ford. Bonte at 9 o'clock.
Yeah, no, I mean, the Giants suck right now. There's no other way around it. Like, well, let's have like a real conversation.
Just right into it, not even delicately. Just dive right in. Just
what
the
do you
Giants.
mean? Like, I'm not gonna.
I like it.
Turd sandwich. Let's call it what it is.
Yeah, no.
Why are we dancing around it?
No, I love the approach. Unlike the Giants at the plate, your approach I actually like.
Like, I'm watching a catcher in Patrick Bailey he's a terrible at bat. He's a terrible at bat right now. I don't care what war numbers people send me, this like blind data. This guy keeps sending me online that like Jason Varitek and Yadier Molina's first 3 seasons versus Patrick Bailey's. Shut up. Shut up. My eyeballs are telling me Patrick Bailey is giving an at-bat that LJ thinks he could give at 2.5 years old at the major league level.
It's great to
He's
see LJ
rolling
last night.
over left and right. The guy is... he's swinging a tennis racket. It's not pickleball. It is baseball. Can we get a guy up there that can barrel something up? All right. Now, defensively, people want to tell me that he's like the greatest defensive catcher of all time. Okay. Explain yesterday when like 7 balls went by him in one at-bat and he got crossed up by Robbie Ray. Could someone explain that to me? What was going on there? It was like it was a rookie. It's a veteran, Robbie Ray, all right? Yes, they threw somebody out. Fantastic. Wow, great. You did something. This guy, how he hit 4 home runs in September is beyond me. You want to talk about hollow numbers at the end of a lost season? Last year's September numbers, when it comes to Patrick Bailey, mean nothing to me. Mean absolutely nothing. Stop it. Buster, you played catcher. Put Daniel Susac in. Daniel Susac barreled one up at the end of that game. Why he didn't pinch hit in the 7th inning is beyond me. And we'll get to the Warriors. I know they have a playing game. There were some great playing games last night. But let me just rant and rave on my Giants for a second.
Go ahead.
Patrick Bailey is an unwatchable at-bat. Sam, I'd rather watch Robbie Ray hit and designate hit for Patrick Bailey right now. That's what I'd rather have happen. I'm dead serious. Go around the room. Risotto, would you like to see that? I'd rather see Robbie Ray hit than Patrick Bailey.
He's not even a top 5 concern for me right now. But Bailey.
What? We'll get to the other guys. Why is he batting in the 7th inning last night? Can Susac get an at-bat? And at bat, in a meaningful moment. No, you waited till the 9th inning. It was too late.
It was too late. No,
right.
it was.
You got a center fielder who makes no sense why he's on this team. 30-year-old who stinks. Oliva. Where's Drew Gilbert? You DFA'd Matos? Fine. I'm not even a Matos fan. That's fine. I'm not even, whatever. Matos, Ramos, Luciano, all these random guys came up. Ramos had a great 2 months. Since then, he's been utterly disappointing. The guy can't barrel up a thing. You ever played ping pong? You know when you reverse the paddle? That is his swing right now. Everything is a reverse spin job back to the second baseman or the pitcher. He's got no power. He's got no speed. He's got no baseball IQ when it comes to instincts. He can't throw. He can't catch. He can't read a ball off the bat. What does he do? Other than wear every accessory possible at the plate. What does he do? He strikes out left and right. I throw him to the side. Jung-Hoo Lee. Dear God, find someone to take Jung-Hoo Lee. He had a couple rips. That's great over the last few days. Trade him immediately. Our corner outfielders are a disaster. And don't get me to Bader, whose legs are hurting right now. The Giants outfield.
That's what you were talking about, the accessories.
The Giants outfield is awful. And yes, I couple that in with Bailey because the outfield offense is so bad. You can ill afford to have also your catcher be so bad. Someone's got to step up. And it's driving me nuts. Willie Adames, big home run last night. They didn't put a scare into that team, the Reds. Great American Small Park, they did nothing. They couldn't hit the ball at all. They have now 9 home runs on the year. Yay. The Reds hit 2 yesterday.
Well, what I love is what their first baseman, Stewart, he's got 5 home runs on his own as a solo human being, and yet the Giants have their 9. No, I'm with you there, Joe. And I can say things like, I thought up until it was the 5th inning where I think Bailey started getting crossed up with Ray. I actually thought Bailey was having one of his stronger games behind the plate last night up until that point, and it kind of derailed it. I'm agreeing with you on the Bailey at bats. The 7th inning, the Reds bring in Graham Ashcraft out of the bullpen. He's a lefty, and Bailey's leading off that inning, and that's the point where it's if you're gonna make a change, if you're gonna make a pinch hit substitution there, that's the time you go to Daniel Susac.
Let him hit a fungo to first base. Let him hit. And this is fungo boy. Just let him hit. Nah. He's good.
Yeah. No, I mean the Reds infield needs the practice. I'm sure maybe that's why Bailey got in there in the 7th inning. But, yeah, that was the moment to do it because Susac, again, limited sample size, but Susac's been seeing lefties really well out the gate here in this, again, small sample size.
Sammy, we're down so bad in the 9th inning. We're down so bad in the 9th inning. I am done. I'm like, wow, Bailey barreled one up. No, oh, my God, that's Susac. Mm-hmm. Susac barreled one up.
There's a couple pitches last night.
If Susac's not in today, my head will explode. Explode.
Yeah.
Play Susac.
Got Tyler Mahle on the mound today against the Reds, against Rhett Lauder, who, if you just look up his image, Rhett Lauder, he's got the mustache and the long flowing hair. Dude looks like a Rhett. So he'll probably carve up this Giants lineup tonight.
I'd rather see Eli Whiteside come out of retirement and take an at-bat before I see Pat Bailey take another at-bat. I'm done watching him roll over.
I liked Eli Whiteside. Where was I going with this? Yeah, the Bailey stuff, it's just, again, good start, but it's just last night falls back into his usual habits later on. At this point, the loyalty to Bailey, and Risotto and I, we talked about this on Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys yesterday. New episode available. Go check it out wherever you listen to podcasts. I think you're going to start seeing this transition happen. Probably not as fast as you. Joe Shasky would like it to happen.
What loyalty? What does he deserve?
Well, I think... This is where it becomes evident that, well, if you let me...
Bailey, what are we doing? What do we owe Patrick Bailey?
I don't know. You can let me say it if you want, or you can just keep yelling about it.
What do you owe him? What do you owe
I don't know.
Bailey?
This is all goes into my feeling that I can't imagine that Tony Vitello is filling out this lineup card right now, because if Tony Vitello was the one calling the shots here, and this is something Risotto and I were talking about before the show, like, when you're in the college ranks, you have 60 games to work with, and how you win matters, because you're playing for rankings too. Like, you can't just drop 2 or 3 to lowly SEC team and feel all good about it, because you'll probably fall in the rankings. Style points matter. You got to make changes when they need to be made. Major League Baseball, yeah, you give a little bit more leeway here, but I got to imagine if Tony Vitello was the one filling out this lineup card, he would have made this switch already. And why Buster Posey is staying true with Pat Bailey, maybe he does, Buster, see the defensive metrics in Bailey and is really trying to focus in on that. And maybe Buster really does think that 3-week stretch that Patrick Bailey had in September last year is still buried somewhere deep inside of him. Whatever is being seen there, I'm not seeing it. I am in agreement with you, Shasky. It's at a point where if the transition is not happening already, it needs to start happening. Whether it is, Susac in the lineup today, it's going to be Susac in the lineup at least once a week. At some point, I need to see him in the lineup at least 2 to 3 times a week. The glove for Bailey is going to annoyingly keep him in the lineup longer than I think most Giants fans are going to want. At some point, though, Susac is going to force the issue. The more they keep giving him chances to, I don't understand why they keep trying to force it with Pat Bailey. And that's why I say the loyalty thing there is because clearly the people upstairs are in the belief that Bailey still has something that they feel like they could squeeze out of him. And you know what? It'd be nice if we could see it, because then it's, then he becomes less of a black hole hitting there. I mean, 136 batting average so far through 14 games. And it's just, I can't remember when those hits came. You can't remember a single good moment from Pat Bailey at the plate this year. And it's the same slow roller to second, slow roller to second, slow roller to second. And for a guy who looked me in the eye in spring training and said, I expect this to be the best hitting season of my career, Pat, dude, come on, man. I need you to start picking up this bat and give me some semblance of what you were talking about there.
His at-bats are so bad. Like, when he steps up to the plate, when was the last time he ripped something hard? Even September. His base hits.
Last September.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And again, you talk about,
just barrel something up.
I newly coined this the David VR syndrome, when you have a very hot September finish and that it gets everybody all riled up here. Oh, because you remember he had the strong finish in 22, and then we got our third baseman of the future.
Tyler Fitzgerald, we did the same thing.
Yeah, well, that was in September though. That was in August.
Yeah, I know, but I'm saying like a small sample size. We lose our minds.
Exactly.
We think that's who that player is.
We did it.
He's not even close.
Yeah, exactly. But when it happens in the final month of the season, because that's when guys will use that final month to juice up their value. We saw Sean Manaea do it a couple years ago where he had a great September. The league will tell you he had a great September. I thought he had simply a good September, but it got him a fat little contract with the New York Mets, and it worked out for him there. So the September Fugazi stuff, yeah, it's coming up to rear its ugly head and bite the Giants in the ass a little bit in terms of Patrick Bailey. Listen, you're still 17 games into the season, so legally you could say that, yeah, the sample size, blah, 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 blah.
What do they do well? They don't run the bases well. They got thrown out by 1,000 feet yesterday. Willie gets on base and then just gets hosed. I mean, absolutely hosed. It didn't even have to slide. He would have been tagged out standing up. It was just so bad.
Oh, the base stealing by this team. Well, first off, they have no one who can steal bases outside of Oliva, but Oliva needs to actually be on the field.
It's been an epidemic for 10 years. How for 10 years have you been...
Joe, it's been an epidemic for 26 years.
No, I know, but for the last, at least you were winning. At least you were winning. No, 10 years ago, you said, hey, we need to get more athletic. 10 years ago, you said, it's been every year.
Joe,
we need to get more athletic.
Yeah.
We need to get better. We need to get faster. We need to get better as base runners. And most people are like, Matt Chapman's our best base runner.
Which is not a good thing.
It's ridiculous.
No, it's ridiculous. Again, this is an issue that goes beyond the current state of the Giants right now, the stolen base thing. Joe, the most prolific stolen base team that we've seen in the Oracle Park era was like in 2007. Like, I don't know, for whatever reason, the Giants have never wanted to dip into the stolen base pool. It's always boggled my mind. And the thing with Jared Oliva, again, I think he's a great base stealer. I don't know about his ability to get on base enough consistently to where you're sticking him in the lineup every day. And that's kind of the role. I mean, Willie Adames, Willie Adames, he went deep last night. Love seeing that. He is playing very well here in the start of April. We had Dave Fleming on yesterday.
It's great to see.
Yeah, he thinks that, the pressures that he had with the contract last year are off of him now. And I'll buy into that a little bit. And yeah, I'm doing that because I'm, a biased Willie Adames fan. But his hot start's been great. I love him setting the table in the leadoff spot, Joe. But the downside of Willie Adames in the leadoff spot is you have a guy who can't steal bases in your leadoff spot. You got a guy who can't steal bases in all your spots right now in this lineup. So when we thought that stolen bases were going to be a part of this team's strategy at the start of the season, we saw it a little bit last year where they were getting very aggressive with the stolen bases. They've regressed right back into where they were last year. And that, Joe, I think is, in a season where so much is supposed to be new, so much is supposed to be different, so much is right now looking the same as we saw last year. And that's very concerning early out the gate here.
So he's played basically, 3 years, Pat Bailey?
Yeah, he came up, 22?
Yeah. How many career home runs? Just
23.
21?
Oh, so close.
Madison Bumgarner, how many career home runs?
21.
19.
19, okay.
I mean, what do we do?
Madison Bumgarner was just a much better hitter than Patrick
If
Bailey.
I go Victor Zambrano, it'd be similar.
Carlos Zambrano?
I could get. No, Victor, the pitcher, was also a good hitter. Yeah.
Oh, I thought there was a Carlos Zambrano, too.
Yeah, well, there's multiple Zambranos.
Oh, I thought there was only one in existence.
There's just, you guys, he's just so good defensively. It doesn't matter what I get from him offensively. He is such a net negative. It is Debbie Downer syndrome when I watch him walk to the plate. Take the bandana off, buddy. You are dripless. You're dripless. Whatever that thing is around his head.
Oh, yeah. He's
Take it off. Take it off. You're not a pro wrestler. You can't hit the ball out of the infield with any power. Just stop. He walks to the plate, and I go, oh, God.
Yeah.
That's literally what I do. Oh, God. What do you think his teammates are saying? It's not even oh, God.
His teammates are saying this is the moment that Pat Bailey will break out and their noses get
any important at bat beyond the sixth inning that he's not being pinch hit for is it's a disservice. You're doing a disservice to the rest of the roster.
Even the defensive metrics show, and I can point at this arbitrary.
I don't care about them.
But no, even the arbitrary defensive metrics say he's not doing well. That's how you know it's bad when the little fake numbers that say he's a good defender. And again, I don't know how you calculate these metrics, but I just trust them blindly. But sometimes they tell you the story of what you are seeing and what they're seeing there now. And I've been on this since last year with Bailey. My biggest frustration is the throws home that keep skipping off his chest protector. The amount of times I've seen, and again, Giants outfield, not the best of arms, but Jung-Hoo Lee had one against the Mets. He had a really good throw from right field. It bounced right in front of the plate, right into Bailey's chest protector, and then farts away. And
but those plays are few and far between.
They happen a little bit more often than they should be happening, though, Joe.
That's fine.
I remember the second half last year, I counted 6 or 7 of them.
But Sam, if this thing about defense, and I hear you, there's value on defense.
I'm picking one.
No, I know, but you can find a million guys in the minors that are defense first, offense second, catchers. All right.
Yeah.
So you got to bring something to the plate. You're batting 3 to 4 times a game, and you're batting in crucial situations, and on a team that's barely hitting at all. I mean, they are bottom barrel. Now everyone's noticing. I was the one that brought it up yesterday. Now everyone's noticing that they're bottom barrel in everything. You can ill afford to have this guy take important at bats beyond the 6th inning. You've got to get Daniel Susak in. I'm not even saying Susak's the end-all be-all. What I'm saying is just pinch hit him late in games.
No.
It can't be any worse.
We have no idea what Daniel Susak is in the grand scheme of things, but there's only one way to find out. And what he is right now, simply put, Joe, he is a more trusting at-bat. If you see Bailey in the on-deck circle and then he walks back and you see Daniel Susak, your attitude's going to perk up a little bit. That's not a data point.
That's
just an emotional feel that I think everyone who is on the outside looking in is going to be feeling. So we're going to be talking about some more Giants throughout this hour. What's going on with Harrison Bader? We'll hear from Tony Vitello, part of What Do You Hear, What Do You Say on the other side. We are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. The Morning Roast is presented by the San Francisco Fire Credit Union, banking for heroes and anyone who wants to be treated like one. What do you hear? What do you say on the other side? Plus, an early hitting trend that I've noticed that I don't know if it's a thing or not, but I'm going to bring it up and we'll discuss it. What's coming up in the game is brought to you by Alameda County.
Looking for a career that makes a difference? Join the Alameda County Assessor's Office, where stability and growth go hand in hand. Build expertise in appraisal, audits, inspections, and customer service. With competitive pay, great benefits, and room to grow, it's a career. Learn more at acjobs.org.
Dell PCs with Intel inside are built for the moments you plan and the ones you don't. For the time you forgot your charger at the gate.
Passengers, we are now on our initial ascent.
Or when you're bouncing between projects like a ping pong ball. We build PCs with long-lasting battery life, so you're not scrambling for an outlet. And built-in intelligence, so you can stay focused on whatever you're doing. Dell Technologies, built for you. Dell.com/Dell PCs.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying two phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
All right, I need avocados, bananas, salad, steak.
Wow, does your grocery list have multiple pages?
No, but I skipped lunch, so now it's like my stomach is doing the grocery shopping. And besides, I'm earning cash back with Upside.
Upside? What's that?
Hold up, you haven't heard of it? Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you shop at gas stations, grocery stores, and restaurants. And they added Lucky and Food Max stores, so we're pretty much covered wherever we go.
All those stores?
Yep, so not only are we getting a great deal on groceries, now we can earn cash back as well.
Okay, downloading Upside. Now let me copy your grocery list.
Great news! Lucky and Food Max are now on Upside. Download the Upside app and use the promo code SAVE9 to earn a 10% cashback bonus on your first grocery purchase. That's promo code SAVE9 for a 10% cashback bonus. Use promo code SAVE9.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
95.7 The Game and Great Clips have teamed up for the new basketball season. We want our listeners to look fresh with a great haircut from Great Clips. Each week, we'll pick a lucky winner to score a gift card. For a chance to win, courtesy of Great Clips, enter online at 957thegame.com.
What if you had the smartest Wi-Fi? If you did, it'd be Xfinity, of course. And it'd come with their best state-of-the-art equipment. It would boost speeds to the devices that needed them most, prioritizing your most important connections, whether you were streaming, gaming, or gaming while pretending to work. And it would let you stream 4. That's right, 4 games on one screen. It would even power your mobile connection so you could bring faster, secure Wi-Fi speeds with you where you use it most. It would be proactive and fix problems before you knew you had them. Impressive, right? And it would have security features that protect you from threats at home and online. Kinda like a force field for your life. If you had the smartest Wi-Fi, well, everything would work together seamlessly to keep you connected, no matter what. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply.
My son loves to fly kites, but my active psoriatic arthritis can sometimes hold me back. Now with Skyrizi to treat my skin and joints, I'm ready to go. Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults, helps with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. For those who also have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible with just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi today and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZI to learn more.
The 2026 Mountain Winery concert season is here with performances by Dana Carvey and David Spade in June, Trevor Noah in July, and many more. To see the 2026 schedule and a chance to win tickets to one of the shows, courtesy of Mountain Winery, visit 957thegame.com.
Now back to the morning roast with Joe Spadoni.
Who wants to go to a Giants game?
And Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
God, this team makes me sick sometimes. If I hear Risotto one more time tell me how great Bailey is at catching, I swear to God my head's going to explode. I love you, Risotto, but Jesus!
Here it comes. He's going to say it.
Bailey's so great defensively.
He's going to say
He's like the 5th worst. It's not even one of my top 5 problems with the Giants. Really?
Talk dirty to me,
Yes,
Risotto.
really.
What? Okay, give me your top 5 problems with the Giants.
Well, the outfield doesn't hit.
Well, I've been on that. How many weeks have I been on that?
No, you have been on that, but they're expected to hit.
Okay.
Patrick Bailey,
So we're just punting on the catcher position?
No. I agree with you. I agree with you.
I would rather DH. Okay. I would rather Robbie Ray hit than watch Pat Bailey hit. I'm dead ass serious.
I agree with you.
Sorry, kids, I'm swearing.
I agree with you that Daniel Susak should be playing more. I agree.
I don't even think he should be the catcher every day. Just more.
I agree. But again, I am worried more about the outfield. That was
so that's one.
That was expected to hit, not Bailey.
I'm not expecting Jung Hoo Lee to hit, but I hear you.
More than Bailey, yeah.
I mean, they're pretty close to each other in mind. I'm not sure Jung Hoo Lee's a big leaguer.
Rafael Devers is another concern.
I totally agree.
He is the catalyst of this offense. He's not hitting.
Totally agree.
That is another
but
concern that I have.
But he also has a baseball card where a resume, a track record, where I'm like, all right, it is 3 weeks. I'll give it some time. That being said, it's been, 4 months with the Giants, and it hasn't been great.
The bullpen not being good is a bigger concern than Patrick Bailey's offense.
They were okay yesterday.
3 innings, 1 hit allowed.
Yeah, they were okay yesterday.
Do you trust them as a whole in a big game?
Pat Bailey's at-bats, to me, are more disgusting than whatever the bullpen concern is on a given day.
I can't argue that. But I disagree.
I disagree with you. Bullpen is in the... I will meet you in the middle, and I will agree. I'm as iffy on the bullpen as you are. But to me, the more pressing thing today is I just can't watch this guy take at-bats anymore. He needs 2 days off, 3 days off. I don't want to see him. What else you got? What other issues?
Those are my concerns.
Okay. Sam, what are your concerns on this team?
Way above Patrick Bailey's offense.
I know, and I'm picking on Pat Bailey today because, dear God, I don't know why he batted in the 7th inning last night.
I don't either. I don't know if Tony Vitello was even asked about that. If we're getting to concerns with the outfield, if outfield is not a concern for you, please let me know what strain you're on. I'm actually not as tripping over the bullpen right now, but I'm also not gonna sit here and make the case that it's a great bullpen. I think this is going to be like a 15th, 20th ranked bullpen, which is still below standards for me overall. But
that's fair.
They're not the doomsday bullpen that I think that everyone's predicting, but they're not like a great bullpen either. Other big concerns out the rip for me, the back end of the starting rotation. I call it a coin flip. No, Hauser and Malley have track. Hauser has had one solid stretch in his career, and that was for a couple weeks with the White Sox last year. He's again a 3-4 starter that is not a 3-4. He's a 4-5 starter that absolutely plays part. He feels like
year 3.
Yeah, I think he's going to be year 3 by the end of the year.
Okay. So
your top 3 are Webb, Ray, and Roop. Wow, say that 10 times really fast. Webb, Ray, Roop. Blah, blah, blah. Let's see. The Patrick Bailey stuff. For me, the biggest concern I'm having out the gate right now it's just the hole that this team is in, Joe. I look at this schedule that they have right now and how brutal it's going to be over the next couple months, and I ask the question, when's this team even going to get above 500? Like, I feel like right now they're in a chasing pattern where all year long there's going to be chasing getting back to 500. Forget even getting above it. Like, you look at the Braves last year, Joe, they started off 0-7, which 0-5 too, and they never recovered. They can never get back on track. And, the old adage, you can't win the World Series in April, but you can sure as hell lose it. That, what was it? 3-8 start out the gate for this team. Mm-hmm. I feel like they're going to be playing catch up for most of, if not the entire season. We've seen this happen the last couple of years. Again, as I mentioned in the last segment, supposed to be a lot of new, but we're seeing a lot of the same. Last couple of years, we've seen this team tirelessly chase that 500 record.
Yes.
And it's exhausting. You want another comp? I compare it to what we've seen a lot of these Warrior games this year where they're down 20, they work their way back, tie it with 2 minutes left to go in the third, and then collapse in the fourth. When you're constantly chasing that, getting back to even for a long period of time, it wears you down to where you finally do get back to even. Like, you're spent, and then you end up falling back under again. And that's the chasing pattern that worries me the most out the gate right now for this team, because that's a season-long thing that might not turn around unless they just somehow find a 13 out of 15 games, where they're able to win. But the way this team is hitting right now, they can't put rallies together consistently enough to where I think they could be that kind of a team.
Robbie Ray gives up 2 solo shots yesterday. You got to win that game.
Ball game.
You got to win that game.
No, when he gave up that second home run, I was like, that's it.
He pitched out of his mind. I thought he was great in that game yesterday, and they got to find a way to generate more opportunities. Like, it's not just the overall runs. To me, it's like, okay, great example. Chapman rollover, the Chapman rollover late in the game for the double play. Mm-hmm. What are you swinging at? Drive the ball the other way. You're pulling an outside pitch and flailing and rolling over?
Well, that's the hero complex there, and they try to overswing on these. They end up getting into trouble here.
That wasn't even an overswing. That was just a lazy swing. That was a lazy, crappy swing. And I expect more from one of my, veteran players who's gone $100 million deal. Like, right now, Drew Gilbert should have been called up already. What are we doing? They need a spark. I don't even know if Drew Gilbert is good, Sam, right? I don't even know.
I don't think he's...
In the same way GP2, for whatever reason, provides a spark for the Warriors at times, Drew Gilbert and his energy is desperately needed on this bench. They need a spark. I'm tired of watching Ramos, the flatliner. He needs a couple days off, like he does. Mm-hmm. He needs a couple days off.
A lot of guys need days off.
Bring Drew Gilbert up. Now with the Bader injury, throw him on the IL. Bring up somebody else from the minors and stop with this. I don't want Bryce Eldridge to be the saver. Guess what, buddy? Get on the pot, take a poop, or take out. Like, get out of here. Then you're traded for a pitcher. We got to figure it out. No, I'm tired of slow playing Bryce Eldridge. He cannot be worse than what I'm seeing. And if you got to give Casey Schmidt an outfield glove, then so be it. I bet that arm plays in the outfield. I don't know about the glove. I'll figure it out. If you can play second, you can play third. I can teach you to play outfield. Chris Bryant notwithstanding. But I can teach you to play the outfield. Ramos, look, Jamal McGlure, I thought, was the worst all-star appearance in any sport ever. It might be Elliot Ramos. Looking back on it, the Elliot Ramos appearance in the All-Star game might be the biggest fugazi that has happened in All-Star voting history. I'm dead serious. The guy had 6 weeks? 2 months? I don't even know if it was 2 full months. Since then, he's been a .235 hitter with a gazillion strikeouts.
Warriors Wednesday is brought to you by Freeman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live working vignettes. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. It's interesting that you mentioned the bringing up of Drew Gilbert here because as we get to what do you hear, what do you say, there could be a potential window opening up. Let's hit it. All right, so this is from a pregame media session with Tony Vitello where he gave an update on the hamstring of one Harrison Bader.
Yeah, I mean, he's not 100%. I think physically he's been fighting some of that stuff, since spring training. As far as getting to, again, 100%, it's a little relative how you want to phrase it, but getting to, 100% is a little bit of a deal. So off the bench tonight in some capacity and hoping they can work through that stuff with whatever activity he's got going on in the training room.
Again, that was Giants manager Tony Vitello. Before the game yesterday, talked about Harrison Bader. Again, not 100%. And again, don't know if he's going to be going on the IL or not. But again, the guy's hitting, what we got here, 133 out the gate here. Sorry, 115 out the gate here, which is worse than 133. Striking out at a 30% clip. And it's just, Joe, you've been bringing this up since day one. He's not looked right running the bases. He's not looked right in the outfield running out there. I think he's kind of got what I like to call the Kevin Pillar dynamic, where the plays look good, but that's because he's not, getting to them, I think, like a better center fielder would in that sense. So, honestly, if there's any sort of trepidation on Harrison Bader, put him on the IL right now. Give him some time to actually get right. I do wonder how much the WBC interrupting his swing training kind of plays a role there. But yeah, let's get Drew Gilbert or Will Brennan up here just to get a lefty off the bench for late in games. That'd be kind of nice to be able to mix and match that in there. But to your point, Joe, like Bader's not a long-term option with this team. He's a stopgap for guys like Jared Oliva or Drew Gilbert or Will Brennan, who's not in the same category, I think, as Drew Gilbert. But if you want to get those guys up, like this is your opportunity early on to try and do that. And let's just see what Drew Gilbert can do. I liked him defensively. I don't know what the bat is. We'll find out. He's hitting over 300 in Sacramento right now. Maybe this Bader hamstring injury is the pathway we need to at least get someone fresh in there with the outfield, because you look at this outfield group right now. Yes, Ramos is completely lost in the sauce right now. I don't know how you get him back. It might never happen. Jung-Hoo Lee, I thought, probably had one of his better nights swinging the bat all year last year, and it did literally nothing to move the confidence of any Giants fan anywhere ever in the world. Gerard Encarnacion,
Gerard. Come on, Gerard. What are we doing?
He's Pedro Serrano. He is real life Pedro Serrano.
I'd rather watch Pedro Serrano.
Well, yeah, Pedro Serrano eventually turned around and hit the curveball. Gerard Encarnacion. Listen, I fell in, with the hype on Gerard. Sure, I knew I was going to be wrong. It's not the first time I've dove in on a. Joe, my entire Giants fandom is full of Giants players who I just went all in on believing, knowing damn well that I was going to have my heart broken over.
Sam,
it's part of my fandom as a Giants fan.
I'm so down bad. I'm sending you guys videos of Johnny Level at low single A San Jose, or whatever it's called, high single A San Jose.
I cannot wait to trade him.
Hitting bombs.
Schemes.
What are you talking about? Like, it's just this team needs a youth infusion. They need it. They need to bring up the young guys and just let them play. I mean, how many years in a row have I been saying that? Just let some of these young guys play in the outfield. Let's do it. And Jung-Hoo Lee, he had a couple of hits on Sunday or whatever, Saturday, whatever day it was. And then some nice hits yesterday. Trade him yesterday at whatever value you can. Whatever you can get Jung-Hoo Lee.
Which I can.
He's a slightly above average outfielder defensively. He can't hit. He will never hit for power. His speed does not translate. Get whatever you can for him. There is only one other deal in Bay Area sports that reminds me of this deal. It's the Vance McDonald deal. When Trent Baalke was on his way out the door, they had nobody on the team who could get them to the floor of the salary cap. And the parting gift from Trent Baalke was, I'll sign Vance McDonald to a 3-year, multi-year extension. Everyone was like, Vance McDonald? The guy that can't catch a cold? The guy that Jim Harbaugh said had the greatest hands since Mike Ditka? And he stunk? That's the Jung-Hoo Lee deal. Thank you, Farhan. The everlasting Farhan contract to whack me in the head 3 times a night to remind me how crappy he was at his job is the Jung-Hoo Lee deal.
That's Joe Shasky. On the other side, we'll take some of your calls. Giants fans, what's concerning you the most off the rip here in the season? By the way, 17 games. That's how it took to go from division champs to let's blow it up and bring the young guys up.
They'll reel me back in.
Yeah, there you go. I love how you operate. We're going to talk some more sports on the other side. Tune in for Warriors Live today, presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage. Brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity. Imagine that. What's coming up? The game is brought to you by Fairmont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Down under.
The 2026 Mountain Winery Concert Series is here with Jeff Foxworthy July 19th, John Mulaney October 18th, and many more. For the complete 2026 schedule, tickets, and more, go to mountainwinery.com. Tickets on sale now.
Football fans, history, it's a calling as San Francisco heads down under for the first ever game in Australia. Join the action in Melbourne with true fan travel as San Francisco takes on Los Angeles at the iconic Melbourne Cricket Ground. And it's the ultimate fan experience. I want you to think premium hotel stays, epic all-inclusive events, city tours, some wildlife adventures, a meet and greet with a red and gold legend, and unforgettable moments. This is your chance to be a part of football history. Spots are limited, though, so don't miss your shot to experience San Francisco down under. Head to truefantravel.com. That's truefantravel.com.
Man, I love this place. I've been surfing here since I was a kid.
Now, seeing my grandson out on the water, it means everything to me. Watching him and taking in the blue waves, the sea breeze, the blurry horizon.
If you have geographic atrophy, or GA, subtle changes in vision could mean it's progressing toward irreversible vision loss. Izervay is proven to slow GA progression and could help preserve your vision for longer, so you may keep seeing the world around you. Izervay, or avacincaptad pegol, is an eye injection. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may cause blood in the white of the eye, blurred vision, or a temporary increase in eye pressure. Do not drive or use machinery until vision has recovered after an eye injection or exam. Ask your retina specialist how you can slow your GA with Izervay. To learn more, call 1-855-IZERVAY or go to izervay.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
You know, there's nothing better than having a space at home where you actually want to spend time. Mornings with coffee, evening with friends, weekends just chilling outside. That's exactly what you get with Trex decking from Ashby Lumber. Trex gives you the look of real wood, but without all the constant upkeep. No sanding, no staining, no stress. It's built to last, holds up through every season, and even stays cooler under the sun with their sun-comfortable technology. And the best part? You don't have to figure it out on your own. The team at Ashby Lumber will walk you through everything from design to materials so you can create an outdoor space that actually fits your life. So whether you're upgrading your backyard or starting from scratch, now's the time. Visit Ashby Lumber in Berkeley or Concord, check out the Trex display in person, and start planning your deck today. Ashby Lumber, helping you build something better right outside your door.
The deadline for filing taxes is now. Don't miss this chance to donate your car to Cars for Kids for a 2026 tax deduction. Go to carsforkids.org today. That's cars with a K. Don't wait. Donate now and have your car picked up by tomorrow. From carriage house to glass aluminum doors, R&S Doors has a full line of commercial and residential garage doors and gates to suit anyone's taste and budget. Visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Whoa. Okay. This one says you get a free phone if you switch. Hey, this one also says you get a free phone if you switch.
Yeah, they all do, hon.
Wait. The T-Mobile one says families saved over $3,700 versus the other big guys in the past 5 years. And their experience plans have Netflix included, plus a year of Dash Pass by DoorDash.
Hang on, let me see that. And a 5-year price guarantee? Oh yeah, we're switching.
That's what I'm talking about. Do we clap now, or?
I'm thinking half-half.
At T-Mobile, get savings that keep stacking up. That's value you can feel every day. Switch now at T-Mobile.
Savings based on Harris X billing snapshots from Q3 2021 to Q4 2025 among accounts with 3+ voice lines compared to AT&T and Verizon, excluding discounts, credits, and optional charges. See harrisx.com/T-Mobile. Price guarantee on talk, text, and data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. See T-Mobile.com.
In a world in need of a hero, one man rises to the challenge in style. He is...
just driving the kids to soccer practice.
Make every day feel epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid with up to an EPA-estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
And hey, come on, no cleats on the seats.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, this is Steve Scott from KCBS, the PA voice of the Warriors at Chase Center. You're listening to Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, I saw Steve in the hallway early this morning. I said, "What's up, Steve?" And he said, "What's up back?" It was pretty cool. You should have been there.
Go Green Wave!
We are brought to you by Golden State Lumber and Showroom, serving the Bay Area of 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. I am Sam Lubman. The person who's about to start yelling is Joe Shasky. You'll start hearing from that in just a moment. When you succeed, we succeed. You know who's not succeeding right now It's literally anybody who's stepping into the batter's box for the Giants. They fall 2-1 to the Reds last night. All 3 runs scored on home runs last night. Robbie Ray goes 5 innings, allows 2 hits. Unfortunately, both of them were home runs in the Great American Small Park. It's great to see Willie Adames go deep last night, but sure would be nice if somebody else could join the party there. 888-957-9570 is the number, Giants fans. And we are going to talk Warriors. They do have a big game tonight against the Clippers. We're going to be talking about that probably maybe in the next hour a little bit. But right now, Giants fans, what is your biggest early season concern? Again, 17 games, not much of a sample size in the course of a 162-game season, but still enough has kind of gone wrong out the gate here for the Giants to give you a good little list of things to have concerns about. So want to hear from all you guys out there. 888-957-9570 is the number. What is your biggest concern with the Giants right now? I know our first caller today definitely has a lot of concerns with the Giants. He's tapped in. Richie in Queens. How you doing today, my friend?
Hey, good morning, guys. You can pretty much covered it. You know, I love the fact that Ray, he labors 96 pitches in 5 innings. You know, I spoke a week ago. I don't want to say I told you kind of so, but I told you at the time, OPS against velocity is 560. We last in walks. We're last in home runs. We're last in runs, in runs to RBIs. We're defensively. You mentioned Bailey. I'm sick of Bailey at this point. I got sick of him last year. I think he's overrated. He's a decent catcher, maybe a little bit above his exchange. He's lately incredible. His throws. He's such an offensive liability. Ramos is what he was. 3 years ago, I thought he wasn't a major leaguer. He's at that point again. Devers is terrible defensively. We get no length from our pitches, guys. We got a 1 with Webb, we got 2 with Ray, and then we got 3s, 4s. So, and Devers has given us really nothing offensively. And when you look at the guys that we've had, there's nobody that's a B+ there. Everybody's a C and worse, and that is Adames, and that is Chapman. And Devers is really, I really thought he'd be such a gap guy for us, maybe not the home runs, but, contact. Our bullpen, Brubaker, I never want to see Brubaker again. I don't want to see Baraki again. We got guys in mind, supposedly Seymour and Santos are pitching well. I like Killian. I like Wynn. Walker, I'm worried about throwing 95. So you're asking me, Joe, what am I worried about? They're not a good team. And you brought up a good point. How do we get back? How does this team go on a streak? When a team goes bad and you look and say, we got positives. And by the way, our best outfielder, believe it or not, is going to be Bader. I'm not going to give up on him. He's a legitimate. I've seen him.
Yeah, he's
in
a big
situations. Yeah, and he makes contact, and you put him in good, positions. I've seen him come up big, but I've also seen him do what he's doing now, and I'm going to maybe think it's the injury. Yes, Schmidt, maybe we got to get him more. But what's the pluses, like you said? I'd like to see Tidwell there. I don't know who our real closer is, so... Do I sound like a guy that thinks they're going to win 88 games, guys? I said you guys somebody came up with 88. I said they'd be 84 to 85. I don't know. And you know what? When you look at it, everybody's terrible. Everybody. If they win 3 games in a row, boom, they're back in the wild card.
You're so right.
But again, where's the consistency? What are we looking at? Go Warriors. Love you guys.
Yep. Appreciate you, Richie. I love what he said there at the end. There's no consistency.
Brubaker?
And that is going to be, again, that kind of ties into the issue I had in our first segment here, Shasta, your last segment, where it's just the constantly chasing 500 here and this team not having the consistency to string enough solid games together to go on the kind of winning streak that playoff teams are able to put together. It's just, I don't see it. Now, we talked about, Rafi Devers being concerned. You mentioned his baseball card. I'm a believer in the back of the baseball card, too. I'm not ready to hit the panic button yet on Rafi Devers. This is a guy who has a history of getting off to slow starts and still turning it around. Even in the slow moments he had last year, he's still one of their better hitters after the trade, which, that's a high bar to clear. If May comes around, we're still seeing this kind of stuff from Rafi Devers. Yeah, that's when the panic button's going to get dusted off there, and we'll be, laying the hand on that until then. So that's where it is with Rafi Devers. But
let me go a step further on Rafi. So to me, like Willie in the leadoff spot's working.
Yes,
Rafi needs to be in the 2 hole. Just
absolutely
keep him there.
Agree.
Stop messing with it.
Yes,
I would put him in the 2 hole. Just stop overthinking this. Look, you're committed to him for how many years? 7, 8 after this?
All of the years.
Okay. Adames, Devers, 1, 2. Okay.
Yes.
All right.
I do then.
For now, we're just going to go Chapman in the 3-hole. For
agree.
now. All right. Just for now. Do I like it? Not really. But I don't like my alternative options.
Which there are none.
Arise in the cleanup spot. Why? Because he's going to put the ball in play, and Chapman in front of him will be able to run a little, and Adames. And, I think he'll have a lot of RBI situations. He's a savvy veteran who can hit with 2 strikes.
He's a breath with fire. What I like about that, Joe, I'm starting to cut you off here on this lineup here. I like that because you do have the righty-lefty mix to start things. Now, they did have it yesterday, the righty-lefty mix with Adames, Arias, Chapman, and Devers, so they kind of flipped things around. But again, I do like Arias in that cleanup spot. I think you're playing matchups really well if you do have those in your top 4. My guess is I'm going to jump ahead of you a little bit here. Your number 5 hitter is probably going to be Casey Schmidt now in your ideal lineup.
Him in left field. I want to see him play left field.
I don't know if he's ever played left before.
I don't care.
Yeah.
I want to put him in left field. It might be an adventure. Can't be worse than Ramos. His arm, I know, is better than Ramos. And so I want to try it. I think it's worth a try for one day. You don't have many options. Guys are hurt.
Unless you again go into the minor league system and call
I'll get to that in a second. I'll get to that.
That's why I think they need to put Bader on the IL here just as a way to get someone up. But you mentioned he is a big leaguer. They might not do that to him.
Look, while Bader is nursing whatever injury he's nursing, just throw him to the side for now. Schmidt in left field. Give Ramos a couple days off.
Yeah.
Bring up Bryce Eldridge. I'll get to him in a second. Put him at DH first base. Him and Devers are back and forth. JHL and Will Brennan. Bring Will Brennan up. We're wasting our time. We don't need Christian Koss. I got the super utility guy in Casey Schmidt. Either DFA Oliva or figure out what you're doing with Christian Koss. It doesn't matter to me. JHL would be my 7 hitter or Will Brennan off the bench. Susac in the 8 hole. I want to see it today. Today, let's see it. Susac in the 8 hole. And then bring Drew Gilbert up. Put Drew Gilbert in center field, put him in the 9 hole, double leadoff. He gets the bat in front of Adames after the first inning. We need a spark. We need some young guys. What are we waiting for? What are we waiting for? Now I get to Bryce Eldridge. Dear God, I know what Dave Fleming said. I know what their little PR statement is, and I love you, Dave.
We'll hear from him in a minute.
We don't see eye to eye on this. It's not an easy bake oven. Ding. Players ready. Bring them up to the bigs. Just bring the guy up. He's either going to sink or he's going to swim. We're overthinking the Bryce Eldridge thing. He's clearly tearing the cover off the ball in AAA. There's not much he can learn there, all right? Bring him up. He's not going to be the anchor of the lineup day one. That's what Willie's for. That's what Devers is for. That's what Chapman's for. It's time is good. Bring him up. Just stop making excuses. The defense can't be worse than what I'm watching from other players on this team currently. You need some pop. You need some youth. I don't want to hear it anymore about them. We're slow playing him. We don't want him to be the savior. Well, right now you don't have any answers. You have no answers on the big league team. All right? So let him come up. Let him play. Just stop complaining. Stop worrying about excuses. Stop worrying about how good he looks from day one. Just, if he strikes out, so be it. I'm not worried. He's 21 years old. This is the long play on this one. Let him develop at the big league level while he's already learning on the fly, batting in a lineup where he won't have to be carrying things with Willie and Devers and all the guys who I referenced. Bat him a little lower in the lineup. We need some pop. We need some guys that can barrel the ball right now. And I think he can accomplish 2 things at once. Further his own development and get him up. Look, guys, I know he's going to strike out less and strike out more if he's in AAA versus where he's at in the big leagues. Stop. Just stop. Stop. How many guys have you watched with this Giants team go down to the minors, work on some things, and then come up and have the same problems? You're either going to sink or swim or adjust or not at the big league level. We got to stop it. We got to stop it. If you believe in the guy long-term and you think he's going to be one of the centerpiece guys of your organization, stop with the BS rhetoric. Bring him up. I'm tired of hearing about it. I'm just tired. Just play Bryce Eldridge. We want to see him. We don't care. I don't care that he's striking out 30% of the time. Ramos is striking out 42% of the time. What are we talking about? Devers is striking out 2 times a game. He fits right in. Let's just see it. And if by midseason he's up and we don't like it, well, then you trade him. You trade him. You know what you did with Luciano? You slow played him. You slow played him. You didn't develop in the minors. You brought him up. He couldn't play. You brought him back down. And then you ended up letting him get taken off your roster for nothing. So, either figure it out with Bryce Eldridge at the big league level or trade him away. I'm tired of hearing about what he's doing in AAA. Bring him up. Bring him up.
Currently, Bryce Eldridge in AAA is hitting .360. He's got the 1 home run, 19 strikeouts, 10 walks, though. I do like that walk number there in 50 at-bats or 60 plate appearances, 10 walks and 60 plate appearances. I actually like that. You mentioned what Dave Fleming said yesterday, and I know you don't want to hear it, but we are going to play what Dave Fleming said yesterday because that is what angered you to hear. And Shasky, in another life, I probably would have been like, oh, Shasky, yeah, I think Fleming was right. I'm kind of starting to come around on you, though, but I'll explain in a moment. Here's what Dave Fleming had to say, though, about your point on not wanting Bryce Eldridge to feel like he has to save the lineup.
It's probably going to be sort of a ripcord situation for Eldridge. I really think the Giants are trying hard. Bryce just turned 21. They're really trying hard not to rush him because there's a massive big league need. I think they're trying to prioritize his development. They've given him several things to work on. He's making some progress with that. It's been good early signs, but I think they don't want him to have to feel like the guy to rescue this team.
Again, they're trying hard. That was Dave's line there to make sure they are not in that situation. The thing about trying is sometimes you do come up short there. You're supposed to do, not try, but, that's a completely different conversation there. If I'm trying to look at it through their lens, Joe, walk a mile in their shoes, if they really don't want him to be the savior of this lineup, maybe it is as simple as if, another one of these guys in the lineup, whether it's Chapman, whether it's Devers, whether they could start hitting more, up to their capabilities, maybe that then makes it easier for you to bring up Bryce Eldridge and slot him into the lineup around one of these guys who are hitting a little bit better. But the reason why I'm starting to kind of fall in line with your stance on let's just bring them up and happen. I'm kind of starting to, if you were to ask Buster Posey, at the end of March, what's the goal for this team? I think he would say something like, yeah, we want to win a lot of baseball games and compete for a playoff spot.
Okay.
Which, yeah, I'd agree with that. I honestly wonder right now if you were to ask him, based on the way this team has started off the season, if you were to truth serum him and ask him the same question now, I wonder if the answer has changed. And I think we're starting to get to a point, again, it's crazy that we're 17 games and we're saying this, but the trend that I'm seeing right now is if this team is not going to get back into above 500, if they're not going to get back into playoff contention, if they're going to be chasing this winning record all year long, and then it comes a point where, stop chasing the winning record and let's just see what we have to work with on this team and in this organization. And that's where, this is where I'm starting to agree with you.
Stop the record. I don't want to hear about the record.
Well, no, because the record plays a part of it, though.
You really think, I'm asking you right now, you really think pitcher X is on the mound, Jared Oliva comes up to the plate, or Bryce Eldridge? Really?
Well, no, that's where I'm going with. That's where I'm going with here. That's where
we're overthinking about development and record. He's a better at bat than what you have at the current.
That is why, if you let me finish what I'm saying, my plan right now at this trajectory, the way things are going is, yeah, you know what? Let's just get Bryce in here. Let's get some of these guys up here because this is why I said coming into the season, the playoffs feel like a real stretch for this team. This is a flawed roster full of guys who just haven't really established themselves fully. And the guys who are established, Rafi, Willie, Chapman, they're going to be around for a few more years. They're not going anywhere. One of them might go sooner than the other. That's a different conversation. But at this point, though, no one in the outfield, I think, deserves planting your flag in right now. If you want to sit here and bang on the Ramos table, if you're the Giants a little bit longer, I disagree with it. But you know what? You guys do you. I'm ready to get some of these guys, these younger outfielders up here, whether it's Will Brennan, whether it's Drew Gilbert. Let's get them in here. I want to get Bryce Eldridge up here sooner rather than later. My guess is still mid-May is my predictions when we'll see him. Be cooler if it was sooner.
We're 30 games out?
Yeah, 26. The other guy I really want to see, honestly, almost more than Bryce Eldridge, almost. I want to get Jesus Rodriguez up here. I want to see how he fits in. He's got some positional versatility.
Where's he going to play? They're barely playing Susac right now, and his at-bats have been significantly better than Patrick Bailey's.
Yeah. Maybe a situation, Rodriguez gets up here, maybe a DH him a little bit. Maybe, honestly, finally have the gumption to make the move off of Pat Bailey and then
I would love
Susac
to see that.
and Rodriguez. And this is where I get into the who is calling the shots here. and what is the intention of these shots?
But the problem with the DH thing is that right now you can ill afford to have Casey Schmidt out of the lineup, and they're not playing him in the field when Devers is at first base. So hence why I'm like, well, I've got to get Casey's bat in the lineup. Casey, play left field for a game. Let's just see what it looks like.
You are listening 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Do
you get what I'm saying with Casey? Like they can't DH. They already have Devers basically is a DH right now.
Yes.
His defense has not been great.
It's meh.
And when he's at first base, fine. So if you bring Bryce up, one of the two is at first, the other one is DHing. Casey has, right now, they can ill afford to have Casey's bat out of the lineup. Just watching what I've been watching the first 3 weeks, they need to find a way to get him in the lineup. If they have to try him in left field just to see if it works, I think they should try it. They owe it to themselves to try
it's a wild it's a bold proposition. I like it, especially if you do want to squeeze Bryce Eldridge in here. And Dave Fleming said something else yesterday that I think gives more credence to let's see what Bryce Eldridge could do at the big league level. Here is what Dave Fleming said on Eldridge not seeing enough good pitches to do damage in AAA.
If you really look at the granular data in AAA, Eldridge is not seeing a lot of pitches to hit right now, and AAA teams are treating him like the guy to avoid. So if you watch that and you think to yourself, well, how much is he learning by being pitched around at AAA? He's not getting challenged by, he's getting the Bonds treatment, like 2 or 3 pitches in the strike zone per game. There is a very fair question of, does that serve his development well if teams, which, I hate, like the minor leagues should be for development. I hate it when that happens, but you understand it from the pitcher's perspective. Like, I don't want to give up a 500-foot home run. I'm trying to make the big leagues myself, but, the minor leagues should be about sort of the opposite of that. And right now it's a struggle for Eldridge to see enough pitches to do some damage again.
It's a great point.
No, if you get him up here, and this is things I've heard in the past where I've talked to people who have been around this game long enough as well, it's when you get to the big leagues, the strikes are actually strikes. Like, the pitches are in the zone where they're supposed to be. Guys hit their spots. In the minor leagues, you got guys who are incapable of hitting the broadside of a barn, much less the strike zone. And when you're Bryce Eldridge, you're seeing, you're the Barry Bonds treatment, 1 to 2 pitches a game, as Dave Fleming mentions. You're not going to see that at the big league level. That is why, getting him up here sooner rather than later does start to make sense, especially when you take the importance of winning off the table. Because, again, this is why I had a hard time really taking this team seriously as a playoff contender.
I think he can help them win. See, that's where you and I just maybe don't.
No. I'm not saying that. No, that's not what I'm saying. It's not that he can't help them win right now. It's just whatever he does off the rip, I don't care how it translates to wins and losses. Just get up here, swing the bat, see what you could do. As you say, let's see what this kid's got. Now, you're seeing a lot of other teams calling up these prospects and giving them these big deals.
Struck out 27% of the time in minor leagues.
That's where it's just like, you know what? Get him up here and let him run. Let him run, and then just, if it works, I still think it would. It's going to be ugly at first, but you got to commit to it. And that's where, again, Shasky, the whole, what's the goal of this season? What is Buster's intention? And I truly think this is my from what I've seen around the ballpark, what I've seen, what I've read, what I've heard, just my own thoughts that I'm recklessly speculating here. I think there was a shift in Buster's mindset last season after the Rafi trade where he realized, you know what? I don't think this is the good apple that I thought it was. Like, maybe the first bite, this is a solid apple. The second bite, no, this is a bad apple. And I'm talking about the overall state of the Giants here. I think that's why they made the pivot at the deadline to move off Tyler Rogers, Camilo Doval, stack the farm system up a little bit, because to Buster's credit, if I were to say the one thing he's been the most successful at since coming here, it's beefing up the farm system.
Yeah, but we haven't seen the fruit yet.
No,
not
yet.
Time.
It does. But that's my point, though. I think the focus some point last year shifted from Buster thinks this is a team that can compete now, because he said in the past, you should always be trying to win. Isn't that the goal? I think he learned in real time last year, sometimes you got to take an L now to take a couple W's later on. And I think at some point last year, he realized, this is not a winning now organization. This is you got to win a little bit later organization, and that's where you got to start shifting to the player development. That's where I think guys like Eldridge, Gilbert, Rodriguez, and the rest of them really start to, gain more traction in terms of getting them up on the roster.
I think they're trying to do both. I think they're going to try to win at the big league level, but to your point about it's not even two. That's what every organization in any industry is doing, is trying to develop young talent at the bottom of their company and win at the highest level and make the most profits. Everyone's trying to do that. But like getting back to like, you're talking about win now, like if everything was about we're democratically or whatever the word is, a meritocracy, we're just going to play the best players to win every single night. Why the hell is Jung-Hoo Lee playing every night? He would be a platoon player at best in any other scenario. Why is he playing? Because of the money they gave him prior to Buster even showing up. I don't know what they're trying to prove.
But that's what irritates me about the current state of how things are being run with this organization. And you ask, are you running your organization like a big market club, which the Giants are? This is a big time market. Bay Area is a top 10 market, media market. Giants are a big market team. They've always spent like a big market team to a degree. If you are a big market team with the deep pockets that you have, you can eat the Jung-Hoo Lee contract. You can.
Well, it's not about eating it. It's well, no, you don't play him months on end when he's batting 185.
Well, no, that's what I'm saying. If you're not playing him, then you're eating the money. Because that's what either you're playing him and you're getting your money's worth, or you're not playing him and you're just letting the money go to rot there. And this is a team, an organization that theoretically, in history, has that money to do it. Now, the Giants, they've been scared of big contracts in the past because of this. But a lot of other organizations out there, Red Sox, Yankees, Dodgers, they love eating fat contracts if they need to because they had the financial wherewithal to do so.
Nobody loves eating them, but I get what you're saying.
No, but you don't want to, but you have the ability to.
Yeah.
And I do believe that the Giants are of that level. Why they're not operating it like that, well, that kind of goes into my other little reckless speculation that, like, I don't know what their financial situation is like right now.
Sam,
but I don't know if we want to go down that road today.
I want them to just grow a pair and play the younger guys and just live with it. Like, these are the guys they've committed to Bryce. Either they're going to trade him away and get something of value back, or they're going to play him. Like, I'm tired of seeing what he's doing for the Squirrels, all right, at Triple-A. If I see another retweet on my timeline of a home run that he hit in a game that doesn't matter for the team I root for, my head will explode. I'm tired of hearing about the loaf of bread that's in the oven. Pull it up, let's try it. And if it's not good, then we trade it. It's pretty simple to me.
It's the River Cats. Squirrels are...
whatever. You know what I mean. River Cats,
I know.
Squirrels.
I just wanted to poke you a little bit here.
The old Grizzlies down in Fresno.
You seem a little bit frustrated this morning.
I'm agitated.
Well, yeah. You know what? This will cheer you up. You want to talk about the Warriors on the other side? It's a joke because that's...
I'm actually fired up for tonight's game.
Yeah, well...
everybody's terrible.
You know... Shasky, there's something I want to bring up on the other side that
I love him.
I made me feel like I might be a bad Warrior fan, but then Anthony Slater said something yesterday that said, oh, you know what? Maybe I'm not a bad fan. I might still be a bad fan, though. What is that, though? We'll get into that on the other side. What's coming up? The game is brought to you by Cache Creek Casino Resort. You will love the way Cache Creek Casino Resort feels. Every escape there will feel like a little more extraordinary. Every getaway is a chance to make the moment yours. Everything at Cache Creek Casino Resort will feel wonderful. Cash in at Cache Creek Casino and Resort.
Hello, San Francisco Bay Area. Bank of America, in partnership with Visa, invites you to a FIFA World Cup 26 watch party. Open an eligible Bank of America checking account in participating financial centers only for an opportunity to reserve 2 complimentary tickets while supplies last. Experience special musical guests, games, giveaways, food, and more, all at a legendary venue. Learn more at BofA.com/BofA Visa Watch Party. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 26. Bank of America N.A. member FDIC. Terms apply. All rights reserved.
What if you could have the most reliable Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Just 5 years of fiber-powered Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most. That finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a 6th sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family's banking on bandwidth. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger, but your Wi-Fi, it would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity, imagine that. Select plans only. Restrictions apply. Powered by fiber. Connected to the premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
This is Larry Flick, owner of The Floor Store. Our spring sale, now through April 27th, means up to 50% off every product store-wide, plus 2 full years of interest-free financing. Visit floorstores.com for directions. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
I'm Neil, founder of Clay Room. When I found ceramics, I realized my calling was to give others the space to be creative. So I set out to open my own studio. Having a Chase Ink card has allowed us to grow it and bring people together. Now we're molding a creative community.
With the Chase Inc. Business Cash Card, you can earn up to 5% cash back on business essentials, so your business can go from here to possible. Chase for Business. Make more with yours. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Cards issued by J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
At Kohl's, spring style starts with the season's best shoe sale and continues with 15% off the rest of your looks. But with great outfits from Kohl's, what happens next is unexpected. Strangers ask where you shop. The breeze feels like it's blowing just for you. Your kids pose for photos willingly. Yep, great spring outfits can do that kind of thing. Find yours at Kohl's and Kohl's.com. Select styles, offers end April 26th. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
Now through May 3rd at Big O Tires. Get $50 to $100 instant savings on 4 select in-stock Cooper, Hankook, or Pirelli brand tires with installation purchase. Book your appointment online today. Disposal fees extra, not covered with other offers. See your locally owned Big O dealer for pricing.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
Dell PCs with Intel inside are built for the moments you plan and the ones you don't. For the time you forgot your charger at the gate.
Passengers, we are now on our initial ascent.
Or when you're bouncing between projects like a ping pong ball. We build PCs with long-lasting battery life, so you're not scrambling for an outlet. And built-in intelligence, so you can stay focused on whatever you're doing. Dell Technologies, built for you. Dell.com/Dell PCs.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Wish your life came with a warning app?
That dog does not want to be petted.
Well, life doesn't always give you time to change the outcome, but prediabetes does. Take the 1-minute test today at doihaveprediabetes.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and its prediabetes awareness partners.
What's up, Bay Area? This is Bobby Price Sr., winner of the 2026 Knockout Challenge. Now back to my boys on the Morning Roast, Joe Shasky and Joe Spadoni on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, we are back here on the Morning Roast, but it's Sam Lubman actually filling in for Joe Spadoni here on this wonderful Wednesday, April 15th. Hope y'all got your taxes done. It's not just tax day. It's a Warriors Wednesday tax day. Warriors Wednesday is brought to you by Freeman's Appliance. Come and see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live work-in vignettes. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. Giants lost 2-1 to the Reds last night. We've been talking about that a little bit this morning, but we're going to switch things up here a little bit because the Warriors have a basketball game tonight. A pretty big one here. It's kind of, the one that will decide whether or not their season ends or not. They will take on the Clippers in the 9-10 play-in game for the right to play the Phoenix Suns in the final play-in game, and the winner of that will have the right to get annihilated by the Oklahoma City Thunder in 4, possibly even 5 games. Before we get into tonight's play-in games, Joe, Did you catch any of the ones from last night? I was kind of tuning in and out from them, loosely last night. Watching. I watched a little bit of the Blazers Suns one. The Blazers. I mean, what an incredible season they've had with the group that they've had. All the turmoil they've had with Chauncey Billups getting pinched for gambling and whatnot at the beginning of the year. That's what happened. He got pinched.
And more than pinched, he's getting boxed in, bro, for the next 25 to life.
Yeah, pinched.
He's in big trouble.
Yeah, pinched. But they turned on the afterburners in the second quarter of that game last night and just completely ran away with it. Denny Avdija, 41 points
in the fourth quarter.
That's right. Yeah, Phoenix did turn it on. Came back in the third here, but and then Portland pulled it away later in the fourth. But again, I'll be honest, I kind of went to bed after the first half. I want to try and get some sleep because your boy is not getting any sleep.
Well, I was watching the end of the Hornets Heat. So the Giants game ends, flip it over. It's me, Michelle, and LJ watching it. Michelle was blown away that was a play-in game in the sense that she was like, these two teams suck. There's so many mental mistakes that they were making. LaMelo?
I'm not a LaMelo guy.
Dude, he's all over the place. First off, Colin Knippel got benched basically in the fourth quarter and in overtime. Colin Knippel, maybe the rookie of the year or
He had 6 points. He was 2 for 12 shooting, 0 of 6 from 3. Kind of having a rough night there, but that is a guy who I'm not a big LaMelo Ball guy. He's got a lot of talent. That's undeniable. But if I'm the Hornets and I'm looking a guy to more focus on going forward, Colin Knippel with the year he's had as a rookie, Colin Knippel's season's been so good that he's got us talking about him more than Cooper Flagg when it comes to these rookies.
I'm still taking Cooper Flagg. But
Cooper Flagg's the better. But yeah, Colin's great. Yeah. That's the kind of guy who, if I'm the Hornets, I might want to focus on him being the guy on that team if he can be that guy. But LaMelo Ball cannot be your face of the franchise. He is an incredibly talented player, no doubt, but the guy is a knucklehead and a half.
Yeah. So in the game, there were so many things that happened. He grabbed Bam's ankle, and Bam got hurt on the play. And
did he even get teed up for that at all?
I thought he should be kicked out of the game. I thought it was a dirty play.
That's the sentiment.
It reminded me of something Draymond would do. Yeah. I'm just being real.
I think Draymond actually got assessed a technical for that play last night.
And
just honest.
All I kept thinking about was hey, dude, if Adonis Haslam was on that bench, does he go at LaMelo? Seriously. I know we don't have any enforcers anymore on the on NBA benches like we used to, but I thought it was a really dirty play. I don't like when you grab people's ankles in any sport, but in particular in basketball. It was a non-basketball play. I did not like it at all. Okay.
Yeah.
Then it's the end of the game. Kobe White hits one of the wildest three-point shots I've ever seen at the end of regulation. And then Tyler Hero does a step-back three and Tyler was really good down the stretch in this one. But they go to overtime. And in overtime, the Hornets have a lead, a commanding lead, I thought. And then the Heat keep battling back. Out of nowhere, I miss a Hornet basket because Amazon Prime says they're having technical difficulties.
Yeah, they were having with the when I flipped on the Blazers Suns game, which again for a minute it took me a second to remember the game was on Amazon. Make sure you check your local listings. The start of that broadcast, though, every 5, 6, 7 seconds or something like that, the broadcast was starting to cut in and out again. Which come on, Amazon.
We missed a basket in overtime that gave the Hornets a bigger lead, a 2-point higher advantage.
Yeah.
And then they never showed us what we missed. So then it goes back to the game. And I think it's 12 seconds ago. I haven't watched any of the highlights. I was watching in real time. LaMelo is going to get an 8-second violation. He's walking the ball back after they get a big rebound. And I'm going, you need to foul, or go for the steal. And he's taking his sweet old time after throwing a sweet alley-oop lob earlier in the game. And I'm like, what is he doing? And he throws the worst pass I've ever seen that gets intercepted by Tyler Hero. And then Tyler Hero is settling for a three. I don't know if it was a foul or not. Michelle didn't think it was a foul. I didn't think it was kind of a foul, I guess, by the letter of the law. Tyler Hero and the Heat get 3 free throws. All right. And so Tyler hits all 3. They go up in the game with less than 10 seconds to go. So he makes multiple gaffes on one play. He almost gets the 8-second violation, throws a horrible frenetic pass that gets intercepted, fouls a 3-point shooter.
They get the side inbound. He gets the sweet layup over Jaime Jaquez, which was an incredible finish. And then he's on the ground. It's like, get up off the ground. There's 4 seconds. They're inbounding the ball. They throw it to one of their short guards, and he doesn't pass the rock, and he throws up a ill-advised layup. I thought he should have kicked it out to somebody. And LaMelo's the hero, but he must have made 5 or 6 crazy great plays, 5 or 6 crazy awful plays. Well, it was just insane. It was insane.
He's the hero in that he kind of basically cleaned up his own mess there at the end of the game.
Yeah,
and
he was the arsonist and the guy who took out the fire. He was the firefighter.
Exactly. You're not the hero for cleaning up your own mess.
It was a frenetic, wild game, and I said, you know what? Kind of enjoyed that game.
No, I mean, maybe that's what the play-in's all about. Just 2 mediocre teams having a very exciting game that you talk yourself into being a classic, but no, it's just 2 not very good teams.
I think he was like 3 for 13 or 2 for 12 from 3. LaMelo, he's just all over the place.
I mean, the Hornets as a whole last night
Kobe White was sick.
56 threes and hit 18 of them. 18 for 56 from 3 last night. LaMelo Ball 2 for 16.
2 for 16 was worse than I thought.
I mean, that was. Yeah, that's just ugly That's just 2 bad teams playing ugly basketball.
But he did make a lot of plays. See, like, this is the full spectrum of Melo. He actually did make a lot of plays, but he also had a lot of what are you doing plays. Mm-hmm. I thought the best player on their team for long stretches, Kobe White and Bridges.
Yeah.
And I thought that, what's 24? They drafted him a couple years ago from
Brandon Miller.
Brandon Miller. He hit a couple big buckets.
Yeah, 23 points last night, 5 of 10 shooting from 3. Had a solid night from him. The Miami Heat, their season ends. And the Miami Heat, they're kind of almost similar situation as the Warriors in terms of they probably need to go in a younger direction, but they probably aren't.
Tyler Hero's probably better than any young player we have.
I like Tyler Hero a lot. I've always been a fan of his.
is pretty good. I like Jaquez.
Would you take Jaquez for pause right now?
They're both role players.
I did not think you would pause like that. That's
they're both role players. Like,
they
bring different things to the table. Just watching the game, Andrew Wiggins is on the Heat. I don't think he touched the basketball in the final 7 or 8 minutes of that game.
I'm not gonna, again, not that I've watched a ton of Heat
I don't
games
think he
this year.
It once.
He played 42 minutes last night, did score 27, but to your point on Wiggins, not that I've watched a ton of Heat games, but whenever they're on, I've forgotten that he's on the team.
I didn't see him score any. When I turned in, it was after the Giants game. I freely admit this because you can't flip channels anymore.
That's why I hate about streaming.
So I watched the final 5 minutes or so of the game and then the overtime. And I think for the final 7 or 8 minutes of just the 2 or 3 minutes of the regular game and then over, I don't think he touched the ball once, Wiggins.
Yeah.
Which was crazy.
That's just kind of...
It's the Wiggins experience.
Well, yeah, I mean, that is. He's good enough to be involved in the action, but not great enough that you want to lean on him towards the end.
He hit a big 3 in the corner, or where maybe it was the top of the key. But, again, he didn't touch the ball in overtime.
Yeah, that's interesting, especially with Bam not in there.
That's what I'm saying. It was just surprising. Hero is he doesn't share the ball. Multiple times Hero backed it out for a 3-point shot. It's like, dude, just go to the rim.
Yeah. It gets too ISO heavy there. Which thing I didn't really catch a whole lot of that one.
Games were good though.
Yeah, the Blazers Suns one again. I'm looking at that one again. Joe, I went to bed around the start of the third quarter there. The Suns started to make a little bit of a run of it. Yeah, I'm looking at the stuff at the action from last night. They did have a lead there in the fourth, and the Blazers were able to pull it out late. But did you stay up and watch that game? Or did you go to bed early?
I was in and out. I woke up at the very end and then went right back to sleep.
Exactly. I'm one of those people really where if it's not my team, I'm not as locked into it on a night-to-night basis. But again, I was enjoying what I saw from the Blazers in that first half there. And again, hats off to them.
Blazers.
No, we did. It's win
Who's
one
laughing now.
Yeah, win one for Chauncey.
Well, the other part of this is that I think the Phoenix Suns are going to be a tough out for whoever wins this Clippers game.
Yeah,
that's a tough game.
Let's get into this game a little bit, Joe. I said it going into the break. Listen, I'm a Warrior fan. I've been a Warrior fan since I was like 5 years old when my dad was taking me to the Oakland Arena, and we would. I was back in the Muggsy Bogues days. That was my first favorite Warrior, was Muggsy, and I've always loved this team. And then going into tonight's game, Joe, I feel like I might be a bad fan. As much as I love my Warriors, I kind of think it might be better if they lose this game tonight. Like, for the overall long-term health of the organization, like I don't see a point in navigating through this play-in tournament. I know the players, they're professional, they want to do that, but just deep down in my heart, I don't know if them winning is the best move for this organization.
Where are you going? Like, talking about draft picks?
Yes, that is where I'm going with this, because if the Warriors do make it out of the play-in and get that first-round date with the Oklahoma City Thunder, I believe they're locked into, at best, the 15th spot in the draft, versus if they stay out of the playoffs and get knocked out of the play-in tonight, based on the fact that they're the only sub-500 team in the play-in, I believe that gives them the 11th best odds in the draft lottery, if I'm mathing that out correctly. And then also you have the chance to potentially move up in the draft lottery as well, as faint as those hopes are. I think I'd rather just take my chances with those faint hopes of moving up in the play-in rather than getting saddled with the 15th pick and hoping that there's someone available at that point that is a better fit for them, or sort of a fit for them who can help them win next year.
So you're rooting for them to just get bounced tonight?
I think it might just be the healthiest thing for them. And it's not just me who's saying that. You remember Anthony Slater, right? He used to come on our station a lot.
Yeah.
Well, he was on ESPN yesterday, and he more or less just dead ass said what I'm kind of feeling.
Well, they're not trying to get into the playoffs, right? Draymond's going to guard Kawhi, and he's going to try to have a good defensive night and then probably tell us all about it afterwards. And, hopefully the voters, for him.
Swing his way a little bit.
Steph's going to try to get hot. It's a showcase stage for them. Draymond said it. They don't have many of these type of nights left. But I think it is fair to wonder organizationally whether it's better for them to lose. Because I'll give you an example. Last year I covered the 9-10. Dallas Mavericks were in that game. They won it. They then played the final playing game, lost. Memphis gets swept by the Thunder. Dallas keeps their lottery odds, jumps up, gets Cooper Flag. If the Warriors lose, they keep their lottery odds, 9.4% chance to jump up in the top 4 of this draft. If they win their way into the play-in, they lose those lottery odds, and then they get the Oklahoma City Thunder in the first round. Our graphics guys right here. Better chance to get 9.4 chance to get into the top 4 or to beat the Thunder.
I mean, that's literally the argument I've had for the last month, is it not?
No, it is, and I've been in agreement with you.
Slater.
Yeah, and he's our friend Anthony Slater. And again, the fact that Slate's is saying that, it gives it a little bit more heft.
So are you rooting against the Warriors tonight? 888-957-9570.
I wouldn't be that aggressive with it, but yeah, are you rooting against them? Do you want them to win? Like, rooting against them sounds like such a harsh way to put it.
I'm not going to root against them. That's not what I'm going to do.
I'm not going to be upset if they lose. Here's the question I have. 888-957-9570.
They're good enough to win.
9570. Are you a bad fan if you root against your team?
In general?
Or just in certain situations, I guess. Like in this situation, are you a bad fan if you're rooting against the Warriors?
Well, there's been times I've wanted my team to get the number 1 pick and lose on purpose.
Yeah, and that's what I think what it comes down to is this. But then here's the thing, though.
But this isn't as cut and dry as that. This is, if you lose and you get lucky, then you jump. You get what I'm saying? It's multiple layers.
You need one domino to fall for another domino to fall for another domino to fall.
Now,
I
don't think you're a bad fan for occasionally rooting against your team.
You know what I call it, Joe? I call it the tactical retreat.
Wow.
I don't know if you've ever.
Wow.
There are you look throughout military history. There's a lot of those things. The tactical retreat. You ever see that movie Dunkirk?
Yeah.
That's what it's all about, a tactical retreat.
I like it. Well, in Braveheart, they did it as well, where they faked to go back, and then all the other guys ambushed them.
I went down a Google rabbit hole, and it's funny. We talk about this at the fake dinner that I had with him. George Washington had a few of those when he was leading the American Revolution. I was reading there was the Battle of Brooklyn. The Brits were closing in, and the Colonials, they were completely boxed in up against the East River in New York. And G-Dub, he organized a little excursion to get some boats out there, and they were able to get out of Brooklyn into Manhattan, able to regroup. And this was a couple months after the Declaration was signed. Obviously, 77 is when everything kind of came to a head. But that retreat there, it allowed them to fight another day and set them up to get a victory for America in 1777. That's what it's all about. You take the tactical retreat tonight. There's your history lesson of the day, kids. You take the tactical retreat tonight against the Clippers, set yourself up in the NBA draft. Maybe you get a top 5 pick or top 4 pick. As Anthony Slater said, 9.4% chance to get that top 4 pick. And maybe you make something run with it. Maybe you don't. That's the chance you got to take. You don't have any chance of doing that if you do get through the play-in and get obliterated by the Thunder.
So it's interesting you bring this up. Remove my fandom. I'm talking about teams that I've coached. There has been many years I've just wanted it to be over.
Yeah.
Not that I want to lose on purpose or whatever, but like there's I guess it's cathartic. I don't know what the word is, but it is cathartic to finally have an ending. And you just need something to end. I've been on many, many teams where I've either coached or I've been playing. I'm like, we just need to be put out of our misery. We're not good enough. This is kind of miserable.
It's just not there.
I need a break. You know, I need a mental stop. Now, when it comes to rooting, I can't remember many times that I've rooted against my team in a circumstance like this.
Where's that I am rooting against the Giants drop?
Like playoffs, for example. Like this is like get into the playoffs or not.
Yeah.
But
I don't consider this a playoff game.
No, I agree. This is a very unique situation, and I want to make sure I make a distinction.
Mm-hmm.
In most make it the playoffs or not situations, you're drafting in the middle.
Mm-hmm.
In this one, you could draft in the middle, or you could jump up.
Yes.
So I don't think you're alone in like, look, I want them to win, but if they can't win, a great consolation prize, wink, wink, nod, nod, is the lottery pick if they can land it.
Yeah, and
does that make sense?
It does make sense. That's why, again, 888-957-9570 is the number to call or text us on the text line. I haven't read a single text
against
yet.
them, but I do know it might be better and healthier for them long term if they end up losing. The other thing I can't wrap my head around, and I know we're talking about this, and from everybody, I want to hear from people like, no one's saying you're rooting against them, but it's a part of you want them to kind of lose this to get the pick.
Mm-hmm.
Like play hard, lose in a close game. Hey, we gave it the old athlete try, and then we get the pick, hopefully, and Adam Silver does right by us, and we get lucky and screw the Kings, you know, for example. But the other part of this is all they've been talking about is meaningful games, meaningful games, meaningful games. And everybody's on a minutes restriction?
Yeah.
In the one meaningful game that might present itself all year?
Yep.
It's a little bizarre.
510 says minor setback for a major comeback. There you go. It's very much is that simple there. Sometimes you got to take one step back to take two steps forward.
And like this thing that like you're not a fan if you occasionally root for them. I've been a fan my entire life.
Yeah.
I rooted for them to lose on purpose so they could keep the pick because it had to be, I think it was top 7 or top
Harrison
8
Barnes,
protected to get Harrison Barnes.
No, that's kind of what I'm kind of coming with here.
But that was a more dire situation. It was not.
They needed to do that, though.
You didn't have Steph
Mm-hmm.
In terms of like what he is now.
Steph wasn't Steph yet. Clay wasn't Clay. And honestly, Joe, like
and
that was one of the
playoffs.
That was one of the most important tank jobs. I'll say it. That was a tank job that the Warriors could have possibly made because if you don't get that pick, then I think you would have lost that first round. Or I think your only first round pick would have been the 30th overall pick that you got from the Spurs, or that Spurs 30th overall pick that you got in that Monte Ellis trade.
Mm-hmm.
And they use that for Festus Ezeli. Maybe they still use that pick on Festus. I don't know. But you don't get Barnes, and their entire draft strategy is completely changed if they don't get Harrison Barnes.
No question.
So like you might get Festus, you might not even get Draymond at 35 in that draft. So that's why sometimes when you're at these crossroads here, it becomes beneficial for the Warriors to kind of have that step back. And again, you might get still stuck at 11.
So are you rooting more for the pick or are you rooting more? Because I don't want to make it rooting against your team.
Yeah.
Let me just change because I get what you're saying and people are going to be triggered by this topic.
Mm-hmm.
Are you rooting more for them to get the pick or are you rooting more for them to move on?
Move on into the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
I think I'm rooting for them more to get the pick. I think the pick does more for this Warriors team going forward in the next year and beyond than whatever you would do against the Thunder. Like, if it was this is why there was a time earlier in the season where I wanted the Warriors to, if they could get healthy, try and make a push for that 7-8 game.
Yeah, I did too.
Because if they were in the 7-8 game and the prize was you get the Spurs in the first round, as good as the Spurs are, you know what? I would have liked to see what they could have done against the Spurs. Maybe they push them a little bit. It's an inexperienced team. You're grasping at straws for that one, but I was willing to be like, you know what? I'll root for that outcome. I just don't see it against the Thunder, Joe. I just don't see whoever gets that 8th spot, you're looking at a sweep. And I just don't think that does.
Listen to what we're talking about in the NBA, though.
Mm-hmm.
We're Warrior fans that watch the height of the heights, and we're arguing about whether they should try to win the play-in game or whether I want them to have a pick, an opportunity at a pick.
Mm-hmm.
This is, I think, a bigger issue than the Warriors. This is a league issue. Listen to what we're discussing.
This
on
hour's
game day.
This hour is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. We'll go to the lines in just a minute. Brian, Oscar, we'll hear from you soon. But that's kind of where it gets into for me, Joe, is like we spent the last couple months crushing teams for tanking. You know, Draymond Green says he wants to find
teams. They're not tanking. They're going to play.
Is this... Yeah, but I mean, is that I guess they're not going to purposely lose these games, but is that kind of, you're rooting in a sense for a little bit of a tank?
No, I'm just...
It's not the same?
I view it this way. I want them to win. But if they don't, it's not the worst thing in the world.
Am I crazy?
Do I sound insane?
Honestly,
Am I trying to like jump this?
You want to hear something that sounds insane? You want to hear something that sounds insane?
I don't believe in them.
You say
I'm rooting against the Giants. Well, I've done that. I rooted against Jim Thompson. I can hear Mark Willard this morning walking the dog, like punching air. Like, I'll never root against my teams. You can fan however you want. If you didn't root against Jim Tomsula and the 49ers, I don't know who you are.
You know where it started for me,
give
Joe?
Me a break.
Like, there used to be a time where, like, you always root for your team to win no matter what because winning is more fun than losing. And then the 2011 football season came around. I was a freshman in Miami, and all the people on my dorm floor who were Dolphins fans, they were screaming, suck for luck, suck for luck. That was Andrew Luck's final season at Stanford. That was the first time in my life that I have been around fans who were like intentionally wanting their team to lose because they wanted to get a draft pick.
Well,
and
I wanted Yao Ming.
Yeah, it makes sense.
I rooted for them to lose to get Yao Ming. They did lose enough. They lost the lottery.
Well, yeah.
They got the 3 pick and it ended up being done.
Well, that was back when the Warriors weren't meant to have fun in the lottery. But that's kind of where it's a weird feeling. Like, I think in some sports it makes more sense than others to where a loss is sometimes better long-term than a win. Basketball, I think it is one of those sports where, and this is where I have a hard time criticizing teams who are tanking, which is like, for a lot of these NBA teams, how the hell else are they supposed to build up their teams? Like, if you're a team like Utah, if you're a team like Charlotte or Washington, like, you have no chance of ever luring a free agent. Like, the Indiana Pacers, I don't know if they're ever going to get a big-time free agent on the free agent market. The Grizzlies, that's a team they probably have to go through the draft, too. And you got to get a lot of high draft picks to build up a core there if you're not going to go into the free agency market. And that's why a lot of just this tanking stuff, is it a problem? Yes. Is it a big problem this year? Absolutely. Is it, I think, because of a very deep draft? Yes. If the draft was not as deep, I don't know if it's the same, but that's kind of where I've always it stopped me with the tanking talk, is that for a lot of these teams, I don't know what other option they have in terms of team building.
Well, and I just think that we're in a very weird, unique spot. I'm hearing from season ticket holder, my buddy Ray. What's up, Ray? The Scarbozio family. Pick. He's a season ticket holder. Season ticket holder wants the pick. This is a very unique situation.
There you go. 415. Loser gets us closer to winning. Go Clippers, LOL. It's 669. 2018, I rooted for the losses at the end of the season. Low key to get the number 1 pick for Nick Bosa. Not gonna lie. Well, they got the number 2 pick, and they still got Nick Bosa.
And they won that Seattle game that everyone didn't want them to win.
And then the rest of the text line. A lot of mean stuff on the text line. Man, no wonder Spadoni doesn't read these things very often.
Let's go to the phone lines.
Let's go to the phone lines here. Oscar says nice things. What's going on today, Oscar?
Man, you guys are killing me.
I love you too, buddy.
Check this out. It doesn't matter. The Warriors still, if they lose, they're going to lose regardless. But people say we want them to lose. That's stupid, because they still going to get the draft pick. And it doesn't, just because Dallas got that luck, don't mean the Warriors is going to get that luck, because they don't like the Warriors. So my point is this. We're going to get a young player, because I've been watching college basketball. That's what I do. But the thing is that stop panicking about getting 1 through 11, because we're going to get 1 through 15. We still going to get a pick. And for people to say we want them to lose and not play, that's dumb. Ticket holder or not, the Warriors is a championship organization. If we do get a young player in the draft, he's still not going to come in and play a whole lot of minutes like that, because guess what? The veteran core is still going to be here. So that point is saying, stop panicking, and the Warriors are a winning organization. I'm sitting here talking about losing. If they're going to lose, they're going to lose anyway. And like Steve Kerr said, they on minutes restriction, but that doesn't mean late in the game, are we going to take them out because they're on minutes restriction and we're trying to win? No, it doesn't mean that. But we're going to preserve them for the game on Friday. So get it straight. I understand what you guys are saying, and, hey, I'm with it. So I hope we're going to still get a draft pick, because that's how the basketball guys work. But for me to be sitting here on the morning with my Warriors stuff on, my flags flying, I'm hyped, man. This is what we do. So don't spoil it for me. I know what you're saying is true, but it's going to happen anyway. So if we lose, we lose. But we are a winning organization. Man, I'm fired up today because I want to see what we're going to do. And you guys talking about if we're 7 and 8, you'll feel better past San Antonio. San Antonio wiped the mud with Oklahoma City this year. And the Warriors played Oklahoma City tough without Steph. So I want to see it happen. I want to see the veterans get a chance to play one more time in the playoffs and let Porzingis do his thing like tonight. So, hey, we are a championship organization. I'm fired up for the draft. I'm fired up for the game tonight. But, hey, the draft's going to have to wait because we got Clippers on our plate tonight. So y'all have a good day and keep it fired up, fellas. It's a good topic, but hey, I'm positive of a negative, and we still gonna get a good outcome in the draft. Let's go Warriors all day, every day.
Negative. I love
I'm out.
I love
Oscar and Stockton might be number one on my Warrior fan power ranking. That might be the best way to describe it. You can root for them to win, but they won't.
Y'all
you know
crazy.
What it is? Exactly. You know what it is, Joe? It's almost like the Warriors are winners no matter what tonight. If you want to look through Oscar's eyes, if they win,
they're going to play to try to win the game.
Oh, absolutely, until the minutes run out. Yeah, they're obviously going to play to win. If they win, great. You'll be happy. We'll get another day to talk about Warriors basketball, and who knows what that. I give them a puncher's chance against the Suns. Why not? Weirder things have happened in life. But if they lose,
what's the percentage chance of a puncher's chance? I just watched the UFC fight, and they showed all like punches thrown versus punches landed, and it's not very high.
I know. I think that's just one of those phrases where you say it, and then you're just not supposed to follow up in terms of what it means.
What do you think? It's 20%?
15, 20%? I don't know. That's Jordan Poole. But if they lose, then you still are feeling really good about the future of this organization. And to what Oscar said about, he's not going to play a whole lot next year, and this kind of plays off the conversation we had yesterday in terms of how does a young player fit in with the Warriors next year. Well, I mean, option number one is obviously that pick becomes trade bait, which we'll cross that bridge. Option number two, though, I don't think it's as like cut and dry that new young player next year has zero chance to get any minutes. If in my way of looking at it, I can't imagine Steph and Draymond could be playing the minutes loads next year that they had this year. So if you scale back their minutes a little bit, ideally, if you do this, that does create more minutes for younger, bigger, more athletic guys to get in there, theoretically, at least speak. You know what I mean there?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so potentially. Sean in Mountain View, what do you feel about the Warriors tonight? Are you hoping that they win, or are you a bad fan like Shasky and I?
Whoa, don't let me in.
Are you a bad fan like Shasky and I, and maybe okay if the Warriors do lose tonight? That's Joe Shasky and I.
I think you're talking to Jan in Mountain View.
Jan in Mountain View. Sean in Mountain View on my screen. I am so sorry, Jan. My bad.
Jan, like January, please.
Jan, you are absolutely sorry. I'm not screening phones today, so it's not on me.
It's okay. It's okay. He's all right. Don't shoot the messenger. But I have a complete and different view, and I'll be watching and I'll be, rooting, but I frankly don't think they have a bloody chance to win that game because Ty Lue has Steve Kerr's number, and he always has. And I'm sorry, but I also think that what I'm afraid of is, that they'll play the game, they'll play hard, they'll do their best and everything, but if they end up losing, then what happens? Well, I want them to keep that draft pick. What I'm afraid of is that they, just like they have in the past, they're going to do everything for Steph, and then what's going to happen? They're going to try and get LeBron, or they're going to try and get Kawhi, and guess what? We're getting older. We're trading the pick away, and I'm getting tired of it. I want this team to start playing, getting younger, and stop this, toying around with old broken down veterans that can't play every night or they get injured. I'm tired of it. Jan. I want some excitement to look forward to. This is driving me crazy. And as long as Kerr's here, and I hate to bring Steph into this, and also, I think Steph is a part of this, where he wants the draft pick traded away, and I'm tired of it. Lacob needs to, say something and we got to keep this player to help Steph instead of trading it away. Thank you.
I agree there, Jan. I think that, again, is it a high chance that the pick does get traded? I don't know if it'd be a high pick. I mean, it depends on, or a high chance. It depends on what is available there. But yeah, ideally, again, the point is
trade the pick.
It's a non-zero chance.
They need younger players.
I know. I am absolutely with you on that one.
The whole league is young.
That is why I think this game is important for the Warriors. If you take that step back here, you do put yourself in a position to get a guy who, whatever asset he is for this team next year is, I think, as Steve Kerr said yesterday on Willard and Dibs, he doesn't know what next year is going to be like. And we'll get some of the Kerr sound in a little bit too, because I think what Kerr said yesterday plays off of the conversation we had yesterday about whether or not we're seeing the last week of Steve Kerr. But you could still find talented players at 15 or later. They do exist. Yeah, I just coughed.
Oh, okay, my bad.
Yeah, it's the first time I've ever coughed in my life.
No, I just didn't know. I thought you had some hitchback throat.
Well, yeah, rather than do the Tony V and grunt into the mic, I thought I'd just, no one wants to hear me cough on air.
The ultimate grunt master out there.
There we go. I knew you were going to play it.
There you go. But you have it's simple. I'm not breaking any news here. You have a better chance of finding a better, more game-changing player in that top 11 than you are going to find at 15 or later. You're finding probably role players at that part of the draft. Warriors don't need a role player. They need a chance to find someone who can be a part of the next wave of Warriors basketball. And that starts with possibly taking that step back tonight.
I mean, there's great players. Clay was taken after the 10th pick.
11.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. In this hypothetical, Halliburton was taken after the 10th pick. There are great players that you can find. Kawhi Leonard. Now, are they more difficult? Yeah, absolutely. But we act like you can't still find a great difference-making player later on in the draft. They just need to keep their pick regardless.
Yeah. And again, I hope they do that. If they are going to trade draft picks, I'd rather they just not trade any of the draft picks, to be honest. I don't know if there's an option that allows them to upgrade the team for next year without doing that. And that's going to be a very fun task for Mike Dunleavy to figure out. Jay in the Bay, how are we feeling about the Warriors tonight? What's going on, Jay?
Jay?
How y'all doing this morning?
Doing good today, Jay.
I'm feeling good about these Warriors. I'm going to have to go with that win, though. Either way, we're going to be all right, because if we get the pick, they're going to do their best to get the best. And if we don't get the pick, I have to go with the win, because y'all got to remember, we got Steph Curry, we got Draymond, we got GP, we got Al, we got KP. Them boys are champions. These ain't no scrub, side of the road, homeless basketball player. This champion DNA coming out here tonight. And I think if they get a spark of hope or just smell a pitch of blood, they're going for the kill. They're going to put their foot on their necks. Only thing could kill us is stupid turnovers, not making your free throws, and Steve putting some crazy lineup out there. So if they focus, remember in 2022 what we did? Nobody had us winning that shit. Them boys went out there and they smelled blood and they took it. We dealing with championship DNA. We got 5 championship rings sitting on this team tonight. Them boys better smell that blood and go for it. I'm going with the win, boys. That's what I got.
Wow. Love that energy, Jay. God, Warrior fans. I love the passion they have.
I mean, bring it on, man.
Championship DNA.
I mean, they do technically have championship DNA. Once you're a champion, that does never leave you. That is for life. That being said, that's not going to make or break things anyway.
Jazz this year. They've lost to the
Kings multiple times. They've gotten abused by the Trailblazers like it was their job. Now, granted, the Blazers have shown that you should take them more seriously than not. But again, it just comes down to this year is a lost cause. It has been a lost cause ever since.
You could salvage it tonight.
No, you're salvaging nothing.
You really are that down. Just the other day, you're telling me anything with Steph is possible.
Not this year, though. No, this year it became a wash. The truth is, Shasky, and this is why I'm not saying that they did tank this year, even though they did play like a tanking team.
I give them a shot tonight.
One, they got off to a late start to tank. I mean, by the time that Jimmy went down, or the time when Steph went down, they were already locked in the 8th seed, and they were 7.5 games up on the Mavericks, which was the first team, and they were the 11th spot in the West at that time. Simply put, they had no other option but to try and play for a play-in spot. I wonder if Steph and Jimmy had went down on December 30th, rather than, January, was it that night in January? I try not to remember it that night in January that Jimmy went down. 19th. Again, I try not to remember that Monday night. It was not a fun night. Because Miami lost that night as well. And then Steph went down on January 30th. If all that had taken place in December, I kind of wonder if maybe the Warriors would have pivoted and maybe try to tank out of this play-in game and try and get this draft pick. They didn't have the opportunity to do it, so I'm not going to say they had a real tank, but the reality is, Shasky, is any chance of this season becoming anything of, remembrance basically died when Jimmy went down. If Jimmy doesn't go down, it's a completely different season and a completely different conversation that we're talking about right now.
But prior to the Jimmy thing, did you feel great about him?
Let me answer this question with another question. No, I'm dead serious here. If we were going into this game tonight and everybody was healthy, including Jimmy Butler, are you feeling a little bit better overall about this team? I feel like it's
really uphill to not just win this one, but also win the next one and then be ready to turn around less than 48 hours later.
I think if Jimmy had stayed healthy, if everybody had stayed healthy, they're not in the 9-10 game. I think they could have made a push for the 6, but I think they're absolutely in that 7-8 game. And again, if you're in that 7-8 game, I think you're looking at this a lot differently.
I told you that the record, they would have to have won 9 games more than what they ended up winning. At any point were they, showing you that they could be 9 games better than what they ended. Now, look, the bottom fell out when they went 12-25.
Again, maybe they're not the 7 seed, but if they could have been the 8 seed over the Blazers, you need only 6 more wins.
Yeah, but it would still be a long shot.
I think that would have sounded a lot more plausible if you had Steph and Jimmy healthy for the entire season.
I'm not denying that.
They went 10-22 after Steph went down. I mean, 16-16 after Steph went during that same stretch with Steph and Jimmy. In theory, in this hypothetical, this is my point. But
this Jimmy went down thing. Jimmy got hurt in the playoffs also last year. Jimmy got hurt the year before that. Steph got hurt multiple times last year. Old players get hurt.
And that's where I think this season just became kind of a lost cause.
Who's to say that he wouldn't have gotten some sort of other muscle injury later on? We do this thing had they been healthy? Well, look, older teams don't stay healthy.
Yeah. Well, this kind of goes into, I think, the unfortunate truth of next year's team, which I think there's going to be some changes to the roster. There has to be some changes to the roster, but we're going to be sitting around waiting all next year for hopefully these guys to stay healthy as well. And that's where I think, again, the tactical retreat that the Warriors can do tonight, if it gets you a younger player to inject into the rotation a little bit more, because I think I said this to you the other day, I don't know if it was on air or not, the way they've been using Draymond Green in his minutes the last few games, the way they've been using Steph Curry in his minutes the last few games, I think that's the blueprint to use Draymond next year. I don't know what Steph's minutes are going to look like. What's he averaging right now minutes-wise? So far this season, but whatever he's doing right now in terms of minutes per game, I'm going to pull that up here really quickly. Steph's averaging about 30 minutes per game this season. Do you think you can knock that down to 27 minutes a game next year? With more off days too? Again, you laugh, but if you're trying to nickel and dime this together.
43 games this year.
My guess is he'll probably play 55 next year.
Okay.
Just off the rip right here. Draymond Green, same thing.
I think to Steiny's point yesterday, Steiny made a really good point. And this is the part I think Warrior fans are really having a hard time coming to grips with. If Steph is still the most important, if he's the sun, right, in the universe, in the solar system, right, which he's still so bright and he's, provides heat and all the great things that the sun provides. But he's going to burn out. Because you're asking him to do too much at an age where his body cannot sustain what you're demanding from him. You need someone else to help provide some of the light. In this scenario, he can still be an unbelievable planet and an occasional sun.
Yeah.
But you're asking him to be the sun and they don't have any other planets revolving around him to be able to help them out. They've got a bunch of moons, but the moon is not a planet.
Yep.
In the sense of sustaining life and doing what Earth does. And so, if he's still your best player next year, I'm not, and this is a knock on him. I just don't think the team around them is good enough for that to be an excellent squad.
It's a situation next year. We'll get the injury report in just a moment. It's a situation next year where basically it's just everything's going to have to go right. And it's not an ideal situation because rarely do things ever go completely right in an NBA season. The only time I could think of a season going completely right was that 14-15 season. That was the season where everything went right for the Warriors. Those things don't happen very often, so they're going to have to really plan ahead for next year. If that means scaling back Steph Curry. Nick Friedel, who's going to be joining us this Friday this week, he was also on with Willard and Dibbs yesterday, he said this, like, it's shorter bursts, less minutes, shorter bursts. That's, I think, going to be the key next year, and that's going to cost you games at times. And that's why I've said, Shasky, I hate that we're looking ahead to next year on the hours before tonight's play-in game, but I think that's just the reality of where the Warriors are at right now. If you could just be respectable up until the last 2-ish months of the season and then try and make a push into the playoffs like they did last year, that's probably your best chance to finish out this Steph run in a way that at least makes people feel good and warm and happy inside as they go into the dark.
There's no happy ending. People want championships on the way out.
So you're not getting a championship on the end.
Yeah, but they don't. They're not ready to concede that. I do want to break down the Clippers tonight, Warriors Clippers, and give you some of the stuff that's happened earlier this year.
Okay, I also want to get into just how the minutes can be allocated tonight too, because
everyone's going to play.
Well, everyone's going to play, but for how long though? Injury report. Harrison Bader has been dealing with a minor hamstring injury that forced him out of the lineup yesterday for the Giants yet again. That's 2 games in a row that Bader has missed now with this hamstring injury. Bader right now is listed as day-to-day, and at this moment, it does not appear as if an injury list stint will be necessary. Stay tuned, though, because that could change. Baseball's fickle that way. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. You are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM, and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app, and we are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. And don't forget, the Morning Roast is presented by the San Francisco Fire Credit Union, banking for heroes and anyone who wants to be treated like one. In 1 hour, we will have Bonte Hill joining us in studio, sort of, presented by Ceremony Ford, your Bay Area Ford store.
So, Clippers tonight.
Remember last year they had Harden, they had Zubac, they had Kawhi, and they went off in that fourth quarter and in overtime, and the Warriors couldn't stop them, and they ended up qualifying for the playoffs, and the Warriors were stuck in the play-in.
Jonathan Kuminga was sitting on an exercise bike the whole game.
I love Zubac. I mean, I don't know, whatever.
Honestly, I'm with you on the I love Zubac. I wanted Zubac on the Warriors.
He's solid. He's a solid player.
No, he's a big, the Warriors could have absolutely used.
They had a tough time guarding both Kawhi Leonard and James Harden in that game.
Well, I've always told you,
excellent.
I've always told you, I think Kawhi Leonard was literally designed in a lab by the basketball gods to destroy the Warriors.
This year, let's just go the last couple matchups. Forget the final one at the end of the year where nobody played. They faced each other in a game earlier this year where Steph and Jimmy Butler played. Okay? And Steph went for 27. Jimmy went for 24. GP2 went for 14. No one else had double-digit scoring in that game. Al Horford was not good in that game, and the Warriors ended up losing. That was the debut of Garland for the season. Remember, he had missed a bunch of time and came back. They had already gotten rid of Harden. Kawhi Leonard went 0 for 8 from 3 in that game. He was not that efficient. They threw a variety of guys at him. Draymond, GP2, Jimmy took a chance on him for a little while. Moody was healthy and available. They threw him on him. A lot of these guys aren't even going to be available. Jimmy's not available anymore. Moody's not available anymore. So I wonder, what are they going to throw? Gee was a plus 13 in that first game. He was, relatively good, but he only played 11, 12 minutes. He's going to play a bigger factor. Later on in the year, after Steph and Steph and Jimmy aren't playing, they ended up playing, and Clippers won the first one. The second one, this was in March, 114,
March 2nd,
101. Chris Dunn had a really good game in that game. Kawhi Leonard was extremely efficient. Derrick Jones Jr. made some plays in it.
They got some great production from the bench.
Mathurin was excellent.
Yeah, Mathurin, they gave him some great production off the bench there. Darius Garland scored 12 points off the bench in that one. And Nate Williams for the Warriors dropped 18 points off the bench. And you're probably going to get some big minutes from Nate Williams tonight, too, because that's just where things are at with the Warriors.
Melton did not shoot well.
No.
At all in the last time that they faced him. The length and some of their younger athletes bothered them. But Pods went off. Now,
Is that something that could happen tonight if they're hitting the three? They don't shoot the three well down in L.A. Draymond Green has had a tough time scoring against them, but overall, I think defensively he's been okay. Moody, again, was one of the bright spots in that game, even though he didn't shoot from three well. Horford was better in this game. This isn't a great matchup for them.
No, everyone on the Clippers is got a history of being a bad matchup for the Warriors, and that includes the coach, Ty Lue, who, for whatever reason, he's a guy who I used to think one way about him and has completely flipped since then. For whatever reason, he has figured out ways to vex and befuddle Steve Kerr in these important games here. And, I mean, it was the 2019 run in that first round. Ty Lue was the coach of that Clippers team. It was a Clippers team that was basically a supporting cast with no stars. And they still stole 2 games in that first round series against the Warriors. And it was a very weird series, the fact that it lasted so far. And I give Ty Lue the credit there. You brought up the game, the 2016 finals. Ty Lue's first year coaching the Cavs. Granted, I think certain things beyond anyone's control.
Gotta give him credit, dude. He coached. I thought he outcoached Kerr for 4 straight games.
Yeah, no, he coached the hell out of the game. Now, I do think that missing Andrew Bogut the last 2.5 games, missing Draymond Green in Game 5, Draymond's tentative play in Game 6, a lot of things played into that 3-1 collapse besides just the coaching, but the coaching was a part of it.
He's a good coach.
He is. No, he is. I used to think he was just another LeBron patsy. Like, I call it the chaperone. You know, like you just need the adult to get the kids into the water park. That's all you need. No, Ty Lue is actually legit as a coach. He's a great defensive coach. And what I like about it is he's great at what Kerr is really good at, managing the personalities on the team and keeping the team focused and in the right direction here. And for a Clippers team, they got to a horrible start this year, the Clippers did. I forget what the record was to start the year, but it was really, really bad. And they flipped their season around. And you got to give Ty Lue credit for that. You mentioned Kawhi, though, again. Kawhi didn't play in that last game of the year. Draymond didn't play in that last game of the year. That's probably going to be the matchup tonight, right?
No, they're going to have to throw the kitchen sink at Kawhi. It cannot be just Draymond.
Well, Draymond's got to do, I assume, got to do the lion's share.
It's going to be GP2. Yeah. It's going to be Draymond. It's going to be, I bet they throw Melton on him for a while. I bet they put a bigger body and Gee on him, and that I don't love that matchup at all.
No.
I mean, I don't even know how many minutes Curry's going to play. He played since returning from the knee injury, he played 29 minutes on Sunday. Is he over 30?
Well, so this is from Anthony Slater. This was on Monday. Slater tweeted out, Steve Kerr thinks that Steph Curry can stretch to at least 30 minutes in the play-in game on Wednesday night versus the Clippers, and hopefully more. He said last night Curry would not play 40. Curry said Friday he thinks he'll be able to push for a few more than planned. Let me just ask you right off the rip here, Shasky. Tie game, 3 minutes left. Steph's sitting at 31 minutes. What do you do?
You're playing him.
You are.
What? Like, right. Of course, you're playing him.
So would you push past?
I'd be surprised if it's a tie game with 3 minutes to go. Well, I really think they're going to have a tough time guarding Garland. Mathurin has crushed them off the dribble over and over again. And Kawhi, I think the Garland-Kawhi combination is going to be very interesting. If Garland has a good to great game, I think they're in big trouble.
Yeah, I agree.
It's been really hard for them to stop over the years.
This whole team is just full of guys who have been difficult for the Warriors to stop over the years. Steve Kerr was on with Willard and Dibbs yesterday. If you missed that interview, you can check it out on YouTube or on the free Odyssey app. Kerr talked about the minutes restrictions for tonight.
It's not like, hey, we want to limit this person, to a certain number of minutes. It's literally that person cannot play that many minutes. This is all about health. You have to be mindful of health as you play these games, and you have to be mindful of how many minutes can a guy play and be expected to be effective. So that's really what we're facing. Al has only been back for 2 games, and he's 39, and he's probably 24 minutes max. If we tried to play him much more than that, I think it's diminishing returns, and probably say the same thing about several guys. So it's not about how badly we want to win. It's just how many minutes guys can literally play and stay effective.
And hence is just the current state of the Warriors. And that's why I have a really hard time I know they want to win tonight, but the curse, this is just not a team that I think is just really cut out to be handling playoff caliber basketball right now.
The problem is that they've set themselves up where they're boxed in. Only meaningful basketball games matter. And now we get to a meaningful basketball game, and they're like, well, Like that, right? Like, how else am I supposed to interpret that?
Mm-hmm. Well, that's where I think that's like how I said it. I think this season just became a wash. At some point after the Jimmy injury or during the Steph injury, the longer the Steph injury took for him to get healthier, it just kept pushing it and pushing it and pushing it. The more and more it just became like this just became a lost season. And the way they've geared this with the contracts and everything, it's this year and next year. And this year became a wash. And honestly, I see no purpose in overextending this team for a game that clearly does not have the meaning that it's supposed to have for this team in compromising next year. That's why it just makes the most logical sense, shout out Spock, to take this step back tonight to set you up for the future.
Look, I look at their team and I'm like, the Clippers, there's so many random guys that I actually do worry about. Like I brought up Garland and whatnot earlier and Mathurin, but like Sanders, done. Sanders was going at it with a bunch of Warrior players, in particular GP2 the other day. Obviously, the Kawhi thing is just, it hangs over everything. But Batum's a solid player. Like, I know he's a shell of himself. He can come in and give them some productive minutes.
I've always had a healthy respect for Batum.
Yeah, even though he's an older player. Like, I don't like this matchup at all.
No, it's probably the worst matchup that they could have gotten out of. Oh, no, actually, no, Portland was probably a pretty bad matchup.
Is Porzingis going to, like, play like a man on fire tonight?
He kind of has to.
Or is he just going to be... I'm bombing from three, and if it's not falling, I'm just going to settle for it.
I feel like he's the guy because I don't know what his minutes are going to look like tonight. I don't know if you do put him on a minutes restriction. That would really suck. But he's the guy, like, if you want to be part of these plans next year, Kristaps, like, I kind of need you to show out tonight.
So what would your starting lineup be?
My starting lineup right now, we did this exercise last week, but I'll refresh it here. I'm going a little bit bigger out the jump here because I want to counter the size that I'm anticipating the Clippers throwing at this team. So to start things out here, I got Steph and Pods are going to be my backcourt. And then I'm going Dre, Kristaps, and Al.
The spacing is just, woof.
Well, yeah, I mean, Steph and Pods and Kristaps, and Al, he could stretch it out a little bit. So, yeah, I'm going for a little bit, trying to get some spacing there a little bit with this lineup. I don't know, maybe you could switch them out for Pods.
Kawhi?
You probably got Draymond starting out on Kawhi there.
So if Dre gets two quick ones,
then you're going to be bringing in GP2 or Gee early on here.
I think I go Steph, Melton, Dre, KP, and probably Gee.
I don't hate that either. I don't hate that, yeah.
I don't think Al's going to start this game.
I know, probably.
Especially on a minutes restriction.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be curious to see how much Bassey we're going to see tonight, too. He's probably going to get some very key minutes. Again, a guy that they found on the scrap heap 3 weeks ago is going to be a key contributor for this team. It's the writing is on the wall for just what the situation is for this team. Let's pick this conversation up on the other side here. We're going to hear more from Steve Kerr in terms of the minutes restriction for Steph Curry. Warrior fans, 888-957-9570 is the number. Is it necessary that the Warriors win this game tonight, or is it maybe a little bit better that they take the tactical loss tonight against the Clippers? And how would you handle Steph Curry's minutes restriction? Would you blow through it if it meant a chance to win the game? We'll discuss that and more on the other side. What's coming up? The game is sponsored by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Are you thinking about new windows? What if you could install a floor-to-ceiling masterpiece of the outdoors? Well, Golden State Lumber and Strom is now offering the Marvin Vivid Collection. Imagine bold, modern designs with expansive direct glaze glass in sizes up to 10 by 10 feet, or consider sliding panel doors as wide as 22 feet. Golden State respects the fact that Marvin Vivid windows and doors offer a high-performance, meeting or exceeding Energy Star V7 standards. Built with Ultrex fiberglass, they are 8 times stronger than vinyl. Styles include open casement windows, awnings, and specialty shapes. For doors, you can select sliding, hinged, French interior sliders, and bifold doors. Talk with the Golden State showroom representative about how you can incorporate the Marvin Vivid line in your next home or remodel project. GoldenStateLumber.com is where you need to start if you want to achieve that wow factor. Find convenient locations across the Bay Area. For over 70 years, Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
Hello, San Francisco Bay Area. Bank of America, in partnership with Visa, invites you to a FIFA World Cup 26 watch party. Open an eligible Bank of America checking account in participating financial centers only for an opportunity to reserve 2 complimentary tickets while supplies last. Experience special musical guests, games, giveaways, food, and more, all at a legendary venue. Learn more at BofA.com/BofA Visa Watch Party. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 26. Bank of America and a member FDIC. Terms apply. All rights reserved.
What's up, cousin?
I want a new phone. Have you seen any good deals?
Everyone has free phones, but when I switched to T-Mobile, I got more value and so much more.
Like streaming included.
And travel benefits.
And the best part? The price of your talk, text, and data is guaranteed for 5 years. Get more benefits and more value. At T-Mobile, families save and get a 5-year price guarantee. Switch now at T-Mobile.com. Qualifying plan requires price guarantee on talk, text, and data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. See T-Mobile.com.
Elevate your kitchen at the Mila Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. Out of your dreams and into your kitchen. Select the qualifying built-in kitchen appliance package that is right for you. With unrivaled technology and luxury-grade quality, when you bring home a Mila, you're bringing home true innovation. Now, for a limited time, save up to 10% with the purchase of a qualifying Mila kitchen package. Visit the Mila Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
The basketball playoffs are right around the corner, and now you can trade every game on Kalshi. You can also trade on who wins each series, the conference finals, and the championship on Kalshi. You're trading against other people in a live market. No house, no odds makers, and as the odds move, you can buy in or out anytime throughout the postseason. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code FAN to get $10 when you trade $10. Kalshi. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
The draft is here. Catch 95.7 The Game live Thursday, April 23rd with Willard and Dibbs from 2 to 6 at the Draft Sports Pub in Pleasanton. Watch every pick and talk football with us. Presented by Ashby Lumber and Marvin. Thoughtfully designed for the way you live.
Powerful doesn't just happen. You have to make it happen. So the moment Total Wireless offers a free Samsung S25 FE with Galaxy AI, when you switch to Total 5G or 5G Plus Unlimited 3-month plan, you take the network as powerful as you, with unlimited 5G data that won't slow you down. Now that's a total power move. Visit your neighborhood Total Wireless store. Device taxes and fees may apply. Requires new activation on a Total 5G Unlimited 3-month plan or higher. External port-in and ID verification. Available only in Total Wireless stores. Limit to 4 devices per account.
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis.
Control is everything to me.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Another app for inventory, one for CRM. Oh, don't forget accounting. Wait, which login was that?
Or you could use Odoo, one fully integrated system that does it all without the hassle. Ditch the app overload. Get everything your business needs on one platform. Try Odoo free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Bay Area, it's Stephen Curry. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios on 95.7 The Game.
Hello there, Steph. You got a big game tonight. I wonder how many minutes you're going to play. Hopefully not too many, because you're on a minutes restriction. Warriors play the Clippers tonight in the 9-10 play-in game. And it's not just any Wednesday here on the Morning Roast. It's a Warriors Wednesday here on the Morning Roast. And Warriors Wednesday is brought to you by Freeman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live working vignettes. Love the live working vignettes. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. Warriors Clippers tonight at 7 o'clock. Don't forget Warriors Live with one of Mark Grandy or Evan Giddings is going to be at 6 o'clock. My guess is it's going to be Grandy because that's just easier for him to do. And man, you know who might be low-key hoping that the Warriors season ends tonight? It might be our boy Mark Grandy. Boy, he might need a minutes restriction.
He was telling me I'm way wrong. Kerr's coming back no matter what.
I don't know about no matter what.
Look, I love you, Mark.
I don't know if I would go no matter what on that one.
No, I think he's of the belief that Kerr's coming back. I just don't see it. I don't see it. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, and if I'm wrong, I'll wear egg all over my face, and y'all can be right.
It'd be the first time you've ever been wrong about anything.
Well, I'm wrong all the time. You give opinions for a decade straight on air every single week for 40 hours a week. You're going to be wrong. Who's wrong? You're going to be wrong.
No,
and then you wear it, and then you move on.
Let's talk about this.
I'm also going to be right every now and then.
It's something that sits in the back of my mind, Shasky, as I try to kick off my burgeoning radio sports talk career. Like, I don't want to be right on things. I don't want people to think that I'm just some dingle.
Nobody cares.
No, I don't want people to think I'm just some dingleberry sitting on the mic spewing stuff into the air for people to listen to. But so I try to get stuff right. But here's the other thing I've noticed when it comes to sports talk. Who are the most successful people in sports talk? Colin Cowherd, Stephen A. Smith, Skip Bayless, love him or hate him, Kendrick Perkins.
I would argue none of them is in sports talk. They're all in television.
But they talk sports for a living on TV. Yeah. They're like, those are probably some of the biggest names out. They're wrong all the time. Like it's almost like they're paid to be wrong.
Well, that's what makes them fun and
entertainer.
Who did you grow up in this market with?
Growing up in this market in the morning, I listened to Gary Radnich in the morning a lot.
Can you remember anything Gary Radnich predicted or thought that was way right or way wrong?
Oh, God, no, not at all.
Yeah, it was entertaining, right?
Yeah.
That's all that matters.
And that's what we try to be here, too.
Have fun.
I like to
call it like you see it.
I like to educate our audience, too. Like, if they can come away from, because, again, I'm going to be filling in for Joe Spadoni. This is Sam Lubman, by the way, for those who are like, what the heck's his weird voice? I'm going to be filling in for Spadoni for the next couple weeks. And my goal every show, Joe, is I just want our listeners to come away going, I learned something insightful today. Well, and that's why I brought up my story about the Battle of Brooklyn in George Washington earlier. Of course, Grandy liked to learn about sports, but hey, you win some, you lose some.
I just try to keep it real off what I see that day. And if I see something that day, I bring it up. And if it's wrong a week from now because things change, that happens. Yeah. I don't know. No. Like, for example, Fitz is like, social media. I was listening to him with Steiny and Goo, and I'm paraphrasing.
Yeah.
Social media is useless. Well, yeah, you've been with your job for 30 years. If you were an up-and-coming broadcaster and you were 21 years old, all right, you would almost have to have social media. So it's easy from you, from your perch and from where you are currently to sit down at everyone else who's younger and say, social media is terrible. And
I mean, it is, but
it's a necessary evil for younger people. Like, I see someone like Evan and Risotto and yourself, and you guys are trying to get on the air somewhere full time or whatever. Like, you have to have social media to be able to put your presence out there. I think it's a lot easier for someone who again, he celebrated his 30th year on television to be like, yep, I don't even acknowledge it. Well, no, the current landscape, if you were talking to a bunch of 17-year-olds, is you're going to have to learn to navigate it somehow, some way. And so, is there some perils and some things that suck about it? Absolutely. Are there some awesome things? Yeah, I've met a lot of great people through social media.
Oh, yeah.
Like a ton. I hear from people every single day that I would never have had a chance because they're too afraid to call or whatever. And they're like, hey, I really appreciate you getting me through this time in my life. I'm sending you a message. And then I'll message them back I really appreciate you taking the time to send that. So, everybody looks at the negative stuff on social media, but there is some positive.
I'm one of those people, first off, I'm so jealous of the people who don't need to be on social media. God, that must be a nice life. But I'm one of those people, Shasky, especially because I'm on Twitter so often, unfortunately, that as much as I want it gone, then every now and then there's just an event that pops up where Twitter is just cracking jokes left and right. I'm like, God, no, you can't get rid of this app. It's the greatest app ever. But anyway, enough of that little therapy session there. I want to talk about this game tonight, though.
Well, I'm getting back to keeping it real. Going back to the radio thing. Let me just land this plan real quick.
Sure.
I got sidetracked on the social media. So, look, everyone has different prerogatives, and you're going to be more biased based on how close you are to a situation, and you're going to see it how you see it. Tonight, I have a hard time seeing the Warriors win.
I do, too.
I love the Warriors, all right? They have showed... To me, they're a team that I can't rely on any aspect of their game night to night.
Nope.
Not the shooting, not the defense, not the rotations. I don't even know who the starting lineup is.
Sounds like the Giants.
They played, and I made sure I wrote this down. Let me just, 17 minutes with Draymond, Kristaps, and Steph in a 2-game period.
Oh, which is comical because
so how can I have a feel for what they're going to do tonight, right? And how can anyone have a feel for what they're going to do tonight? Now, I look at the Clippers. After they made a bunch of trades, they were one of the best teams in the NBA. I believe they were like a 52-18 or something like that.
They went on a massive run, yeah.
They went on this crazy run, whatever the number was. I might have it all messed up. They have also owned the Warriors in a lot of prior matchups.
They 9 of the last 10 of the last 11, something absurd like that.
And I'll give NBC Bay Area the credit on this because they put the graphic up on the air. The Warriors are 2-9 overall versus the Clippers since 2023. That would be the Warriors' worst stretch versus any Western Conference team. The Warriors are 1-10 on the road versus the Clippers. That would be their worst versus any other Western Conference team. They've lost 8 straight on the road to the Clippers. So I look at this matchup, and yeah, there might not be a Zubac or a Harden like there have been in some of those prior matchups. Heck, even Kawhi didn't play in some of those prior matchups. But for whatever reason, they can't beat the Clippers.
I don't get it at all. I do kind of get it, Shask. I do kind of get it.
Younger and faster.
Well, they're younger and faster. And again, they got the coaching kryptonite of Steve Kerr and Ty Lue. And I don't know, maybe it's a conversation for another day, but just we've had some great coaches here in the Bay Area, great coaches, great managers and whatnot. It's almost like, is Ty Lue to Steve Kerr almost like what Sean McVay is to Kyle Shanahan, almost in terms of just that coaching foible that is able to just trip you up.
Now I would put McDonald in there.
Yeah, Mike McDonald there as well.
But
Bruce Bochy, I don't think really had that kind of.
Roberts got him at the end.
Roberts a little bit towards the end. Yeah. Though I thought that the last 2016 season, I think still Bochy had a little edge on Roberts there, but I think the team played a role of that as well. But again, I'm sure Bill Walsh had Bill
Parcells and Bill Belichick owned him. Him. And Gibbs for a time gave him trouble, and so that's how it works. Good coaches strategize and counter and make counters to your counters.
And every great coach has a kryptonite somewhere out there. And unfortunately, the Warriors are playing literally a team that is built with Warriors kryptonite. So, and what makes things even more complicated is the minutes restrictions that we're going to be putting on these guys tonight. And Steve Kerr joined Willard and Dibbs yesterday. Again, go back on the free Odyssey app and listen to it. Last segment we played about the clip that Kerr said about the minutes restrictions. It's about the health and maximizing what you can get out of these guys, because after a certain amount of time, if you play them too long, their performance is going to go in the other way and it becomes a lost cause. What if they had longer for Steph to recover? Would have he been able to play in the game tonight a little bit more?
If we had another couple of weeks of Steph recovering from his absence, he'd be able to play more minutes. But this is just the reality of where he is, where Al is, Kristaps, and like I said, we can get BP up into the high 30s if we want. Melton's capable of playing some good minutes. Guy Santos as well. So we throw all that into the hopper, and we figure out a plan, and we go from there. And then, the guys coming off the bench, it'll just depend on how the game's going, and we'll read it and react accordingly.
One thing that is just going to be so obvious tonight,
They're going to bomb away from the three-point land. They've been doing it all year.
No, that's the entire NBA.
No. This team in particular shoots 50% or more of their threes. More of their field goal attempts are from the three-point land.
Yeah.
Like that is reality. If they're not shooting well from beyond the arc, I think it's going to be a blowout. I'm very worried. Very worried. I don't see how they keep this a close game without shooting the lights out.
The only reason I can see them keeping it a close game is because, as Jay said, Jay in the Bay, as you called in earlier, they do have championship DNA. I still again, you are a champion for life. These guys have the know-how.
Do you think Kristaps has championship DNA? Even though he won a title? I'm just asking.
Not on the level of Steph and Draymond.
Okay. But how did that help them last year?
Well, no, I think that only gets you so far. The know-how only gets you so far. And I'll say if the Warriors and Clippers were more evenly matched, let's say they were, this was a 4-5 matchup in a playoff series.
It's a 9-10.
I know. I'm just saying hypothetically in terms of where I would give, you know what? Let me rephrase this example here. Warriors-Rockets last year, when the Rockets were charging back from down 3-1, the Warriors almost choked it away, but they still held on and won it. I gave that series victory. I'll give the credit for that series victory to the championship medal and DNA that the Warriors had, being able to hold their stuff together in crunch time when the moments matter the most.
Why does it have to be just? I'm not saying
this is a.
Why does it have to be championship DNA? Because Jimmy never won a championship, and he's just a great player. Yeah, I consider him like a winner. We don't have to say championship.
Winning DNA.
Just winner. Just
my overall point is that I do.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I know. But
I'm
my
equivalent on the championship DNA part.
Yeah, we can focus in on that one word there. I think that's an overthinking on it there, but I get what you're getting at there. It's veteran savvy. What if I called it that? So, teams that have been on the big stage before are more capable of handling their things together on the big stage. That's basically what I'm getting at with that. And that's why I would have wanted the Spurs in the first round, because I think that's much like 2013 when the young Warriors took on the veteran Spurs. You said that, Mark Jackson had that team ready to take him out. I think they had no chance against that Spurs team because the Spurs were a team that knew how to handle that series, and the Warriors were just playing, you know what? Hey, we're just having fun. We're happy to be here. We're starting something new. We've already accomplished our goals this year. So that's the difference. Fortunately, the Clippers, they kind of have all that kind of metal in them as well with this roster. And
look, Kawhi is, if you're going to go championship DNA, is there anybody who's more of a legend killer than him?
No, he is literally the smiter of dynasties.
Yeah, and
his
might be his best season.
The pelts on his wall. He's got the Heat dynasty, he's got the Warriors dynasty, he's got the Spurs run. He has ended a lot of runs for a lot of really good teams.
And they have failed to even slow him down.
Yeah.
In all of the big time matchups.
He would be such a great Warrior.
If he doesn't hurt himself, the playoff series, 10 years ago, you just never know.
Oh, yeah.
I still think they were going to win.
That first half against the...
he was amazing.
Then Zaza, he landed on his foot, or Kawhi landed on Zaza's foot and changed everything there. But let's go to the lines here a little bit. Who do you want to talk to? Let's talk to Dre in the city.
What's up, Dre?
How you feeling about the Warriors tonight?
I'm feeling okay, but I just want to say this, all the talk that we've heard the last few days around, should the Warriors, try to win and get through these next two playing games and get to the first round with OKC when we all know that, it's not a good shot for them to win, to go all the way and all this stuff. Here's my three reasons against that. You ready? Number one, we've all been missing watching Steph play for the last few months. If we can get him through these next two games and then into the first round series with OKC, everybody wants to watch that. Everybody wants to watch that. That will be primetime TV.
But I agree with you. I'll let you finish the other two parts. Watching him on Sunday, hobbling around a little, had me very worried for what a 7-game series would look like.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah. No, obviously we want to protect him, and the injury is, we want to make sure that we're, minute restriction and everything. But even just getting to see him play 6 minutes a quarter, whatever it is, that's worth it, right? Okay, number one. Number two, I really think that there's value for the young guys in getting that first round playoff experience. I just heard, Steph yesterday say his first round, when he first was in the playoffs, that first half of the game was a blur to him, right? Let Podziemski and let these younger guys, feel the big lights and get on the big stage, even if we know we're going to lose that series. But the third, and this is, I think, the most important, if we're gonna try to land a Giannis next year, right? If we're gonna try to do something big, Does it look good if we say, oh, we got bounced in the play-in, right? Like nobody, like Giannis doesn't want to come to a play-in team that got bounced. He wants to come to at least a team that had a respectable exit.
But one second.
Okay.
Would it even matter if you're going to uproot, half the team and their picks and everything just to get them? Like, it doesn't even matter what you did last year. Like, you really think a play-in, you think the difference from a player wanting to play here is like, oh, they won the play-in. Oh, my God. Now I really want to play next year. Like, that feels a little aggressive.
They won the play-in, but hopefully put up a decent fight against OKC. Obviously, we're not going to beat OKC, but, you get a win or two. It's respectable.
I get what Dre's getting at there.
That bottom part, I think, I disagree on the third one. I get what he's saying. I think that's grasping at straws.
No, I'm with you there. I see where Dre's coming from. Because, you do want to showcase to the rest of the league this is a wagon you want to hitch your own wagon to. I don't know if the play-in or a 4 or 5 game series against the Thunder is going to sway anybody one way or the other. I mean, maybe they have a great showing tonight, Steph, Kristaps, and Draymond, but they still do it in a loss. And it's in a way, that's why I said it's in a loss, but it's in a way that makes you think, you know what? That maybe I'm the missing piece on this team if you're a player out there. Like I said yesterday, I think your best case scenario, or one of your best case scenarios, because there's always multiple, is you lose tonight, but you feel like, man, we are a Jimmy away from being something more interesting. Steve said something.
But Jimmy's not available till February.
I can't believe it's going to take that long for him.
Well, he's 37 years old. Like, what?
I know, but I sometimes, Shasky, I like to live in denial.
Melton came back from an ACL injury, and it was a full year, right?
I want to replay the clip from Kerr that we just played a minute ago because he said something in there that made me really kind of appreciate Steve Kerr a little bit more. Here it is.
We had another couple of weeks of Steph recovering from his absence. He'd be able to play more minutes, but this is just the reality of where he is, where Al is, Kristaps, and like I said, we can get BP.
I'll stop it right there because the word he said, it's the reality of where things are at right now. No, and this is something I do appreciate with Steve Kerr, and it's a thing that I think pisses a lot of people off also about Steve Kerr is I do love there is a brutal honesty in Steve Kerr's delivery, especially this year. And I do appreciate it because I think he's right. This is the reality of this team. Like we're talking about, we want to play meaningful games, but we got a meaningful game and we can't be meaningful in this game because we have to limit our minutes tonight. And it's so easy, like, no, meaningful games. We have to lean in on this meaningful game. But I do appreciate that Steve Kerr can basically be open and being like, we got to take the unpopular road here. We got to be honest with ourselves and just be like, you know what? We're not in a situation to where we can be playing these guys the minutes that fans want to see them played. And sometimes one of the hardest things to do, Shasky, is, and again, we were discussing this yesterday, is just assessing the reality of the moment and being honest with where you're at. And you don't want to be in these situations that the Warriors are in where you have to limit minutes in a do or die game. You don't want to be that. There's no real solution when you are in those situations, but the reality is you're not supposed to be in these situations. And when you're in these situations, you got to be honest with yourself and make the best with what little lemons you have to work with to make your lemonade. And I have an appreciation that Kerr does that. It's not fun to listen to. I think it's pissed off a lot of fans this year, how honest he is with it. But I do think it's important. You have to acknowledge the reality of the situation.
But like you also have to see, like, now I'm thinking about not just for this year, but also next year, right? Like, and I get what you're saying. If I was a naysayer at the beginning of the year, I'd be like, you guys are so old. You're never going to get consistency in the lineup. Guys are going to get hurt because they're older. And then you're going to be resting guys so much throughout the year, you're never going to build any continuity whatsoever. And then come the end of the year, you're still not going to be right? Why? Because old teams don't win. What has played out this year? Literally every one of those things, which sucks, but that's the reality. And now I'm thinking about next year. So we're going to go older next year? And we're going to hope that we thread the needle of health?
Ideally not.
And continuity?
This is going to be the last massive offseason that the Warriors have for a very, very long time.
Until the next one.
Well, no, because I am of the belief that next year is the hard stop on all of this. Like,
yeah, but
maybe it should be this year.
Steph signs a 2-year extension after this year, right? This offseason, because he's eligible for one. And he takes, let's say, $20 million a year. I'm just going hypothetical here.
I'll be honest. I'm sorry I'm cutting you off. I just don't know if I'd want that.
What do you mean?
Like, I don't know if I want to extend guys beyond next year because then that creates...
Steph Curry? For a third of a max? Yeah, I would do it yesterday.
But we're not doing the do whatever for Steph, though. I mean, I want Steph to be a warrior for his entire career as much as anybody.
That signals where he's at in his life and in his career.
Do you think Steph would do that? You think he would kind of take the step back and be like, you know what, I'll be on this team, but it's not going to be all about me?
I think that's... Once this season's over, we'll talk about his extension. I think that's probably the most important thing, looking at the future forward. How much money is he going to take? How long is he willing to take it?
How much
is he going to go year to year? Like, I think all that matters.
Yeah. And again, I'd love to see Steph retire a Warrior. If he has to do, God, I don't know if I'd want him to do the Udonis Haslem thing, but I think he's a better player than that. But listen, again, it'd be interesting to see again just how Steph is going to be utilized going forward here. But I do appreciate just the Kerr being brutally honest with the situation that we're in here. Sean, he's usually in LA, but today he's calling from Chicago. Sean, how's it going today, man? How's the Windy City? Is it windy?
Hey,
there's that wind. I can hear it.
The Windy City is great. Hey, yeah, the Windy City is great. I just said I'm in LA, but I'm originally from Chicago because we got the Steve Kerr, Jimmy Butler connection. So I like to say that.
So you're back in Chicago.
But yeah, no, I'm currently in LA. I'm originally from Chicago.
All right.
Okay. Yeah. But anyways, as far as I just wanted to hit on a few things really quick. The draft you guys were talking about, the young guys and the experience they can get, and then the actual game tonight. But for the draft, I do think it's a solid draft. But I think it is slightly overrated at the top. I mean, I'm looking at guys like Darius Acuff and Cameron Boozer supposed to go like top 5. I don't necessarily see those guys being like 7, 8-time All-Stars. So in that sense, I do think there isn't much of a difference between the 15th, 11th, or the 4th pick. I do think A.J. Dibansa is going to be awesome, though. So that would be amazing if they won the lottery in that sense. As far as like playing a playoff series, for that. I mean, if A.J. Dibansa, I think he would be, oh my God, I think you could book the playoffs next year if you landed him in the first pick. But as far as the young guys on this team, specifically with Paz and Guy Santos, I do think it could be really valuable for them to get a playoff series against OKC. I think Guy Santos, and some people might think this about Paz, I think Guy Santos is the type of guy in 2, 3, 4 years when he's more in his prime, he could make a couple All-Star games. I mean, this is the first time he's gotten real minutes this year without a leader like Steph and Jimmy being out. He's had a great game at Madison Square Garden, tearing it up. He's given you a 30-point game. There was a game against OKC. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander was playing, almost let a fourth-quarter comeback. So I'm really high on Guy Santos, and some people also might feel that way about Pods. So, I mean, look at the Rockets and look at the experience they got last year. Amen Thompson, Jabari Smith, Terry Eason, all these guys. That was really valuable.
Yeah, but they're wrapped around Thompson and Şengün are stars. Guy's a role player. I really like him. Maybe he can be more, but he's a role player.
Okay, yeah. I would say this, though. At least offensively, I think Guy Santos is going to be a better player than Amen Thompson. Amen Thompson's shot is pretty rough, and his handles aren't necessarily great. But the last point, just real quick.
I think the guy's pretty good. He's 23.
I think Amen's really, really good. Hey, appreciate your call here, Sean. I love the passion.
His defense is elite.
Coming up on the other side, I want to dive back into a conversation, Joe, that you and I had yesterday about Steve Kerr's future, because Steve Kerr talked about his future with Willard and Dibbs yesterday, and his comments did very, very, very little in clearing up the future here. So we'll get into that, and plus a little birdie, or should I say the streets. The streets are talking. Bonte Hill in studio at 9 o'clock, not remote. That's coming up in about 20 minutes. Bonte, and that is brought to you by Ceremony Ford. Bonte is brought to you by Ceremony Ford, and so is what's coming up on the game is brought to you by Ceremony Ford. Gas prices are crazy right now. They are sky high, but Ceremony Ford's got you covered. During the Fuel Your Ford event, get a $2,500 Visa gas card when you buy a 2025 Ford Maverick. Yeah, that's right. They're helping you fill up. It's happening right now in Colma and Daly City, right off of 280 or at ceremonyford.com. Ceremony Ford, your Bay Area Ford dealer.
The 2026 Mountain Winery Concert Series is here with Jeff Foxworthy July 19th, John Mulaney October 18th, and many more. For the complete 2026 schedule, tickets, and more, go to mountainwinery.com. Tickets on sale now.
Xfinity Tech Support, Matthew speaking. Hi, I live in a pretty remote place, like Jurassic Park remote.
Wow.
Will Xfinity Mobile work out here?
Yep, the combination of reliable Wi-Fi and 5G makes it so that you can stay connected in all kinds of places. Plus, you get access to ultra-fast speeds and coverage, whether you're poolside or out live streaming with a T-Rex.
Hold still, you're about to go viral.
Welcome to a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile. Cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Watch Jurassic Park with Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings comparison based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience More, Verizon Unlimited Plus, and AT&T Starter as of February 10th, 2026. Taxes, fees, extra.
Spring cleaning isn't just for your house, it's for your life. If your job is getting old, it's time to clear the clutter and spring into IT. Go to My Computer Career.
My Computer Career helped me get the skills and certifications I needed to start a new life as an IT professional in months, not years.
Earn the certifications that top employers are looking for right now. Visit mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation to see if it's time to spring into IT. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
In today's fast-moving job market, staying ahead means keeping your skills sharp. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we help keep your capabilities cutting edge with our skills-based education programs designed to move your career forward. Explore more than 135 degrees and certificates in business, cybersecurity, and more. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start May 13th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
Hi, I'm Kamiko, the founder of Miko's Hot Chicken. When we started our family restaurant, we were also raising a family. But let me tell you, it wasn't easy. Our Chase Inc. card was there to reward us on all of our business needs. Now we have a thriving location, and we're hungry for more.
With the Chase Inc. Business Unlimited card, you can earn unlimited 1.5% cash back on every purchase, so your business can go from here to possible. Chase for Business. Make more with yours. Real business owners compensated for their participation. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
95.7 The Game and Great Clips have teamed up for the new basketball season. We want our listeners to look fresh with a great haircut from Great Clips. Each week, we'll pick a lucky winner to score a gift card. For a chance to win, courtesy of Great Clips, enter online at 957thegame.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to carsforkids.org now or call 877 Cars for Kids to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
It's deck days at Lowe's, and the savings are stacked. Right now, pros get 15% off all in-stock composite decking from top brands like Trex, TimberTech, and Decorators. Plus, get a free DeWalt 20-volt max 5-amp-hour battery when you buy a select DeWalt tool. The deck's stacked in your favor with brands pros trust. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 4/22 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
Growing a brand is hard, but reaching the right customers shouldn't be. Meet Outcomes from Viant.
we've built an intelligent platform that handles the complexity of digital advertising for you. Powered by advanced AI, we help your brand show up in the right places at the right time and ensure that every dollar you spend leads to a real business result. It's smarter advertising made simple. Visit Viant.ai.
The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni.
Listen to that guy driving the bus, man. Damn, Spadoni. Damn, you sound good.
And Joe Shasky from 6 to 10 on 95.7 The Game.
We are on air from 6 to 10, aren't we? Technically 6:06 to 9:54, but who's going to be that guy who splits hairs over that? Hate split hairs. That's why I have conditioner. Sam Lubman here on the Morning Roast, along with Joe Shasky, who has the joy of listening to all my sweet nothings drivel out of my mouth for the next couple weeks while I fill in for Joe Spadoni. Bonte Hill will be in this studio, live in the flesh in the Laughing Monk studio in about 11 minutes and 30 seconds, assuming he's on time, which, wonder how Bonte's going to feel about our whole, is it good for the Warriors to lose tonight take? That seems like a take that he would react very rationally to. You know what? I got to imagine, Shasky, this is the day that Bonte Hill's been waiting for his entire life. In studio with his former co-host and his former producer, you know he's looking forward to that. He has wanted that so badly for the longest time.
I miss him. I haven't seen him in a minute.
I know. It's been nice. I mean, I miss him too.
I miss him. I'm going to give him a big hug when I see him.
I'm playing around with him. I love Bonte, so it'll be nice to have Bonte in here in a little bit. We'll talk about tonight's Warriors game. I wonder what he thinks about Steve Kerr's future. We had a long conversation about it yesterday. I am still of the belief that Kerr will be back next year. I'm kind of either or on it. And what I'm really liking about the Steve Kerr conversation is everybody has like their percentage or whatever that they think is like, I'm 50-50, I'm 80-20, okay. I'm 49-51, as if any of those numbers matter. But that being said, yeah, I'm right now I'm 50-50 on Steve Kerr coming back. I do believe it can go either way. He was on with Willard and Dibbs yesterday, and he was asked if he has spent any time, I'm trying to find it on my board, thinking about whether the play-in could be his last game coaching the Warriors. Here's what he had to say.
I'm honestly not thinking about that. I'm just locked in on trying to beat the Clippers. They've played really well lately. They've got Kawhi playing as well as I think any player in the league over the last 6 weeks or so. They're a little different, with Garland instead of James Harden, and we're studying to get ready for that. And what I'm thinking about honestly is how much I enjoy this. We were talking as a staff this morning about how fun playoff basketball is, even play-in basketball, which is, basically the same thing. I mean, you just to have the time to put together a game plan and get together with the players and collaborate and go for it. It's still a thrill. I still love what I do, and I've been lucky to be here for 12 years with this group. And like I said, we'll figure all that other stuff out after the season ends.
I don't want to parse his words. I'm not trying to.
I think we should overreact to his words.
Well, no, I don't want to you're just talking, right?
Yeah.
I just don't buy it that you don't think about what's going to happen at the end of the year. If you truly don't know, if you're unsure, right? And I just know in my own life when I have major anxiety. This is a family problem. I'm being real. This is a legitimate issue that I have in my life. It's what caused a lot of my blood pressure and some of my other issues that I have in life. But the anxiety of not knowing would kill me. It would kill me. Now, I can't speak for him. There are some people that I know that live by the seat of their pants, and that is how they operate. They just don't care about stuff down the line. I could not do that. I would want to know whether I'm coming back or not.
Yeah. I mean, Joe, I'm always thinking about what we're going to be talking about in the next segment. That's how much I'm right there with you. I can't stop thinking about things. It's why, lately, these last few weeks, I just had such a tough time getting to sleep at night, which is awful when you're only getting 6 hours of sleep to begin with, because there's just every little stupid little thought throughout the day and what's going to happen tomorrow is spinning around in my head at 1,000,000 miles an hour, along with whatever song I have stuck in my head on that day. It's not fun. That being said, I think two things on Steve Kerr you said there. One, you need to know what's coming next. I think Steve Kerr has enough security in his NBA career and his NBA life where he's not going to have any issues with finding a job after the Warriors. some people just have that confidence that, even though they get fired, they just know there's going to be another position waiting for them in their field. And I think that's where Steve Kerr is at. And to the other point, I do think, some people are just better at compartmentalizing.
So let me ask you this.
Yeah.
Because you just said something. Do you think he knows whether he's coming back or not?
Let me again answer your question. Another question. Do you think he and Joe Lacob have already decided?
That wasn't what I asked you. No. Does he know if he's coming back or not? That was the question I asked you.
Well, no, I think he has internally made a decision, is my guess. I can't imagine he is just not at all thought about it all year long, and he's going to spend the next couple days after the plan thinking about it. Maybe, if anything, my answer is yes. I think he does have a decision.
So you and I agree. Okay.
Well, no, I'm gonna throw a caveat on it because I can't just give you a straight answer.
He knows one way or the other.
He probably is leaning one way or another. Is he in a situation where maybe his decision can be swayed? I don't know. I'm not going to speak on that because I don't know how Steve Kerr's thinking. But I got to imagine that Steve Kerr has an inkling as to where he'll be next year, and I got to imagine that Joe Lacob has a decision on what he wants to do with Steve Kerr. They're going to meet after the season. They're going to have a conversation. They're going to throw some numbers at each other in terms of what the next contract's going to look like. And from there, a final decision will be rendered. Whether those decisions were already kind of settled upon by both parties going into the meeting, I don't know. We're going to have to wait for
Sam, they talk every day. He's talking to them all the time. He says it like he's hitting them up all the time. So whether they've talked about their actual contractual status, in like a formal setting where he's offered him a specific number, and they all kind of have an idea where this is going.
Yeah, I would agree with. They have to. I mean, you're not just flying by the seat of your pants.
This isn't a reality show where it's like, come on in.
Yep.
You're fired. You know what I mean? Like, it's like guys know whether they have
simpler times.
Job security or not, especially someone with the equity that Steve Kerr would have. I think he knows one way or the other whether he's coming back or not. Is that decision in part his and in part Joe Lacob's? And absolutely. There's a tandem.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, if Kerr's going to come back, both parties have to be on board with how he is coming back. I'm curious how much the price point will matter.
I don't think the money matters. I think it's more the power.
Yeah. And
I think the money is a factor.
If Joe Lacob came in and said, hey, I'm going to be Joe Lacob and you be Steve Kerr. Hey, Steve, I'm going to give you $19 million to coach one more year, but you don't get any say on the draft. More money, but less say on draft. But, you still have all your other duties. I don't know. I'm making you speak for Steve.
Do I think that Joe Lacob's just going to give someone a blank check? No. I don't think he'd give any of the stars a blank check. I don't think he'd give it. That's just not how he operates. He doesn't give blank checks. He haggles you for every nickel, unless you're Draymond.
Yeah.
But every nickel. So I don't think that's how he operates. Would he pay him top dollar if he sees the value? Absolutely. It's a man that has paid that money. I think the power is the part. And what I mean by power is how much influence over draft capital and the roster that you have. I do believe that is something that has been, flexed behind the scenes, discussed, both parties.
Litigated. Yeah, I'll be honest, if Steve Kerr is back next year, which I'm on board with. I will go on the record saying that I am okay with Steve Kerr coming back. Oh, Cam and Antioch's online. I bet he's going to agree with me. I think he will come back. Draymond Green, you mentioned him.
Antioch.
You mentioned Draymond Green here. He was on NBA Today on ESPN yesterday, and he thinks that Lacob and Gruber know better than to move on from Steve Kerr.
I know Joe, Peter, they're very honorable, they're very loyal guys, and more importantly, they're very smart guys. And when you have someone that has had the success that Steve Kerr has had, you're talking a Hall of Fame. If he stops today, he's a Hall of Fame coach. And he came here to an organization that had not won a championship in 40 years, since 1975. And he delivered that in year 1, and then in year 3, and then in year 4. That's unheard of. And so you don't, I think oftentimes in this league, everybody's always looking at the other side thinking it's greener. And then when they get on the other side and they realize all the grass is brown and it's dead and there's no sprinkler system and the sun doesn't rise on that side, it only sets on that side, then everybody want to look back like, man. And now you start this cycle of 4 coaches in 4 years. You start this cycle of having 6 coaches over 8 years. The Warriors have been through that cycle, and no one's trying to go through that again. So as long as we have a Steve Kerr wanting to coach his team, you're not going to go and find a better coach. So that's not
right.
a worry of mine or anybody in this organization.
Respectfully to Draymond Green, of course he wants him to return.
Yeah.
Because Draymond would have all the power still and the ability to do whatever he wants.
Keep the status quo the same.
Yeah. Of course he doesn't want anyone else there.
That did sound so much more like...
I understand it.
That did sound so much more like Draymond saying, like, Joe Lacob, Peter Gruber, you do right by Steve Kerr. That sounded more like, hey, Joe, Peter, can you do right by Steve Kerr, please? Like, that wasn't Draymond speaking a fact as much as it was making a request.
Look, the cynic in me is like, this is the way I interpret the Draymond Green thing. I'd like to opt out and sign a 2-year deal to align with Steve Kerr's new 2-year deal.
I'll be there.
That's what it felt like to me.
I'll be by there tonight, Joe. We'll have
we can
a conversation
all
about
hold
it.
hands going out together.
I mean, they can go out together next year. I'm committing to next year. After that,
and his resume is not. His resume is cemented. His resume is one of the most gorgeous statues that has ever lived in terms of exactly what he's accomplished, Steve Kerr. Belichick has a legacy that is unbelievable, but at some point, the Patriots decided it was time to move on from Belichick. Maybe the time is now that the Warriors decide to move on from Steve Kerr. Maybe it's not. Maybe Steve Kerr has decided to move on. We will find out.
We will find out. Let's go back to the lines here.
By the way, a lot of people are texting me before you do that, and we're going to go out. Is it bad? I kind of want to be happy, and I want the Warriors to lose, so I don't have to talk or hear about a below-average team anymore? That's from my text line.
God, that sounds like a...
The Joe Shasky personal text line.
Yeah, we should get a sponsor for that.
We should.
Booby in Oakland.
Hey, Booby.
How you feel about the Warriors in the play-in game?
Hey, Booby.
First off, I want to just say rest in peace to my mom. It's been 6 years to the day. We thinking about you. We love you.
We're with you, Booby.
My brother, Bibby, keep your head up, bro. Keep your head up, brother.
What was your mother's name?
But yeah, Doris.
Doris.
Renee,
Doris, beautiful name.
I'm hugging you through the phone. I think about my dad every single day. I know the feeling, my man.
Man, I appreciate that. Now the day goes by, man.
I feel you.
But yeah, what Dre was saying earlier, his third point about making it past the play-in, like I kind of agree with you, Shasky, because you were saying, like, what's the point if those young guys go be gone anyway? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And then in turn with that, I was thinking, like, well, if we do battle with OKC, we win possibly 2 to 3 games. That's on the upside. But, like, Pods average, like, 15 to 18 a game, have a good to great series. Does that really boost his much to the bigger fish? And is that better than potentially getting a draft pick, a high draft pick? You know what I mean?
That's interesting.
And then also, like, if a big free agent want to come here, they already want to, they was already thinking about it. I don't think us winning a game.
Your line's cutting in and out. And God bless your mother, Doris. I mean that from the bottom of my heart, from my family to yours.
Love you, Booby. Thanks for calling in.
Great call, Booby. He does make a good point. If Pods has a monster playoff series, even though they go down, does his value go up? That's actually something I had not considered. I think his value is pretty what it is.
Mm-hmm.
Can it be boosted slightly by a great playoff appearance? Sure, I'll buy that. But I like his point, though, originally, like, I don't think there's a free agent or a player out there like, oh, you won 2 against OKC. Now I'm really more inclined to come play with you.
Now I'm sold. I'm the missing piece.
Yeah, they're already kind of in or they're kind of out before they play.
Well, it's like, and it's just, what's up, Bonte?
I miss you.
Hello, guys. How you doing?
Doing pretty good. Let's get him potted up here.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
The new daddy.
Yeah.
I miss you.
New daddy broke. So, Matt Hegan, you got some of those radio shifts? No,
that's why. See, I thought he just wanted to come in and converse with you and me. Like I told, this is your dream show. Your former co-host, your former producer. This is what you've always wanted.
Yeah, it was my dream to get out the house this morning with 2 girls. Made breakfast. Got the lunch done for baby Chaz.
For breakfast?
I made her breakfast.
Oh, you made her. What did you
I'm
eat
not a big breakfast guy.
Oh.
You know me, 2 boiled eggs and call it the day.
Oh, smart.
What's up,
First things
guys?
first.
What's going on?
Dude, you're glowing.
I'm
You
feeling
got that
good.
baby glow.
Well, no, we got play-in fever today.
Dude, what that game last night
was sick. Both of them.
Well, LaMelo, just real quick.
Hold on, really quick. Before you say anything, I got to pay some bills really quick.
Oh, yeah, pay the
you're
bills,
listening to
pay the
95.7 The Game,
bills.
KGMZ, F1 and HD, San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Come to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Bonte Hill live in studio, presented by Ceremony Ford, your Barrier Ford store. Courtesy of the River Islands guest line.
I'm watching that game. The Giants, I'm losing my mind. I flipped the channel to Amazon Prime because you can't flip back and forth.
No,
you got to be on Amazon.
I hate it.
So I go to Amazon. It's me, LJ, and Michelle. We're watching it. And Michelle's like, wow, the guy with the poofy hair, Kobe White, is balling. I go, that's Bonte's boy. Bonte's wanted him forever. He's a play-in hero. He scored like 40 a couple years ago in the play-in.
He's so good.
And then we're watching LaMelo, and she's like, why is he all over the place? And I go, he makes plays. He makes you want to rip your hair out. He made like 7 wow plays, then like 7 what the hell are you doing plays.
That's a LaMelo experience, which is, I will fight this until the day I'm dead. You can't take LaMelo in that draft with James Wiseman.
Drive Kirk crazy. Drive Kirk crazy.
Draymond, Steve Kerr.
I'm with you 100%.
Stephen Curry. Like, LaMelo is, he's now, there could be a chance that he gets traded from the Charlotte Hornets. There's all this talk around there, but we'll see about that. That's a guy Joe Lacob probably would be interested in. He will drive you crazy. But he does, he just kept chucking. It's like, you don't have the 3-point shot going. And he just kept chucking
and chucking and chucking. Violation at the end of the game.
He threw it away.
Oh, my God. And then fouls Tyler Hero for a 3-point play.
He drives me insane. And I like Big Baller Brad.
And he made the play at the end.
But he made the play at the end. But also, he made the play that took away Bam Adebayo. So LaMelo had one of the just what the heck games, but they do have talent. Brendan Miller's a hell of a player out of Alabama. Bridges, he got some stuff, but he can't play.
Benched, but he's a baller.
Knipple's going to be really good for a long time. Yeah. And then Kobe White, who they traded for,
stud. He
had a team-friendly deal. Remember we were talking about him 3 years ago. It's like, go get Kobe White. He could create off the dribble. He makes the shot to send the game to overtime. So, and then the Blazers, hey,
you called it.
The Blazers.
You called
win one
it.
for Thiago.
Win one for Thiago. And think about the adversity they went through.
Them.
Dude, Chauncey Billups gets arrested basically to start the season. Thiago's before the game.
I still can't get over it.
Tailblazer, right? You know what I'm saying?
The see-through poker table.
It's unbelievable.
It's one of the more surreal days. I remember that one.
And Denny Avia is an all-star.
He's a baller.
Drew Holiday balled in. Shaden Sharp could play. Jeremy Grant all of a sudden is revitalized. Donovan Clingan lost a bunch of weight. And all of a sudden, when we talk about those Blazer-Warrior games, it's not a laughing matter anymore.
Well, and Phoenix is sitting here waiting for one of these two teams tonight. And I think they're a hard out. Like, they're a tough team. Dylan plays hard.
I feel like the Warriors can win this game. I really do, because you don't know what you're getting from the Clippers. You just don't know what you're getting from the Clippers.
Bonte, you don't know what you're getting for the Warriors either, though.
I know.
They
that's
played
why
17
however many minutes that you're getting it. Like, we're talking about, playing meaningful basketball games, but at the same time, like, we still got to limit our minutes tonight. Like I threw the question to Chassis earlier, like, if it's a tie ball game, hypothetically, with 3 minutes left and Steph's at 31 or 32 minutes, what are you doing there? Are you blowing through that minutes? Or you?
Steph is saying I'm playing.
Yeah, you keep playing him. This is a no-brainer.
But it's just that's kind of where we're at.
Maybe it's gamesmanship from Steve Kerr.
Sure.
Tell the radio station, tell Willard and Dibbs, tell the media, hey, they're going to be on a minutes restriction.
Steve Kerr did have a point.
We're not going to run them into the ground, because if we do win, we play Friday. If they're in a close game in the last 3 minutes, those guys are playing.
I'm starting Steph, Melton, probably Guy, Dre, Porzingis.
Oh.
Yeah. Then mine was Steph, Pods, Dre, Kristaps, and Al.
See,
You gotta guard Kawhi, and I'm worried Dre gets those 2 quickies.
Well, I'm afraid that Guy Santos, he struggled against the Clippers.
And on the perimeter.
He struggled against the Clippers, so I'm a little hesitant.
What about GP2? He's played really well.
He has played really well. He's played really well. And Melton has been up and down.
I know.
Up and down. And he didn't have a good game on Sunday. He did bounce back against Sacramento. I do lean Melton because you want a little more defense, but the start for this team is everything. You got to have a great start. And Kristaps Porzingis, he's probably going to get to start with Draymond Green, but I would start Al Horford.
But Al can only play 20 minutes.
Dude, but Kristaps just looks so stiff.
I know.
He's made one of his last 15 three-point attempts.
Well, they're flat.
they're flat.
So flat.
And then you hear what he said the other day? I got to lose a couple pounds. I don't feel like myself. I feel a little stiff defensively. Yeah, that's what he basically said the other day. So,
he's had enough time off.
You know what I'm waiting for? I hate to be the cynic. Kristaps wasn't feeling too well before this game.
Yeah, that's that's
what?
in a couple days in LA.
If Kristaps is not available tonight for whatever reason, that might be the nail in the coffin for me, where it's just like, I'm not bringing him back next year.
Well, Garland's been up and down. We'll run through Garland in a second, because there's a ton of X factors in this game. Benedict Mathurin, Darius Garland. Darius Garland, look, when he's on the floor, with Kawhi Leonard. They outscored teams by 25 points. So this lineup is crazy. This is a lineup to look for with the Clippers. Garland, Kawhi, Dunn, Derrick Jones Jr., and Brook Lopez.
Yeah.
They score 130 points. Dude, they score 130 points per 100 possessions when they're on the floor together. Now, the fact is they haven't been on the floor much, but they're outscoring opponents by 23 points per 100 possessions. But then you get to Darius Garland, and he's the ultimate wild card. In March, he was averaging like 21, 8, and 2, shooting over 40% from the three-point line. He's under 30 in the month of April. He's struggling, and he has a toe injury. Something's up with his foot, toe, because he was limping around on Sunday.
Was it the March game that it was his first game for 2 months?
Yep.
And he looked terrible in the first half, and then he looked way better in the third quarter.
Well, they also had that guy, Yonik Conan Niederhauser, the 7-footer.
I'll let you say it.
Yeah, no, you know who I'm talking about, though. He blew out his ACL. But that was his first game. Again, in March, Darius Garland shot 50% from the floor, 50 from three. 50 from three. In April, he shot 23.5% from three, 39% from the
Chris
floor.
Dunn's always given us fits.
Yeah, so this is, I mean.
Warriors got lots of guys.
I just think this is a really tough defensive matchup, and I look at, like, Moody is a big, like, the last couple matchups, I looked back at it. Moody had good games against the Clippers.
Spacer.
Yeah, and it's a body you could throw on Kawhi. Not that he's great, but, like, it saves Dre from getting the cheapo depot fouls. Kawhi loves that lean in, kind of like, I'm going to rise up on you.
You know, Dre did a good job on Kawhi, but I thought Steve Kerr's game plan in that game back in early March when they played the Clippers at Chase Center was really good. Draymond Green did a phenomenal job of denying him the basketball. But they also send timely doubles at Kawhi to try to make others beat them. And I think you're going to have to do that tonight to keep Draymond out of foul trouble and just trap Kawhi and say, anybody but Kawhi Leonard. Anybody but Kawhi.
He gets his, though.
He gets his, no doubt about that. But here's the problem on Sunday, which I worry about, is Mathurin got his game going.
Yeah.
He almost dropped a triple-double. Nicholas Batum feels good, making 3 threes. How about John Collins? Dude had 18 and 9 the other day, and I'm not a big fan of John Collins, but he all of a sudden is feeling good at home. So you're going to need the GP2s, you're going to need the Brandon Pajimskis, and you're going to need Chris Rao to hit those wide open threes from the perimeter.
They have to shoot well from the three-point line. Yep. I mean, they take 53s basically every game from three. And the other guy that you haven't brought up, and I worried about him Friday night, I worried about him on Sunday, and maybe I'm looking too deep. But, like, I'm watching Steph, and I'm just like, oh, boy, he just doesn't look 100%.
He's not right.
No.
He's not 100%.
I really worry about him.
Yeah. No, I'm worried about it again. We're talking about minutes restrictions with him. Like, if he's the key to the Warriors in this one, it's every time he touches the ball or every time he comes in contact with someone, like watching the Kings game on Friday night when he came up lame on that one play. And
3 minutes into the game.
Yeah, and then Kurt's afterwards like, oh, it wasn't the knee, it was the ankle. Don't worry about it. It's like the ankle's been an issue for him too in the past.
Well, he's not right. Runner's knee's not right.
No.
He's battling through it. You could tell. Even when he got injured Friday night in Sacramento, you look at the next 4 to 5 minutes of that basketball game, he either stayed at the top of the key or in the corner. There was not a lot of movement. But a good sign is he moved a lot better in the second half, and he moved a lot better Sunday against the Clippers. And he went 50% from the floor.
29
but
minutes.
He's still not the Stephen Curry that we've grown to love. He's not going to be right. So who can step up alongside of him? Look, laugh at me all you want to, but Draymond Green's going to have an opportunity to make some wide open threes. Hasn't done it against the Clippers. In 3 losses against the Clippers, 23%, 1 of 11 from 3. Pods, who, the whole rhetoric, I don't even want to get into it with Brandon Pajimski because the guy's played his ass off, played all 82.
He's boosted his stock a lot down the stretch.
You can make an argument him and Guy are the team MVPs throughout the totality of the year.
Absolutely.
And no one wants to hear that.
Nobody wants to admit it, but it is factual. But they've got to hit threes. They've got to hit their threes. And there's going to be opportunities because the Clippers, they don't rebound the ball great. They allow for a team to have a lot of second chance points. There's going to be opportunities to get second chance points. So when you grab that offensive rebound and it's chaotic, that's where you get a lot of those open threes. You watched Charlotte last night. You watched Portland last night. All of a sudden you miss a shot. You get the offensive rebound. Somebody's wide open. You have to cash in on those second chance opportunities.
That is Bonte Hill. You also got Joe Shasky here. We're going to continue this conversation on the other side, looking ahead to tonight's playing game between the Warriors and the Clippers. We're going to take some calls to Coach Hall, Cam and Antioch. Cam and Antioch, I know he's going to be saying some great
Cam
stuff.
and Antioch?
He's got some.
Make him first. Get him out the way.
That's the president of the Steve Kerr fan club
I know.
right there.
Trust me, I know. I met him at the gay house. He had a shoebox with Fire Steve Kerr written on it with a Sharpie.
I love Cam and Antioch. What's coming up game is brought to you by Safeway. More Warriors talk on the other side.
Y'all crazy.
Head to Safeway this week for Lucerne cage-free eggs. 18 counts large grade AA, just $2.99 each. Limit 2 items. Clip coupons from the weekly mailer or download them from the Safeway app. See you in the aisles.
For 75 years, San Francisco Fire Credit Union has been doing things differently ever since it was founded in 1951 in a San Francisco firehouse.
And the best part is, anyone can join.
So if you want a top-rated mobile banking app, ATM access worldwide, and a credit union that's built around people, it's definitely worth a look.
They're local, not for profit, and they put money back into their members and the community.
Visit sffirecu.org. That's sffirecu.org. This institution is not federally insured. The credit union is not insured by any state government, privately insured by ASI.
What's up, cousin?
I want a new phone. Have you seen any good deals?
Everyone has free phones, but when I switched to T-Mobile, I got more value and so much more.
Like streaming included.
And travel benefits.
And the best part? The price of your talk, text, and data is guaranteed for 5 years. Get more benefits and more value. At T-Mobile, families save and get a 5-year price guarantee. Switch now at T-Mobile.com. Qualifying plan requires price guarantee on talk, text, and data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. See T-Mobile.com.
Hey there, it's Bonte with a fresh springtime update from River Islands in Lathrop, where the good life can be your life. Everything is in bloom here, including the home selection. With neighborhoods designed for all kinds of lifestyles, it is easy to find your perfect fit. Looking for a bright kitchen, a home office, or space for guests? You'll find it here with homes from the low 600s to over $1 million. And the town center, located by Islanders Field Ballpark, is really coming to life. The Redwood Cafe opens this summer, and a new amphitheater is on the way for concerts and community events. Sutter Health is building medical offices, and a major grocery store is coming soon, making it a great place to gather and unwind. The Lakewood Club at Del Webb has just opened its doors, and a brand new K-8 charter school welcomes students this fall. All part of the exciting growth happening within River Islands. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? Check it out at riverislands.com.
This is Larry Flick, owner of the Floor Store. Our spring sale, now through April 27th, means up to 50% off every product store-wide, plus 2 full years of interest-free financing. Visit floorstores.com for directions. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
A lot of Bay Area banking customers are faced with a choice. Which financial institution best fits what they're looking for? It might make sense to consider a bank's history. Take Fremont Bank. For 60 years, we've provided stability and consistency with an emphasis on relationships. We've grown one customer at a time, not through mergers or acquisitions, because that's how you can do business when you're independently owned and community focused. Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Elevate your kitchen at the Mila Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. Out of your dreams and into your kitchen. Select the qualifying built-in kitchen appliance package that is right for you. With unrivaled technology and luxury-grade quality, when you bring home a Mila, you're bringing home true innovation. Now, for a limited time, save up to 10% with the purchase of a qualifying Mila kitchen package. Visit the Mila Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You need a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. Switch today. Get started with a great offer as low as $60 a month. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Offer ends 6/1/26. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet and security edge. 1-year agreement, eco-bill, and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine.
Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
You know that Chick-fil-A sells more than chicken, right?
Hello, my name is Jaleesa, and the little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit is how it's all of my favorite breakfast items in one good bite. That fluffy egg, that melty cheese with that perfectly grilled sausage. It just gives you that warmth, that comfort food that you love. It is the best possible option for a classic breakfast.
Comfort is calling. Order a Chick-fil-A sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit with Simply Orange Juice on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real guests paid for their testimonial.
Hey, Bonte. Yeah, how you doing?
Now back to the morning roast.
I think it's an inspired idea.
With Joe Spadoni.
Is this Brian in Palo Alto changing his voice?
And Joe Shasky.
I'm sorry?
On 95.7 The Game.
Oh, Sam Blowman here along with Joe Shasky. We got Bonte Hill.
Yeah, how you doing?
In studio every Tuesday, presented by Ceremony Ford, your Bay Area Ford dealer. Well, not Tuesday, it's a Wednesday today. On this, a Warriors Wednesday, which is brought to you by Freeman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live working vignettes. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. Warriors and Clippers tonight in the 9-10 play-in game. It's the game we've been waiting for all year. It comes down to this. The Warriors season, is it over or will they live to fight another day to once again have an all-or-nothing season? God, I love what Warriors basketball's come to.
And I'll just give you a little teaser for about 40 minutes from now. Goo is going to destroy Amazon because he unplugged his TV when there were technical difficulties, thinking that his TV was broken.
So what, you unplug it for 10 seconds and plug it back in?
What happened was my screen went black during the middle of the game, and it was in overtime, and I was like, whoa, what's going on? But it said, Amazon Prime in the top right. So it's like, oh, well, it's
still
clearly
going.
working, but it's messed up. And then out of nowhere, the screen goes, technical difficulties. And I was like, whoa. And then, I'm waiting. They come back, and it's like, oh, I missed the Hornets scored 2 points. I don't know what happened. They went 125, 120, whatever it was, and everyone was losing it. And now Guru, I guess, unplugged his television during that time.
With Porzingis.
Gosh, to be a fly on the wall in Guru's living room when that all was going down, because he was handling it in typical Guru fashion with a lot of yelling and screaming and yelling at the TV. Why is my signal going out?
Well, I noticed it's not hard to trigger Guru these days, but I was actually in a car during the overtime, so I had Chaz in. I was like, all right, she likes to look at the phone to play some games. So I was like, all right, let me listen to the radio. And it was a Hornets announcer. I don't know who his name is, but he went crazy when Bridges blocked the shot. It's over. It's over. It's over. The Hornets are going to play Friday. He was losing his mind, right? I was like, dude,
do you think
it's the playing game, right?
What's
do you think Tim Roy has a similar call?
Baby. Which one's the one from Charlotte?
Da Baby?
One of them was sideline, and he was
James.
chest bumping the mascot.
Then they were going crazy. Then he had Brandon Miller on for his post-game interview. And he goes, my best friend, Pete Miller. Brandon, talk to me. Have you heard this place this loud before? I was like, whoa.
They had Curry's dad with his wife sitting in the stands.
Yeah,
they kept cutting to him. And it was, look, I'll say this about Charlotte real quick. And we'll get to the Warriors.
It was rocking out there.
The uniforms are amazing. The floor is amazing. The name of the arena is at the Beehive. Everything about it, amazing. I want them to be good.
No, it takes you back to Grandma Ma and Muggsy Bogues and Alonzo Mourning when everybody here in the city in San Francisco had Magic or Hornet jerseys on those purple ones, the teal with the pinstripes. So they got good uniforms. Nice. And I hope they do invest in the playoffs. Who wants to see Philly or Orlando? I want Orlando to fire Mosley. They're doing my boy Paolo Banchero so wrong down there. They need to shake it up down in Orlando. So I want to see Charlotte advance to the first round of the playoffs.
All right. I love this. The second Muggsy Bogues reference of the show today. Love hearing that.
How about Bonte's boy Cam?
Oh, let's talk to Bonte's boy Cam, because we're going to do a Steve Kerr conversation, because what if this was the last game that Steve Kerr ever coached tonight? I don't think it will be. Others think it will, though. President of the Steve Kerr fan club, Cameron in Antioch. How are we doing today, Cam?
I have no idea.
Man, good morning, man. Congratulations, Bonte.
I appreciate you, man. Thank you, Cam.
Beautiful thing.
Thank you, Cam. Appreciate you, man. I missed you this year at the Gatehouse, man.
Can I ask boys a question?
Sure.
Surely. What besides the 4 championships? What these last 3-4 years? Why do you think Steve Kerr deserves to get another contract? Why do you think he deserved to get that contract when we were the 10th seed 2 years ago? But we can just stick with right now. Why does he deserve to come back next year if he wants to? We know good call, Shasky. Draymond said that for a reason. It was, of course, Draymond wants Steve Kerr back. But why do y'all boys think Kerr deserves a new contract?
All right, well.
It's a difficult situation.
Am I supposed to answer that?
I thought he was asking it to you. I don't know. I can jump in if you want.
Listen, man, I don't know what's going to happen in the offseason. Cam, I've been on record saying that I believe this is Steve Kerr's last season. But then again, I don't know if he wants to leave this organization at the place it's at right now. You got players with player options. You've got Jimmy Butler not coming back until February. Do you want to just write it out with Stephen Curry and Steve Kerr and Draymond Green? There's a lot of questions here, but he's built up enough equity. And you look at player development. Everybody talks about player development. Moody's turned out to be an okay player.
Solid.
Guy Santos has turned out to be a pretty good role player.
Really good this year.
How about Brendan Podziemski?
Been solid, very solid.
Scott's been going up the last few months.
And we all forget that Stephen Curry went from an all-star to a megastar under Steve Kerr. You can't deny those things. So he is the greatest coach in franchise history. If anybody deserves another year, isn't it Steve Kerr?
No. I think we all agree deserves is different from will it happen in terms of what do you think will happen. If you had to predict right now, I know that you said you're on record saying one thing. What do you feel today? If they lose tonight, is this it?
Oh, man. I truly don't know this one. I truly don't know. Is Cam still there?
No, he's off.
He left? Oh, okay.
I'm with you. I think he can go either way, Bonte. I think the reasons are, if he does come back, the reasons are the way they've structured things with the contract, Jimmy's contract, Steph's contract, Draymond's contract, everything's been set to expire after next year, which has told me that this entire era of Warriors basketball, this dynasty era, is the official sunset is next year. And it just makes sense to partner Steve Kerr up through the end of that run. That's kind of where it starts.
Well, hasn't the sun already set on that dynasty? Even Steve Kerr kind of mentioned that it's a fading dynasty.
Well, then it comes to the point of what are the goals then of these years? Because that's what's kind of vexed me with this team.
Steph wants to win. He's been on record saying he wants to be aggressive and contend. Well,
they're not
can you
going to win a
actually
championship.
contend? Draymond Green's got a player option for $27 million. I don't think it's a stretch to think that maybe he'll try to opt out and get another year tacked onto that deal.
It feels like to me, if you're asking on that one, I think he wants Kerr to get a 2-year extension. He opts out, and he gets a 2-year extension.
So
and Curry takes another 1-year extension.
I mean, Melton's got a player option. What do you do with him? He struggles to see All-Star.
I think he could probably get a little. I think he can opt out and get more money on the.
What do you want to give Kristaps Porzingis? I don't know, but I haven't seen. He can shoot. He can shoot the mid-range, but defensively, if he's not guarding in a straight line, it's a struggle for him.
So
Al Horford has a player option.
What's the alternative on KP? That's the problem.
That's the problem,
so
right?
I almost feel boxed in.
Podziemski, this looming extension is going to hit us like a ton of bricks.
I think he's going to get it, too.
No, I know, but I said to him, if Steve's not here, does the next coach believe in him as much as the current coach does? If Steve is here, well, then I know I'm going to re-sign Podziemski.
I wonder about Podziemski because you think about the social media era, and Podziemski obviously reads everything. He mentioned it Friday. It's you could unlock that one account that says it's not going to tweet until I score 30. He finally scored his 30. But you don't think they pay attention to this, the youngsters, and see how much vitriol he's gotten when he's been one of the better players on this roster? Sure, he drives me crazy sometimes when he dribbles the air out of the basketball or forces some shots, but you got to remember he's 23 years old. And he's been tasked with, hey, I need you to pick up the slack without Steph, without Jimmy Butler. And the guy's played his ass off, man. He played all 82. I mean, the guy was available for every single game, and I know this for a fact. When they're on the road, he's looking to get in the gym to improve his game, to get better and better. But does he even want to be here long term after the way these fans perceive him? You know what I'm saying?
No,
That's a great question.
You bring up a very good point there. I don't know the answer to that. Only he would know the answer to that. As far as to answer your question, Shasky, with the next head coach, Wadham, I think, Pods could fit into the next era of Warriors basketball. I know a lot of people are screaming at their radios right now as I say it, but the way he's been playing down the stretch here. Now, again, does it continue in the next year? I don't know. Is he playing hard to try and get the extension and then it's whatever happens after that? That would really suck. I don't know about that one, but I think Pods, I think Guy, those are two guys that...
Guy's already locked up.
Yeah, I know, but if I'm making a list of people who I'm taking into the next era of Warriors basketball, right now, those two and Moses Moody, health provided, they're on my short list right now.
Do you think... Would a new coach want to be tasked with coaching Steph and Draymond and the pressure that comes with Jimmy Butler?
I don't
How much say would that new coach have if they're still here?
Well, it would depend.
You know what I'm saying? So that's why it may be I think you may have to bring back Steve Kerr because, You're a new coach. It's kind of like, look at Dunleavy. He's taking Bob Myers' job. Can Dunleavy mess with the core right now? Can he tinker around with the core? He tried. Now he brought in Jimmy Butler. He's kind of trying to go around the margins here and bring in players like Pods and Gee.
Can I stop you guys? Like, and I asked him this question. I'll ask you. Do you think Kerr already knows whether he's coming back or not, whether that's his own decision or part of his decision?
I think he wavers back and forth. I truly do, because he has that much love for Steph.
You're the first person to admit that.
I think he wavers. I do, because you hear him, like, was it a few weeks ago when he was talking about the travel? Like, yeah, we're getting in at 3 a.m. and
he's tired this year.
He's tired and he's exhausted and everything that's gone on. I mean, they've had 43 different starting lineups. Oh my God. You walk to the gym and shoot around the day of a game, you don't even know who's playing. So I think he's gone back and forth. But I think deep down inside of him, he's thinking, do I want to leave Steph like this? Do I want to leave Draymond? Do I want to leave this organization that we helped build to a championship standard? But then again, you look at Friday night when they're playing, and this is, look at what the Warriors have become in that third quarter. With the shenanigans that was going on against the Sacramento Kings, because we know there was some carryover for what happened a couple Tuesdays ago at Chase Center between the Kings and the Warriors. It just felt like it was beneath the Golden State Warriors standard. And is Steve Kerr sitting there thinking, do I really want to be part of this movie forward? So I think he wavers back and forth. I think he's day to day.
And I also think, he can have his pick of the litter of where he wants to go next.
He can.
Where, like, again, we'll see what happens with San Antonio, but everyone keeps logically connecting him to San Antonio. I mean, how many teams would fire their current coach to bring him in?
Well, I don't think San Antonio would.
No.
I think
I'm
they
saying
love it.
outside, everyone connects him to San Antonio.
Yeah,
but other places.
The non-playoff teams, sure. I
What
think
about the
Philadelphia.
fringe ones? Denver?
Philadelphia would. Denver might. Denver might with David Adelman. They might. It's a big run for them.
That's what I'm saying.
It's a big run for
them. And so, look, I guess where I keep coming back to, and I watched Phil walk away from Kobe multiple times, and then he came back once. I watched Pat Riley step down from Magic. It's not the last time or the first time or whatever that we've seen a coach, for his own reasons, say, I love you as a player, but right now I need to take a step back.
Right.
Plus, he's 60. When you're 60, you're not the same as when you're 47.
No doubt.
And so I don't know what's going on in his life.
Yeah, I don't know. This offseason for the Warriors is probably the most intriguing offseason.
How many times we said that?
Maybe since 2016.
Yeah.
No, but this actually feels like it is the most intriguing, because it's literally, this is the offseason where they're either going to be able to, A, set themselves up for the future in the post-Steph years, or B, do they double down on age? Do they find a way to get younger and still build around Steph? Do they move off these draft picks? I mean, that's why I feel like this playing game is just, that's why we were kind of having the conversation earlier. Is it better they kind of, I called it the tactical retreat, to lose this game so you get the better chance at getting the higher lottery odds? Does that set your organization up better moving forward beyond this year? And it all comes to at the end of a season where this has just been one of the wildest, in a bad way, Warriors seasons that I can recall in quite some time, that didn't have a bunch of injuries like that COVID shortened season did.
Well, you see them without Steph and Jimmy Butler since the All-Star break, and it's been brutal.
Mm-hmm.
It has been brutal.
Well,
hold on a little bit. I mean, like, seriously, they've struggled against the Brooklyn Nets and the Washington Wizards. And those games tick me off because
the Kings.
I mean, the Kings, but Brooklyn and the Wizards literally benched their guys in the fourth quarter, and they struggled. I watched the Bulls come in here and rally from an 8-point deficit with 90 seconds left, not even trying to win the game, end up still in overtime, and Buzelis goes off for 41. So they have not been good whatsoever. Like, it's a talent issue. And you've got to somehow, some way replenish this talent where you don't have a lot of wiggle room with the cap right now. You do have your picks. You do have the allure of Stephen Curry. But how many players would want to come here knowing that this team is a lot older? And then you got to navigate through the Western Conference.
Which is so tricky.
San Antonio, Denver. You got the Portland Blazers. They're
coming.
17. They're
They
coming.
are very the Lakers are going to make moves.
The Lakers will make moves. The Clippers will make moves because it's L.A. You can't forget about Minnesota and what's going on with Ant-Man and company. Houston, despite everything going on with them, they still got Amen Thompson and Alperin Sengun. They can make some moves.
We had a caller call in and say that he thinks Gee's better than Amen Thompson.
Oh, he's out of his mind, but it's okay. I mean, it's all right. It's okay. I mean, you have Bill Simmons say that if you take SGA off the Oklahoma City Thunder and you replace them with Pods, they still win 50 games. He said that. Bill Simmons. I mean, and I'm not trying to disrespect Pods, but
no, that's
SGA's
amazing.
Unbelievable player.
He's a little bit better than Pods.
So,
I don't think that's
one of the best half-court ISO players I've seen in my life.
So these players are going to look at the Warriors situation saying, can I actually contend there? How do I contend there? When you got all these teams that are younger, more athletic. I mean, it's been a nightmare of a season, to be honest with you guys.
So look, I think we've all at times, like anything for Steph, this is the year where I'm like, I think I've course corrected, and I'm saying, like, I want them to win. I'm never going to root against them to lose. But the consolation prize for losing tonight is you can get a better opportunity at the lottery. I don't want to see them trade their pick if they get a good pick. I want to see them keep the pick, and now just you're going to have to hit on it. And that is to be determined. They've missed on a lot of picks. And if you want to sit here and say, I don't trust the organization because they miss picks, you know what? I don't have a lot to argue against that. You're right. Other than blind faith, there's not a lot that backs me. But I do think that they hit on Pods. I do.
People Keith Santos they hit on.
They've hit on Moses Moody until
they did hit on
Moses Moody. Everybody was talking about Moses Moody. So Kamika may turn out to be a player. They do need to get younger and more athletic. Even the Kings with Daquan Plowden and Precious Achiuwa and Neat Clifford and Maxine Reynaud, they look more athletic than the Warriors. They do.
Precious
think about what the Clippers did
every time.
Think about what the Clippers did at the deadline. They were the oldest team coming into the season. They got younger. They pivoted off of Zubac and brought in Benedict Mathurin, who was basically the coming of the Eastern Conference with the Indiana Pacers. They brought in Darius Garland, a young, fast, quick point guard for James Harden. And James Harden, we know, is a great player, but slows it down.
Yeah.
He's a little older. They got younger midway through, knowing that we have to get younger at some point to help out Kawhi Leonard. Let's go ahead and pivot. The Warriors have failed to do that. They failed to do that so far. So, yes, they got to replenish the talent. They definitely do, man. And that's going to be an uphill battle. But I'm with you on the picks. I would keep the picks.
Yes.
It's the same thing with the Niners, Lubman.
Thank you.
A lot of people don't believe in John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan and what they're going to do with the NFL draft coming up in 10 days, 9 days?
Next Thursday.
But you got to make picks.
Thank you.
You got to replenish the talent.
Young talent coming in. When I watch these teams, again, these are 9-10s. Everyone's young. What do you think the 1 through 8s are?
And athletic.
That's what I'm saying. You got to get younger.
No, younger. You gotta get bigger too. The Warriors. On average, they're 2 inches shorter than any other team they're gonna be competing against. And you bring up the competing in the West, Bonta. I think this is the other issue I have kind of with the Warriors going into next year. Just kind of where they're at right now is just what the end game is. Like all of this is being done for. Like usually, like the trade for Jimmy the other year. I mean, that was the kind of trade that teams that are trying to go all in, try to make, where they're trying to trade draft picks away for a star of that caliber. But Warriors all in is not all in for a championship. Warriors all in is let's just see if we can be interesting in the playoffs. Then whatever happens there happens.
I don't think they think like that. I truly believe like you could think they're foolish, but they believe that they can compete for championships. Steph, Draymond, Steve,
they're welcome
Joe,
to think that. Yeah.
They think that. We can disagree with it. I do disagree with it, that they're not a championship contender right now. But they don't believe that.
Well, they
believe with Jimmy that they could compete with anybody in the Western Conference because they got the sample size of last season where they get to the second round and all of a sudden you're playing Minnesota.
But the hard part is you're talking about like no young players. I mean, we saw Bassey for 5 games, and I'm like, wow, could have used him all year. Yeah. Even though he was on other teams. Like, I know, but like that's how devoid of youth and talent and size. And what is he, a 11th man on some of these other teams?
Might not even play.
Yeah, I don't know how many. How do you know?
Like he could bring him back.
Right.
Like is Bassey even on the Clippers? Like that's kind of.
I don't know.
Exactly.
But on this team, I'm like, I think you got to play him tonight.
He's serviceable.
That's what I'm saying.
I got him as my number 2 center behind Al Horford right now. I think if Al Horford starts this game, you give him 4 minutes or so out the gate, then Bassey's coming in pretty early in the first quarter to help set that early tone. Like that's kind of where things are at. The reality of the situation for the Warriors is they've fallen to the point where, Charles Bassey, you got to get key minutes in a do or die game.
Here's the deal though. I mean, it all comes down to what Steph wants. Because I wasn't in the camp of bringing Steph back to this situation. I was like, just shut him down.
You and me
both. Steph wanted to play. Steph is a hooper, and I give Steph credit for that. Yeah. The guy doesn't mail it in. What does Steph want? Well, how does Steph look at the situation? Does Steph believe he can win here next season? What pieces do they bring in? Is it LeBron James? Are they going to try to make another? Like, I don't even want Giannis Antetokounmpo, to be honest. I think he's very guardable. Just forget the shenanigans.
Injuries.
injuries
worries
on
me.
the floor. Like, what is he going to do against Wemby next year?
Well, and the cost to me is not worth the squeeze.
Exactly.
I would rather have LeBron on a free agent. I know you're going to rip me.
No.
LeBron on a free agency. makes
LeBron
sense.
is a better fit.
And then I think also Kawhi, if he gets bought out, or if it only costs me, let's say, one future pick, I'm more in on Kawhi or LeBron than I am Giannis.
I highly doubt the Clippers. I highly doubt the Clippers are trading Kawhi to the Warriors.
I don't think the boss is convinced they're getting LeBron or Kawhi.
Yeah, well, LeBron is the one. LeBron is the one. And that's a dirty little secret. Kawhi.
Would Kerr come back for LeBron?
Like the Kawhi thing.
I'm asking.
I think he would.
You think he would?
Absolutely, he coached that. And look, you got to build the right pieces around LeBron. LeBron loves shooters, right?
LeBron getting Kerr fired would be pretty.
Well,
that's a joke.
That's a joke. But no, you know what? LeBron's 41. He's older. He's giving you 21, 6 and 6 in a third. He's a third option on that team.
Does he even fly to Milwaukee when you go there?
Probably not. Probably not.
Is next year going to be LeBron's last season? Because this is the conversation we had last week. Like, is LeBron really going to have his farewell tour, which you know he's going to have
in a Warrior uniform?
Which would be insane.
That to me makes no sense.
Yeah, I don't know.
Steiny came up with the joint send-offs where LeBron and Steph share their farewell tour. I'm out on that.
Insane.
I can't imagine LeBron going out together.
Yeah,
I don't imagine either one of them would want to do that. So what, is LeBron playing 2 more years? Which I guess sure, but
he's playing 25, I think.
I don't know, but look, as a fit, when we go think about Giannis, and I think about the
best or second best player.
Yeah, I think he's a better fit, LeBron James, with the Warriors than Giannis Antetokounmpo. Giannis is very guardable. Sure, he'll get his 30 and his 15, but in the playoffs, when you're game planning and you're building wall, like what is he? He's going to dribble past Wemby?
No.
He's going to dribble, like, you know what I'm saying?
They said they're going to change our team name to the Florida State Warriors because of all the retirements or tours going on.
Well, you have a bunch of set of brothers, right? You have the Antetokounmpos.
The Currys.
You have the Currys.
Look, I feel bad for Seth. He played 5 games.
Yeah, and
so
you know what?
Old.
I forgot that Seth's even on this team.
The body breaks down.
You called that day one.
The body breaks down.
Yeah.
It is what it is, and I feel bad for Seth because he wants to play. When he does play, you can see, okay, he's a threat out there offensively. But the body breaks down. Yeah. Not everybody can play until their mid-30s. Like some of these guys like Brady and LeBron and Steph and KD, they've really like altered people's mindset thinking everybody can do that.
Yeah.
No, you can't.
No. Yeah. I think you're starting to see it with Giannis. He's 32 now, I believe.
The calf is ready to blow.
I mean, guys that size, the bodies don't age well.
What?
Like,
it is. He's been flaring up at the calf injury forever.
I feel like myself, man. I'm like,
it's a lot of body. It's a lot of body he has to take care of, and he's put a lot of miles on those legs. And if I'm mortgaging draft picks, which I ideally I don't want to do. Yeah, one for Kawhi or something like that, if that's even doable.
The Clippers are not. See, here's the thing. I'm going to push back.
No, they're not.
I'm going to push back. I know there was a report that said the Warriors were close to getting Kawhi. I don't buy that. And from the people I reached out to, I don't think it's true. Now, I'm not going to dispute people's reports and what they've heard, but I don't believe that was true whatsoever. That the Clippers are just going to say, hey, let's just send Kawhi up north to the Golden State Warriors are one of our biggest rivals.
Well, if the Warriors do get Kawhi, I agree with you. I don't think it's going to be for a trade. I think that is off the table. I did read the story on ESPN, I think it was the week or the other week, where the NBA is considering voiding the contract over the aspiration thing that he got caught up in. That's the
I'll believe it when I see it.
That's exactly. Yeah. But if I'm thinking of an angle, if I'm trying to like lie awake at night and talk myself into Kawhi Leonard, it starts with that domino falling first. Because to your point, Bonte, no, they're never going to send him up.
He's a SoCal guy. San Diego. One of the benefits of him being with the Clippers is he could fly down to San Diego and chill out. So why wouldn't he, if he does get his contract voided, to say, you know what? Fine, I won't be a Clipper.
I'll go to
Let's go play with Luka.
Yeah. the other thing I want, like your perspective, we're going to go to the calls here. We only got a couple minutes left, but I've been telling everybody all week, like, guys, they've had an unreal run. I'm not saying it's completely over, but this is what happens on the back end of being this great for this long. Yep. So from 76 through 2011, they had 5 seasons where they won 48 or more games.
Yep.
Okay? Yep. It's almost 40-something years.
Yep.
In the last 14 years, they've won 48 or more 11 times.
Yep.
Okay? This is the greatest era of Warrior basketball we'll probably see in our lives.
Absolutely.
All right? And it sucks, but all good things do come to an end at some point. I think there's a lot of younger fans that are unwilling to understand that it's coming to an end. And I'm not grouping you in, but Lubman and Grandy and a lot of the younger guys, I get why because this is it. I mean, they grew up in the excellence.
They have no idea.
Well, no, I grew up in the suck, and I don't want to go back to the suck. That's what I'm trying to like. That's what.
But it happens though.
I know, it is. I just don't like that.
That's the thing.
Niners,
it's the reality of what is versus the emotional aspect of what fans
Very
like
few
myself
teams are great forever.
Oh, absolutely.
Like, even the Yankees had down periods.
Yeah, I've seen the Giants. We grew up with the Giants. Now, first team I remember. I don't really remember 87 when they went to the NLCS against the Cardinals, but I remember 89.
Yeah.
That was my first year. Then when they stunk in 90 and didn't make the playoffs until, really didn't even make the playoffs in 93 either because they won 103 games, but they got knocked out. But the Giants had a lot of ups and downs. That probably is my favorite Giants team ever. Then 94, strike year, they were coming on with Darryl Strawberry, but then 95, 96 stunk to the point where 97 came around. They started off 13-3 and win an NL West. You're like, what? That's a surprise. And then they had that run from 97 to basically 03, 04. We're like, Giants are really good. Then they stunk.
Yep.
We go through these periods in pro sports. It's cycles, man. Salary caps, player movement. Guys don't pan out. Like we're going through it right now with the Giants. One playoff appearance since 2016. So, yes, we do have a lot of spoiled Warrior fans because they say, oh, man, this stinks. No. 94 through 06, stunk. There were some 15-win teams. Ask Matt Steinmetz. The dude was a beat writer. By when the time January came around, Steinmetz, you don't have to travel on the team.
Exactly.
Your story's going to be on D5 anyway. Page number 5 of the sports page.
I love
seriously like that.
No,
so these
I remember those eras.
Who talk about like the suck and you're ruining this and you're ruining that. Can we just acknowledge that this ownership group, the front office, the coaches, the players, 14 straight great years
what I'm saying.
of relevant basketball.
And at some point, you got to clear out the rubble and start the new era. And we're approaching that now. And I think this is where Warrior fans fear that again, it's the whole Joe Lacob is the next Jerry Jones, which I don't agree with that.
Here's the thing with that is we keep reverting like, oh, you could be the Bulls. All right.
Which is not a good. It's not a guarantee that you'll be that.
Or you could be the San Francisco Giants, who said goodbye to Barry Bonds. I'm not saying this is going to happen.
Or you could be the Spurs, who lost all their transcendent stars and then are now getting back up to the point where that's the team you want to be. It took a minute, but they're doing it. I mean, that was one of the best run teams in the NBA. They finally got their guy in Wemby. They're building around him, and now the Spurs' future looks as bright as ever. They go 6-2 and 20
you could
this
be
year.
anything in between.
Yeah.
But if I asked a Giants fan in 2007, the final year of Bonds, you going to win a World Series ever? No.
Nobody thought so.
You're going to win 3 over the next 8 years?
Ridiculous, yeah.
You would have said you're said. No, again, that's one extreme. The other extreme is the Bulls that everyone keeps pointing to. Did you know how many different stops we could go to in between on how wide the variance is? We got to let it play out.
Well, the Bulls thing is interesting because their ownership group does not care. You don't think it's eating at Joe Lacob that, man, people were talking about me. He's on social. He told us when he was in studio. I got an account on Twitter. He sees what's getting rid of. Hell, the Valkyries traded Flau'jae Johnson, and everybody went crazy blaming Joe Lacob.
For it. Nuts.
But to compare them with the Bulls, how about this? People don't even know this. They don't even talk about this enough. The Celtics went from 86 to 06 without one championship. They got the one championship in 07. They've got one with Tatum. That's 2 championships since 1986. The Boston Celtics, who we look at as one of the flag bearers of the NBA. Celtic fans are going crazy, but you know what? They're competitive every single year. They have a shot.
Slash salaries and payrolls.
Absolutely.
And look at them this year. Did you think New England would be back in the mix?
Not this quickly.
Nope.
No one did.
No one.
I'm not saying that's going to happen here. They made mistakes. You know, look at the Niners. The Niners made one of the worst decisions they've ever made with the Harbaugh thing.
Yep.
A couple years later, you're in the Super Bowl. If you would have asked me in 2016, are the Niners getting back to the Super Bowl? I'd be like, not only are they getting back to the Super Bowl, they're going to go to another one.
Really quick before we close the show out here, let's go to Steven in Oakland. He's got some thoughts on Steve Kerr's legacy. Steven, how you doing today?
Hey, guys, just real quick, I really like what you guys have been talking about. You've been putting it in a real perspective, but I'm kind of pissed off because, the callers like the last caller, they're making Warrior fans sound dumb. For a long time, Warrior fans were seen as a really smart fan base. We didn't have a great team, but we showed up and we knew about basketball. But you got guys that are talking about Steve Kerr sucks and all this. Let me remind everyone that when Steve Kerr had a healthy squad and Jimmy Butler came, we had the best record in the league, and that continued until Steph blew his hammy. Steve Kerr has been constantly overperforming with not really quality pieces. We're expecting him to make a 7-course meal with Spam and Twinkies. And
Love Spam.
It's sickening. Yeah, but you wouldn't expect a 7-course meal with it.
No doubt.
And it's asinine to hear these guys talk about, oh, well, he's not developing this, he's not developing that. Look, even our draft picks have been good. We only had one draft pick that was really, a top 5 draft pick. It was
Wiseman. James Wiseman.
It was Wiseman, and it busted.
Right.
But everyone was of the consensus that we took a swing because if Wiseman had been good, it would have dramatically changed our team.
No doubt.
And made everything easier for the next 5 years. Poole has been good. Moody's been good.
Even the second rounder, Will Richard, has contributed. Good call. We got one more guy on the line.
No, that's a great call. Poole, Clay developed in one of the best two-way players. Who unlocked Draymond Green?
Kevon Looney.
Who unlocked Draymond Green?
Steve Kerr did.
Yeah.
Kevon Looney became one of the
seminal warrior.
He didn't even play his first year.
Right.
Yeah.
First couple years.
And that's why I get to wrap this up here. You talk about the draft pick the Warriors could be getting if they fall in the play-in tonight. I do think, there's the concern, Kerr's not going to play him. And you kind of made this point yesterday. And I'm just using your examples, Chassis, because I think a lot of people feel that way. I think there's going to be lots of minutes up for grabs next year for whatever young player comes in. And honestly, again, if he doesn't play
on the roster.
I don't even know who's
depends on the roster.
Depends on the roster. I'm guessing here there might be minutes. All right. Yeah, I could be wrong. It's whatever. But as we saw with Kevon Looney, if that first year is kind of an again, if Kerr and the Warriors, we are moving on to that 27, 28 season, it was also
he was in the G League.
Yeah,
exactly. Second year. He was
what I'm saying is,
terrible.
next year, we don't need to see this top pick that the Warriors get hit the court right away. It'd be great if it does. I'm not going to lose any sleep long term. I'm losing sleep already, but I won't lose sleep long term of that.
One thing Steven said, though, too, was you got to have talent. I give Steve Kerr credit this. In this league, where I've seen players quit on their teams, and we talk about the tanking epidemic, they play their asses off for Steve Kerr. They play hard,
Absolutely,
man. I watch every single game, and people are like, how do you do these? They play hard for Steve.
It was one of my favorite things to watch this year. Unfortunately, it was frustrating because, they build this lead or they come back from down 20, and you're loving the effort, and then they fade the rest of the way. Let's do some final thoughts here.
Oh, God.
Joe, you got a final thought?
Yeah, my final thought is, Bonte, we missed you. We missed you.
It's been a while.
No, I think the people missed you in studio. I'm glad you're in studio. Yeah. Are you going to come back later on this week or what?
I will.
I'm putting you on the spot.
Oh, you putting me on the spot? I don't know if I can come back later on this week. Let me see if my mom can spend a night or whatnot and help out Anna with the babies.
Thank God for grandparents, right?
Yeah, no doubt. I'll see what I can do.
I will say this, though. My last final thought. I got multiple ones. Dear God, I want to see Susak in the lineup today. I'm not here to say that he's the end-all, be-all. I think Ramos needs a day or two off. Put Casey Schmidt in left field. Let's just see what happens. And then put Daniel Susak behind the dish. I give the man a start. Please, Giants.
I heard your take on Bryce Eldridge earlier today. And they did have Bryce Eldridge working out in right field in spring training. At least when I was there.
Go to the outfield?
I don't know.
Actually, so I followed up with that on him. I asked him about that. Is just was that a thing, or are people just freaking out about it? And he's like, yeah, I think people overacted on that.
Okay, because I saw him working out there, and I was like, well watching this outfield right now.
Yeah. I mean, Ramos is terrible defensively. Casey does have a great arm. Is it that big of a stretch to ask a guy who's played all over the infield to try?
You have to get creative.
To play the outfield? His bat has to be in the lineup.
Well, but these bats, though,
are bad.
Devers, Ramos. And for Pat Bailey, we always knew he's a Farhan guy. I could see Buster trading him. I'm not going to go crazy over Patrick Bailey. Yeah, why not? I mean, he's good behind the plate, but he's a Farhan guy.
Yeah.
These Farhan guys, you know what I'm saying? But they've got to hit. This is on the offense.
They got to hit.
This offense has got to hit better. The at-bats that I saw over the weekend in Baltimore, like Harrison Bader. I like Harrison Bader personally.
He's hurt, though.
Good dude. He was so late on these all-speed pitches.
Uppercut.
I mean, it's just like, whoa,
the uppercut swings are driving me nuts.
He looks like a WWE guy from the 90s.
Yeah, and they got to get 2 out knocks. Their inability to get 2-out knocks, man. Those are the big hits that uplift the clubhouse, that fires up people.
Yeah.
You've got to get those 2-out knocks, man, and they haven't done that on this road trip yet.
Yeah, my final thought is if we're going to be sticking on Ramos here. I mean, the guy has just been such a mess at the plate. But when I look at this team, what really pissed me off last night is just he had one, like the amount of quick at-bats he's having, the amount of quick at-bats other guys are having. I think it was the 7th inning. Bailey comes up. You should have been pitch hit there. I think I went to the bathroom or something or filled my water bottle, and I came back, 45 seconds later, and Willie Adames is up with 2 outs. Yeah. It's like Bailey and Oliver were that quickly.
Swinging at the first pitch of the 9th inning.
But here's the thing.
Sean Estes is on the broadcast saying, this guy's wild. Take a pitch.
Lack of awareness on that, too. But
Jesus
Christ. I was messing around on Fangraphs last night, as I've known to do.
God.
And this team has seen the 5th fewest pitches the hitters have in all of baseball. They're not working counts. They have the 2nd fewest 4-pitch counts. But here's the thing, and I don't know if this is a trend or if it's just a product of them sucking. Obviously, their hitting coach, Hunter Mentz, was their hitting instructor with the Blue Jays last year. The Blue Jays last year, they were the 2nd fewest long counts, so like 4 pitches or more, and they saw the 9th fewest pitches last year, the Blue Jays. Now, the Blue Jays have better hitters, but what I'm looking at here is this part of an overall approach. They're trying to get these guys to attack pitchers early in the count and be more aggressive, and the approach is just failing. I don't know. Not drawing any conclusions after 17 games, but if I'm looking for a way to turn the poop that is the Giants lineup into maybe there's something there, that's the straw.
Everybody's terrible.
Everybody's terrible.
Well, I almost tweeted last night. And I said, I'm not going to go there. It's a matter of time before people start blaming the hitting coach.
Oh, yeah.
It's a matter of time before you start firing the hitting coach.
To go.
Yes, it's just a matter of time. We're pivoting off of Vitello.
Well, my fear was I got the DM from Alex in Atlanta. Oh, I might have owed Pat Burrell an apology. That was from Alex in Atlanta.
I hate the Dodgers, but in honor of Jackie Robinson Day, my personal favorite baseball movie is probably Sandlot. And honest to God, 42 is a top 3 baseball movie for me. I love that movie.
And I know it's awesome. Chadwick Boseman. Chadwick Boseman is such a great actor. We lost him during the pandemic. Rest in peace. Did a phenomenal job of portraying Jackie Robinson. Favorite movies. Sandlot's there, but I'm going to go with the Bad News Bears.
It's a great one.
From the mid-70s.
It's a great one.
It's an all-time classic. They just celebrated the anniversary.
50.
You couldn't make movies like that anymore. And
honestly,
the Bell Bosman jerseys.
When he gets the beer, he gives the kid the beer to drink and put on the arm. And then Kelly with the motorcycle.
It was unbelievable.
I enjoyed the remake.
Stokes.
I enjoyed the remake with Billy Bob Thornton. Walter Matthau is a classic. Though my favorite movie is always going to be Major League and always will be.
Great movie.
Love it.
Can't go wrong.
Yeah.
And then, of course, Randy Quaid in the sequel.
Yeah.
Pit of Fever.
Dude, I know everybody laughs. A League of Their Own is a great baseball movie.
I love that movie.
It's an awesome movie. I actually watched that not too long ago.
All-American Girls Baseball League. We love it.
Real quick. Yeah, this is my song. I would always play this with Star Nico. Give me Pit of Fever. I've been watching a lot of golf highlights. Last night, you will love this, Shasky. Bob May, Tiger Woods duel. The shot Bob May made on 18, and then Tiger Woods.
Yes.
Tiger Woods in the playoff walking up to the birdie. I'm catching up on all the golf stuff. It's unbelievable.
Jack Nicklaus.
That was Bonta Hill, Joe Shasky. I am Sam Lohman. That is it for the Morning Roast today. Steining Guru coming up next. Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
The 2026 Mountain Winery Concert Series is here with Jeff Foxworthy July 19th, John Mulaney October 18th, and many more. For the complete 2026 schedule, tickets, and more, go to mountainwinery.com. Tickets on sale now.
What if you could have the most reliable Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Just 5 years of fiber-powered Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most. That finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family's banking on bandwidth. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger, but your Wi-Fi, it would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity, imagine that. Select plans only. Restrictions apply. Powered by fiber. Connected to the premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Dell PCs with Intel inside are built for the moments you plan and the ones you don't. By the time you forgot your charger at the gate.
Passengers, we are now on our initial ascent.
Or when you're bouncing between projects like a ping pong ball. We build PCs with long-lasting battery life, so you're not scrambling for an outlet. And built-in intelligence, so you can stay focused on whatever you're doing. Dell Technologies, built for you. Dell.com/Dell PCs.
Pump up the volume. Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Hello, San Francisco Bay Area. Bank of America, in partnership with Visa, invites you to a FIFA World Cup 26 watch party. Open an eligible Bank of America checking account in participating financial centers only for an opportunity to reserve 2 complimentary tickets while supplies last. Experience special musical guests, games, giveaways, food, and more, all at a legendary venue. Learn more at BofA.com/BofA Visa Watch Party. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 26. Bank of America NA, member FDIC. Terms apply. All rights reserved.
Hey there. It's Bonte with a fresh springtime update from River Islands in Lathrop, where the good life can be your life. Everything is in bloom here, including the home selection. With neighborhoods designed for all kinds of lifestyles, it is easy to find your perfect fit. Looking for a bright kitchen, a home office, or space for guests? You'll find it here with homes from the low 600s to over $1 million. And the town center, located by Islanders Field Ballpark, is really coming to life. The Redwood Cafe opens this summer, and a new amphitheater is on the way for concerts and community events. Sutter Health is building medical offices, and a major grocery store is coming soon, making it a great place to gather and unwind. The Lakewood Club at Del Webb has just opened its doors, and a brand new K-8 charter school welcomes students this fall. All part of the exciting growth happening within River Islands. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? Check it out at riverislands.com.
The basketball playoffs are right around the corner, and now you can trade every game on Kalshi. You can also trade on who wins each series, the conference finals, and the championship on Kalshi. You're trading against other people in a live market. No house, no odds makers, and as the odds move, you can buy in or out anytime throughout the postseason. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code FAN to get $10 when you trade $10. KALSHI. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
Join us Monday, April 27th for the 3rd annual Agape Golf Tournament at Stone Tree Golf Club. Register or donate now at atcopest.com. Click on Agape. All proceeds benefit the Autism Society of the Bay Area. Don't miss it.
Hi, my name is Lloyd Lockridge, and I'm the host of a new podcast from Odyssey called Family Lore. In this podcast, I'm going to have people on to tell unusual and sometimes far-fetched stories about their families.
I've heard my whole life that she invented the margarita.
And then we're going to investigate those stories and find out how much of it is true.
He gets a patent 1 month before the Wright brothers. Oh my God.
Please follow and listen to Family Lore, an Odyssey podcast, available now on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your shows.
If you're carrying a lot of credit card or personal loan debt, every month can start to feel the same. All those bills, all those due dates, all that stress. There's a solution that's designed to make it easier for you. National Debt Relief could put you on the fast track to paying off your credit card debt, personal loans, and even medical debt for less than you owe, with just one low monthly payment you can afford. And no, it's not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. It's a real, affordable debt relief program that could save you lots of money. National Debt Relief has already helped over 1 million people with their debt and has thousands of 5-star reviews and an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. So if you owe $10,000 or more, don't wait. Call 800-300-4411 now to see if you qualify. That's 800-300-4411. One call could help reduce what you owe and simplify your monthly payments. Call 800-300-4411 now to find out how much you could save.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. He brings brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have great points. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
We're warriors.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
All righty. It's game day. Do or die tonight for the Warriors.
Damn.
LA Clippers, 7 o'clock start. It'll start at 7:30.
No technical difficulties, Prime.
First game will run too long.
Dude, don't you hate? Well, when this happens, they make sure they don't tip it until it's finished.
Couple good games last night in the NBA.
Woo, I couldn't sleep. No, seriously, Johnny, I couldn't sleep, man. I needed the sports cigarette. If you were there for me, I would have called you. Evan and I were talking, but that's why we do what we do. 2 good games.
I watched a lot of Breaking Bad last night again.
What season you on?
We just started 3.
Okay.
So we're like 3-3.
So you and your partner are watching together.
I watched most of the first game.
Okay. Dude,
and Miami let that one go.
Well, give the ball to Wiggins. He couldn't be stopped.
Yeah, I know.
Dude, that last play by Spoelstra, hey, give it to Hero, who I like, in the backcourt when Wiggins and Powell were cooking. Come on now.
The take's not a hot take.
Dude, Pat Riley had to be hot. Right?
How many years have we talked about, where'd Wiggins go in crunch time? We used to have that discussion a lot here in the Bay.
I owe you an apology, Steiny. Let's get it out the way. About yesterday, the way the show ended, I owe you an apology. I let one go. I let one go. I was going to tell you at the cafeteria. I couldn't. So I owe you an apology. I got defensive and it messed up our artistry at the end of the show. I didn't tell Evan, but I let one go. I'm going through some stuff. And so what you smelled was real. I apologize to you today, man.
It's unbelievable.
Steiny apologized yesterday.
No, that's when I felt guilty.
See,
But we had people to our left, and I didn't want them to hear. But I told my son what happened, and I owe you an apology, man.
It's funny because on my list I have apology to Guru.
No, you just rescind that. No, I'm sorry, dude. I couldn't admit to it, and I was surprised you brought it up like the way you did.
It really.
It was a bad one. I was gassy. And my bad.
LaMelo Ball should not have been thrown out last night.
Well,
come on.
He's incredible. I think he's on the road to stardom. You know, I like him, the body type. But, man, I didn't like that. And I got to be honest. You watch everything. I must have walked away or went to the fridge. I missed that in real time. And when they ran it back, that wasn't cool, man. And I guess it's the second time since 2024 he's done that to Bam. But he was a baller, couldn't hit the side of a barn, but he damn sure was playing. And those 4 teams set the tone for tonight. And now the Warriors are up. And who's playing? Does Bassey get in tonight? Who doesn't play tonight if you're Steve Kerr? Because he was on with Willard and Dibbs talking about the minute restriction. I'm like, we're in game 83, and we're talking about restrictions. It's just symbolic of what this team and where we're at, man.
Yep, no doubt about it. They don't have guys right now who can go more than 30, 35 minutes. We'll get into some of the Steve Kerr sound from yesterday. He was on with Willard and Dibbs. A couple things. I was just listening to a little bit of we can just throw stuff out today because I got a bunch of stuff I want to get into. Yeah. But I was listening to the morning roast today with Lubman and Shasky.
Yeah.
And
Bonte made an appearance.
Lubman was talking about how he's like, the Warriors are a lot like the Heat now. And I thought, okay, well, yeah, they've been lingering in this play-in for a while, so they're similar there. But after that, I don't see a big comparison between the Miami Heat and the Warriors.
Yeah, I'm with you. I tried to make that parallel.
look, Steph's everything, right? But they don't have a Steph issue in regard to everything for said player. The Warriors do. So I'm looking at that roster. They got young studs, Hero, Bam. So I'm disappointed in Miami. And I told you Spoelstra, but I don't feel like they have what word am I looking for, partner? The Titanic or the rat on the table brought to you by Echo Pest Control in regard to, having their Steph Curry and what you do and what respect you pay him and what you owe him. They don't have that at all.
Yeah, I mean, the way I look at it is, okay, so Miami finishes 10th in the East and lose in the play-in. All right, so who are their three best players? Probably Hero, Adebayo, and Wiggins. Well, Hero's
not bad.
Yeah, Hero's 26, Adebayo's 28, Wiggins is 31.
Damn.
Right. Those are better than the Warrior three players.
Right.
So,
and they're in the East.
Well, the East, look at the records. The East, the 10th seed in the East won 43 games. The Miami Heat. So the East had 10 teams that were over 500 this year. But what I'm getting at is, Miami's not a bad team, and they can't even get into the playoffs. So...
Well, that's why I called out Spoelstra or whatever's going on there, because he is supposed to be a top coach.
Well, I think Charlotte's better. What I'm saying is, Wiggins, Hero, and Adebayo are pretty good. They're all, in their prime or a little young, and they can't get into the playoffs. And I'm the names don't do it anymore to get you into the Charlotte must be better than them with the players they have.
Yeah, but I don't feel comfortable. And I love me some LaMelo Ball and Bridges, and we'll talk about Knipple. He had a bad night as a rookie, but with his, first playoff experience. But before last night's game, I wouldn't feel comfortable saying that. But after, that's why I'm honed in on, when I talk about Durant and him going to the other teams. I know it's his greatness, but that's where I look at Spoelstra man, whatever you're saying, has it fallen on deaf ears because they got a talented team? More so than it being okay for them to be in the East and be, participant in the play-in every year. Last year, the same thing. So, if I'm Pat Riley, I'm looking around I can't just put this all on the players. We got some guys here. Davion Mitchell's improved his game. He was balling last night. You brought in Norman Powell. The Heat, Steiny, have no business to me being a part of the play-in and then losing it in the fashion that they did. And I know Bam went down. Evan showed me. I was coming down his road for a little bit. Was he really? Wasn't? But he landed on his back. So, it is what it is. But, yeah, I'm looking at Miami. I hear Loveman, what he was talking about, but I don't feel like they have the rat on the table in regard to the Steph Curry and his history and them not being able to move forward because of respect.
Yeah, I'm just looking at it as though the Miami Heat aren't a great team, and they've got more than the Warriors have, to my way of thinking. And it's not that they're on the fringe of the playoffs. It's that where, what's going to happen from this point on. And I don't, all I'm saying is, we look at the Heat but they might have more going on than the Warriors.
No, I'm with you.
Okay, well, that's kind of what I'm saying. And I don't know how the Warriors get this thing back on track.
Well, it starts tonight. The tone has been set, and we've beat up and thrown rocks and everything. Lit the regular season of the NBA on fire, tanking this and that. The NBA, the play-in game, the games were fantastic. Now I'm excited about, maybe there's a speech from me today. Nobody's asking. But, Steiny, I'm come on, man, let's do something. All this crap, and we're talking about minutes restriction still. That's a sign of everything that's ailed us. And Here we are on a win-or-go-home game, and Kerr can't even go out guns blazing. Technically.
No. And, that's going to be, and how do they move forward if it's game one of the playoffs now or game one of the play-in and they win a few games? How are they even going to manage playing every other game in a first-round series.
But wouldn't you like to find that out?
I don't know. That's up to Warrior fans.
Yeah.
If Warrior fans would like to find that out or not. Because, Anthony Slater had some interesting things to say on ESPN yesterday. We'll do that.
All right.
I will say this. I am more excited about that game tonight because the games last night were pretty darn good.
Oh, man.
But I'll tell you what I'm afraid of on the other side. All right. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. It is a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Friedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances in live working vignettes. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. And this segment is also sponsored by Cache Creek Casino Resort, introducing a $375,000 cache of clues at Cache Creek Casino Resort. Sundays, March 1st through April 26th, excluding April 5th, and March 29th and April 26th. The grand prize is a 2026 Mercedes-Benz.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a warehouse operations manager.
Where are the forklifts?
Sold them. Too expensive. We're using scooters now.
So you expect us to move a 2-ton pallet on a scooter?
Just lean into it. Put your back into it, people.
This is your job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Elevate your kitchen at the Miele Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. Out of your dreams and into your kitchen. Select the qualifying built-in kitchen appliance package that is right for you. With unrivaled technology and luxury-grade quality, when you bring home a Miele, you're bringing home true innovation. Now, for a limited time, save up to 10% with the purchase of a qualifying Miele kitchen package. Visit the Miele Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You need a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. Switch today. Get started with a great offer as low as $60 a month. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Offer ends 6/1/26. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet and security edge. 1-year agreement, eco-bill, and auto pay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Real Success. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at ourrealsuccess.com.
Do you want to learn how to make money flipping houses and acquiring rental properties right here in the Bay Area without using your own money? You'll learn to flip houses and secure rental properties in your spare time to get on track towards real wealth building. We're offering a handful of motivated individuals the opportunity to attend our workshop right here in the Bay Area for free. That's right, we'll give you 2 free tickets when you text FLIP to 64,000. The Bay Area is the perfect market to flip houses and build rental income. Don't miss this opportunity. Come to a complimentary live 2-hour workshop next week right here in the Bay Area and learn how to start making money flipping homes and building long-term wealth with rental properties. To get 2 free tickets, text FLIP to 64,000. Text in the next 10 minutes, and registrants will also receive a free copy of our Funding for Deals guide. Text FLIP to 64,000 for 2 complimentary tickets. Text FLIP to 64,000.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 Plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important, trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Draft Spotlights are brought to you by Liberty Mutual. Only pay for what you need. I think Jeremiah Love might be the most talented player in this entire 2026 draft. When I watch him at Notre Dame, in any game over the last 2 years, he's the best player in the field, averaging almost 7 yards a carry, and he's a great receiver, catching almost 60 passes in the last 2 years. I could see Jeremiah Love going as early as to that team in Arizona at 3, to that team in Nashville at 4, or maybe that team in New York at 5.
And Doug.
There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means playing in a football game. Boom! 42! You're going down, Doug! Oh, yeah? Your price on car insurance when you customize and save is going down. Hey! Limu? What are you doing on their team? Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
It's the Guru Steiny show. Let's go.
All righty. Warriors in the play-in tonight against the LA Clippers.
Yes, sir.
On the one hand, they'll be as healthy as they can possibly be. They won't have Butler and Moody, but we knew that. But Steve Kerr was on with Willard and Dibbs yesterday, and this was the part that has some Warrior fans a little bit troubled.
Other than Brandon Pajemski, I'm not sure anybody is even capable of playing more than, 35 minutes. I mean, Steph just came back, obviously, didn't quite get to 30 the other night. Draymond's been around 28 to 30 all year. Kristaps and Al kind of mid-20s. So that's just who we are right now as a team. And with Jimmy and Moses out, obviously, it puts us, in a bind in terms of the minutes we need. So we'll play guys, and the game will tell us what we need to do, but we've got to be ready to use our whole bench.
All right, so that was Steve Kerr yesterday with Willard and Dibbs saying that there's only one player on the team that can play 35 minutes right now, and it's Brandon Pajemski. Which means that he doesn't want to play Curry or Draymond or anybody 35 minutes or more tonight. And the thing to me that I want to bring up and compare and contrast, if you will. So I'm reading The Athletic today, and Nick Friedel, Guru, wrote something on Draymond Green and how Draymond Green views the NBA. And he says certain guys are 82-game guys and certain guys are 16-game guys. And the 16 games means the playoffs, right, obviously. And, Draymond says, number one is you have to have a certain focus level. You have to meet a certain level of physicality, blah, blah, and he expounds on that. The foul calls are pulled back a bit. I think one of the beautiful things the NBA does, and referees do too, is you have to go win. You're not going to get bailed out. And then he says, if you're someone that can't lock in on the game plan, you can't be a 16-game player. And my question to Draymond and the Warriors and to Steve Kerr is, do you really have 16-game players if you don't have anybody that can play 35 minutes?
No, that's a phenomenal question. And the answer to me, and it's disheartening to hear, it's his truth and Kerr's, is no. I mean, how can you go out guns blazing if you don't have all your bullets? And, that was, those are words. And maybe, in the midst of battle tonight and the game were to go overtime, we see Curry and Draymond or whoever play over 35 to 40 minutes. But just hearing that is kind of somber. But then it's just a state of of what you've accumulated, via the roster. And I know Jimmy's out and Moody are out, but man, I was asking Evan, when you left the green room, do we see Bassey? People call him Daryl Gassy Johnson, but do we see Bassey? And you hearing that soundbite? Hell yeah, we're going to see Bassey, Steiny. We might see Leones. And it's like, wow, Guy Santos can't give us 35. And I know he didn't want to go down the whole roster, but how am I or Dub Nation to expect us to shock the world? And we can't shock the world because we got fighters that can't go 15 rounds if need be. It's kind of disheartening to be at this juncture and still Steiny needs his Geritol. Evan needs his Rolaids. It's like, damn, man, but we put this together. And maybe that will go. You know what? I am truly fired up about this game. I'm being real, and last night had a lot to do with it too. Maybe I'm hanging on like Van Gundy to Zoe Morning's leg. Maybe in the midst of the fire, that will go by the wayside, and there will be opportunities. Situation we'll all be seeing together, watching, and maybe that will just go by the wayside, and the training wheels will come off, and guys will be out there if need be more than what we thought. Maybe it's just too much wordplay, and I'm hanging on to every word that Kerr's saying. I'm speaking for myself, but I hope tonight the game is not over and Steph doesn't play 30 minutes and Draymond's not close to then I would feel like, especially in a loss, we didn't put our best foot forward.
Yeah, I think,
or we could.
The way I look at this year, and I'd love to know what some Warrior fans think. And, they won in 2022. They kind of ran it back the next year. It didn't work. And we've heard a lot of talk about where the Warriors are. And the goal for the Golden State Warriors over the last 3 years has been to try to manage the regular season, get into the playoffs healthy, and then make some kind of run. And to me, this year, everything failed on every front.
Wow.
So you didn't manage the regular season because you were 37 and 45, and maybe you couldn't manage it because of injury, but that's the reason you can't manage it, because of injury. So they can't manage the regular season, and now they got to go in as a 10 seed, but they're not even healthy when they go in as a 10 seed. They're missing 2 players, and now we hear that only one guy on the roster can play 35 minutes.
Odd, man.
So,
wow.
When people, want to just kind of keep this thing going, I mean, it's kind of crumbling in a few different ways. And one is they're now at the end of the season as a 10th seed, and they're not healthy. So we didn't accomplish either goal. We didn't manage the regular season, and we're not coming into, the postseason or play-in game or playoff healthy. So when I look at that, I don't really see how they can make any noise in the play-in. I think it's a real long shot for them to win 2 games.
Well, I'm hoping, and we all are, and I hear you. I have nothing to rebuttal. I feel that premise of what you're saying and how you're laying it out. And my frustration is, okay, tomorrow was always supposed to be the day. That's how I would surmise this season from the beginning. And I brought this up. I'll do it again. Oh, we're going to be in our beds. We got dealt a bad hand in regard to the rodeo. But now I'm watching Steph Curry, and I'm happy as happy as I can be that he came back this season, because I thought he was going to be shut down. But now, Steiny, I'm being honest. I saw him against the Kings up close. I saw him against the Clippers, and it's not his fault. But there's no way he's 100%. And when he made his debut, it looked like he was 100%. So I get, you can't just run him in the ground. But at what juncture this season has been, showing caution paid off the next day or the next week? So I'm hoping today will be a new opening night, but that rug got taken out from underneath me, and I fell down and hurt myself like a bam last night because the coach is telling me, Goo, hey, I know we're rooting and we're trying, But we got guys that can't go the 15 rounds. Like, that was just a blow before the game. And I'm hoping that was just wordplay, but I'm with you. And I'm going to say this to you after what you just said. What are you holding on to? Because you talked about it. 3 of the last 6 years we've been part of the play-in, and we got ran twice. What are we holding on to?
You're holding on to not doing anything tonight that could jeopardize Steph Curry next year. That's the one thing.
But there's no guarantee that the chef will be fine or immune from injury next year.
Right. I know. That's why they're in the same boat next year. Exact same boat. They're in the exact same boat next year. And, it's funny because I've heard a few people now talk about, and Fitz said it yesterday, and we love Fitz.
Yeah.
How it's such a big off season for the Warriors. Is it? How can it be?
Well, if you were to bring in a big fish or a whale like LeBron or Kawhi.
Yeah, I don't think it's a big off season at all. I think next year's the big off season. And the reason is because they've put themselves in a position to have money at the end of next season, not this season. So, when I look at this roster of Butler and Curry and Draymond, I wonder how much they can do in the offseason. I think this is going to be a relatively uneventful offseason.
So, just about tonight, shout out DJ Quick. Mm-hmm. Do you give them much of a chance? I do. I do give them a chance tonight. Portland is something I don't want the Warriors to see, and they proved that just by beating them 3 times. Portland this year beating us 3 times, but watching them last night, I'm like, oh, they got dudes. They got length. They got athleticism. They know who they are. This thing has just been Gorilla Glue, duct tape. But do you give them much of a chance tonight? Because I look at that Clipper team, and I've been impressed throughout this year at times, but it starts and ends with Kawhi, and if Draymond and company can just make it difficult for him, I do give, okay, Darius Garland, Bonte left out of here like he didn't have the best April, Garland that is, but he looked active Sunday night, and I'm just, do you give him much of a chance? The Warriors tonight, Steiny.
I mean, yeah, I think they could win tonight. But I'm looking at 2 games, that they're going to have to win. And now they got to go to Phoenix on Friday if they can win tonight.
Strike that off last night.
I mean, what's the line tonight? 5? 5 even.
5.5.
5.5.
I might put some, I don't have much on the Warriors. This has to mean something for Steph and Dre and Steve Kerr, because I'm going to say it, we are at the end. Now, the end could be a while, but these moments aren't coming around. And I'm thinking, I swear to you guys, I have no proof. I have no way to prove it. Last night, I'm watching the game, and I'm thinking, what is Dre? What's Steph? What's Guy Santos? Because everybody's watching these 2 games. I got to believe they got a pep in their step watching those performances by the 4 teams. Now they're
the Clippers. Did the Clippers get a pep?
I give that. I give that.
But
you know what I mean.
I don't give the Warriors any, that's, so Steph and Draymond and watched the game last night. Now they're super revved up any more than the Clippers. I think this is where it works the opposite. You look at the Charlotte Hornets, they've never been there before. They're in their first play-in game. They played like it. I'm not convinced that we are going to see some kind of all-out effort that becomes obvious that the Warriors are playing harder than they've played the last couple months. They'll probably play better than they've played the last couple months because they'll have Steph and Draymond and Porzingis, et cetera. But I don't think I'm going to see them playing in a way where you say, oh, my God, now you can tell this was a big game.
And I went off yesterday about Porzingis, and I he has nothing to prove basketball-wise in regard to his talent. But this is a game, and I'm asking Dub Nation, can the Warriors win on the road without Steph, going Michael J. Fox and Teen Wolf? Can he have an okay game, but Porzingis have a game of his life in the offs, or Horford and Pods and Guy Santos? Can other guys outside, not named the chef, have a game or have an out-of-body experience to where we can attach our wagon to them and they could bring us home? Does it have to be Steph like it always seems like it has to be, or can other guys show up tonight and we beat the Clippers?
It's probably going to have to rely a lot on Steph, I would think. Is this true?
Yeah.
The Warriors have beaten one team with a winning record in their last 25 games? Does that sound right? Yikes. That's on the text line.
Well, we had lunch yesterday, you, Evan, and I, after the show, and the stats of all stats were when Draymond went up to the podium, and so did I, after the game we went to in the suite against the Kings when the Warriors hosted Sacramento, and we were talking about the Kings tanking and not being a part of that, but to find out in the second half of the season the Kings had more wins than the Warriors, that was one that I drove home in the caddy like I didn't even turn the music on. I just sat back and sat on that nugget about, hey, no excuses, but you talk about putrid basketball, that is a stat that is wow. And again, that may mean nothing tonight, but could you imagine if somehow we win it and pull it off tonight and get a game Friday? That like, I want it. And I also will be all in, partner, if we win tonight, lose Friday, and are part of the lottery.
I look at tonight's game, and obviously the Warriors can win the game. I mean, it's an NBA game. But I do think that sometimes in these situations, you kind of pay the price for the kind of year you had. And whether we like it or not, the Clippers didn't get off to a great start. And they've played pretty well for 50 to 60 games. And the Warriors just have never really gotten it together, which is understandable after Jimmy Butler. I do think that this is going to be a tough game. I would not bet on the Golden State Warriors to win this game tonight.
Wow.
I just wouldn't.
No, I get it. I do get it, man.
The Clippers have just been better start to finish than the Warriors this season. And do I think that they can beat the Clippers in a game? Yes, but then they're going to have to go beat Phoenix, who's been better than them all season, too. And this team's not a great road team. And I don't think they're firing on all cylinders, obviously, right now.
They've never been whole to get that cohesiveness that
they're not going to get it tonight.
We've talked about all year, and I'll use a baseball term. We know the Giants are stinking it up right now, but just hearing Steve Kerr tell Willard and Dibbs that a guy can't or guys can't play 35 minutes, not named Pods, that was like a Game 7 and the manager saying, hey, our starting pitcher, he can't go deep into the game. It's like...
I mean, in fairness, sometimes that happens when you use a pitcher in a Game 6 and you just can't use him in a Game 7. But, my big thing, and I don't not necessarily want to get into it now, but, I just can't assume that next year they're going to get all this good fortune injury-wise at their age and kind of turn this season or turn it around next year. Let's go to Nico. Nico's in Sacramento.
BTO.
Hey, Nico, what's going on?
Yo, what's up, guys?
Hey.
I got to say, I mean, I love the rejoin. Every time it plays, you guys have been playing it for the past couple of weeks. I heard it yesterday. I was like, man, I got to call in. I wasn't feeling so good, so I didn't call in. I love the rejoin, man. I love hearing myself on the radio. It's freaking awesome.
All right. Congrats.
Let's get in on these Warriors, man.
Right.
I don't understand why we're praying on someone to have a good game like a Buddy Hield type game last year to win a play-in game. We're in the play-in, bro. Like, what are we talking about? We're really going out here and praying for someone to do good like a Guy Santos to help Curry get over the top and then go play another game on Friday. Come on, man. And this is just ridiculous. Last week you said I was negative, and this past week you've been so negative, bro. And how am I the negative person when I just see that we're trash? And I'm a real fan that understands that we have nothing in the tank. but I'm not being negative. I'm being realistic. I'm not sitting here saying we're going to win championships. We're not that good. I mean, the season win total, we blew the under like easily. The team is not good put around Curry. The staff is good, but we don't have anything on the court. So it doesn't matter if it's Kerr or Popovich or anybody that's coaching. We don't have talent. I mean, our best player after Curry and Porzingis is Guy Santos, and everyone at home is who? No one knows who Guy Santos is. He's not a name, man. It doesn't make any sense. So we're praying on these guys to do something for us tonight. Just keep praying, bro.
Yeah. And Nico,
I love the show.
Yeah.
Y'all have a good one.
Nico, I'll leave you with this because, Friday did something to me after the show. I went up to SAC, watched the game, and watched the Warriors up close, and they were whole. And that to me, and I love hard, I tricked myself into thinking this is a dress rehearsal. And again, the game had no meaning in regard to the standings, but what I saw Nick Clifford and Devin Carter do to the Warriors, I got emotional, and I'm hoping somehow they can flush that out their system and show up tonight. But, it is what it is, and I don't like the wordplay that's coming out of Warrior World right now. And we'll talk to you later, Nico, but I'm just telling you, Steiny, that story about, I don't want to take the show off the tracks here, but, I go to bed or wake up this morning and read the article about upper management might not like the verbiage or the words that Steve Kerr used in regard to fading dynasty. And I'm thinking to myself, and I said it to you when we got to see Steve up close and personal, I felt something off his body. It was real. It was like, this is a truth teller. It's a truth teller. It's his version of it, and I appreciated it. And now here we are, a do-or-die game, and articles are being written about the head coach. Those words might be too harsh for some in the organization. And then I'm taking a step back like, if that is true, because it was written, if that is true, how the hell can we go shock the world when we got disconnect all around our franchise? And the coach telling his version of the truth. And I bring that up because those are things that I think can keep us from winning.
I mean, Steve Kerr saying it's a fading dynasty. I mean, he said that. Hello, what?
No,
they are.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Okay, so why did anybody get mad at that?
I don't know. I don't know. Like, I couldn't believe I was reading this article like that.
Well, this is what Steve Kerr said to Guru and myself about 2 weeks ago when we were over there, and I asked him about this dynasty and his sense of urgency.
I've been, you know me, I've been quite honest about everything.
We love it.
Much to the chagrin of some of the people I work with. When I say we're an aging dynasty, I'm just being honest. That's what we are. And I like I said, not everybody's thrilled when I say that, right. But I just believe in no BS. Like, let's not pretend. Let's actually deal with what's here. That's how I coach. That's how I speak to the media.
I respect him for calling it like it is, and I know some in Dub Nation blame him, but he's telling you, don't blame me. I'm not working with a lot, and here we are going in tonight's game in L.A. I'm all in as a fan. You know it. But, man, he's telling you he's not working with much, and the fact that you got one guy on the roster that can play 35 minutes in a do-or-die game, I mean, if that's not symbolic of where we're at, I don't know what is.
888-957-9570 is the number. I kind of want to get more into that. I'll play it again on the other side. Steve Kerr saying that when he called the Warriors a fading dynasty, that there were people in the organization that really didn't like it. And I think we can assume Joe Lacob was one. But my question to Warrior fans is why? Why did that bother Joe Lacob? And would it bother you if you were the Warriors owner and you heard your head coach saying that? 888-957-9570 is the number. That segment was brought to you by Ceremony Ford. Gas prices, crazy right now. They're sky high. But Ceremony Ford's got you covered during the Fuel Your Ford event. Get a $2,500 Visa gas card when you buy a 2025 Ford Maverick. Yes, sir, they're helping you fill up, no doubt about it. It's happening right now in Colma, Daly City, right off 280, or at CeremonyFord.com. Ceremony Ford, your Bay Area Ford dealer. And life doesn't give you a warning when everything changes. It starts with shock, confusion, and 1,000 questions running through your mind. Maybe it's a car accident or a serious injury or a tragedy that changes your family forever, and suddenly you're dealing with insurance companies, paperwork, and pressure, all while trying to heal. That's when Beam Law comes in. They take on the legal fight for you, the negotiations and the stress, so that you can focus on recovery and taking care of the people who matter most. Beam Law is local, and they've recovered millions for clients across the region, and it's why SF Weekly has named them Best of the Bay 4 times. So if you've been hurt or lost someone because of someone else's negligence, call Beam Law at 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555. Or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
Xfinity Tech Support, Matthew speaking.
Hi, I live in a pretty remote place, like Jurassic Park remote. Oh!
Wow.
Will Xfinity Mobile work out here?
Yep, the combination of reliable Wi-Fi and 5G makes it so that you can stay connected in all kinds of places. Plus, you get access to ultra-fast speeds and coverage, whether you're poolside or out live streaming with a T-Rex.
Hold still, you're about to go viral.
Welcome to a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile. Cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity, imagine that. Watch Jurassic Park with Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings comparison based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience More, Verizon Unlimited Plus, and AT&T Starter as of February 10th, 2026. Taxes, fees, extra.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I own a coffee shop, and I wanted to label everything with our logo.
That's ambitious.
Cups, boxes, bags.
Ooh, that'll add up.
Not at all, because right now, Staples prints custom labels for 30% off.
30% off? That's shockingly affordable branding.
Yep. Now our logo and URL are seen all over town.
Brand your business for less at Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in-store, online, or in the app by 4/18 to unlock. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Hey, what's up, flies? This is David Spade.
Dana Carvey.
Look, I know we never actually left, but I'll just say it. We are back with another season of Fly on the Wall.
Every episode, including ones with guests, will now be on video. Every Thursday, you'll hear us and see us chatting with big-name celebrities.
And every Monday, you're stuck with just me and Dana. We react to news, what's trending, viral clips.
Follow and listen to Fly on the Wall everywhere you get your podcasts.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I opened a restaurant and needed everything. Menus, signage, catering brochures.
Everything and then some.
I went to Staples. They printed it all and even suggested takeout menus.
One money pit with a side of fries.
But now at Staples, you get up to $125 off custom print orders.
$125 off. Now you're cooking. Brand your business in a big way at Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in-store, online, or in the app by 4/18 to unlock. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
The 2026 Mountain Winery concert season is here, with performances by Dana Carvey and David Spade in June, Trevor Noah in July, and many more. To see the 2026 schedule and a chance to win tickets to one of the shows, courtesy of Mountain Winery, visit 957thegame.com.
It's a difficult situation, so we got to keep fighting.
Basketball doesn't work that way.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty. Hey, look, you can look at it this way. The Warriors have a chance to do something that nobody's done before, and that is go from a 10th seed to a playoff series and win a game in the series. It's never been done. A 10 has gotten into the postseason, but they've never won a playoff game. So there's something there for the Warriors, if they want, that they could do something no other 10 seed has done before. But I do think it's going to be very difficult, very difficult. But with Steph Curry, they got a shot. They got a shot.
Yeah, on a minute restriction. I was going to ask you, and you can tell me before we get out of here, I know you want to play the curse sound. Your X factor, obviously not named Steph Curry. And I'll just give you mine real quick, Stoney. It's KP. Porzingis he's got to have one of his best games in a Warrior uniform for us to win tonight's game.
Yeah, I think the wild card is Darius Garland.
On the Clippers,
If you can't let Garland and Kawhi both get you 25.
Yeah.
And if Garland's going to score, he's got to be a volume shooter. All right, this is Steve Kerr. I'm going to play this again. This was a couple weeks ago when he was with Guru and myself at Chase Center, and he talked about how some people in the organization feel when he talks about the Warriors as a fading dynasty. And just take a listen to this.
I've been, you know me, I've been quite honest about everything.
We love it.
Much to the chagrin of some of the people I work with. When I say we're an aging dynasty, I'm just being honest. That's what we are. And I like I said, not everybody's thrilled when I say that,
right.
But I just believe in no BS. Let's not pretend. Let's actually deal with what's here. That's how I coach. That's how I speak to the media.
All right, so my question for Warrior fans is when he's talking about a fading dynasty and he says, much to the chagrin of people in the organization, I think it's safe to say that Joe Lacob's probably one of those people. And so if Joe Lacob, what does he not like about the honesty that Steve Kerr talks with about where they are, considering that their three best players are still all over 36 or 37 years old? Why would that
Because he doesn't
agree.
Joe Lacob. And he doesn't like that assessment. And that tells me Joe Lacob feels...
what's wrong with it? I don't...
Joe doesn't feel that it's fading. He must still feel like they got a better chance than the guy the maestro that's conducting the train.
Well, what do you think?
I tend to agree with Steve Kerr.
I do too. And so if Joe Lacob doesn't believe that
would be friction, or I believe Steve Kerr has had a conversation with Joe Lacob and echoed those same words, and that's how this story got out. But, if I'm the guy that's putting this all together and my guy's telling me basically, I'm paraphrasing Stoney, or I'm not feeling it, or we don't got enough. Oh my gosh, that can affect the future. That could, of your tenure. Because if I got a guy, I'm putting this together, and you're telling me, the ingredients just is not it. I mean, man, that to me is not good.
Well, I want my coach to be honest. And if Joe Lacob doesn't think this is a fading dynasty, first of all, I can't believe it, to be honest.
That Joe would not.
Exactly. Yeah. But, okay, so he might think it, Joe Lacob, but something bothered him about Steve saying it. And I think what's got to bother Joe about Steve saying it is there seems to be a little resignation on Steve Kerr's behalf. Like when you say, look, we're a fading dynasty, you're taking the responsibility kind of off yourself a little bit. Because if it's a fading dynasty, then there's not much any coach can do. But I think Joe Lacob probably knows it, but he doesn't want to hear it like that. But the reality of the situation is, at some point, the organization has got to be honest about where they're at and what the future holds and how much longer, realistically, these guys can play and stay competitive, because I don't know that they did this year.
Yeah, and, a lot of that was out of their control with the guys going down. But, Pops told me only asses assume. So I'm assuming the most important person in the Warriors organization is Joe Lacob. So that article was written, and if some, and Steve told us, within the organization don't agree, I wouldn't give a rat's tail on who didn't agree outside of my boss. That's who I'm worried about. But I'm asking you this right now and the fans. Do you think Steph, and I'm just naming some players that got some, clout within the organization, or Draymond didn't like that fading dynasty? Or even if they, let's say they didn't, it wouldn't get to this juncture to where Steve Kerr would say some within, even these buildings, don't like when I say that, because I would give you both my arms that it's Joe Lacob that didn't like that. But I'm wondering now, hey, I wonder if Dre or Steph didn't like that, would it get to this point to where we would know some within, didn't like that comment?
Yeah,
it's got to be the owner. You would think.
I mean, I think he was talking about Lacob.
Yeah, I do too.
But I'm kind of with Steve Kerr on this one. Whether it's an aging dynasty or a fading dynasty, it's one or the two. And I guess I can look at it both ways. What's the good part? Like, what's good about him saying it? He probably doesn't have to say it. But the real issue is if people in the organization don't believe it. That, to me, would be way more troubling than Steve Kerr talking about how it is an aging dynasty.
Well, forget the article for 1 second. You just played. He told us to our face.
Yeah.
So that, again, I'm not trying to gaslight anything. Stoney, the Right on the Table brought to you by Atco Pest Control. Now that I'm thinking about it, that is a big deal. That's a very big deal.
I don't know if it is or it isn't.
If your employer is telling you he feels like something that you're working with is better, that there are some better results out there, and you're saying, well, yeah, this old engine don't get up like it used to. I mean, man, that's a difference of opinion on how valuable or what you think the team is worth or what they can accomplish.
I mean, I just feel like if I don't know. I mean, if Steve Kerr thinks it's an aging dynasty and Joe Lacob doesn't think it's an aging dynasty, well, then I guess you do have to get a new coach in here.
But how could Lacob think that this is not, an aging, that's what it is?
Because Lacob believes that he can be the first team or one of the only teams in the history of sports to have a dynasty, in theory, not fall off and then rebuild again without a long stretch of not making the playoffs. And, they managed to hang in there for 4 years after their last title. But, the idea that this team is ascending right now, who could believe that right now? That's all I'm saying. So I think if you're not honest about who you are and where you're at, I mean, how can you address the reality of where you are.
And I agree wholeheartedly. And, I don't want to put your business out there, but I've known you for 8 years. I know when something's bothering you and you can't let it off or speak on it, it festers and a blow up is coming. And now I just told you last week, I thought Steve Kerr being out there in front of him, just listening to his words, looking into his eyes, I just felt a finality to it. And I know we got a game tonight. We'll get to it. But now I'm starting to think if Steve, and we know he feels the way he does about who he's coaching and what they are in totality, how frustrating that must be if an owner allegedly feels different or feels like this team is better or more capable of what they've accomplished. I got to tell you, showing up to work every day would be difficult, Stoney. And Steve, to his credit, is not biting his tongue. He's standing 10 toes down on business on what he thinks of his team. But I'm just thinking about putting myself in his shoes. I mean, it must be hard to have a cup of coffee knowing your boss thinks what you think about the team is wrong.
Yeah, I don't know if
it'd be difficult.
Yeah, I mean, and we don't know if he thinks it's wrong. Yeah. We just think maybe he just didn't like it, or maybe he knows it, but he doesn't want Steve to broadcast it. Is this a big deal that Steve Kerr thinks this is a aging dynasty, but Joe Lacob doesn't? I mean, if it's that big of a deal, and Joe Lacob truly believes this team's in a different spot than Steve Kerr believes, well, then he can't coach next year, even if Lacob's wrong in his assessment and Kerr's right in his.
And, I know some writers. You've been a writer. You've been in the business. I'll just ask, life's about timing. I do find it odd that we've had 82 games a whole season. Steve Kerr said there's a fading dynasty a while ago. Now, he did say it to us just a couple weeks ago. But on the day of or the eve of a big game, win or go home, that this article comes out.
What article?
About, some in the front office not liking that verbiage of Steve saying the fading dynasty.
Yeah, but he said it a while ago. So this is not new. This has probably been going on. But the new part is that some within the organization don't like hearing that. Well, yeah, Steve told us that 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
So, I mean, whether it got written today in The Athletic or not, it was clearly something that's been going on for a longer period of time than just people getting around to noticing it right now. Let's go to Tristan in San Mateo. Hey, Tristan, how you doing, man?
Hey, how you guys doing?
Doing well.
Game day.
Doing well. Game day. For sure. I can't believe you guys are not going with the Lacob route. If you guys look back last year, the reason why we were in that position for Curry and Jimmy to get hurt, we could have been the 6th seed playing the Lakers. What did Kerr say? We have 3 chances to make the playoffs instead of saying, no, we're going to go get this win so our guys could get some rest. You guys are saying if we would have had Jimmy, we would have had Jimmy. When Jimmy got hurt, we were the 7th seed. And you know who was on the bench? J.K. and Gee, not getting any playing time until Stotts came in and put Gee back in the game when Kerr got ejected. We are not a fading dynasty. Yes, we are an aging dynasty, but look at LeBron. He is 41 years old, still contributing. This is a new day and age. Yes, we could have still been building this dynasty. We had Jordan Poole. We traded him for a CP3, which did nothing. First time CP3 didn't make the playoffs is when he was under Kerr. We had teams where we should have won multiple championships after 22. But what happened? He was playing guys like Kojo, Anthony Lamb, playing 3 to 4 guard lineups. That's the reason we have been losing all these years after the 22 championship.
All right. They weren't the best team in basketball after 2022.
And I believe they were 26 and 28, somewhere around there when they got Butler. So he was saying they had action before Jimmy. I'm paraphrasing, but
anybody who thinks the Warriors should have had multiple championships after 2022, I don't know what to tell you.
Well, we've lost 2 times in the play-in.
Exactly. So I don't know how you win multiple championships. When the one you got was a good one, don't get me wrong, but the next year you weren't a top team. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Let's go to Kat in Santa Clara. Hey, Kat, how are you doing, man?
Hey, good. How are you?
Hey, doing well, thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted to chime in on the whole debate. I feel like it's got to be Lacob that doesn't like Kerr saying that out loud. I mean, Kerr's speaking the truth. Like, let's be honest. But I think it's got to be Lacob because the team is his product, and he wants people to still come out to games and spend money at Chase. So why would he want someone saying like, hey, this team is going downhill? So that's all. That's all I got.
I think you're right on the money, Kat. Thanks for the call. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I agree.
So what do you think happens tonight? How do if I ask Warrior fans, how do the Warriors win this game tonight? What's going to happen if they win this game? How do they have to win this game?
They got to shoot it well from deep because they've been a one-trick pony. That's what we do is shoot threes. We hoist them. So we got to have a good night shooting from the field or behind the arc. And then you got to play some hellified defense and not let Kawhi and Garland, as you mentioned early, go off. But if those two dudes combine for like 60 points, I think we're in trouble. So I'll say that. But, you got to score. That's how you win games. I know it's defense, but we got to put the ball in the hole. And this is one of those nights. It can't just be Steph. But other guys, Draymond, when he's shooting his shots, hopefully he gets a couple early if he takes them. But to me, the three-point line is going to go, going to be a big factor in regard to deciding who wins this game.
Yeah, for me, it's going to be kind of watching the first 6, 8, 10 minutes and seeing if the eye test is making me think that the Warriors look old as opposed to experienced. So I want them to look experienced like they've been there, but I don't want them to look old like they can't keep up with the younger players that the Clippers have. Not that they have a ton of them, but here's the other thing the Warriors have going for them tonight. And how many times can you say this? The Warriors are bigger than the Clippers. They're bigger. They can throw Horford and Porzingis out there. And who do the Clippers have? Brook Lopez, who stands on the three-point line and then stands like a statue in the lane.
Yeah.
So there's no Zubats. And the Warriors have a 7-footer and a 6'11" guy. Both of them are champions. Both of them know how to play when the chips are down. And so that's what I mean by the experience. Can Horford, Draymond, Curry, and Porzingis kind of lead the way, knowing that those are the guys that have won titles on this team?
I like it. And I better see both of them start front line of Porzingis, Dre, and Horford. And I know Sunday's game, the last game of the season, wasn't, a playoff game, but the Warriors were 11 for 39, 28% from deep. And what do you make of just them losing 9 games in a row? Does that mean anything in this game tonight to the Clippers on the road?
It just means that the Warriors are going to have their work cut out for them. I think the Warriors can win the game tonight. I remember, what was it, in 12 or 13, they'd lost, 25 in a row to the Spurs? And they ended up winning a game 2 there. It can absolutely happen. But they got to not only win tonight, then they got to win Friday. Let's go to our main man, Frank in Atlanta.
Frank.
Hey, Frank, how you doing, man?
Hey, how's everybody doing? You guys all right?
Yeah, game day, baby. Right. Game day. Yeah.
Okay. This statement about we're a fading dynasty. It was a bad PR move when Kerr said it because Joe has to fill seats. He needs people to think the Warriors actually have a chance. The Warriors are a faded dynasty. They've been mismanaged and run into the ground. And now, going forward next year, we are bottom feeders. You guys have to just go out and say that next year we don't have any money, we don't have any players, we're going to probably win 30 games. But the bright side is we have a reset coming, like Steiny's been saying, at the end of next year, when you can go out and try to recruit a core 4 of players to take you forward. But next year, we're not going to be a great basketball team. It's not that we're going to tank. We're going to go out and we're going to give our best effort, but we're not going to have a good roster. That's the problem, is Mr. Lacob doesn't want to tell his fans the truth and is trying to blow smoke up their posteriors. And that's a bad look. It's hurting the valuation of his franchise. We have to get past that we're championship contender thing. We're not.
Thanks, Frank.
Yeah, I would just tell Frank, it's bigger than Joe's words. People are watching, Frank. We're watching the team and their capabilities and what they can't do, and now they can't stay healthy collectively. They're the 10th seed. It feels like they've been the 10th seed all season. And I get what Frank's saying, but the Right on the Table, brought to you by Echo Pest Control, Stein, is they go out and play and we can see. Joe can't disguise that.
Yeah, I mean, look, I know Lacob well enough to know, I do know this about Lacob. Like, if you tell him, look, hey, there is a price to a dynasty. So you're going to have a dynasty, Joe, and then you're going to have some down years, and then you're going to have to rebuild. I am convinced that he believes that there's a way to not fall into that trap. I believe Joe Lacob does not believe in anyone who's not willing to say, we can maintain this and start ascending immediately.
Steve Kerr don't feel that way.
I mean, I don't know, what Steve Kerr feels other than he knows this team's getting old. Now, could they put it together for one more year next year and win more than 37 games? Yeah, it's possible. It's possible, but does anybody really think that next year's team is going to be one that can compete for a title? And like Joe Lacob does not like to hear people that he employs say, Joe, we're probably in a little trouble next year. He does not do it like that. Yeah. He doesn't accept that. And so maybe there is a little disconnect between him and Steve Kerr about where this team is and where it can go.
But the results, Steiny, to that point, to Joe, who's been a great since they've won the chip in 2022, haven't been, a lot to write home about.
Well, look, if the Golden State Warriors were to somehow not make the playoffs and, pick a guy in the draft, I don't care if it's 11 or 4, who's a really, really, really good player, and you bring a free agent in here, maybe next year you are better. I don't know how much better you're going to be, but, it's possible you could be better next year, but
that's why we love sports. And look at the Celtics. We all had them I had them not making the playoffs with no Tatum, and look what they did.
The problem with next year is if this is the team we're going to be watching, we're all going to know that a shoe's going to drop at some point, I think, if we're honest with each other.
Yeah. But what excites me is we may get a LeBron or a Kawhi.
Well, I don't see how with their cap situation. But, who knows? Maybe LeBron will want to come here.
My point is Joe's interested in that, going down that avenue. That we know. Just with the Kawhi Leonard report that he called to check on his availability at the deadline.
Yeah, and I get it. And Joe Lacob's been like this since he took over the team, contacting every big boy under the sun. But he hasn't been able to get one, and I'm not sure why. But
he signed Durant.
He hasn't.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was ancient history, though. Yeah. I'm talking about after 2022.
Yeah.
888-957-9570 is the number. Steve Kerr calling it an aging dynasty, and apparently it rankling some people in the front office. It's I gotta believe he's talking about Joe Lacob. And I think there's good reason why Joe Lacob might not be crazy about that. But I hope it's not because he believes the opposite. Like, I hope Joe Lacob just didn't like that statement, Goo, because, it was a bad reflection on where the team is, as opposed to he disagrees that they're an aging dynasty. Because
I got to tell you
that you cannot disagree with that.
It sounds like he does.
Yeah. All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors Clippers tonight. Let me ask Warrior fans this. If you watched some of those games last night, I think there's no doubt that the intensity was ratcheted up a little bit. And does that get you excited about tonight's game? Knowing that whether it's a play-in or not, the Warriors, this is an elimination game, and these guys have been there before. And does that give the Golden State Warriors an advantage tonight with their experience? They're going to put 4 champions out there on the floor tonight. Horford, Porzingis, Draymond, Steph Curry, obviously. 888-957-9570. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Warriors Wednesday is brought to you by Friedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances in live working vignettes. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today.
I built this business the old-fashioned way. Hard work and a whole lot of spreadsheets.
Yeah, about that, I upgraded us to Odoo. Odoo puts everything we need, sales, inventory, accounting, on one connected platform. No more juggling systems, no more headaches.
So it all works together?
Exactly.
Odoo is the all-in-one business software that makes running and passing on a business easier than ever. Take your business into the next generation. Try Odoo free at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
The problem with radio is we can't show you our new box packed with a KFC snacker, 5 nuggets, fries, and a drink for just $7. So you'll just have to trust us when we say the crispy golden fried breading will make your mouth water. You'll have to trust us when we say this is a ridiculous amount of chicken for such a small price. And you'll have to really trust us when we insist that, yes, it really is only $7. $7 box feast from KFC. Trust us. It's finger-licking good.
Prices and participation may vary. Tax, tips, and fees extra.
The basketball playoffs are right around the corner, and now you can trade every game on Kalshi. You can also trade on who wins each series, the conference finals, and the championship on Kalshi. You're trading against other people in a live market. No house, no odds makers, and as the odds move, you can buy in or out anytime throughout the postseason. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code FAN to get $10 when you trade $10. Kalshi. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
What's up, cousin?
I want a new phone. Have you seen any good deals?
Everyone has free phones, but when I switched to T-Mobile, I got more value and so much more.
Like streaming included.
And travel benefits.
And the best part? The price of your talk, text, and data is guaranteed for 5 years. Get more benefits and more value. At T-Mobile, families save and get a 5-year price guarantee. Switch now at T-Mobile.com. Qualifying plan requires price guarantee on talk, text, and data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. See T-Mobile.com.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Real Success. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at ourrealsuccess.com.
Do you want to learn how to make money flipping houses and acquiring rental properties right here in the Bay Area without using your own money? You'll learn to flip houses and secure rental properties in your spare time to get on track towards real wealth building. We're offering a handful of motivated individuals the opportunity to attend our workshop right here in the Bay Area for free. That's right, we'll give you 2 free tickets when you text FLIP to 64,000. The Bay Area is the perfect market to flip houses and build rental income. Don't miss this opportunity. Come to a complimentary live 2-hour workshop next week right here in the Bay Area and learn how to start making money flipping homes and building long-term wealth with rental properties. To get 2 free tickets, text FLIP to 64,000. Text in the next 10 minutes, and registrants will also receive a free copy of our Funding for Deals guide. Text FLIP to 64,000 for 2 complimentary tickets. Text FLIP to 64,000.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck, and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment, coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind I figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax, they know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-708-5977. 800-708-5977. 800-708-5977.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
The draft is here. Catch 95.7 The Game live Thursday, April 23rd with Willard and Dibbs from 2 to 6 at the Draft Sports Pub in Pleasanton. Watch every pick and talk football with us. Presented by Ashby Lumber and Marvin. Thoughtfully designed for the way you live.
Joey from Vermont, a farmer trying to get through the winter. Adriana from South Carolina, a single mother living paycheck to paycheck. Liam from Ohio, an injured father struggling to provide for his family. Hi, I'm Shanola Hampton, and I support the Feeding America network of food banks because they help provide over 6 billion meals to people in need each year. Learn more at feedingamerica.org.
Everything you knew about reaching customers online is being rewritten. Time to rethink your approach. Outcomes from Viant finds real customers, not impressions, not clicks, customers. Our AI maximizes every dollar of your budget against the outcomes that matter most and proves it happened. It's smarter advertising made simple. Visit Viant.ai.
Well, good morning, kiddo. I love that you're home from college. I've missed you.
Still taking your Nature-Made vitamins?
Every day. A multivitamin and a probiotic. You better be taking yours.
Still looking out for me, Mom.
I'll never stop.
Made to care for you every day. Nature-Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
And Doug.
There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means playing in a football game.
Boom! 42!
You're going down, Doug.
Oh, yeah? Your price on car insurance when you customize and save is going down.
Hey!
Limu? What are you doing on their team? Only pay for what you need at LibertyMutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
I'm tired of getting pushed around. Kick your ass.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Well, he may not get a chance to do it in the real postseason, so he's going to have to do it later in the show, but Guru is going to give the Golden State Warriors a little pregame speech.
But you kind of ruined it now.
What do you mean?
I was thinking it was the playoffs, but
it's not.
But this is win or go home, so I'm letting it off. And you said you're going to do one, too.
I'll do one, too, yeah.
This will be your third one.
Absolutely. I'm looking forward to it because I got some talking points for my pregame speech.
I hope this, and first I just got to give you, Steiny, you've been in your bag. I gave you love on your sweater, but what you're wearing now, it looks like glitter Nola built with the New Orleans in the back. You are in your bag. Where did you get it? When did you get it? And did the kid get it? The player get it?
Yeah, Jordan Guidry.
How much stuff did this guy send you?
You are on fire.
He sent me a sweatsuit.
Oh, you hadn't rocked that yet?
No.
Okay. You didn't wear the bottoms.
No. Sweatsuit. Then that green Tulane football.
Look at you.
He got me a hat, Tulane hat, and then this polo.
Are they dating?
You know, I got to stay away from that one because apparently when I mentioned Jordan Guidry, who plays for Tulane, she listened to it, my daughter, and you had asked, "Is she dating?"
Yeah, well, that was Diaz.
And I said, "Yeah, I don't really know. You know, I don't." Yeah. And she was mad, of course, Mary Page, that we were talking about her like that.
Sorry,
and then I said,
Mary Page, we love you.
And then I said, I purposely didn't talk about your relationships with people at college. So I don't know why you're mad at me.
All right, wow. Hey, we got to do this. We're going to get back to the game because it's everything.
2-2.
Evan was on a date last night at a venue. We will not name the venue.
We just talked about what? Okay.
No, I have to say it because it scared you and I. This is our nightmare. And he thought his date was playing footsies because he felt something on his lower extremity. And he looks down. This is going to stay with me all day. He's not sure if it was a rat or a mouse, but it was a big mouse / rat on his leg. And when he looked down, the rat, it took off.
Oh, my God.
If that happened to me, I'd be in Kaiser right now, man.
So did it run up like onto your upper thigh?
Yes.
Like oh, my God.
I was sitting there eating a piece of pizza at an establishment I will not name because I really like it there. But Jesus, I don't know if I can go back to that
aggressive,
spot.
Evan? Why? They're supposed to be afraid. Why was it on your leg?
I don't know if I was just putting out some rollover energy, but it sprinted up my leg. Again, I'm feeling something, and I'm doing the math like, well, her leg's over there. So what is this?
Evan,
and I looked down, and it was varmint. I don't know what it was, but it was varmint, and it just took off.
Forget Rossini and Vrabel and possible divorces. I would not place back in that joint, I know you like it, but it better be
It's like one of her favorite places, and I'm going to need some time.
They would have to call the ambulance. I would have fainted.
First of all, Evan might not want to hear this, and this isn't dating advice because I shouldn't be given that, but I guess I will. You got to lose her. And I'll tell you why you got to lose her.
Where are you going?
Because you added a detail before the show that you didn't add now, and that was she laughed. She laughed.
Oh!
Well, she laughed at my reaction until she found out what happened.
Yeah, okay. Evan, how big was it? Was pretty big. If it was a mouse,
just imagine you're sitting at dinner with someone and immediately they sprint up and back up and start freaking out. You'd probably chuckle.
Man. Boy. I told you my friend's house, they'll remain nameless real quick here. They were making spaghetti, and they like, Daryl, you want to eat? And I looked down, and they had multiple mouse traps. Not one, Evan, like 1, 2, 3. They like, you want to eat goo? I
didn't have the heart to tell
hungry.
the guy.
Yeah, I didn't say that.
I didn't have the heart to say anything.
Can you believe
I never
that?
say anything to a restaurant. I don't know why.
Oh, you guys are wimps.
Yes, we are.
I go into the bathroom. There's no soap. Why don't I just say, hey, you need soap in the bathroom? I don't. I just leave.
Oh, you're a wimp, man. You got to say something. Well, we went to dinner with Evan. He had something in his food, and nobody said anything.
I haven't sent food back ever in my entire life, I don't think.
Well, you ain't me. She
Evan
sends
has.
it back all the time.
What are you talking about? We didn't send that food back.
No, I mean
Remember
the
boss
stuff,
yeah.
when you had the plastic.
Yeah. And then the boss
with the
got
boss.
all.
Oh, that's right. We didn't send that
No,
back.
we didn't send it back. We didn't get a free meal.
That's
And then
right.
the boss got tough as we were walking back. Like, why didn't we do anything? And I was like, we were there. We could have did
He was
something.
like,
now you want to do something.
He's like, I should have said something. I'm like, all right, well, that's all well and good.
I think he did show the waiter, and he goes, oh, yeah, huh. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I'll take that off your plate for you.
Man, dude, a rodent? All right, back to sports. I'm telling you, I'd be in Kaiser now.
That would have.
Dude, it touched him.
Yeah, that would have bothered me.
Yeah.
All right, we're talking about the Golden State Warriors. Yes, Evan continued eating, although he said he was almost done anyway.
Gotta start drinking.
Let's go to the King in Pasadena.
Uh-oh.
Let me tell you something about Pasadena.
The Rose Bowl.
Nice little place.
What's up, guys?
Hey, King. How you doing, man?
Hey, Goo, Evan. Hey, Goo.
What's up, baby?
My mom lives in the city, and she's 86 years old, and she listens to you every morning, man. You make her day.
What's her name?
Oh, thank you.
Her name is Cho, C-H-O. Big fan of yours.
Cho, hello if you're out there. I love you too. Wow, that made my day, man.
All right, Goo. Listen, guys, I got a bone to pick with the Kerr apologist, and it hit me when I was watching the games last night, right? I did not hear anyone, whether it's the commentators or the coaches, ever talk about players connecting lineups or playing with grit or within the flow or high IQ or making the right plays. It's amazing. We've been brainwashed, man. But what I did see was dudes like Danny Avia, Jalen Green, LaMelo, even Davion Mitchell breaking ankles, taking the ball to the rim and finishing at the rim.
Wow, man.
This fan base has been brainwashed to accept mediocrity and average. You know?
Wow.
It's amazing. That's my hot take, but I got a couple of other ones.
Give it to us. Oh, no. Nah, never mind.
You asked about the keys of the game tonight.
Go ahead.
I'm going to drop one stat off, all right? The last 3 games against the Clippers, we lost all 3 of them. We were outscored in the paint 160 to 122.
All right.
That's the only stat you need to know about tonight. If we keep that point in the paint number fairly close, fairly even, we'll win.
Yeah, I like that. I like that, King. I like that, King.
Yeah.
I like King.
I like his
King in
mom.
Pasadena.
And his mom is a fan of mine.
Joe. He's in Pasadena, but King had some East Coast roots.
Yeah.
You could tell by his dialect.
But, dude, the games were fast last night. Would you say that? Up and down. Davion Mitchell's gone to the lab. Bridges for the Hornets. I mean, Wiggins was balling. How he didn't get that last shot, Spoelstra, I'm done with you. I just don't understand.
Done with Spoelstra, done with Durant. Who else are you done with, Goop?
I'll let you know after tonight's games.
Okay.
Everything.
All right. Anthony Slater.
Slate.
ESPN. I think he captured the feeling of a lot of Warrior fans, but how do you guys all feel about this? Is it accurate, or do you want to tell Slater to go pound sand?
Well, they're not trying to get into the playoffs, right? Draymond's going to guard Kawhi, and he's going to try to have a good defensive night and then probably tell us all about it afterwards. And, hopefully the voters, for him.
Swing his way a little bit.
Steph's going to try to get hot. It's a showcase stage for them. Draymond said it. They don't have many of these type of nights left. But I think it is fair to wonder organizationally whether it's better for them to lose. Because I'll give you an example. Last year I covered the 9-10. Dallas Mavericks were in that game. They won it. They then played the final playing game, lost. Memphis goes, gets swept by the Thunder. Dallas keeps their lottery odds, jumps up, gets Cooper Flag. If the Warriors lose, they keep their lottery odds, 9.4% chance to jump up in the top 4 of this draft. If they win their way into the play-in, they lose those lottery odds, and then they get the Oklahoma City Thunder in the first round. Our graphics guys right here. Better chance to get 9.4 chance to get into the top 4 or to beat the Thunder.
All right, that's Anthony Slater. Talking about where the Warriors are and what they want to do and whether organizationally, if they're better off missing the playoffs.
And I have to do, Evan, I'm sorry, so I got to do this. I got to put the rat on the table. But Slater hit it. That is the one good thing that is somehow they don't win. We can't front and act like just having a chance in the lottery in this draft is not a godsend, man. So that's the Geico I'm playing with. And somehow the Clippers get the best of us. I am going to be excited when that day does come with those lottery balls, man.
I'm actually kind of surprised at the one thing Slater said. Did he really say, well, yeah, Draymond's going to play so that he can try to cover Kawhi and turn some heads in terms of the all-defensive teams?
Voters, yeah.
I mean, I got to tell you,
he's going to make
that
one
would
of the
bother
teams.
me if I were Draymond and it weren't true.
That's great. Well, he says so much. I'm
just saying, I hope that's not the case.
Well, I've told you the lights, and I told Fitz yesterday when we had him, Dre's been, the furnace has been on. Okay. And tonight, if he can just make it difficult, I'm not saying stop the cyborg. You can't. But can you make it difficult? Like a 9-26, 9-27.
No.
Well, damn.
No chance. I'll tell you what. I'll bet you Kawhi Leonard.
Right now, he's slated 28.5 is his
What I'm
points.
saying is I'd like to know how many 9 for 26s Kawhi's ever had.
That's wow,
because he just doesn't shoot that much if he's not making shots.
Oh, man.
But this from the 415. I think Slater's right. I'm looking to the future. The relief of losing tonight will outweigh the joy of winning, and that's Jim Mole.
I love Jim, but I can never subscribe to that.
He said you'd be fine if they lose.
Well, because of the lottery, but then when we lose that, I'll be hurt again. But what's the relief of losing? What's the relief? What relief do you get just because this season's been such a labor?
Well, like somebody will finally be able to kind of, put you out of your misery. Like, I think if the Warriors lose tonight, I think you will be ready to acknowledge that they probably couldn't have won a championship this year.
No, now you're having fun, but come on, man. I'm a lover. I'm a dreamer. I'm a fighter. And tonight's everything, and you know that for me. You, Evan, and the listeners. So we're going to have a ball. We're going to come together and try to watch it and make things happen. But the bottom line is, Steiny, I just don't like where this ship is headed. And the fact that ESPN to our right said not just Steph is on restrictions, minute restriction, Porzingis and Horford. Even if that's the case,
it's the case.
But why does everybody know that I got a bump on my ass?
Well, because
sometimes you keep stuff to yourself. You don't got to tell. You know what I mean? We're going into this game like everybody knows.
Yes.
I don't think that's a good thing.
Okay, if Steve Kerr doesn't say that Steph's on a minutes restriction, does that change the strategy of the Clippers?
I'll give you that.
This is more Steve Kerr on these minutes restrictions for the Warriors.
It's not like, hey, we want to limit this person, to a certain number of minutes. It's literally that person cannot play that many minutes. This is all about health. You have to be mindful of health as you play these games, and you have to be mindful of how many minutes can a guy play and be expected to be effective. So that's really what we're facing. Al has only been back for 2 games, and he's 39, and he's probably 24 minutes max. If we tried to play him much more than that, I think it's diminishing returns, and probably say the same thing about several guys. So it's not about how badly we want to win. It's just how many minutes guys can literally play and stay effective.
Yeah, I don't like anything I'm hearing out of the Warriors right now.
I can appreciate that.
I just don't.
Wow.
Whether it's Draymond last week saying he's not really into the play-in.
Wow.
Whether it's, look, we can't play our best players as much as we want. It's just something I don't like about going into this game. The other thing is that, the Warriors, like if we look at the teams that have played, the Charlotte Hornets, the Heat,
Thundercats,
like the Warriors, they're not.
Go ahead, say it.
5 games below all the teams that are in the playoffs right now. Like they might not belong even in the play-in, and I don't have a good feeling about tonight. I'll just be honest with you.
And I don't think you're by yourself, but I'm going to say this to what you're talking about. And if I had a one-on-one, let's say I was at Chipotle. I'm going there later today.
Was that the place, Evan?
No,
not Chipotle.
No, he was a pizza.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So I would ask Joe, I would just pull a Steiny. What did you think was going to happen? Because that's what line I'm in now. But I want to liken the Warriors' style and Thundercats or lack of Thundercats compared to my watching pleasure. And that's why it was so hard, and I didn't miss a game nor a minute when Steph was out for umpteen games. But, Steiny, if we were a sprinter, our 40 speed would be a 4.7 or 4.8.
Is that good?
No, it's terrible because all we have is Steph Curry. And we got Pods and Guy Santos, but they're okay. I'm watching the game last night in Charlotte. They were 4-3, 4-4. I'm watching Portland, 4-3, 4-4. Athleticism, length, above the rim, we no longer have that. So from a viewing pleasure standpoint, I am bored. But I'm in love, and I'm going to stay in love. But now we can't even be healthy. We can't even stay healthy. That's it's bad, man. That's why I want DeBonza or whoever.
Yeah, but, Goo, the reason that the Charlotte Hornets and the Portland Trailblazers have young players who are way better than the Warriors players is because neither of those teams has made the playoffs for the last 6 years.
Or they didn't miss a number 2 pick, Wiseman, or miss a number 7 pick, Kuminga.
Right, but they had a bunch of picks because they never made the playoffs. The Hornets, I think, have been in the lottery 7 straight years now. Portland hasn't made the playoffs.
But you know what I mean. I think you get the gist of what I'm saying.
Well, I do get the gist. They don't have as many young players as these awful teams who have had bad 5-year straight. They're not going to.
Well, I'll use the Spurs
I don't want to be a jerk, but how can you have good young players when you're still married to your old players? And you're still a play-in team. You're not. You only. You got in the lottery 5 years ago.
Yeah. But you had
6
a
years
chance,
ago.
Donnie.
Yeah, but that was 5 years ago.
But had you hit or had something
you'd have one or two young guys.
And
not
maybe
like
that's
the
all it takes, and we wouldn't be playing in the playing game.
Well, how long?
And Steph wouldn't have runner's knee because he wouldn't have to do all the heavy lifting. It's just a thought. I get what you're saying, but I will never forget the heirs of the Warriors way by blowing those picks. This is when you needed them. Well, they would be seasoned. And I'm not saying superstar. Just have a pulse. Be in the starting lineup. Think about it.
Yeah, it happens.
There you go.
It happens a lot. Michael Olowokandi, Anthony Bennett, Pavel Poldkazin.
Damn.
Darko Milicic. It happens. It happens. And my thing is, are we going to be talking about Wiseman in 2030? It sounds like we may.
No, we're not. Stoney, until it gets better, I can't forget it.
They drafted a player, like, when you say, well, what if they would have, like...
This is James Wiseman.
They drafted a player who literally isn't good enough to play in the NBA.
And the guy playing last night, I know he's 2 for 16, LaMelo Ball. I would love for him to be in a Warrior uniform, just passing to Steph and Clay.
Well, you didn't want him 5 or 6 years ago. You wanted James Wiseman.
The best player. You said in that draft, I thought he was one of them. I can't unsee it.
Well, you're going to have trouble then. You're going to have trouble moving forward.
Story of my life.
Free the People is in Oakland.
Free.
What's up, Free the People?
Hey, guys.
Hey.
My question to you is Joe Lacob turning into the new Jerry Jones of the NBA? It's starting to get really crazy how involved these sportsmen stuff to be.
Wow.
My next thing I want to say is I want us to lose tonight. We don't win anything if we win tonight. The only people that are going to judge this team are probably Warriors haters and pundits who usually don't like the Warriors that much anyway. So I don't feel bad if we lose tonight. The draft pick is the way to go. This season is a lost season. I think we all agree on that. The last thing I want to mention is Steve Kerr is like the Phil Jackson, Greg Popovich of this era, but he has so many people that doubt him and doubt his judgment. But he's a made man. He is proven as a coach, and he's won a crazy amount as a player. I feel like his judgment on what's best for this team makes more sense than what Joe Lacob thinks they should do. And definitely the, what do you call them, the couch surfing guys who just watch a lot of sports. I don't think they have as much knowledge as Steve Kerr has an idea who shouldn't be playing. I think playing the right way, playing smart, playing with grit are all things that lead to winning. I think Steve Kerr has proven that formula has worked 4 times as a coach and other times as a player. And I think we need to give that guy some grace. And I think there's no coach they could find that's better than Steve Kerr at this moment to coach this team. That's my time, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Thanks, Free.
Wow, is that the first fan that we've heard say they want him to lose tonight?
I would want him to lose tonight, too, if I were a Warrior fan. I would.
Man.
Just because, like Slater said it, organizationally, it probably makes more sense for them to be in the lottery.
Man, oh, man.
So I look at it this way. Why don't we look at it as a win-win? You're either going to get what you want, and Steph will get what he wants, which is a meaningful series against Oklahoma City.
Okay.
Or that doesn't happen, and you're in the lottery. Why can't we look at that as a win-win?
Because it's got a lot of loser mentality, but one of the best seasons in this franchise's era is we believe. Nobody saw it coming. And
I got to disagree with you there. The Warriors owned the Mavericks that year. They beat them 3 out of 4.
Forget the names, just the 1 versus 8.
But look at the roster. I mean? Those guys were all in their prime. This Warrior team is so freaking old.
I hear you.
Like, here's the other thing that I think a lot of Warrior fans, they get is, okay, best case scenario. Warriors win tonight. Yeah. Then they win Friday.
Got a series Sunday.
Yeah, who's playing for the Warriors on Sunday afternoon?
Say we're down 0-1. We play Wednesday.
Okay.
Say we're down 0-2. We come here Friday or Saturday, game 3.
And now we're in the habit of playing every other day against the Oklahoma City Thunder. What are the minutes restrictions going to expand? Like, that's the thing. The minutes restrict, like, people are like, well, they'll play more minutes as the playoffs go on, and I understand that, but, like, they might play less because they might be breaking down if they get a series. Like, that actually is what I'm worried about, is if they actually get a series, you know, what's going to happen to some of their older players if they've run out of gas. 888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors play the Clippers tonight in LA at the Intuit Dome. They're as healthy as they've been in the last couple months, as good as they can be without Jimmy Butler and Moses Moody. But on the bright side, even though the Clippers have beaten the Warriors 9 straight, the Warriors are a little different with Porzingis and with Al Horford. So they'll try to go into L.A. tonight, steal a game, and then try to steal another one. And then try to steal another one if they can steal the first two. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. That segment was brought to you by Ceremony Ford. Gas prices, you know it, they are crazy right now. But Ceremony Ford's got you covered during the Fuel Your Ford event. The Fuel Your Ford event. You can get $2,500 Visa gas card when you buy a 2025 Ford Maverick. Yes, they're going to help you fill up that truck also. It's happening now. Where? Colma, Daly City, right off 280, or at ceremonyford.com. Ceremony Ford, your Bay Area Ford dealer.
What's your financial future look like? At Pettinelli Financial Partners, we help you shape it. Whether you're planning for retirement, buying a home, or saving for something special, our professionals are here to provide clear guidance and smart strategies. FP.com today and take the first step toward a more secure financial future. The financial consultants at Pettinelli Financial Partners are registered representatives with and securities offered through LPL Financial. Member FINRA SIPC. Investment advice offered through Stratos Wealth Partners, a registered investment advisor. Stratos and Pettinelli are separate entities from LPL Financial.
Football fans, history is calling as San Francisco heads down under for the first ever game in Australia. Join the action in Melbourne with True Fan Travel as San Francisco takes on Los Angeles at the iconic Melbourne Cricket Ground. Premium hotel stay, epic all-inclusive events, city tours, wildlife adventures, meet and greet with a red and gold legend, and unforgettable moments. Spots are limited. Don't miss out on your shot to experience San Francisco down under. Head to TrueFanTravel.com. That's TrueFanTravel.com.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Get 5 quarts of Syntec Full Synthetic and a MicroGuard Select Oil Filter for just $32.99 now at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Limit supply.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
How do airplanes fly? What's in this box? What does this thing do?
Kids are curious about everything, including guns. Learn how to store your gun securely and make your home safer at endfamilyfire.org. Brought to you by End Family Fire, Brady, and the Ad Council.
Now through May 3rd at Big O Tires. Get $50 to $100 instant savings on 4 select in-stock Cooper, Hankook, or Pirelli brand tires with installation purchase. Book your appointment online today. Disposal fees extra, not good with other offers. See your locally owned Big O dealer for pricing.
At Liberty Mutual, we love helping people with things like customizing car insurance, just like how we customize a song for you. Catered country tune. Liberty Mutual. Mutual, saving you bucks by protecting your truck. Cause 30 told me to only pay for what I need. Thank you, Limu. I'll always trust a Nemu with Liberty, 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 Liberty.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to carsforkids.org now or call 877 Cars for Kids to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WEB-NOW-1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Daly City, mostly cloudy, some sun poking out, high of 62.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
You're not a man of God.
We're the most toxic show at the station. This is where you belong.
Back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, the third annual Agape Charity Golf Tournament is coming up on Monday, April 27th at Stone Tree Golf Club in Novato, and we will be there broadcasting live. It's presented by ATCO and Eclipse Insurance. All proceeds will benefit the North Bay and Golden Gate Regional Centers, as well as the Help Fund and the San Francisco Bay Area Autism Society. If you want to play in the tournament or be a sponsor, go to AgapeCharityGolf.com. AgapeCharityGolf.com. You know, Goo, we work with some so-called baseball people in here.
All day.
So let's test the baseball knowledge of our guys in the shoebox. What'd you guys think of Lehigh yesterday? What'd you guys think of Lehigh yesterday?
My grandfather went to Lehigh.
Did he?
Wow.
What'd you think of yesterday then?
Is this like a C.J. McCollum thing?
No, it's baseball. What don't you understand?
Well, this is collegiate baseball.
Yeah,
that's right.
I know what happened.
What happened, Steiny?
Lehigh scored 20 runs in the first inning, most ever by a Division I school in the first inning of a game. 20.
Wow.
Now,
they should be ashamed.
What I find more interesting, I didn't realize this, but Lehigh has changed their nickname. Did you know that? Do you know Lehigh's nickname? It's the Mountain Hawks. But it wasn't always the Mountain Hawks. It used to be the Engineers.
That is wow.
And I thought, man, when did they change that? That's new. 1995.
Wow.
I've been calling them the Engineers.
The Engineer, that's nasty.
It's a good school. Very good school, Lehigh University. Lehigh, Lafayette, Bucknell.
Like
some real good schools in the Pennsylvania area. Mm-hmm. Hey, Warriors Clippers tonight.
Tell them what I asked you during the break. Oh, my gosh. It was like 20.
Do I want to know?
I forget.
No, it was basketball related, guys. How many does the chef need for them to win tonight? I said 40.
Well, okay, so here's what happens.
It's one of those days.
Okay, here's what happens a lot when you try to shoehorn a take that doesn't fit.
These things happen.
Okay, yeah, it's great to say 40.
Oh.
But what happens more often than not is Curry will get 18 tonight, but they'll win.
18.
They'll win.
Now we need the Olympic Curry.
No,
We need him to take the Clippers' soul. Like, did he just make that? Damn, it was good defense. Damn.
And you got some guys to. It's all about the zinger.
I don't like Dunn, man.
It's all about the zinger, and whether or not he can be a factor.
He should be able to take advantage of the stiff that Brook Lopez. My God, I get mad watching him. He's me at the gym.
But he might have some problems with Niederhauser.
Actually, he played a pretty good game against the Warriors a few weeks back.
The first game they won, the Clippers did when it went down to the wire. Jimmy shot the air ball first. Remember that back early.
This is what we're talking about, and we want to ask Warrior fans if they feel the same way. This is Anthony Slater talking on ESPN about what's at stake tonight for the Warriors.
Well, they're not trying to get into the playoffs, right? Draymond's going to guard Kawhi, and he's going to try to have a good defensive night and then probably tell us all about it afterwards. And, hopefully the voters, for him.
Swing his way a little bit.
Steph's going to try to get hot. It's a showcase stage for them. Draymond said it. They don't have many of these type of nights left. But I think it is fair to wonder organizationally whether it's better for them to lose. Because I'll give you an example. Last year I covered the 9-10. Dallas Mavericks were in that game. They won it. They then played the final playing game, lost. Memphis goes, gets swept by the Thunder. Dallas keeps their lottery odds, jumps up, gets Cooper Flag. If the Warriors lose, they keep their lottery odds, 9.4% chance to jump up in the top 4 of this draft. If they win their way into the play-in, they lose those lottery odds, and then they get the Oklahoma City Thunder in the first round. Our graphics guys right here. Better chance to get 9.4 chance to get into the top 4 or to beat the Thunder.
Hey.
10% chance to get into the top 4 or 10% chance to beat the Thunder. I do think the lottery odds are a little, well, I mean, who knows? You know how guys can get hurt. Maybe you get a break if you're playing Oklahoma City.
But you would need guys to get hurt. That's how good and deep they are, fast and young. Yeah. They are what the Warriors were in 14, 15, 15, 16.
It's a 17, difficult 18. Situation.
Man.
This is Steve Kerr talking about Steph Curry's ramp up and what you can expect from him tonight.
If we had another couple of weeks of Steph recovering from his absence, he'd be able to play more minutes. But this is just the reality of where he is, where Al is, Kristaps, and like I said, we can get BP up into the high 30s if we want. Melton's capable of playing some good minutes. Guy Santos as well. So we throw all that into the hopper, and we figure out a plan, and we go from there. And then the guys coming off the bench, it'll just depend on how the game's going, and we'll read it and react accordingly.
By the way, let me make a prediction. If the Warriors win tonight,
I got it,
and Brandon Pajemski plays well, I'll bet you people will say, well, the game didn't mean anything.
Wow. I'm telling you. You ain't got to even sell me on that. You know what today is in Major League Baseball? I just saw it, so it's random. I should know.
What is today in Major League Baseball?
It's sad. I don't even know.
It's tax day today.
Well, they took mine. But what you got? You know what it is?
No.
Jackie Robinson Day.
Oh.
79 years, man.
Okay. Oh. Are they wearing different uniforms?
Well, no, 42. Everybody's wearing 42.
Oh. Okay. So that's going to be the case for the Giants today?
Yeah, hopefully. Yeah, right. Hopefully they win 4-2.
Okay. Steve Kerr was asked about, you got to win a game on Friday, too, if you win.
It doesn't factor in at all. But look, I'm what's on my mind from last year is we we play Steph 44 minutes in Game 7 of the Houston series, and he pulls his hamstring 48 hours later. That's still on my mind. I think about that, and so you get the situations where you do have to push the envelope a little bit, but you can't do anything that's irresponsible, and that's why Rick Celebrini sits right behind me, and we talk throughout the game, and I check in with him to see how guys are doing, or if he sees something, he'll let me know. And so we just have to figure out the best solution. But yeah, we gotta win tomorrow, or Friday doesn't even matter.
I'm in. I can't wait. And we got the appetizer, Orlando at Philly. I told you, watch out for Philly.
Okay.
I'm just saying.
Sure, yeah, I'll watch out for them.
Okay.
They're not even going to beat Charlotte.
Oh, so you're assuming they're beating Orlando?
Well, I don't know, but I don't. Philly's doing nothing.
Dude, Orlando should have lost that game. I like them, but come on.
What game?
Last night. If Bam doesn't get hurt.
Orlando didn't play.
No, I'm saying Charlotte should have lost last night's game to Miami. Just a horrible foul by Ball, too. And I'll tell you who could make free throws like Steph. Tyler. He knocked all three down. 91%.
Yeah.
Me at knockout.
I didn't realize today was like if you're watching
Jackie
didn't they do it differently a few years back where everybody kind of wore the same uniform? Or am I missing something?
No, just the number.
Okay.
All I know is it was just.
Yeah, so if you're watching the game, it's kind of hard to figure out.
Yeah.
Unless you're really paying attention. So, okay, Jackie Robinson Day.
So the Giants will be all of them wearing 42.
Gotcha. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. It's play-in time, Warrior fans. I know you probably didn't want to be here, but here you are. And,
wow.
Here we are.
You had some fun with me when I said 40. I'm being so serious to you and the listeners. Sonny, give me a number for Chef for Steph to control the game, put his impact on it, and they win. How many? Because it's got to be more than 18. I know you were having fun with that one.
No, it doesn't have to be more than 18. I mean, he can impact the game in a lot of different ways. Him being on the court may open something up for other players. I could see a scenario where, he doesn't have 40 and they win. He might not play a whole hell of a lot. He might only play 28 minutes. But no, I mean, that's the beauty of Steph is he can open stuff up for other people too. Now these players that he's playing with aren't as great as the teams that won titles, but somebody's going to have to help him out tonight or they're not going to win the game.
Yeah, and nobody did Friday night in Sac, and nobody did Sunday night. And you could say, and I hear you, because I kind of said to myself, those two games meant nothing, Goo. Just relax. But, man, if you're expecting to see something, you would hope you had a glimpse of it before. But if somehow they get hot, this would be the perfect time, right?
Yeah.
On the next two on the road, which I know is a bear, but, man. And now it's the Suns. I don't even know what you think of Phoenix. They tricked that game off. They were up double digits in the fourth. But now if they win, they don't play Portland. They go to Phoenix.
Yep. Yes, sir. Draymond Green was talking about tonight's game against the L.A. Clippers, and this is what he said is going to be important when they take the floor.
We got to flip the script. I think everybody's feeling good about that. A lot of questions about, playing the Clippers' last regular season games, did it help you scout? That had to be the most vanilla game you've ever seen. They didn't run much. We didn't run much. I don't think anybody's taking much from that Sunday game. We are about as healthy as we're going to be. Got to play the hand you dealt. The hand that we were dealt is what it is. So looking forward to being out there with Al some, looking forward to being out there with KP some, looking forward to seeing those two guys out there together. However it shakes out, one thing I know for certain is that guys are going to come in, give it their best go. We expect to win this game and then move forward.
It's Draymond Green. That was actually from his podcast today,
okay.
You can download the Odyssey app and hear the whole thing. I'm not buying that they are hungry. It feels like they're forcing themselves to try to convince themselves.
Well, then they're going to lose.
This is important.
And I would say that to any team, Stoney. If you're a fat cat or you don't have that hunger, then tonight could get ugly.
Yeah, I mean, there's also, how much better,
Go ahead.
The Warriors, record-wise, are the worst team that's still playing. But do you feel like they're the worst team still playing?
I don't. And that's why you're going to laugh. And, it varies and fluctuates with me. But there is something about how many times I come in here and tell you all, the Warriors play a different brand of basketball when things are going right. The back cuts, all that stuff, just the screens. And I know every team, but they just, when they're up and we're doing it, and you can say I'm living in the past, I'm like, that's that pedigree that I'm talking about. That's that Warrior championship blood. And I know it's been a while. But, man, we're not asking them to beat OKC tonight. The Clippers had a good season. If you could, and I got to be careful. I keep saying it's just Kawhi, but it's Garland. It's the other guys that you mentioned, Sanders and Dunn. And so I'm just hoping somehow, Stoney, they can go. I wouldn't even call this an upset, but it just.
You don't sound very excited for you.
You can hear it?
Yeah. You know. You see
I don't know.
No, you know.
I haven't seen it.
The writing.
Zach took
I
a
can
lot
tell you
out of
feel
me,
like
man.
the writing's on the wall.
What did you make of the verbiage dress rehearsal?
I could have cared less that they lost both games to the Kings. Matters not at all.
No,
they
it
could
wasn't
not
about
have
the score.
They don't.
It was how
they did not
looked.
care. They didn't care.
Then Curry shouldn't even been out there.
Well, he
Let him
wasn't
run
out
the
there on
treadmill.
Thursday.
No, I meant Friday against Sac.
Well, I mean, if that gets you so down, then.
No, defensively, how does Nick Clifford and Devin Carter give us the business? And now I'm telling you that same backcourt's supposed to stop Dre? I mean, a Kawhi? Or even Garland?
Exactly.
That's how I look at stuff.
Okay, well then why do you think they can win? You see what I'm saying?
Because of
the Warriors.
No, the flip side is what Draymond said. That was vanilla. They weren't really trying.
But even that, you probably don't like.
No, I kind of get it, but only that when you got a 500-plus record, did I get all that stuff? We threw it away. We didn't want. But that's why I couldn't believe dress rehearsal for what?
For the play-in. Like when you have a dress rehearsal, it's not in front of the real audience, and so you can make some mistakes.
The dress rehearsals have been all bad all year. Let's scratch it and get a new rehearsal.
Okay. Well, tonight
I thought that was what I was going to see Friday. Yeah, tonight. It starts tonight.
Yeah. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Look who's here. We got Bobby in Los Altos.
Bobby, game day.
Hey, Bobby, what's going on, man?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah.
First of all, let me just say something to the king of the pocket. I've had to drive up to Elk Grove the last 2 days.
That's not it.
I said it before, Goo, I've said it before. I'll say it a million times. What you have to do to get to work every day, it just shows how much you love your job. I mean, I really appreciate it. Every time I have to drive to Sac,
that means a lot,
back home. It's a rough ride, bro.
That means a lot, man.
It's a rough ride.
Yeah.
Hey, so I kind of want to touch back on this quote you guys keep playing by Steve Kerr. I completely disagree with you guys. I don't think it was Joe Lacob that was poo-pooing the statement. And the reason I believe that, and you guys have just kind of made it a de facto, it must be Lacob, but I completely disagree because if we want to do a little forensic exercise, he said some of my colleagues don't agree. Joe Lacob is not a colleague, it's his boss. And if Joe Lacob said to Steve Kerr, hey, I don't like you saying that, Steve Kerr is the kind of person that would not say it again when you guys interviewed him 2 weeks ago. So I 100% do not think that Joe Lacob said, hey, I don't like what you're saying, don't say it. And then Steve's just going to be like, oh, well, let me talk to Steiny and Goo in front of Chase and pop off against what Lacob said. So I don't believe it was Lacob. He may, not like the sentiment, but there was no way in my mind that Joe Lacob had a conversation with Steve Kerr and said, yo, don't be saying it. And then Steve said it. That's just my opinion. Obviously, it's a fading dynasty. It's incredible. Steve Kerr is the most blessed man in basketball. He was part of a dynasty that didn't fade, that got blown up, right, with the Bulls, and then obviously so much success with the Spurs and the Warriors. I mean, that guy, I don't know. He's been too lucky as it relates to his basketball life. Obviously, personal life, he's had so much tragedy. And then finally, look, lottery, no lottery, I don't know. We'll just let it play out. you know, we can't beat Ty Lue. I mean, I think that's obvious. For some reason, that guy's our kryptonite. And I would feel better, honestly, if James Harden was still on the Clippers, that we might win. I'm not really feeling it tonight. Minutes restriction is ridiculous. If you're going to say I'm not looking ahead to the next game, then there's no such thing as a minutes restriction. But if we win, great. If we do win, I actually believe that we will beat the Suns, because the Suns just like to throw up all over themselves, and nobody loves a little more Steph Dillon drama and Draymond drama than the national audience. So that'd be fun. But we'll just let it play out. I'm not rooting either way. I just want to see Steph as much as I can. If we don't make it and we get a draft pick, honestly, the way I look at it is we're just going to take that draft pick and use it as trade bait to get a star, because I am not a Warriors fan. I'm a Steph fan. I've said it 1,000 times. We can wait another year. We can wait another year for the Warriors to suck. I don't care. We'll get a ton of lottery picks once Steph is gone. So while we got this guy, and generational player is just such a watered-down term, but Steph is absolutely generational, decadal, multi-generational, and we're going to do what we can for him, and he fills the seats, and he's what gets us excited. I ain't looking forward to no rebuild, and I don't need a rebuild while Steph is still in his fading prime. So, it should be exciting tonight.
Appreciate you, Bobby. Thank you, buddy. Yeah, appreciate it. I don't know who he'd be like if it wasn't Lacob, and maybe Bobby's right, it wasn't, but what would he care if it was anybody else?
And that's why I would tell Bobby Stoddy it's Lacob, because who gives a damn if it's anybody else?
And I don't know, maybe
that's just me.
I could play it again. I guess maybe he said colleagues. He said it about 3 or 4 times now, so I don't know if he said colleagues every time or people in the organization or what have you. I just know that Steve Kerr's made it a point to say that some people in the organization don't like when he says this team is washed, cooked.
Well, I mean, they control their own. I think it was Draymond who said it yesterday. We played it. They control their own destiny. And if last night is, a glimpse of what we can expect tonight, all eyes are, you could say it's not the playoffs, but last night, social media was, I felt like I watched the game with the nation, all the basketball fans, and it was great. And if somehow Steph and the rest of the gang could put on a performance and they could advance, that's all we ask for, one game at a time. And that's why I'm looking at Porzingis, Horford, whoever, anybody in a Warrior uniform. But I can't remember for the life of me the last time there was a play-in, quote-unquote, playoff game, and not one guy, but 3 guys had next to their name attached minute restriction. It's just like, how do you overcome that than the team you're playing when you're on the road? That's asking a lot.
I hear you. I absolutely hear you. Again, I don't want to spend too much time repeating myself, but that's why I think this year was really, really disappointing, because they weren't able to manage the regular season because of injury, and they finished 10. And the thinking is, well, if you finish 10, at least you're going into the postseason healthy, and they're not healthy. And I'm not even just talking about Butler and Moses Moody. I'm talking about Steph Curry's clearly on a limited minutes restriction. Porzingis limited. Horford limited.
He didn't mention Gee, but Gee's been gimpy a little bit. I've been noted. He's been out there a soldier, but he didn't even mention Gee with Pods being able to play 35. So I'm like, I wonder what's going on with him.
He's probably not 100% either. Kerr was asked yesterday by Willard and Dibbs. They were, they were trying to do their thing, and
they do it
poking
well.
and prodding.
Yeah.
This is ask if he'd coach the post-Curry Warriors.
Yeah, I have no idea. When you're 60, and you've been doing something for 12 years and you love the people you work with, you literally just take it 1 year at a time. And so I have no idea what's going to happen when I'm done with the Warriors. And I don't even have any idea really what's going to happen next year. So right now, I'm just focused on our game tomorrow and our guys, and let's let it rip and see what happens, and then we'll worry about all that stuff next week.
All right, that's Steve Kerr. No, he
said next week.
I missed that.
Yeah.
You see that? We'll worry about all that next week. He doesn't think they're winning.
Oh, no, I didn't say it from that. I just meant he was going to have an answer soon. After the season, next week.
Yowza.
Yep.
I'm surprised people didn't pick up on that.
Before we get out of here,
sure.
I want your true thoughts on LaMelo Ball and that play on Bam. Was it dirty or the dirtiest play you ever seen?
No.
Should he be suspended?
No.
I just knew you were thinking that.
No. Draymond did the exact same thing this year, and nothing happened. I can't remember to who, but it was over by the sideline. Did the exact same thing.
I think it was Cat.
Yeah, I think it was too. So, yeah, I mean, that stuff, I'm not that.
I thought you would be in here thinking like he should be suspended or thrown out. I'm shocked.
I mean, I tell you what.
Was that the worst 30 in the world or what?
2 for 16 from three-point range.
Made sure he put the
It's incredible.
50. And he had 30.
Made the game winner.
And got fouled. So you're telling me an Eric Spoelstra coach team had a foul to give and Jaquez gets beat and doesn't know to use the foul or remind? What are we doing in Miami, Eric? And then you draw up that cockamamie play to Hero when you got Wig on one? Hey, go down there to the basket and dribble the 10 seconds off and just settle for it.
You think Wiggins wanted the ball?
I apologize to absolutely no one.
Thank you.
Do you think Wiggs wanted the ball? Damn! Wiggs was hooping.
Goo, let me ask you. Well, I'll ask you on the other side because I got some things to ask you. But 888-957-9570 is the number. Once again, Warriors, Clippers tonight, 7 o'clock start from L.A., do or die game for the Warriors. They got to win 2 to make the playoffs. 1 loss in the next 2 games, and their season comes to an end. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. It is a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Friedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live working vignettes. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today.
The 2026 Mountain Winery Concert Series is here with Jeff Foxworthy July 19th, John Mulaney October 18th, and many more. For the complete 2026 schedule, tickets, and more, go to mountainwinery.com. Tickets on sale now.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
The Chase Ink Business Premier Card is made for people who make things happen, like me. I'm Sam, founder and CEO of Manifest, a product design company that makes everyday products designed smarter. I get 2.5% cash back on purchases of $5,000 or more, plus unlimited 2% cash back on all other purchases, which helps us make more smart ideas into a brilliant reality.
The Ink Business Premier Card. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Cards issued by JP Morgan Chase Bank. NA member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
What if you could have the most reliable Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Just 5 years of fiber-powered Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most. That finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a 6th sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family's banking on bandwidth. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger, but your Wi-Fi, it would stay reliable and the price would stay put. the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity. Imagine that.
Select plans only. Restrictions apply. Powered by fiber. Connected to the premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
All right, I need avocados, bananas, salad, steak.
Wow, does your grocery list have multiple pages?
No, but I skipped lunch, so now it's like my stomach is doing the grocery shopping. And besides, I'm earning cash back with Upside.
Upside? What's that?
Hold up, you haven't heard of it? Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you shop at gas stations, grocery stores, and restaurants. And they added Lucky and Food Max stores, so we're pretty much covered wherever we go.
All those stores?
Yep, so not only are we getting a great deal on groceries, now we can earn cash back as well.
Okay, downloading Upside. Now let me copy your grocery list.
Great news! Lucky and Food Max are now on Upside. Download the Upside app and use the promo code SAVE9 to earn a 10% cashback bonus on your first grocery purchase. That's promo code SAVE9 for a 10% cashback bonus. Use promo code SAVE9.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Do you owe back taxes or have unfiled tax returns? The IRS won't quit until they get your money. Here's great news, fresh from those in the know. Major changes have happened at the IRS. If you owe more than $10,000, you may be eligible for a 99% reduction of what you owe. Haven't filed a return for a while? Their happy clients are talking.
The IRS was going to levy my bank account, but Guardian was able to prevent that and fix all my IRS issues. Thanks again, Guardian Tax.
Need relief from crushing tax debt? The IRS now has special programs. Guardian Tax knows all about them. Personal or business, this is the fresh new break you've been hoping for.
We aren't the company you call when you need a hug because you're scared of the IRS. Guardian Tax is the company that wins when you need it most.
Guardian Tax Service is really great to work with. They really help me out. I'd recommend them highly.
Call now for a free confidential consultation. 800-499-1424. 800-499-1424. 800-499-1424.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code CLEAR to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code CLEAR to borrow up to $10,000. Use code CLEAR to borrow up to $10,000.
We need Thundercats.
You didn't have a career. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, Steven, can you do me a monster favor? I forgot my coffee at the coffee machine.
Next question.
And 2 Splendas.
How'd you forget it?
Coming right up.
Because it takes a while, so
Yeah,
I put it on,
right.
then I go to the bathroom, then I come back, and I forget about it. My man, Risotto. He's the man.
Can anybody in his position say, no, I ain't going? Like, you know what I mean? Like, he's trying to
I do it all the time.
Lubman wouldn't.
Wow.
Lubman wouldn't do it. No, because he's always very busy.
No, so you wouldn't ask him. I'm saying the response be, you know what? I can't do it right now.
That's a big red flag.
Oh, man.
So Bobby called in from Los Altos, and, you know, I'm not in any hurry to get out of the Curry era. And Steph's still playing at a high level. He needs more around him.
Yeah.
How many games do you want Steph Curry to play in a season where, thank you, Risotto, in a season.
My man.
Thank you, man. You know, I mean, how many games does Steph have to play for that strategy to actually work?
I'm a little confused.
Like, he played 40 games this year.
Right, and that wasn't by design.
Right. So what I'm getting at is he's making $62 million next year.
Okay.
It's all about Steph Curry.
And it should be with this roster, and he's still hooping.
But he's not hooping. He's only hooping half. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like,
this year, Stanley, you're cooking the books in regard to.
I'm not cooking the books. What I'm saying is, how many games? Like, if he plays 50 games next year,
all right,
is that still enough games for Steph Curry to play where you're just like, it's still all about him?
Well, we won't know until we cross that bridge.
Right. And I'm saying that the strategy is just incredibly flawed right now.
And that's because I won't even go to the draft. They messed it up. And at this age, he shouldn't be having to carry all this burden. And unfortunately, he's not complaining about it. He's carrying Draymond offensively.
I mean,
we've been here, Stein. He's been, even in 2022, well, he had some help. But you know what I mean? I don't know how to answer that, but until they get a better option or options, and right now they don't have it.
I mean, I guess I don't want to harp on this, but he gets hurt in the playoffs last year. Then he develops runner's knee this year, where he only plays 40 games, and it's something that he's acknowledged he's going to have to manage. Yeah. There's a new normal, whatever that means.
And we were shocked by both of the injuries.
I don't like whether we were shocked or not. The reality of the situation is, what are you going into next year expecting out of Steph Curry?
Wow, and that would be
I'm here to tell you that it can't be unrealistic.
I'm expecting 30 a night, minutes.
How many games?
65. Give me 60. We'll be fine in this new NBA. Partner, but you think that's being ridiculous? Like, that's just our reality. We can't. And if you're going to tell me they're going to start treating him like fine china, or you're going to have to treat him like fine china because he's treating himself like fine china because runner's knee is barking. But I guess what I'm saying is like LeBron, I'm riding till the wheels fall off.
Well, the wheels, like if I said two of the wheels are off because he only played 40 games this year. Like, here's the thing. What happens if runner's knee comes back next year?
Then I can't say the word.
It seems to me like it will.
Okay, I got
right?
you. Right. And people out there were not being negative. I would bet something like that. And I feel like it's creeping its way back now, and I hope I'm wrong, because it was so vicious that it took so long for him to heal. But the bottom line is, if it comes back, that's just another example of your stark reality is you are so dependent on him, and I get it right now with what you've done and what you've missed. What else can you do is what I'm asking you. There's not, you know what I mean? You're not going to get that number 2 pick in the lottery unless you're part of it, but you got to wait. You got to wait for Jimmy. Hopefully Moody can make it back. That's your reality. Like, what do you want us to say? And what can Joe do? Because let me tell you what it sounds like he's trying to do. Go add another older guy to this nucleus. Named Kawhi Leonard or LeBron James. So I got to give him credit of riding till the wheels fall off.
Why do you give Lacob credit for going after guys that he never gets, but Farhan Zaidi got absolutely raked over the coals for not getting guys that he wanted to get? And if you're going to say Durant, that's 10 years ago, and it only happened because of the salary cap.
Until they came up with a Joe Lacob rule. That stuff matters to me.
Right.
He went into the red on purpose.
Right. They got Kevin Durant because they were the best team in the NBA, and there was a salary cap glitch where they were able to not circumvent, but they had extra money to go get Kevin Durant. But Durant came here because it was going to be the easiest title that he was going to win. What I'm saying is, why do we always hear about Stanton and Harper and Judge, and the Giants can't get it done, when the Warriors haven't gotten anything done with Paul George, Markkanen, blah, blah, LeBron, Kawhi, and the 7 other names that have been brought up over the last 4 years.
I'm being so for real, partner. It just feels different. And I guess it feels different because the Warriors were never desperate like the Giants were, because they hadn't tasted success since 2014. So I get what you're saying, but when I hear Draymond say I kind of niched the deal, or I had something to do with, Markkanen not coming, I get that. And then I look at Paul George, who I've always been a fan of, but now I'm like, the reality is he ain't the Paul George of old, but I still would want him here. Don't get me wrong. Steiny, I guess the winning has me blinded to where, Jimmy Butler got here, and I know it was via trade, but it still happened. We needed him. He got that done. And I know Jimmy was looking for $1, but
he didn't want to come here unless they added a year to his contract.
I got you. But you know what I mean? Just the fact that we've been fed and spoiled, I can't look at Joe like he can't have that cup of coffee because he is a closer.
I don't know that he's a closer anymore.
Okay. I hear you.
I'm just saying, we'll find out if he's a closer probably next season when they have salary cap money, if they want to go out and get a star.
But you hit me with the anymore, and I guess he's got to, there's going to come a time in his tenure, Joe Lacob, to where, okay, what are you without, I think of Jimmy, somebody brought up Jerry Jones earlier. What's life been for Jerry Jones when Jimmy, Michael, and Emmett left? It's been, in regard to chips, it's been all bad. They can't even get to the championship game. So Joe Lacob is going to have to face life without the chef. But right now, that's for another day.
Well, it isn't, though. That's what I'm saying. They faced 40 games without the chef.
And that's happening now with the chef here. But that's not Joe Lacob's fault that Steph got hurt.
No, but it's Joe Lacob's fault that they're relying on him to such a degree still, and they're paying him such an exorbitant amount of money that they need him to be. They need Steph Curry to be a guy that maybe he can no longer be, and that is a 65, 70 game a year player at the level that we're used to seeing him play at.
And I would say where I come from, shout out Union City, Stoney, some would say that's deep. Like, I get that.
Let's go to Kevin in Fremont. Hey, Kevin, how you doing, man?
I am tremendous.
Dynamite.
Steiny, most of the time I disagree with you, but I'm right with you on this. Guru, you kind of sound like someone who's played sports, and you still do, and you're hitting the court, and you believe you still have it, and you also believe that, so you talk from an athlete point of view. So now I'm going to talk about it from a management point of view, okay? You cannot continue to expect Curry to be this Superman.
Yeah.
He's going to make $1 gazillion next year. I don't know. See, here's the big question the Warriors need to ask Curry before next season, because, of course, they're going to talk about extending him and everything. Curry needs to decide whether or not he can lower his, and I know this is a big word, lower his payroll that he's taking up from the $1 gazillion he's making down to, I hate to say it, the Draymond level, 25 to 30 million. Because here's the thing, people still are going to come to watch him, but if he's only going to be able to play 50 games would be a dream at this point, and that's what I can see him being. 50, maybe if you just, I can't even see 60 because he can't play back-to-back. And, and one more thing, Guru, this knee thing, this isn't going away. I want to help you.
Okay.
I want to help you with this because this is going to be with him the rest of his life. That means that all those miles he ran up and down chasing people and getting away from people to put up those threes, he's only going to be able to do that probably 50 games in a year if we're fortunate. So I need you to let go of the Curry driving the bus. Bye.
Thanks, Kevin.
No, Kevin, I do talk like an athlete. I'm still playing, but
your take's not a hot take.
I think he put that at the wrong person's doorstep. I get what he's saying, and I'm afraid man, Stoney, I'm petrified of this runner's knee. I get it. And he said life, not just basketball life. Dibbs told us about it. But my thing is you need to direct that towards Joe Lacob. And Joe Lacob needs to hit something out the park to where we can alleviate all the pressure being on the chef.
How?
That's not my job.
Exactly.
But I know it's
But
the
don't
question.
hold it against him when he can't do it. Don't hold it against Lacob when they can't make a move this offseason because they put all their eggs in the basket to take them up until this point. And everybody or most Warrior fans were absolutely fine with most of the moves they made over the last 3 or 4 years to keep this thing together and keep Steph placated and to give him the best opportunity. And I just feel like now, for example, like Steph's under contract. I think the part that people don't want to acknowledge is when you have a player, when you have your 2 highest paid players, and they're 2 of the highest 5, they're 2 of the 5 highest paid players in the league. Butler and Curry are 2 of the 5 highest players in the league.
Yeah. Buzzard luck that they both got hurt.
But they're not worth anymore being a top 5 player, even if they would play 60, 65 games. That's what I'm saying. And they're not playing 60, 65 games. They're playing 40 games. So if like Jimmy Butler is at best playing half the season next year, you don't get any cap relief for the 55 he's going to make. If Steph's going to play 55 or 60, then you're paying him $62 million. You're paying him to be the second highest paid player in the league, but he's only playing, 2 out of 3 games. Like, there's just no way around that to acquire great players when you don't have the money to acquire great players because you've invested it all in Steph, Butler, and Draymond Green. Yeah. So I don't like. That's the part. That's the part that frustrates me when everybody says Steph's still playing at a high level. He is when he plays, but how many games? You need him to play more games next year.
No doubt, man. No doubt about it.
But I'm not convinced he will because I don't like this runner's knee either.
Yeah, but what do you do in the meantime? Because a few minutes ago, you just you itemized who Joe Lacob or the Warriors have flirted with and not got anybody to dance with you. And I'm gonna be honest, I don't think any of the names have been a big deal unless we put Giannis on there. But I mean. So I'm asking you point blank range now. You say that about the buzzard luck that it is and what Joe Lacob and the Warriors are paying both Jimmy and Steph, and the buzzard luck is these injuries, these lack of games played. Okay, but on the flip side, can you still go out, and is it the right basketball thing to do to try to go get a Giannis, try to go get a Kawhi at his age, or a LeBron James? Like, the music's not going to stop playing, and I'm wondering – how you make your decisions if you're any owner, Joe Lacob, obviously, with all that stuff in flux.
Would you give up, how many draft picks would you give up for Kawhi or Giannis right now? Because I'm starting to get to the point where
Giannis
I would give up 0 for them. That's just me.
I'm growing up right before your eyes. I told you, Giannis is starting to scare me, the Carfax report.
And if you're not...
I'm being real.
I mean, exactly. So there's no... Like, there's no magic bullet here.
But what if he decided to do that and, let's just say, 2 or 3 picks
deciding
for
to do
Kawhi?
what?
Joe Lacob to bring in Kawhi.
I think that would be an awful move.
Man. And there would be a time limit on it, too, it feels like. But I'd be on here excited.
Well, I got news for you, too. I'm sorry, and Kawhi Leonard has 1 more year left in his deal at $50 million. He wants more years this off season. I gotta believe, if I'm looking at Kawhi Leonard, how many games did he play this year?
I'll look it up.
Like a lot, 70.
He had a great year.
I think he played 65 exactly.
And for him, that's like 82. But go ahead.
Right. This is kind of what I mean, Goo. Why don't I want Kawhi Leonard? Because I don't believe he's ever going to play as many games from this point on that he played this year. I just don't.
I'm not mad at
he's
that.
never. I think he did it this year because of his contract.
65
games.
And somebody's going to throw that chicken at him. So it will have been worth it for him. But you're right.
Well, he's not a free agent.
No, I know. If somebody comes calling, who would give up capital for that risk?
There might be a team, but I if I'm the Warriors, it's not going to be me. But
Joe
again,
called. Yeah.
Then people are going to say, well, so you're just going to ride it out. Well, it's not that I want to ride it out, but I'm also not going to do something that really, really puts us in a hole moving forward. That's just me.
Yeah.
Kevin is in Louisiana.
Uh-oh.
Hey, Kevin, what's going on, man?
Nothing much, fellas. How you guys doing?
Game day, baby.
Look, all they need is fundamentally sound defensive players. Look at Detroit. How many offensive players, minded players, does Detroit have? Detroit's in every game because of their defense. The Warriors at one time used to be that way. That's what they got to get back to. You got to get Podziemski is a guy coming off the bench. You can't start him. He's not the heir apparent to Steph. He got to get that out of his mind. Get another power forward. Get a center that wants to play the center position, not stand back there like what's his name that he just got from Atlanta and shoot threes. That's not going to get it. You know, it's not that many. You know what I'm saying? It's not that many people that they need to go ahead and help Steph out in this next 2 years or whatever he has left. But you can't keep the big guy that they just got from Atlanta. He's a no-go. You know, they can't keep him.
Wow.
You know, he's loving to shoot the three. And I mean, I hope he doesn't get hurt. I think this is a fatal to play them playing tonight because they're not going anywhere.
Yeah.
You know, you got to start building for the future. You know, and the Warriors, believe it or not, they don't really need that much if they put it in the right place. You got to think about Steve Kerr because Steve Kerr got to get out of that four-guard offense, that tiny hobbit offense. You got to get out of it. But thanks, guys. You have a nice one.
Thank you, Kevin. Appreciate it.
I told you my dad's saying was, son, as bad as it is, it can always get worse. And he just got me thinking the caller that is from Louisiana Steiny is that day, that summer day last year when Steph came up lame with the hammy. I still haven't gotten over it. It hurt. It crushed dreams because I felt like I knew something was happening. We were all watching it. But it did get worse. This runner's knee is worse because not only is it another injury on the log of Steph Curry in regard to his body, it's something that he's never experienced, and now it's like the invisible man. We never know when it's going to creep up, and it's vicious when it does. So, you know, I thought last year it could get no dire, but this runner knee and just thinking about the good part of sports and Steph's career, and hopefully he plays 82 next year. But my point is, it's just another worry I have, and it's a big worry.
Well, he's 38, good.
And that part.
He's 38 years old.
But he was skating like Nancy Kerrigan when he was 34. It was like it was smooth sailing, you know, up and down the ice. There was, you know, bumps and bruises. But now things are starting to happen. And I get it, but we can't front like he wasn't skating, like he was doing a great job of avoiding the catastrophic type of stuff. Now he's got something on him, you know, I'll just call it arthritis, the runner's knee, like that's not going nowhere, you know?
Nothing's going anywhere when you're 38 or 39 years old. Like nothing goes anywhere. And, you know, I wonder, this is going to sound crazy, but like I almost think we're to this point with Steph and like kind of with Butler and definitely Porzingis.
Give it to me.
It's like, why don't you go to Steph and say, hey, look, you know, he says, I want to retire a Warrior. Okay, great. But you only played 40 games this year, and next year is a crapshoot.
Okay.
How about this, Steph? we'll pay you $30 million in 2027, but you only have to play 50 games. It'll only be a 50-game schedule because you can't play 70. We know you can't.
But what if I told you, and I'm being real
and I
with
do
you,
the same with Porzingis.
Do you think he would like, but it would.
Well, what's he going to want, $50 million to play 40 games?
Well.
Like, you can't. You got to stop with this. Like, at some point,
I feel like you're lake up now, but no, I hear you, but we know what time it is. The reality is that number's probably going to get exercised, and he ain't going to ask for a dime less.
I mean, the bottom line is, like, Porzingis, tell him you'll give him $13 million, and all he needs to do is play 45 games. We're not going to play you 60. How come? Because you can't, and we know it. And the league's kind of going in that direction anyway.
But when will we ever get back hold of where we don't have these stipulations?
Never.
Well, when you hit a reset, you will.
Right, without
when
Steph.
Youth is on your side, exactly.
Like, I'm trying to figure out how you move forward with Steph Curry if this is the new normal.
Wow, man. I don't have that answer.
All right. Let me see. 1242. All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors Clippers tonight.
7
at the Intuit Dome in LA. By the way, Evan, I heard Niedenhauser's hurt.
Oh, is he out?
Somebody put that, but I don't know if it was true or not.
We got to double check. You just saw him Sunday, I thought.
I didn't watch Sunday's game. The Sunday Warrior game?
Yeah.
Against the Clippers? No. Why would I watch that?
We did a whole show on it. I got you playing. I hope he's
he's out.
Uh-oh.
Warriors there Sunday?
Pound them inside.
Horford.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, start Horford, Porzingis, and Green all together. Just go big.
Do it. And it's just jam it down into the low post.
Put Bassey in there, too.
Speaking of, Post is the only one who's officially out tonight.
What's up with his injury? No, I know that what part of the body?
His foot.
His foot. This is Quentin Post.
All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. By the way, I do want to talk a little bit on the other side about Kerr, and one of the reasons I heard him say that he may want to stay, and it got me to thinking maybe I kind of understand in one of the big reasons why he does want to stay. I'll tell you about that on the other side. Hey, tune in for Warriors Live today, presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage, brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that. And that segment was also sponsored by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
All right, let's just start here. Gas prices right now, they are out of control. And every time I pull into a station, it just feels like a bad decision. That's why I got to tell you about something that Ceremony Ford is doing this month. It's called Fuel Your Ford. And when you buy a 2025 Ford Maverick, you get a $2,500 Visa gas card. Yes, $2,500 for gas. And here's the thing. I've actually driven the Maverick. I own one. It's one of the best vehicles that just totally makes sense for the Bay Area. It's compact, it's easy to park, it is great on gas, but it still gives me that truck utility when I need it. So think about it. You've already got the vehicle that's saving you money at the pump, and Ceremony Ford is literally handing you $2,500 to fuel it. That's not a promotion, that's relief. Inventory is there, process is easy, and you're working with a team that actually respects your time. But this is an April-only thing, so don't sit on it. Ceremony Ford in Colma de la City, or 24/7 at ceremonyford.com. Ceremony Ford, your Bay Area Ford dealer.
Do you owe the IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes? Penalties and interest are piling up every single day. Wage garnishments and bank levies could hit any moment. If you've been avoiding it out of fear, you're not alone. But waiting only shrinks your options and ramps up the stress. The truth is, the IRS settles with taxpayers every day through legitimate programs, and many qualify to reduce what they owe, in some cases by up to 99%. That's why thousands turn to helpwithirsdebt.com. They've guided over 120,000 Americans, resolved more than $2.3 billion in tax debt, and back every case with their ironclad resolution guarantee. If there's no real path forward, you get a full refund, no fine print, They even randomly select one qualifying client each year and pay off their entire IRS balance. Terms apply. Don't let another day pass. Go to helpwithirsdebt.com right now. It's fast, easy, and confidential. Find out what's possible today. Helpwithirsdebt.com. Once again, that's helpwithirsdebt.com.
If you owe back taxes, listen carefully to rule number 1. Never go up against the IRS alone. They're cracking down, freezing bank accounts, garnishing paychecks, canceling passports. Even your home or business could be at risk. But here's what they don't tell you. The IRS has powerful tax relief programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. That's why smart people call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. Nobody knows these programs like the experts at Optima. Their team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $2 billion in tax debt for people just like you. The IRS is not stopping, so don't wait and don't take them on alone. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, call Optima today for a free consultation.
Call 800-708-5977. 800-708-5977. 800-708-5977.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Real Success. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at OurRealSuccess.com.
Do you want to learn how to make money flipping houses and acquiring rental properties right here in the Bay Area without using your own money? You'll learn to flip houses and secure rental properties in your spare time to get on track towards real wealth building. We're offering a handful of motivated individuals the opportunity to attend our workshop right here in the Bay Area for free. That's right, we'll give you 2 free tickets when you text FLIP to 64,000. The Bay Area is the perfect market to flip houses and build rental income. Don't miss this opportunity. Come to a complimentary live 2-hour workshop next week right here in the Bay Area and learn how to start making money flipping homes and building long-term wealth with rental properties. To get 2 free tickets, text FLIP to 64,000. Text in the next 10 minutes, and registrants will also receive a free copy of our Funding for Deals guide. Text FLIP to 64,000 for 2 complimentary tickets. Text FLIP to 64,000.
We've all been there, sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
Checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I took the gas hose out of my car's tank. Ooh, not smart. And I drove off while still attached to pump number 3.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
If you've got spring fever, Lowe's has the cure. During SpringFest, make your landscape stand out with 3 free bags of Miracle-Gro 3/4 cubic foot garden soil when you buy 3. Plus, get up to 40% off select major appliances to keep clothes, food, and dishes fresh all season long. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 4/22 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for details. Soil offer excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
The 2026 Mountain Winery concert season is here, with performances by Dana Carvey and David Spade in June, Trevor Noah in July, and many more. To see the 2026 schedule and a chance to win tickets to one of the shows, courtesy of Mountain Winery, visit 957thegame.com.
No expectation. What? Somebody wake up! The hell we doing around here?
Dub Nation, this is Brandon Pajemski, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. You're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, the 3rd annual Agape Charity Golf Tournament is coming up on Monday, April 27th at Stone Tree Golf Club in Novato, and we're going to be out there broadcasting live. It's presented by Atco Pest Control and Eclipse Insurance. All proceeds benefit the North Bay and Golden Gate Regional Centers, as well as the Help Fund and the San Francisco Bay Area Autism Society. If you'd like to play in the tournament or be a sponsor, go to AgapeCharityGolf.com.
Going to be a bunch of fun, Steiny.
Yep. It's like none of the money that's being raised is going to the human fund, though. It's not going to the human fund. Okay.
I'll let that marinate.
It's Seinfeld. Although I was told not to use Seinfeld references anymore.
Who said that?
People.
But they're like her. If it ain't
said
Laker, who cares?
They say I'm dating myself.
Oh, when do you care?
Well, I care what people think.
But live your life, your reality.
Oh, I'm living it.
So you're hiding your... I heard Dips the other day didn't like his age being out there. I was like, it ain't just me.
Yeah, I don't care about my age.
Well, you just said I'm aging myself. So you do care.
No, everybody knows how old I am. I don't play that stupid game that other people play.
Then don't cut the Seinfeld references.
No, I'm just doing it because people, it's not about me being old. It's about people not understanding what I'm saying because they're too young.
All right.
That's all. What do I want to also do here?
It was Susan.
That's my pick. And we're going to pick our games, too, the series.
Okay.
Don't get too excited.
Okay, we can do that.
Yeah.
All right, Steve Kerr was on with Willard and Dibbs yesterday. I want to finish up with this sound, and then we'll move on to something. But this is, I mean, give Willard and Dibbs credit. They came at it from a lot of angles. Hey, Steve, have you thought at all about this could be your last game coaching the Warriors?
I'm honestly not thinking about that. I'm just locked in on trying to beat the Clippers. They've played really well lately. They've got Kawhi playing as well as I think any player in the league over the last 6 weeks or so. They're a little different, with Garland instead of James Harden, and we're studying to get ready for that. And what I'm thinking about honestly is how much I enjoy this. We were talking as a staff this morning about how fun playoff basketball is, even play-in basketball, which is, basically the same thing. I mean, you just to have the time to put together a game plan and get together with the players and collaborate and go for it. It's still a thrill. I still love what I do, and I've been lucky to be here for 12 years with this group. And like I said, we'll figure all that other stuff out after the season ends.
He said, I still love what I do. You think he's coming back?
Yeah, I think he probably is.
And this is much to do about nothing. Some in the organization don't like the Fade and Dynasty comment.
What?
This much to do about nothing with some within the organization, Joe Lacob maybe not liking the reference to it's a fading dynasty.
Yeah. I'm sorry, Goo. I'm a little distant right now because I was on the YouTube chat and they're talking about gardening and planting.
Okay.
And they don't know what they're talking about.
Because no one loves to do it.
I jumped into the chat and
give it to me.
These people think I don't know about gardening when the reality of the situation is I've been in the landscaping business for multiple years when I was younger. And the one thing that we know in the business is that fall is for planting.
Okay. Hello?
Everybody says, no, what are you talking about? Fall is for, no. Fall is arguably the best time for planting trees, shrubs, perennials, and cool weather vegetables because the cooler air temperatures reduce plant stress while the warm soil promotes rapid root growth. This season allows plants to establish strong root systems before the spring, which lead to better resilience against summer drought. So
take that.
Exactly.
Data.
So I remember seeing bumper stickers when I was a child on landscapers' trucks. Fall is for planting. So take that.
Do you have any tree? I've been to your backyard. I can't remember. Lemon trees. Like Norm's has lemons, apples.
Oh, yeah.
Plums.
Lemon. We got lemon.
Okay.
We got pomegranate.
Look at you.
We got avocado. And
you got some stuff back there.
Evan, what else did you forget to water when you stayed at my house? Tomatoes, for sure.
Dude, so you got it going on.
Kale.
This is honestly the first time I've ever heard you ask if I could water your garden.
Wow.
I hope nothing died.
No, not at all. All right, last one on Kerr, and then I want to make my point about something we may be missing.
Well, we just decided, at the beginning of the year that we would just wait. And so that's what we're doing. We're just waiting till the end of the year. And I'm perfectly comfortable with that. I've said that many times. And when you're in the midst of the season and the playoff race, and it just consumes all your time and efforts. And there's just time for that after the season. And so that's when we'll address it.
All right. So I have a theory that there's something that's impacting Kerr and his decision that we haven't talked about.
Wow.
Yeah.
I'm trying to guess.
And it hit me a couple days ago. We don't have the exact sound, but Kerr's been talking a lot lately. And it was kind of like he was getting into on the soundbite, 2 soundbites ago, which he's like, I'm still really enjoying myself. And he was talking about how he loves the film sessions and he loves talking to the players, and he loves going out to dinner with the coaches, and he just loves the camaraderie. You know who's on the staff, right?
Who's on the...
His son.
Okay, gotcha.
So Steve Kerr is an empty nester, but he's got a grown son that he gets to work with every single day.
Love that.
And the more I think about it, the more I'm thinking, man, if I could work with my daughter for a year or two or a couple years and I'm in control of that, you know what? I do want to stick around another year or two. Why not?
But at the expense of traveling and the pressure of trying to keep this franchise going. I mean, I'm just saying, I love...
what if Steve Kerr doesn't come back, what would happen to Nicholas Kerr?
I got to imagine his name alone, he's going to get treated with respect, dignity, and it would be like his call. They wouldn't just throw him away.
Well, I mean, if you hire a new coach, like the first thing you got to give to the new coach is say over his personnel. So,
I got you.
I'm just saying.
All right, I hear what you're saying.
I mean, if I could work with my kid, that might lead me to want to stick around a little longer.
But we're talking about a 14. What he got here in 4. This is a 12-year relationship, 4 titles.
But this is only the first year.
Kids, but it's bigger than that to me.
For
him,
it might not be.
What if he is really truly tired of Joe like Bob was?
Well, then I think he'd be saying, "I'm probably out of here."
You think so?
Yeah.
But then I believe if he did do it that way, he kind of, and rightfully so, would hijack the season. And you know what I mean? He doesn't want that. So now it's just like, and he's been consistent, and I want him back. Who's coming in here to do something else? You're a slave to the bodies and health of this team right now, okay?
Yeah,
and
you're a slave to Steph. You're a slave to Kerr. You're a slave to Draymond.
Now we got to be careful.
Now
I
you're
use
slave
that
to
word.
Well, I just mean
being a slave to Steph is not bad.
You're beholden to Steph.
He's a superhero.
You're beholden to Kerr now. You're beholden to Draymond.
Kind of not what I meant.
Yeah, but
Steph still got something left. Like LeBron does. It's obvious.
LeBron played this year. He played 65 games.
But Steiny, what if we fast forward, Steiny, and we're still here, our show next year, and Curry goes out and puts up a 68-game played season?
And that's the fundamental difference between you and I. That, to me, is completely unrealistic.
Then it's going to get nothing but worse here as far as winning on and off the court. It's going to get worse.
Yes.
If you're right.
I believe it could get worse. Yes. Absolutely.
I can't take another season like this without Steph playing.
What about 3 more like this? Or 4?
Oh, my gosh.
What do you mean, oh, my gosh? That's what can happen.
But it won't.
It won't just because you say it won't, and it won't because I say it will.
No, Steph would bow out if he knew he couldn't. Like, if he, I'm just.
Well, he's not going to be in this. I'm talking about when he leaves.
Oh, yeah. Well. No, that's all different.
But the reality, again,
there are no expectations. Once he's gone, Stein, there's no expectations. And the right on the table brought to you by Echo Pest Control is there's probably none now. We have Warrior fans calling in saying they got no shot in hell tonight. And I don't call them crazy.
Yeah, look, you say what you want. If the Warriors lose tonight, they've had Steph Curry for the last 7 years, and they've missed the playoffs 4. Oh, he's no longer a guarantee. He's just... and it's kind of unfair to say him, but it's like...
I'm not, I got you.
I hope we finally learned that just having Steph Curry ain't enough. And like I always had a problem with, as long as we have Steph Curry, we have action. No, you don't. You better have more than Steph Curry.
That's taking a
hit.
At
this age.
Yeah. And they did.
And
they
you better have more than 40 games at this age.
They went and got Jimmy.
Yeah.
They tried. And now it's all bad.
Yeah, and they had, of course, maybe he wouldn't have come, but how would the Warriors look right now if Butler his contract were up at the end of this year like it should have been? You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app, and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Let's go to Coach. Coach is in Vallejo.
Man. Talk to us.
What's going on, Coach? How you doing?
Good morning, fellas. Glad to talk to you.
My man.
I just want to give you a little synopsis of what's going to happen in the game today and what should happen.
Okay.
Number one, I'll get this out the way first, Goo. Your boy Pods, his whole game consists of running into people and people running into him. They put the whistles away in the playoffs, okay? So that running into people and throwing your head back and your hair flying all over the place, that ain't happening tonight. Ask James Harden. That doesn't work in the playoffs, okay? What should happen tonight, though, they need at least 25 minutes out of GP2. GP2 is very important. They need him to guard Garland or Mathurin, okay? So don't discount Mathurin.
Okay.
That young man is awesome. And you guys were talking earlier about the big man. You didn't mention John Collins, okay? John Collins is awesome. He's fast.
Yeah.
He knows what he's doing. He plays above the rim. So, like I said, I would hope Steve Kerr just put his pride aside, play GP2, and they actually need the action that, what's the guard? The ball handler. It's slipping my mind. For
Garland?
Me,
Garland.
No, for the Warriors.
Crier.
I'm talking about.
LJ.
No. Huh?
LJ
No, the starter.
Oh, Melton.
Melton, yeah. Excuse me for that. Yep, that's 71 years old sneaking up on me.
You sound good, baby.
Yeah. They need Melton, okay? Melton can make things happen, both good and bad, but he will keep that defense moving for the Clippers, and he could actually work Garland, and he could work Mathurin as the other guys, Crier, Paz, these Richards, they can't do that. Melton can do that. Melton can create things, so I hope Kerr puts his pride aside and play a lot of GP2 and a lot of Melton.
We love you, Coach.
I think
and he's right with Collins.
He's going to lean probably on Gary Payton II if he can play.
He better. Well, yeah.
Well, I mean,
yeah.
Payton can't shoot. So,
but there's other facets to the game. He can guard. He can finish around the rim. Yeah. He always gets to the loose balls. He's always into something. So I get it. And he mentioned two names. We mentioned Mathurin, and he's been struggling, but he looked okay against the Warriors. But John Collins is a guy that just body type is almost like we don't have an answer for guys like that. And he was playing Sunday. Collins was against us, but the game didn't mean anything. But nothing Coach said. Now I will say this. As a James Harden lifelong fan, I would love to just do a case study or a seminar to NBA refs because I think the dude's one of the most incredible scorers in the game. Nobody can take that away from my mindset. But what they've done a disservice to James Harden on is what Coach said they're going to do to Pods if they try to do it, is they call the game different. And how can a guy that manipulates the zebras all year long, the MVPs, and then the playoffs start, and we see last night guys getting clobbered upside down, upside the head, and there's no call. My point is, Coach is right. It's going to be Olivia Newton-John for the next couple of months come NBA basketball because it's physical. They don't call it the same. Those baby whistles or CYO whistles, Tiny, they don't call them.
No.
And James Harden does nothing in the offs because of that.
Well,
he had to figure it out. Yeah, the San Antonio, remember, I think who was out? They beat him at Houston, but yeah.
Yeah. You know how I feel about.
I like the GP2 call, though. I'm not just saying that because it's Coach. That's
who he goes in important games. That's
right. So 25 minutes. If you took a bet tonight, would you that number?
I don't know. I have no idea about minutes. What I'm saying is like playing Peyton is what a lot of people don't like. About Kerr, because You're damn right he's going to lean on Peyton tonight.
And as well as he should.
Well, I don't know that, Goo. I mean, Peyton's not a perfect player.
Now that's when you cripple my conversation. I'm not saying he's perfect, but on this team, he is your hatchet. He gives you a little bit of everything. And I know he's not a great shooter, and you went over his numbers, but if it's going well and he gets it and doesn't think about it, he can hit a corner three. I've seen it.
My point is the Warriors have too many players like Peyton that if he's playing okay or not okay, they have other guys who they can just put in there and they'll play okay or not okay.
But see, I thought on that 2022 team.
That was 4 years ago. He made different shots.
But now I don't think you got a lot of guys after him. Now, if you're telling me Guy Santos is going to have a ball game, okay. Will Richard going to get in the game? I don't even know at this stage. So I'm just saying to you, Steiny, years ago you were right, but now I think with this current roster, there ain't a lot after GP2.
What I'm saying is I don't think, Will Richard may go out and play a better game tonight than Gary Payton.
Or
Very
he
possible.
may not play at all.
Right.
Okay.
Right. But like Gary Payton, I like Gary Payton. Yeah. He makes all his shots on the interior.
Okay.
But he is not the defensive player he was in 2022. He wreaked havoc back then. I don't see him as a guy who's wreaking havoc anymore.
But
now you got to use him.
All right, he's a top 3 defender on this team tonight. That's what I'm saying to you. You comparing him against him a couple years ago, I get it, but still on this team tonight, man.
Okay, and great. He stops somebody at the one end, and he can't make a shot on the other. Like, he doesn't even make 30% of his threes this year. So, that's the problem the Warriors have. Pods can give you some points. People think his defense stinks. Peyton's pretty good defensively. Can't make a shot. Melton, pretty good defensively. Inconsistent offensively. They have too many players like that right now. 888-957-9570 is the number. What was I going to say? You wanted to do something?
Oh, we're going to do some picks.
Oh, yeah.
And we can tell the people, Norm's having heart surgery tomorrow. I'll be out Thursday and Friday. Evan will be holding it down. So I'll be listening to you guys at the hospital. But, man, I hope you guys are talking about a win tomorrow. No, seriously, what am I going to do?
Don't listen to the show tomorrow.
You guys are my friends.
Be there for your family. Seriously.
Okay.
I'm being honest.
No, I'm being honest.
Okay.
You're talking to a guy that lives in a waiting room. What do you do, Stein? There is no book. I try to get away. That's what you guys do for me.
Well, who's going to be there from your family when he's in surgery?
My cousins, everybody.
Okay, just be present for those people. Don't listen. I mean, do what you want to do. I'm kind of kidding, but seriously, don't be listening to the show tomorrow with your family's going to be around you. Your sibling, his sister's going to need support too.
But they'll probably be trying to veer off too to get our mind. We're praying to the Lord.
I don't want to tell you how to do it,
but I'm gonna be listening. You guys put me in a good mood, man.
Just keep positive thoughts in your mind.
No doubt about it.
Depends on the game.
Well, we're watching together tonight.
Who is you and Norm?
No, yeah, got a little dinner.
What are you getting?
Steak? Well, no, I was getting Chipotle, and you said it's fattening brown rice. It's a bowl, Stoney.
Rice.
You got fajitas, the veggies. I may not even put meat on it.
You will.
Rice is not fattening.
Rice.
And it's brown rice. I understand rice, if you eat it every day,
rice is not your friend.
No,
I love rice.
Copious amounts of it.
I love rice. I live with rice.
Oh, look at
but you can't eat it every day.
No,
I live with these people.
Right. It's a carb.
Love these people.
Yeah, it's a starch. It's a carb. I get it. It's not good, but dude, on a bowl that minimal, you're fine. You're checking all the boxes.
Dude, you're gonna get a burrito. Okay, it's going to have steak. It's going to have sour cream.
Cheese.
Extra cheese, right?
I'm just saying.
Do sour cream.
It's 14 inches long.
Nice. Dude, I'm out on the burritos. I do the bowl, man.
Let's squeeze in Anthony in Brentwood, and then I'll tell you who's going to win the NBA title on the other side. Hey, Anthony.
Good afternoon. So it's been about a month and a half, and or maybe a month. First of all, I was right. Just want to take my victory lap because fans that called after what I said, even though I never said don't, I never said don't play hard. I just was asking what would it really accomplish or benefit, and now we see as the playoffs are starting to unfold that a lot more people are going beyond my point and saying, you know what, maybe it might be best for us to try to get a better draft pick. But I called just to really say, did you see those games last night?
Incredible,
And looking at those games, whether it was Portland and the Suns or Charlotte and Miami, what I seen, shout out to Guru, was thoroughbreds. I seen thoroughbreds. Man. And you know what the Warriors don't have? Thoroughbreds. The ones that they did have are not here anymore.
Wow.
And listen, I'm not trying to knock down anybody's ice cream cone on a nice day. But what I am saying is we got to have some reality in our takes today and in our fandom. And what I seen last night was guys, athletic guys jumping out the gym.
Wow, man.
Adavi from Portland, 41 points, 11, however many assists, in and out, tween. He would not lose that game. He wouldn't be denied. Jalen Green was a hung tooth in Houston last season, and they sent him on his way. He dropped 38. You're seeing these guys you just see the level of play from other teams. We don't have it. And Steiny was telling Guru, and I love both of y'all, and Evan Almighty, having Steph is not enough anymore. You're seeing it in plain sight. And if any one of the top guys on the teams that we potentially play decide this is mine and no one's taking it from me, i.e. Kawhi, there's nothing the Warriors can do about it. And we don't have anybody that can contrast that. It's just a reality. Steph is my age.
Yeah.
I'm 39. I'll be 40 in September.
Wow.
Can I still play basketball? Yes. But can I keep up with the young life? No.
Yeah.
Am I still athletic and pretty good shape? Absolutely. But I'm not 29. I'm not 27. So we and I'll just leave you guys with this. The Warriors made the biggest mistake that you could do. And it's not because they sent Jordan Poole to Washington. It's because they went too young and too old at the same damn time.
Good stuff. I don't disagree with that. Yeah. Hey, life doesn't give you a warning when everything changes. It starts with shock, confusion, and 1,000 questions running through your mind. Maybe it's a car accident, a serious injury, or a tragedy that changes your family forever, and suddenly you're dealing with insurance companies, paperwork, and pressure, all while trying to heal. That's when Beam Law comes in. They take on the legal fight for you, the negotiations, and the stress so that you can focus on recovery and taking care of the people who matter most. Beam Law is local, and they've recovered millions for clients across the region, and it's why SF Weekly has named them Best of the Bay 4 times. So if you've been hurt or you've lost someone because of someone else's negligence, call Beam Law at 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555, or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
Dell PCs with Intel inside are built for the moments you plan and the ones you don't. For the time you forgot your charger at the gate.
Passengers, we are now on our initial ascent.
Or when you're bouncing between projects like a ping pong ball. We build PCs with long-lasting battery life, so you're not scrambling for an outlet. And built-in intelligence, so you can stay focused on whatever you're doing. Dell Technologies, built for you. Dell.com/Dell PCs.
The problem with radio is we can't show you our new box packed with a KFC snacker, 5 nuggets, fries, and a drink for just $7. So you'll just have to trust us when we say the crispy golden fried breading will make your mouth water. You'll have to trust us when we say this is a ridiculous amount of chicken for such a small price. And you'll have to really trust us when we insist that, yes, it really is only $7. $7 box feast from KFC. Trust us. It's finger-licking good.
Prices and participation may vary. Tax, tips, and fees extra.
Xfinity Tech Support. Matthew speaking.
Hi, I live in a pretty remote place, like Jurassic Park remote. Oh!
Wow.
Will Xfinity Mobile work out here?
Yep, the combination of reliable Wi-Fi and 5G makes it so that you can stay connected in all kinds of places. Plus, you get access to ultra-fast speeds and coverage, whether you're poolside or out live streaming with a T-Rex.
Hold still, you're about to go viral.
Welcome to a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile. Cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity, imagine that. Watch Jurassic Park with Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings comparison based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience More, Verizon Unlimited Plus, and AT&T Starter as of February 10th, 2026. Taxes, fees, extra.
This hour is brought to you by Chase Ink Business Premier Card. Go from here to possible with the Chase Ink Business Premier Card. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Joey from Vermont, a farmer trying to get through the winter. Adriana from South Carolina, a single mother living paycheck to paycheck. Liam from Ohio, an injured father struggling to provide for his family. Hi, I'm Shanola Hampton, and I support the Feeding America network of food banks because they help provide over 6 billion meals to people in need each year. Learn more at feedingamerica.org.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it. Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
I think the other thing is that his coach realized that Pat is that mother. That became clear. Sorry. Am I allowed to say that? Or
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty. Getting you to tonight's ball game. 7 o'clock start in L.A. Warriors at the Clippers. Play-in game for the right to go play Phoenix in Phoenix on Friday.
Is life and death.
Well, it's clearly not, if you've heard Draymond Green speaking.
Well,
it's
not here the last
just
couple of days.
Another game. Regular season game 83. All right, so
listen, real quick, Evan didn't hear. You just heard a personal phone call of mine.
Yeah, and that's why I'm keeping my mouth shut.
It went left, but I'm so misunderstood, man. What do you do in life when you're just so misunderstood by the people you care about? My heart was, I think in the right place, but it came off. The person on the other end, is mad.
So we got to keep fighting.
That's what I got to do, Evan. Go ahead, Stein. I'm sorry. Like, dude, my heart was in the right place, and you know it.
I think it was.
You are.
I think it was. But I don't, only you know yourself.
Right. I got you.
All right. Let's talk about the playoffs.
Yeah, let's go.
Bit.
Let's go, baby.
All right. We'll start with the play-in games. So obviously the Hornets now will play the winner of the Sixers Magic, and the winner of the Warriors Clippers will play the Suns. So who's coming out? Who are the 7 and 8 seeds? I'm sorry, who are the 8 seeds now? The 7 and 8 seeds.
All right.
Who's going to make it, Goo? The winner of the Magic Sixers is in.
Well, Embiid, Evan just let me know. I don't know why. I thought he was coming back from his procedure, but he's out tonight, but they're still going to win. Orlando, something is just off. I like Bane. I like what they got going on, but they're missing something to me. So I got Philly winning, sending Orlando home. That's what would happen, right? Orlando would go home.
Yeah.
Okay. And then I'm going to shock you guys, Donnie. I'm just feeling like the Warriors are going to beat the Clippers tonight. Draymond's going to be setting hellified screens. Horford, Porzingis are going to use their length. Coach and Vallejo got me thinking about GP2, who I've been fond of. Pods will be pods. And I just think we win this game tonight. So I got us then going to Phoenix. And I got to tell you, Jalen Green, and I've been bad-mouthing him, 35 points last night. He wasn't the reason they lost. I don't like that matchup. And I think that's where our season ends in Arizona.
Okay. So, all right.
And I'm missing one in the East, right?
Who's going to win, the Hornets or Magic Philly?
I got Philly.
Okay, so then who's going to win the Hornets Magic game?
And I'm a LaMelo Ball fan and Bridges.
All right.
And my boy, what's the little shooter from Bama? What's their two guard?
Knipple?
Yeah, Miller. Thank you. Yeah. Oh. I got them losing, Stoney.
The Magic?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. The Thunder against an 8 seed.
Thunder.
How many games?
I'm going to say 5.
Yeah,
Come on, man.
I'll say 4.
Jalen, okay, you going sweet.
Yeah. And then I'll tell you the team. Pistons are pretty good, man.
Yeah, they're just missing something to me. They need one more ingredient. They are great. Cade's back. But Stoney, I got Boston and Cleveland in the conference Eastern Conference Finals.
I got Boston, Detroit.
Okay.
I don't know about Cleveland. Something about Atkinson I'm not crazy about.
Real quick, that's our guy. It said his wife loved the show. What about him that you're not buying?
Adams, I think,
no, it was him too. Oh. Yeah. Ron Adams' wife likes us.
Not crazy about him, that's all.
But did you think different of his coaching ability before he got the job? Because he had a coach job before.
Yeah, I didn't think much of it.
Okay. All right. So nothing's changed since it's not just his stint at Cleveland.
No, he's a good assistant
coach. Got him right there, 4th seed.
Yeah.
Got Harden.
Sure.
All right, and then this is where we got to get to. I think you and Evan and the listeners are really, truly underselling Denver. And it's going to be OKC and Denver again in the Western Conference Finals.
Oh, the Spurs are getting beat?
They're getting beat. They're not blowing the whistle, and I think Wemby is going to find that out. I love them, but I'm looking at Fox and I'm looking at the others. Denver, I'm telling you, man, it's going to be OKC and Denver in the Western Conference Finals. And then I got Denver going to the finals against Boston.
Denver's going to beat the Thunder.
Yeah. Beat them 3 times.
So clearly Denver beats the Timberwolves in the first round.
Yeah. I'm worried about you guys. How far you got them going?
Our transition decision-making is diabolical.
I don't know.
How much did they miss Alexander in Atlanta? I think they miss him a lot, man. House didn't burn down, but, man, if you're trying to really do, you miss them.
I mean, the Wizard. I mean, let me see what I got here.
Right.
Seasons. The Timberwolves to me are kind of like the
6th seed.
The Warriors, only better.
Well, they got arguably the best player in the game in his prime.
Like the last, like Minnesota, 49, 56, 46. Like they went 49 this year. We'll see. They could get to the Western Conference Finals. They could lose in the first round.
But my question to you about Minnie, and it ain't Ant, who's this Robin? He needs a better
Julius
Robin.
Randle.
Yeah.
No, I wouldn't. How did he do last year against all defense?
Well, he
Draymond
was
Green?
older. That was old Draymond. You know, I'm just telling you.
Right. So
he needs better.
Who?
He needs one more guy.
Well, what does it say if you don't think Julius Randle is good enough to be a Robin, but he can abuse Draymond Green like he did last year? Like this is what I mean about like how great of a defensive player is Draymond. You know, game in and game out consistently.
Well, there's 3 All-NBA defensive teams. That's 15 spots. Draymond, I can't even tell you 8 defenders did move me, but Draymond's getting one of those spots. But as far as individual defense, your boy is a load, Julius Randle. Like, he's still got some game.
Right. Like, just think about it this way. Probably about 5 years ago, Randle couldn't do anything against Draymond Green.
No doubt about it.
And he owned him in last year's playoffs. So it's like, that's another, like, that's why the Warriors aren't a dynasty anymore, because guys have fallen off a little bit.
Who you got winning it all?
OKC.
You think they're going back-to-back, huh?
Yeah.
Something's just eating at me, man. And I love Shea, and he did it last year. My boy Reg B's listening. He loves the Thunder. But, Evan, this foul baiting that I saw him depend on is going by the wayside. And when they don't call that, that's why Indiana was in a 7-game series and was off to a hot start in Game 7 before Halliburton went down. I just think that comes to an end. And Jamal Murray, give me a better trifecta or big 3 right now in the offs than Murray, Gordon, and Jokic.
Shea Gilgeous-Alexander, Chet Holmgren, and Jalen Williams.
Nah, they're champs, so I can't. When I say I ain't. Yeah. I got you.
It's a 5-man game.
Yeah, right.
Who cares if you have the best 3 players?
Hey, if you want to do that, I'll give you. But you know what I mean when I just.
Oh, what about your Luka, Reeves, and LeBron?
Yeah, but those 2 are out. 2 of them are out.
Okay, what about Tatum, Brown, and pick a third?
No, I like Pritchard, but they don't have a third in that caliber.
Derek White,
Wemby, Castle, Fox.
Yeah. I like me Wemby and Castle, but Fox, I like, no.
Fine. Wemby, Castle, and Harper. Wemby, Castle, and Luke Cornett.
Yeah, I can't wait to see these offs, man. But yeah, I really am infatuated.
Well, they're not. Well, the playoffs don't start till next weekend.
If you watch last night, they started last night.
They didn't.
Yeah, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, but they didn't.
You didn't see.
It was the first 4 last night.
Okay, I got to say this before I get it. You didn't see what the world saw. Technical difficulties, Prime's first year in a play-in. Steiny, we missed about 4 or 5 plays. That could you imagine had that been the game winner?
So
Prime malfunctioned.
How do you know somebody didn't pull the plug or cut the cord? That's how some of that stuff happens.
But what are you saying? They overloaded.
What did they overload?
You always look for something else, and that's what makes you who you are, man. But that's not what happened. Dude, it better not happen tonight.
Why? It could happen tonight.
They'll be held to pay.
What do you mean better not? What if it does?
Everybody talk. That's the beauty of social media.
No, I didn't hear anybody talk about it.
LeBron tweeted, "What's wrong?"
I
didn't pulled out my Wi-Fi. I thought it was me. Dude, I broke out
for the last time. And I will cite the great Bob Fitzgerald. 80% of the population is not on Twitter. And of the people that are on Twitter, 8% of those people are the ones doing all the commenting. In other words,
I got something.
There's no majority here.
I've got
Fitz,
something. He's my
the
guy.
man.
Yeah, he is. He's my brother.
Yeah, well, then listen to him.
But I'm going to say this to
Just listen to him.
That is not the real world.
People that say they're not on the internet, I'm starting to look at them a little differently, Stein. You can't avoid this vessel. Remember Norm? I'm not on the internet. Hey, what was that? I said, where you see that at? That was on Facebook. Somebody told me about it. Stoney, I love Fitz. I'm not saying he's lying. How many people truly do you know that are not on the internet? People are looking, they're cooking, but they're not claiming it.
Take a look in the mirror. Take a look at yourself.
Stoney, come on, man. It's too much going on to avoid the internet.
Yeah, it's pretty easy to do if you don't care.
You're on IG, so you're not in that line. You're on worse. IG is worse.
Okay. Yeah, I follow some old classmates. But I'm not one of these. You know what's pathetic?
You come in, Evan and I hear your diary.
Stop.
We know what you watch and you visit and frequent every day.
Right.
We know your cycle.
Okay.
You're in it and it's okay. But don't act like you're not.
Yeah, I follow friends. I don't follow LeBron James. Oh, I'm going to follow Luka Doncic on IG.
But you have your vices.
For losers.
Okay, you got your vices, though. Your political stuff.
Yeah, your algorithm is pretty chippy.
Going to the
algorithm.
Going to the New York Times website and Huffington Post is not social media.
How do you get Whitlock? Like, I'll come in, I'm like, how did that get to you?
Because if you just go on anywhere, it just pops up.
Oh, my man. You ain't different. The people that say they're not on, I'm just looking at them differently. It's not a bad thing. I'm like, are you? Are you really not on it? You know what I mean?
I don't know. What's my Twitter handle?
Well, it was. That's Steinman's NBA.
And how long ago was that?
You're on every other social media site. Just because you're not on Twitter doesn't mean you don't see what goes on every day.
You start political fires on Facebook, and then you leave, and then I read all the
That's because I'm not on. I drop a bomb and roll. And I look to see how my old classmates are doing, and they're
what
looking.
You set them up with. They're fighting.
I want to see how my buddy Al Servo's looking.
Oh, man.
At my age. Stan Kazawa.
Oh, you
I
love
want to see how the Ambrosiani twins are holding up.
You come down my road because you say I'm vain and I'm always talking about somebody looks and it's not true.
Yeah.
Did you just say you use Facebook to see how people are looking these days?
Yeah, I want to see how they're holding up.
So what if some are doing well?
I keep that to myself.
Does that make you feel better?
No, I keep it to myself.
Oh, man.
Like the Ambrosiani twins look pretty good. Couple others,
You're just like us, guys and gals. All the ones that claim that you're not on. All right.
Like, it is so funny how Guru...
The world is the damn internet.
Is so ashamed of how much he is on social media that he's got to drag people down with him to make himself feel better.
No, I admit it.
You are the most... I don't want to put this.
Be careful.
No, you are the most... Of anybody at this station, you are the most obsessed with social media and what's going on with celebrities. You are in a league of your own when it comes to that kind of
Julia
stuff.
Roberts, stop, man. You're funny. Now you're at the improv.
You don't think?
No. It's no more than anybody else here.
Okay. Let's go to Antonio. He wants to talk about the Warriors' bad drafts. Hey, how you doing, buddy?
Pretty solidly, man. You can't be missing out on these draft picks. The whole. I remember Benny Avdija came out. He was like my third choice, man. I want the Warriors to get. I wanted LaMelo first. As the first choice, then Tyrese Halliburton, and then Benny Avdija, man. That would have been like, I was like, come on, pick one of these guys. You picked the wrong damn guy, man. But it's almost like missing out on the quarterback, man. It's going to set your franchise back. But anyway, tonight versus the Clippers, man, we got no chance to win.
Oh, Antonio.
It's bad when I'm not positive, man. Like, for real.
Wow.
I don't think we got an answer for Kawhi.
Oh.
We don't got an answer for Brook Lopez. None of that, man. So we trying to get that draft pick. We got to get the next, Steve Young to Joe Montana, T.O. to Jerry Rice. We got to find somebody that's going to, be an eventual Steph Curry replacement, man. We can't just we're going to try to get in the playoffs, then we have the 16th pick, and then we pick somebody else who's not that good, then we're set back again. It's like, come on. Reverse Al Davis. Just lose, baby.
Wow, Antonio's been infected. And Steiner, we got to do this because I butcher words. Shout out Shasky.
Watch a script like Coward.
Dude, that man, I still ain't got over that. But it's Avdia, right? Avdia.
Yeah, we know.
The lady on First Take got it wrong today. Stephen A. wanted to correct her. Her and Wimby, nobody did. How you say his last name?
I think it's Avdija.
How you say it, Evan? I say Avdia.
Yeah, one of the two.
Okay, so the Warriors play the Clippers tonight.
Yeah.
And you said you wanted to give a little speech.
Huh? Let's do it.
Okay, how about if I go first?
All right, let's do it because you get me in the mood.
Okay. All right, so every once in a while when there's a big game in the Bay, we put ourselves in Steve Kerr's position or Kyle Shanahan's. All right. Hey, guys, bring it in. Where's Kuminga? Oh, that's right. We traded him. All right, guys, obviously it's a big one tonight. Couple things real quick. We're going to want to come double on Kawhi after that first dribble. That's the game plan early. We may switch that up, at some point in the game. But to start, we're going to come at him after his first dribble. I need everybody to stay ready tonight. I can't tell you who's going to play or how much. I need everybody to be ready. And don't forget, you want to stay on Darius Garland's right side. Try to force him left. All right, guys, let's go. Let's go get one tonight.
That might have been your best one. Because you sounded like a real coach.
That's the way they do it.
Kuminga shot. Just, you didn't need that.
I know.
Close the door. Look, guys, I don't know what my future is, but it's not about me. In 2022, they said we had no chance. I just want each one of you to look each other in the face because I'm going to do the same and tell you I love you. You got Antonio calling shows that nobody's giving us a chance. But you know who's giving us a chance? Us. And that's who's got to go out there tonight and shock the world. It's us, the damn Golden State Warriors. We've done this 4 times. This might be my last time. Steph, you've been hurt. We all have something. But they're counting us out, and I'm sick of it. Let's go out tonight in L.A. and play and show out. And then we go to Arizona and take care of the sun. But we can't do that if we don't believe. Ball out and get your brothers back, because that's all we got. I'm sick and tired of being doubted. We are Warriors, 4-time champs. You see the veins in my forehead. I mean what I'm saying. I love you all. I'm not perfect. I messed up this year. We don't have everybody available, but damn it, give it your all. On 3, 1, 2, 3. We are Warriors. That's my worst one. I do feel like I'm in the locker room, but that was my worst one.
You could see the veins.
Yeah.
Let's go to Chris in Santa Clara.
Chris.
Hey, Chris, how you doing? People fired up down in Southern California for this one?
Well, it's I'm in Santa Clara here in the South Bay, but I read the LA Times every day. I grew up in LA when I was a kid before college. And so what I wanted to share was that, when I was going through the LA Times app earlier, I went through the sports and I was like, hang on a second. I wanted to get their take on the game tonight, right? Yep. I'm kind of scrolling down. I get to the very bottom of the online sports part of the app. And the only article they had on there was from a few days ago when they had the final game between the Warriors and the Clippers. And I figured, something must be wrong. So I pull up the e-newspaper. You can actually look at their scan of it. Same thing you can do with the Chronicle, right?
Yep.
There is no article in the LA Times today about the game between the Clippers and the Warriors. You guys go check it yourself. I mean, not even a sentence. It's got a little teeny box in like page 7 there saying, there's a game tonight. That's it. But I just thought I would share because, the Chronicle, at least on the, it's above the fold on the sporting green. It's got, the article about Porzingis and, kind of their take on the game tonight. You flip a few pages in, they've got an article on the Lakers there in the Chronicle that's an LA Times reprint. And then on the bottom of that page, there's an Associated Press story about the Clippers coming back for 6-21. And so I just kind of thought I would share, because you guys may have some insights about what does this mean for the NBA, that in arguably the largest market in the entire country, the newspaper of record has not even a sentence about a play-in game, and they've got a bunch of articles about the Lakers in their LA Times sports section today. But I just kind of thought I would kind of toss that out there, and you can even prove it when you look at the Cron, because they took the feed from the LA Times for the Lakers story, but the one on the bottom is AP, which tells me, that just reinforces there was no LA Times story about the Clippers.
Yeah,
so what do you guys think? Does it say anything or nothing?
You go, because I think it says nothing.
Well, I think
Clippers are JV to the Lakers.
Yeah, I'm looking at. I know what he's talking about. It's the last game on there's the Clippers defeat the Warriors in the finale.
But the Clippers have always had to deal with that, is my point.
Well, they still had a beat writer who usually covered the team. I mean, I think it is strange that there's not a story with a Kawhi quote or a Tyronn Lue quote.
But you expect the Intuit Dome to be sold out, right? That crowd to be raucous.
Yeah, they're known for that. Clipper fans are known.
It's the first,
they
it's
are.
the inception year of the building.
It's a good thing you're taking a couple days off.
What you mean?
Your voice is shot.
I gave him all. I'm good now.
Are you nervous? How are you feeling?
Stoney, I honestly think they can win this game.
No, I'm talking about.
Oh yeah, I'm nervous.
No, but you got to stay strong.
All right, I will, and I'll update you guys. He goes in at 9
in the morning.
Yeah. So,
do you know how long it's going to take?
2-3 hours.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. Well,
but on that front, I'm a basket case on that. Yeah.
Sincere.
Thank you.
Prayers up for Norm, and a lot of people have commented on the YouTube chat and the text line. They're talking about prayers up for Norm, and thoughts are with Norm. And I can share that sentiment along with Evan and Grandy's, Risotto, Spinoni, everybody here at the station.
I appreciate that.
Big fans of Norm. All right. Coming. So those guys are they're at Chase. Splash. Yeah, they're at Splash.
Which the Warriors will be doing tonight. That's a 3.
We'll see. All right. I was at Splash before that Kings game.
Why? You didn't tell me.
Do I have to? I just had a beer.
It went over your head.
And some cauliflower.
It's symbolic of our relationship. Did you have a good time?
The night we went to the game?
Yes.
Yeah, it was fun. A lot of fun. Okay. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Warriors Wednesday is brought to you by Friedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances in live working vignettes. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. And that segment also brought to you by Safeway.
We're Warriors!
Head to Safeway this week for Lucerne cage-free eggs. 18 counts large grade AA, just $2.99 each. Limit 2 items. Clip coupons from the weekly mailer or download them from the Safeway app. See you in the aisles.
We've all been there, sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
Hello, San Francisco Bay Area. Bank of America, in partnership with Visa, invites you to a FIFA World Cup 26 watch party. Open an eligible Bank of America checking account in participating financial centers only for an opportunity to reserve 2 complimentary tickets while supplies last. Experience special musical guests, games, giveaways, food, and more, all at a legendary venue. Learn more at BofA.com/BofA Visa Watch Party. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 26. Bank of America and a member FDIC. Terms apply. All rights reserved.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-265-7681. 800-265-7681. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-265-7681.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Real Success. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at ourrealsuccess.com.
Do you want to learn how to make money flipping houses and acquiring rental properties right here in the Bay Area without using your own money? You'll learn to flip houses and secure rental properties in your spare time to get on track towards real wealth building. We're offering a handful of motivated individuals the opportunity to attend our workshop right here in the Bay Area for free. That's right, we'll give you 2 free tickets when you text FLIP to 64,000. The Bay Area is the perfect market to flip houses and build rental income. Don't miss this opportunity. Come to a complimentary live 2-hour workshop next week right here in the Bay Area and learn how to start making money flipping homes and building long-term wealth with rental properties. To get 2 free tickets, text FLIP to 64,000. Text in the next 10 minutes, and registrants will also receive a free copy of our Funding for Deals guide. Text FLIP to 64,000 for 2 complimentary tickets. Text FLIP to 64,000.
The draft is here. Catch 95.7 The Game live Thursday, April 23rd with Willard and Dibbs from 2 to 6 at the Draft Sports Pub in Pleasanton. Watch every pick and talk football with us. Presented by Ashby Lumber and Marvin. Thoughtfully designed for the way you live.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every moment counts. You may be entitled to medical care and financial compensation, but time matters. The attorneys at Boxer & Gerson are here to protect your rights and fight for the treatment and support you need. Boxer & Gerson have helped thousands of people across Northern California who were hurt on the job. Don't wait, don't guess. Get answers. Call Boxer & Gerson today at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Okay, kids, let's get these firefighter uniforms on and start acting heroic.
Welcome to SF Fire Credit Union. Why are you all dressed like firefighters?
We'd like to open an account.
You don't have to be a firefighter to do that. Anyone can get lower fees than banks, the top-rated mobile banking app, and service inspired by heroes.
Wow, I guess we'll just keep the uniforms in case the barbecue gets out of hand.
SF Fire Credit Union. Banking for heroes and anyone who wants to be treated like one. This institution is not federally insured. The credit union is not insured by any state government. Privately insured by ASI.
Draft Spotlights are brought to you by Liberty Mutual. Only pay for what you need. Carnell Tate from Ohio State is the best receiver in this draft, and he's going to be the first wide receiver taken. First of all, he's big. He's been well coached, as all the receivers that come out of Ohio State are. But he's a difference maker because of his ability to adjust to the ball in the air, his route running, and he's a game changer. He could go as early as 5 to the team in New York. He could go to Cleveland at 6 or the team in Washington at 7.
And Doug.
There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means playing in a football game.
Boom! 42!
You're going down, Doug!
Oh, yeah? Your price on car insurance when you customize and save is going down.
Hey!
Limu? What are you doing on their team? Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty. I need a little range.
There's a new flavor in town, the Jalapeno Ranch Club at Chick-fil-A. With that juicy Chick-fil-A original spicy or grilled chicken, a buttermilk ranch bun, candied bacon, pepper jack cheese, and jalapeno ranch sauce. It's got big ranch vibes with a little heat. Chick-fil-A's new Jalapeno Ranch Club. Available for a limited time only. Order ahead on the Chick-fil-A app.
I'm tired of getting pushed around. Kick your ass!
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, welcome back, and it's crossover time, brought to you by Bay Alarm. Rest easy, we've got you covered. BayAlarm.com, and they are at Splash, adjacent to Chase Center, where there's a big watch party, I think, tonight. Let's welcome in Willard and Dibbs. Hey, gents. How you doing?
Fellas.
Oh, my gosh. We're so full.
Oh, my God. I'm
my
stuffed.
gosh.
We're jealous. Wow.
Holy smokes. Splash was rolling out the red carpet, but that's not just for us. Yeah, you're absolutely right. This is going to be they're expecting this to be jumping and buzzing here in just a few hours. They haven't really kind of opened the doors to it, but this is the place to watch tonight.
I'm giving them a chance. What do you got?
Of course.
It's only a
Okay,
4.5-point spread.
so, yeah, why not?
Yeah, and I was doing a little local TV earlier. Supposed to be over the air, but it was another one of these classic, like, straight to the internet segments, which is, it's great. But if you have 30 Steph Curry on the floor, you've got a chance. And that was kind of my overarching umbrella takeaway. So are the Clippers better? Maybe. Is this a tough spot? Sure. You got the chef. At least, 30-plus minutes of the chef anyway.
Yeah. Dibbs, I was thinking the exact same thing. How do I sound? Is that okay? Yeah, I was thinking the exact same thing, Dibbs, this morning. I went on KTVU with Sal Castaneda, and he was talking about, tonight's game. And I said the same thing, Dibbs. I said, hey, if you have Steph Curry, Sal, you got a chance. So you and I, buddy.
Steph,
that's a great take.
Yeah, and you're welcome, by the way, for Sal Castaneda. Because I was the one who brought those two together so many years ago, and Steiny gets all these TV touches as a result of me brokering the friendship. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. No paychecks though.
Yeah, and I was actually going to intimate the same thing today, but in this day and age, you get what you get, and you don't get upset.
Steiny, I got a question for you.
I don't like the start of it.
I got a question for you. It's actually not a question. It's more of a subject that I'd love to hear your response to. I just feel like and it's not just the last couple days, but like the last few weeks about this whole thing, you have a standard argument about the situation the Warriors are in, and you're right.
Yeah.
However, the answer to what you keep kind of throwing out there, it feels like the only answer when you just the harping on the age and the health and the age and the health, the only answer to your premise is get rid of Steph, and nobody wants that. So it's like I've listened to you guys so much, and I'm trying to figure out, I guess, okay, have that ball take one more revolution and fall into the cup. What is it you're suggesting that the Warriors do?
Well, first of all, I said the first thing you got to do is you have to sit down with Steph at the end of the season and see what he wants. And if he says, I want to retire a Warrior, well, then he's going to retire a Warrior. But then we got to talk about what we're going to pay him in 2 years. If Steph says, well, what do you guys think? I don't know. Maybe I could see myself somewhere else. Then you've got a discussion to have as an organization about what you're going to do.
But that's kind of down the road still, isn't it?
What is?
I mean, you're talking about 2 seasons from now.
Oh, no, I think you got to talk to Steph after this season.
To have a conversation, but Guru is sitting here kind of fighting for his life with regard to okay, Kawhi, LeBron, or whatever, and it just feels like everything's getting batted down because to a lot of people, I understand your premise, to a lot of people that's like, whoa, what's that really going to do? And why would we chase this? And why would they stay healthy? And if the answer to everything is that's not going to work, at a certain point, I got to go, well, what would? And I'm just next year.
Yeah.
Just next year. So I'm trying to figure out, what you're proposing.
Like I said, what I'm proposing is if Steph Curry is amenable to staying. Hello? Can you guys hear me?
Steiny, did we lose you?
Can you hear me?
I mean, no.
Hello?
Who's on, though, and who's not, Grandy? Okay. We lost those guys from Chase.
Okay. But I guess he was saying, what's your solution for next year?
My solution I said, if you're going to go after Kawhi or LeBron, okay, go get them for a year. Right. I don't want that spilling into 2027. I just don't. And I'm also not crazy about bringing an older guy in here when you only have 5 guys on the roster that you already have 5 guys on the roster that you got to worry about health-wise.
Have you changed your stance on Porzingis? Even the one at whatever number? Because remember, we were like 1.25 will do. Now I'm starting to think, I don't know.
The problem they have with Porzingis is, will they be, I get it, they'll probably be able to acquire a player who plays more than Porzingis, but can they acquire a player better than Porzingis when Porzingis plays? I don't know that there's a player out there in free agency that you could get for the mid-level that would do that.
And what's that number
I
to
don't
where
know.
he would play to where you would be okay with?
I mean, quite frankly, if it's only a 1-year deal, I don't care if it's $100 million because it won't matter, but it won't be 100.
Well,
but if it's just 1 year, I don't care.
All right,
I don't care if they have to pay him 30 for 1 more year. That may be what they have to do. Well, are you guys back?
We never went anywhere.
Yeah, I sang some Lionel Richie. I guess you guys didn't hear that.
Yeah.
Hello.
That's exactly
That's
right.
exactly what he said.
That's Doc Rivers doing Lionel Richie right there.
He was fired.
Yes. Well, now he's got time to do karaoke.
I'm going to step down. I think I've had enough.
Are you somewhere feeling lonely? Is someone loving you?
Oh, that's pretty good.
Thanks.
No, but Will, you still got him on the stand. Keep going.
Yeah, so what? You know what I mean? I do this with my kids all the time. Whenever we try to figure out where to go eat. And this one, I don't want this, and I don't want that. I don't want, okay, what do you want?
Oh, yeah.
And so that, like, when I'm driving around the last 48 hours, my brother, that's what I want to know. What makes sense to you that the Warriors can actually do next year?
What does Steph want? Does Steph want to retire a Warrior? Like, I think it's time that you can ask him that matter-of-factly because he's got 1 more year left. Does he want to play it out and actually head into free agency, or does he want us to gobble up another year or 2 and we'll all know when to call it a day?
Yeah.
If he says you know what, I would be open to you trading me, that would be a little shocking, but then that's fair game. If he says, look, I'm ready to just retire here, let's just do the best I can, okay, best we can, then yes, I believe go after LeBron for a year, but it's all about 2027. I think next year's compromised already to the point where there's not going to be a fix. So if you want to get LeBron in here for a year, get LeBron in here for a year, but I don't want anybody that I'm not certain who's going to be able to help us in 2027 under contract next year when they're older. And I don't want to make any more decisions on my old guys 3 years before they're still going to be under contract.
I get that, but at least, see, I feel like you kind of, you took a step or two in the other direction with just the idea that, and again, there's a bunch of ideas that they'll chase, but okay, the LeBron thing for 1 year, and I know that makes a lot of Warrior fans throw up in their mouth or whatever, but it's like they are, to a certain degree, maybe even a huge degree, very pot committed.
No doubt.
They're very pot committed right now, and I think it's a commitment. What I keep hearing is, and this is why I feel like it's kind of unfair, is they get ripped for making that commitment, yet 95% of Warrior fans both wanted them to make that commitment and would like them to continue to keep that commitment as we sit here today.
Mm. Yeah, I don't disagree.
Yeah.
That's the case. But here's the other thing, as it relates to LeBron and Kawhi, I don't see how it's going to happen. I just practically, I don't see how it's going to happen because I think their decision with Kawhi, if they were to even have a shot at him, they're going to want some picks, obviously. And I think at this point, the Warriors would decide against that. I could be wrong. I could be wrong there.
It depends if his contract gets voided because of the whole situation that's going on down there. But even if it gets voided, I think that Kawhi, at his age, not that old, and quite frankly, too young for the Warriors, in my opinion, at 35, but he'll go out there and he'll be able to command, I believe, more money than the Warriors will want to or be able to spend. So for me, it's really more about just LeBron. And that scenario would be LeBron wants to give it one last go with a couple of his buddies and see if he can do it here. I mean, and it's still a little bit of a far-fetched idea. And, Bronny probably comes with him, unfortunately. But that, to me, would be more likely than the whole Kawhi scenario.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're both, like, I know Steph and LeBron have been around forever, but I'm just thinking about myself getting up there and still playing pickup basketball. I'm sorry, I'm looking at it. If I want to keep playing, I'm probably not going to go with, the 4 old guys at the playground.
Yeah, and even if you do, you're probably not going to play 7 games like you used to. And I played a bunch of pickup basketball in my early 20s, and you'd go out there and you'd play for 3 hours. And then after you were done, you'd have a snack and go play 5 sets of tennis. But that doesn't happen now. So what you were saying earlier, Steiny, I think is a fair point about if it's Steph and Jimmy and Draymond and let's just say LeBron, none of those guys are playing more than 60 games. So can you survive enough to where they're healthy in April and you can actually make a run? That's the big question.
Yeah. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station, always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk studios. Mark, I also think that the reaction that I have, it's a response to some fans, I believe, kind of thinking that it might be easy to get back on top. And I think it's going to be really difficult.
I agree completely. What I hear, though, is, and this is maybe the chasm of the whole thing, I do believe that for some Warrior fans, at least right now is not about all in for a ring. And I know that gets very difficult for some people to hear. They think it's soft, or they think it's selling out, or whatever it is. This is where I think we start to we tell on ourselves about, like, how deep of a Warrior fan are you or whatever, because there's emotion involved in fandom. And Steph Curry finishing as a Warrior, I'll just tell you, for me, like, I just want to see that. And it's totally okay if that does not end up in the finals anymore. It's completely okay with me. I'm not saying I don't want it to go further. I'm saying that if you tell me right now you get Steph to finish out, you can be competitive, it's not going to go all the way, or you can tell me, boy, we might accelerate our rebuild by a year or two by having him finish elsewhere. Screw that. I have no interest in that whatsoever, because it guarantees you nothing. So to me, and I think there are some Warrior fans with me on that. So that I think that's the chasm, because you're talking about how quickly can you be good again. And I think there are some Warrior fans that just aren't thinking that way.
No, and I get why Warrior fans, a lot of them, want a guy to retire at the same place that they've been their entire career. I tend to focus on the sentimentality and more of the, well, logistically, how's all this going to happen? Like, is and I know people are like, well, who cares? But, like, is Steph going to want a contract extension this summer? Like, and if he does, how does that all go? Because that's going to really impact the future after next year. So here's the other thing, Mark, why I also think sometimes the way I do is because years ago they set up 2027. They just did. And I don't, like, they talked about a 2-year window. Next year would be the second year. Well, next year's already gone a little haywire, I think. So now I really don't want to do anything risky because I'm really skeptical about next year. And we can still adhere to the plan of the last 3 to 4 years where we should have money and we'll have at least our own draft pick.
I buy that. I agree with that.
Like if you're a Warrior fan, you got to believe that they're going to be able to sign a good free agent next season.
I mean, you would hope.
Right.
You're talking about next offseason,
Correct.
after next year ends. And it comes down to whether or not you think that this is still a destination. Mark Spears, who joins us every week, says that he believes that they are that kind of a destination. And so, if you assume that Steph and Draymond are one more year and done, then, that next year you would have to assume that you can bring in a free agent or just start the slow, inexorable rebuild that happens to almost every dynasty.
The other thing, like as it, kind of relates to Steph, and I don't know what's going on in there, but yes, I mean, before he got hurt this year, I was just cavalierly saying, no, he's going to play for another 2-3 years because he looked like he could. And I wonder now if the runner's knee, puts that in jeopardy. Like, I think it's possible if he can't rebound that maybe next year's Steph's last year. So we gotta brace for the unknown of what Steph is next year too in the grand scheme of things.
But I mean, can you imagine if the Warriors actually acted on it that way?
What do you mean?
In other words, if they acted in this offseason in a way that suggested, you know what, we have to move off some of these people because they might get hurt. They might. And even if that percentage is higher, and it obviously is, it's higher than younger players. But I don't see how the Warriors can function that way. I just don't. I don't see how they can start moving this process forward because their analytics tell them that some of these older players are not the best bet anymore in 2026 and 2027. There's too much of a relationship there to do that. So that's why, like, when I hear Guru, that's what I think you're saying. You want to go on this journey, and so do I, and I'm willing to realize the risks.
No doubt.
Completely.
And that's why I'm not, excuse the voice, Joe Lacob, and Stoney doesn't want to hear it, but skeptical Warrior fans don't want to hear this is a bunch of buzzard luck. I was in on Jimmy. I was in on Durant, and you delivered Jimmy. And the way that they got hurt, the fashion that they got hurt, that was bad luck. So I can't sit here now and turn my back and say, that was the wrong move. I want Steph to don no other jersey than the one he's in. And if you want to, unlike Stoney, if you want to bring in LeBron, Kawhi, and keep it going, I'm with that because that, to me, is an opportunity to try at least enhance Steph's legacy, Draymond's, and give them the best shot moving forward. But we got to ride this out. And what hurts me as a Warrior fan, I'm being greedy here, and that's why I was so passionate about Kuminga, Jordan, Poole, Willard, and Dibbs, is because right now they don't have what I deem the next guy or somebody remotely close to wear that outfit.
Well,
and Dibbs, it kind of pains me when I watch other losing teams. I'm not calling us losers, but they got something to look forward to in the future, some young hotshot. And I want my cake and eat it too. I just wish we would have had that. And that's why I need therapy, Warrior therapy, Willard, because I'm still talking about Wiseman. I'm still talking about Kuminga, just the what ifs if they were ready to grow now in year 5, how Steph wouldn't have to bench press 1 million pounds.
Yeah, and as far as like Buzzard's luck goes, I'm kind of in the Steiny camp as far as you have an older team, so you have to kind of expect
went down, Dibbs. Not to
Moody's a different
you can
story.
never predict it, though.
Right, the Moody thing is a different story. But when you look at Jimmy older, Steph older, and Steph's injury it's not a calamity. It's just an older guy with a bad knee, a knee that hurts because you're an older guy.
Yeah.
The other thing is, if the Golden State Warriors right now were sitting with Kuminga and Poole, nobody would be excited about the future.
That's exactly right. That's exactly
but
right.
You guys
we would still be saying there's not
you're
another.
You're missing my point. Before we found out what they were and one got hit in the face, Willard, I'm talking about the ideal of those dudes going through their basketball puberty and being, viable options, not the 1 and 1A, but part of the future.
I don't know how much longer this goes. I hear you. I think people hear that argument. I don't know. When do we move on from that? And by the way, what that argument seems to me to miss, I remember when Jordan Poole got traded. I obviously remember when Jonathan Kuminga got traded.
Right.
And the narrative was, we're about to see what they do in that other uniform. It's been a big pile of nothing. Yet so many people still hang on to the argument. And I know the JK one is still very early. But I played with these numbers about a week ago, and it gets people going. Do you know that, for instance, he's averaging fewer minutes a game with the Hawks than he did with the Warriors?
Yeah.
Why?
No.
Why? We don't get to ask that question.
No, you can.
But we don't, because we don't work in Atlanta. I don't have access to the Atlanta head coach. But the bottom line is somewhere along the road, Warrior fans are like, that's history now.
But Will, it's not real quick. It's not about what they're doing now. It's that on our watch, they were duds. That's what I'm dealing with as a fan.
Jordan Poole wasn't a dud.
Well,
he wasn't a dud. They won a ring.
Well, where's he at now?
Yeah, well, now he's a dud.
So that's what I mean. He had some good times, don't get me wrong, but the bottom line, he's no longer here for whatever reason. Kuminga's, I don't even care that he's averaging less minutes. The bottom line is he didn't pan out for us, and that's all I'm truly worried about is us. And now we're devoid of top-tier young talent.
And
we got
and would be if those guys were still on the same team, on this team too. I'm sorry. It's just a fact. Look at who they are in this league.
I mean, I would be saying if they had Poole and Kuminga and Curry were retiring in the next year or two, I'd be like, they got nothing.
Lottery team.
So now we're just
not nothing, but I think it's probably a lottery team.
No, Will, Dibs, I hear all you guys, but Will, I feel like you're kicking Kuminga down because he got off to a bad start. I don't know what he's going to do, and if you're going to tell me I get to watch Poole and Kuminga after Steph is gone, I would be super excited about that as opposed to what we got now.
And that's fair, and it's good to be excited, but I still think that you'd probably be a 25 or 30 win team until you got more. Gotcha. Around them. I saw something on Twitter today, and I can't remember what account it was, but somebody was talking about the Wiseman pick. That's the one, to me, that stands out because you look at last night, and LaMelo Ball, he did whatever he did, cheap shot, and yes, it was a cheap shot, and, he was concussed, or maybe he wasn't. But then you look at Denny Avdia and what he did, same draft, taken later, Tyrese Halliburton, thoughts and prayers for the shingles he's going through, and the resultant weight gain. But you go up and down the board, Tyrese Maxey at 21. The Warriors could have done any number of things better than James Wiseman, so yes, JK, that went the way it went. Jordan Poole, that went a certain way that, wouldn't have maybe gone that way had there not been footage of what actually happened between he and Draymond. But I go back to the 2020 draft that was coming out of the pandemic. And that draft, Steiny, I was just looking this morning, that was in November. The rare November draft. The Warriors stunk to holy hell, and they got the 2, and they used it on a project. That's the one. That was their Trey Lance moment to me.
All right, gents. What do you got on tap?
Well, Ramona's going to be on in 20 minutes.
Nice.
Yeah, and then as we get closer to tip-off, Tim Roy's going to check in as well. And obviously the energy out here is going to get ramped up. So we're looking forward to some Warrior fans coming by to say hi if they're making plans to be here at Thrive City to watch the game. You guys all... You're rooting for the Warriors, right?
Of course.
Oh,
want the season to be extended.
I mean, I heard you playing Anthony Slater is sitting there going,
we wanted it extended on 95.7. The game. That's where we wanted extended. Mm-hmm.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys.
Hey, cool. That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal.
This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan,
We'll let you be the judge. Oh. All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, let's get this thing started, okay? Thrive City is the spot, and we are ready to go. This is the watch party tonight, but it's like no way to dance around it. We were saying this yesterday. This is a little bit of a weird one from an emotional standpoint as a fan. As you go in, the 10 seed, a 5-point underdog, give or take a little bit at the Clippers tonight, but it is also got the drama of an elimination game. Ramona Shelburne is going to join us in just about 15 minutes. She'll be there tonight. That'll help us set the table. Tim Roy a little bit later, but we definitely want to hear a lot from all of you. 888-957-9570. That is the number. And obviously, let's throw this out right away. Dub Nation, let's get engaged because it's kind of the question of the day before every game. Vote in our Engaging Dub Nation poll on 95.7 The Game's Twitter page, brought to you by Shaneco, your friend and jeweler, where you find the Barry's best selection of unique engagement rings and their unmatched free lifetime warranty. Shaneco.com today. Warrior fans, are you rooting for the Warriors to win tonight, yes or no? It sounds like a silly question.
It should be, but it's more complex and more nuanced than that when you think about the ramifications. If you lose, then you're in the lottery and you could get the number 1 pick. You could get the 2, the 3, or the 4. You're likely to stay at 11. You might dip to 12, but there is at least a chance. And so if you want to be a logical, robotic person, you have a 9.4% chance of being in the top 4, and you have less than that to actually win the NBA championship. So if you're going to not do the whole thing, if you don't see value in going to OKC and getting rolled, then, yeah, I could see how you might want them to lose tonight.
I mean, if you're playing percentages, though, it's kind of funny when people look at this, because to me, this is how I look at it. Let's look at the likely scenarios based on the 2 options that don't just play out tonight, but Friday also. And for another day, I'll save it for tomorrow, but the Warriors can beat Phoenix. Phoenix is injured. They suck. I really don't think much of them. If the Warriors were to win tonight, I actually would really, really like their chances on Friday, but that, again, that's for a completely different day.
I think whoever wins tonight wins on Friday.
You're probably right. To me, these teams are better than what Phoenix is offering up right now. They just don't look right. I know they had that game last night, coughed it up late, but here's what I'm getting at. The likelihood is if you lose tonight or Friday, you pick 11th or 12th.
90% chance.
The likelihood is if you were to win these 2 games, you then get bounced by the OKC Thunder and pick 15th.
Probably a 97% chance.
Okay, so those are your 2 scenarios. So are you willing to fall 3 or 4 spots in the draft for a couple of weeks of fun? I mean, again.
Yeah, the answer is yes to me.
There are other scenarios out there, but that's the percentage play of what we're talking about.
Right, and the only other side of it is, the miracle side. To get a top 4 pick, 9%.
Yep.
To get the number 1 pick is about 2%. So you have a 2% chance of, in the lottery, getting the number 1 pick. If you win these 2 playing games, do you have a 2% chance of winning the NBA championship? Probably not. It's probably lower than that. So if you want to play the other side of it, yes, the meat is 90% chance you'll be 11 or 12 if you're in the lottery. If you make it out of the play-in, you're 15. That's a guaranteed fine. But the miracle side, you have a better chance in the lottery of pulling off a miracle than you do being a playoff team.
Well, and here's the other thought I had when I woke up today. Thank God for the play-in tournament.
Oh, yeah.
No, I'm being real.
Yeah, I know you are.
Thank God for the play-in tournament. And Steve Kerr is right. He said it to us yesterday. You don't love the play-in tournament when you're the 7 seed,
right?
But you love it when you're the 10. And the Warriors are the 10. And the entire conversation that we're all having today, even for those Warrior fans who might be in the closet sort of rooting for them to lose tonight, even for those Warrior fans, if you're locked in on today at all, then in some way, shape, or form, you're in on this story, and this story exists because of the play-in tournament. And people will say that, oh, it was actually an anti-tanking measure. Mark Spears told us it was to get Zion Williamson in the bubble. There are all kinds of fairy tales about what this is about, and I don't even know if this was their thought process when they did it, but here's why today I'm thankful for it. When you have a team, and this is my opinion, when you have a team that is better than what its actual record ended up being because so much adversity came at them, and whether or not it was predictable or not is not really my point. But 2 injuries to their 2 best players really, really took a toll, and so you end up with 37 wins when I believe that if things had gone well, you're a better team than that. Well, what that provides you when you face that adversity is at least still a path. Because now they arrive here still not fully healthy, still not all that great, but they're a better team than they were 3, 4, 5 weeks ago, in my opinion. And now, because of this play-in tournament, there's a path. And I think that's a good thing.
It's a good thing because my team is the 10 seed, but if you take the team that I love out of it, I don't think that it's a very worthwhile or deserved thing. Injuries and adversity, that's a part of pro sports, and you play 82 games, and if you're a top 8 team, then you go to the playoffs, and if you're not, then you go into the lottery. But they wanted to change it. They wanted to create more, I guess, intensity and more of that one-and-done college basketball feel, and for at least one day, last night, that was great. Those were 2 very fun.
Did you like those games?
Yeah, I like the games.
Okay.
Sure.
So what's the problem?
The problem is neither of those teams is good enough to, in my opinion, go on and advance and really make any, quote, noise in the playoffs. And it's just a little bit of an enabling mechanism that I think is largely unnecessary.
It's fascinating to me. It really is, because having the ability to advance is never how we view the playoffs in sports. We don't do that. Nobody thought the Panthers could advance, but everybody was okay that they were there. The example I've used with you before, as I try to figure this out with the way you feel about this, is your most beloved sporting event of the year. It's absolutely overloaded. In fact, 95% of the teams in the NCAA tournament have no chance to win the whole thing. So what?
More and more of those teams don't even have a chance to win a game.
Right.
And the one-bid conferences this year, they only won 2 games. One of them was High Point, and the other one, I might have been McNeese, or I think McNeese maybe lost, but the greater point is that even that Cinderella story has largely been taken out of the NCAA tournament. Yep. And in the NBA, it's just really kind of a mirage. The 10 seed has never made it out of the play-in and won a playoff game. So the Warriors are trying to be the first team to ever do that. And the 10 seeds only made it out 1 out of 10 times. So It's a little bit of a mirage. And if you're the 10, usually you are the best of the worst. And that's kind of what the Warriors are this year.
I mean, we saw a 9-10 game last night. It went to overtime. It had drama. It may result in a suspension for one of the team's best players. It was a 1-point game. I don't know. Sometimes I hear kind of how people feel about things that are new or newer. We didn't grow up with them, and so therefore we kind of reject them. And my take is why does it make you upset? Who's this hurting? How about if I put it that way? Because prior to the We Believe Warriors, nobody cared about the 8 seed. But now I hear a lot of people go, oh, only the top 8. Well, it's why 8? Why were you okay with 8? It didn't used to be 8. But then someone, when you were born, told you it was 8, so now you want it to be 8.
Well, it's all about percentages.
It's not allowed to be 9 or 10. Who cares?
10. I mean, it's not that you have to care, and it's not going to drive me away from the sport, but it becomes a thing where it starts to water down the regular season. And if it was put in to be an anti-tanking measure, which I don't know if it is or not, no one has ever really said it that way. Mark Spears, you mentioned it, thought that it was to get Zion into the postseason. It was during the bubble. I think it was kind of a bubble curiosity, and they liked it, and so they stuck with it. But ultimately, it's not going to ruin my enjoyment of the NBA. And for tonight, the Warriors are the 10 seed, and I'm happy that they still have a chance. But in a vacuum, I think it definitely waters down the overall product in the regular season.
I'm super thankful for it today. I wonder where you all are on the play-in tournament, especially with what has developed for the Warriors this year. And although, by the way, I don't know this, but here's a guess that when this thing was becoming a part of the discussion in the NBA league offices, baseball was kind of coming out of a situation where they had the wild card. And the Giants benefited from this multiple times, by the way. A one-game playoff. And it no different than March Madness, for example. It creates urgency. It is often one of the only times that I can sit down as a fan and watch two teams that I don't care about.
Yeah.
But I'll watch because I know something very, very specific is on the line in this game. Last night was not an elimination game for Portland and the Suns, but a berth in the playoffs and avoiding the Thunder and all of those things were on the line, and those two teams played hard, and it was chippy at the end. I thought it was incredibly watchable. So if you're getting dramatic, watchable sports that are bringing more fan bases to the party, I'm just having a hard time finding the problem with it.
I mean, you don't have to have a problem with it, but you can have the same level of urgency in the regular season if you had fewer playoff teams having a shot to actually make the playoffs. And you saw it in the East this year where coming down the stretch, you had 4 teams fighting for slots, I think 5, 6, 7, and 8. It was crowded over there in the East, and so those games actually mattered, and we saw it in hockey. And hockey never seems to have a problem with, load management or tanking because you're going to go out there, and the Sharks were trying like heck all the way through game 80 to stay in that playoff race, and they fell short. And for some reason, the NBA has to come up with contrived ways to get these guys to actually care and compete.
Well, to me, that's a completely different issue. I mean, both East and West this year, there was a huge jump from the 10 seed down to the tankers. In the Eastern Conference, it was 11 games.
But in the East, there was competition between, 5 and 10?
Absolutely.
5 to 10 was 3 games.
The 5 seed to the 10 seed, exactly. So to me, that's great. And as far as the other part, though, the competing to get to 10, I'm not going to get mad at the NBA for the fact that 10 basketball teams in the NBA this year decided that they had no interest in playing basketball and lost on purpose and all of that. That's a completely different subject that we've talked a lot about, obviously.
And we saw Dallas, was it last year, where they intentionally bowed out of being in the play-in. That way they could get in the lottery, and then they won the lottery. So they're two different things. One is the tanking has to get fixed via the lottery. The other one is, teams who are 9 or 10, the likelihood of you making it out and then winning a series is very low.
Those were actually, we just blended years with Dallas. It was 2 years ago that they kind of bowed out on purpose. Last year, they won play-in game number 1, and then they lost play-in game number 2 and ended up with the number 1 pick.
Gotcha.
So, yeah, that's always a possibility. All right, Ramona joins us in just a second. We got to get out of this habit of just calling her by her first name like she's Madonna or something. Ramona Shelburne of ESPN, who is at the absolute top of the NBA reporter hierarchy. She's going to join us next. She's in LA. She'll be at the game tonight. Warrior Wednesday is brought to you by Freedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live work and vignettes. Visit Freedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. Also sponsored by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water, live at Thrive City, getting ready for the watch party. It's Willard and Dibbs.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
In digital advertising, everyone talks about clicks, but clicks don't pay the bills. Sales do. Outcomes from Viant is a new way to advertise that prioritizes your bottom line. Our AI-driven technology looks past the noise to find the customers most likely to buy your product. It's smarter, faster, and designed for real-world results. It's smarter advertising made simple. Visit Viant.ai.
The Chase Ink Business Premier Card is made for people who make things happen, like me. I'm Sam, founder and CEO of Manifest, a product design company that makes everyday products designed smarter. I get 2.5% cash back on purchases of $5,000 or more, plus unlimited 2% cash back on all other purchases, which helps us make more smart ideas into a brilliant reality.
The Ink Business Premier Card. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Cards issued by JP Morgan Chase Bank. NA member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it. Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with auto pay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of Essentials Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
What if you had the smartest Wi-Fi? If you did, it'd be Xfinity, of course, and it'd come with their best state-of-the-art equipment. It would boost speeds to the devices that needed them most, prioritizing your most important connections, whether you were streaming, gaming, or gaming while pretending to work. And it would let you stream 4. That's right, 4 games on one screen. It would even power your mobile connection so you could bring faster, secure Wi-Fi speeds with you where you use it most. It would be proactive and fix problems before you knew you had them. Impressive, right? And it would have security features that protect you from threats at home and online. Kinda like a force field for your life. If you had the smartest Wi-Fi, well, everything would work together seamlessly to keep you connected, no matter what. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Draft Spotlights are brought to you by Liberty Mutual. Only pay for what you need. I think Jeremiah Love might be the most talented player in this entire 2026 draft. When I watch him at Notre Dame, in any game over the last 2 years, he's the best player in the field, averaging almost 7 yards a carry, and he's a great receiver, catching almost 60 passes in the last 2 years. I could see Jeremiah Love going as early as to that team in Arizona at 3, to that team in Nashville at 4, or maybe that team in New York at 5.
And Doug.
There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means playing in a football game.
Boom! 42! You're going down, Doug.
Oh, yeah? Your price on car insurance when you customize and save is going down.
Hey!
Limu? What are you doing on their team? Only pay for what you need at LibertyMutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs.
Oh, just determined to get me aggregated, huh?
Yep. Yep.
You know what my Twitter feed will look like if I answer your questions?
On 95.7 The Game.
And we're determined to do it again.
Let's go. Let's
because
do it.
Ramona Shelburne of ESPN is on the River Islands guest line. By the way, we're out here at Thrive City. Watch party tonight. Clippers, Dubs, Willard and Dibbs. Brought to you by Xfinity, your home court advantage. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity. Imagine that. She's got to go to Sports Center soon, so we better get to it. Ramona Shelburne joins us live. Hey, Momo, how are we doing today?
What's up? I'm getting, you know exactly where I am. I'm getting off the freeway here, right by LAX. I'm driving over to Intuit Dome right now, early for this game, but that's how we do it with those 3 o'clock Sports Center hits.
Getting off the freeway is a beautiful phrase when you're in LA. That means
I made it.
You made
Survived the 405.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, that kind of journey, that's kind of what the Warrior season has been as well. And we'll see if they get off the freeway tonight. You tell me, though, we know the question everyone's playing with today. In your mind, is it better for the Warriors to win or lose this game?
I'm a big basketball gods person, so I don't tempt them. So I know all the reasons why it's better for them to lose, but I believe in the basketball gods, and so I will always say it's better to win.
And the basketball gods, would they be shining upon Steph Curry tonight, coming back with this runner's knee? If there is a basketball god, is he going to be able to be healthy and have a good game?
I think so. Listen, let me scene set for you. I was here a couple nights ago for the game 82, which was like the third game in a row that meant absolutely nothing for the Warriors, right? And it was like, I don't know how you guys keep doing this. You're locked into the 10 spot. That's it, right? But it was sad, poignant, whatever you want to call it. Like, Steph Curry's on the court and he's getting his pregame warm up in, and like, for as long as I've covered these Warriors, I always make sure I'm on the court for Steph's pregame warm-up because it's if you're a basketball person, you just got to be there for that, right? He's so joyful and he has so much fun out there, and it's just a show to see, right? So he's going through, and I noticed something I've never seen before. He looked like he was winded, and I'm like, I don't think I've ever seen Steph winded. Yeah, obviously in the heat of battle or something, but like he's still getting into shape. Like, he's not all the way back yet, and he was pushing himself. And then Jimmy Butler, hobbles onto the court, and there's this part, you probably saw some videos of this, where Steph kind of starts dancing near the key, and he's like, maybe it was like, I would call it the sprinkler, kind of something like that, right? It's a dance. And he finds Jimmy kind of by the three-point line, and he tosses him a pass, and Jimmy gets up a shot, and he's trying not to re-injure his knee, and I was kind of like, I always watch Steph trying to find the basketball joy because that's all he plays. That's the essence of Steph Curry. And, you could see he was enjoying it, and Jimmy kind of laughed, and he made a little bet with their Warriors staffer, if you have me shooting threes, I can hit them, And I was like, I don't know if they're laughing to keep from crying, it just didn't seem like basketball joy. This is just like, oh, man, this is our life, this is what we're doing right now. And he was torn, surgically repaired knee, and Steph out here huffing and puffing to get back. And after the game, Steph did another. It must have been an hour. He did another hour workout. And he came into the locker room. We're all standing there waiting because it was that early start on Sunday night, and we're waiting. All right, come on, let's go home, Steph. We're waiting for you. And he comes back in, and he's like, he got a whole other workout in, and then he had to go get some more treatment afterwards. And I'm like, oh, this guy's doing every single thing possible for the next 3 days to get his wind back, to get his legs back, to do whatever. And, I admire it. You're playing for the right to go lose to the Thunder in the first round.
Yep. Ramona, what you're talking about, which kind of sounds like an NBA old folks home, is I think what Warrior fans are grappling with, because people get the whole everything for Steph thing that the Warriors trumpet, but how much longer does it, in your mind, make sense for them, or how do they navigate those clear realities that you're talking about, but also the desire, maybe even the need, to kind of do right by Steph?
I just think you have to do right by Steph. It's not even it's not even a question for me. Like, he's just so important to your franchise. You got to give him a chance to win. You got to play all the way out. You got to play it all the way out. That doesn't mean you should do stupid things, okay? But I do think that you just got to keep giving him chances. Like, I love that they traded for Porzingis. Good. Get him some talent. I don't know if it'll work, but it's an easy swing, you know? You got him a guy who's one of the best ceiling raisers in the NBA. I don't know if he can stay healthy, but if he can, he gives them a better chance, you know, than the two guys. I mean, they weren't playing Kuminga, so there's no reason to keep him if you're not going to play him. And then, you know, Buddy Hield's a nice, you know, culture guy, but Porzingis is a more important player. So just keep giving him chances. I think that, you know, I came from where I got to know each other down in LA when Kobe was here his last few years. I totally fine with him giving that last contract because he's the show. You know, like that's a reward. He was out with an Achilles injury. They gave him a 2-year extension. It sounds silly by our definition now. I think it was $24.8 million a year. I remember it being and everybody ripped him for it. Remember that? I'm like, God, I can't believe you gave him that deal. It was literally like less than $25 million a year, right? It was ridiculous. But it was totally worth it. What are we talking about here? This is Steph Curry. It's the house that Curry builds. You should give him a piece of Chase Center. That's how important he is. You know, they won't. Okay, I'm not. You know, have to retire. Okay, but like that's how important Steph is. I don't like. What are you going to do? Trade him to Charlotte? Come on. Like this is not unless he wants that. You know, and I don't think he does. I think he wants to retire a Warrior.
Yeah, we all hope that that's the case, and Mark and I both believe that too. Ramona Shelburne, ESPN here on 95.7 The Game. So you talked about doing it for Steph and the big swings. What do you think about the possibility of LeBron James in the summer deciding A, to leave, and B, deciding to come here on the relatively cheap?
I mean, to quote Russell Westbrook, why not? You know,
okay.
I mean, I think they're going to get right back in the mix for Giannis. I think they're going to get right back in the mix for Kawhi Leonard. Remember they made a call back then? I think they'll get right in the mix for LeBron. I think they're, like, name an aging star out there who might be available. I think the Warriors will try. And now name a young star out there who might be available. I think the Warriors will try there too. Like, they're just, I think they're relatively predictable. They're just going to keep taking swings. And the thing I have to give them credit for is they haven't really done anything demonstrably stupid. They're in pretty good shape cap-wise. They're in pretty good shape draft pick-wise. I don't think there's much you could argue with in terms of how they've continued to try to take these swings for Steph.
Do you think LeBron is definitely playing next year?
Oh, I keep saying yes because he's playing so well, and he doesn't feel like a guy who's about to retire, but just, I don't know. Like literally anything could happen. You could tell me in a month that he just says I'm done. But I don't see that. Everything I'm around, everything I see with him, he seems like a guy who wants to keep playing, you know, or he certainly can, still really good. You know, I was saying this on TV the other day, like, you know, you could not have written a better hero moment for him right now. It's all eyes on LeBron. Yep. This is all you got. You know, I don't think they're going to beat Houston without Austin and Luka, but you know, there's a chance Luka could come back if you can extend the series to 5 or 6, 7 games. There's a chance. I don't know if it's even a good idea with that hamstring, but you guys lived through that with Steph's hamstring last year in that Minnesota series, right?
Yeah.
You know, well, they can extend it, maybe 7, and it's like, no, just what are you doing? But there's a chance. I don't think there's any chance Austin Reeves can come back. Maybe wait like conference finals or something. But if LeBron could get them to Game 6 for a 7, and then Luka comes in for some Willis Reed moment, like,
right,
it's a heck of a Hollywood ending.
Yeah.
You know, when you ask about the end, like, I don't know that LeBron cares that much about scripting the final ending or whatever it is, because he hasn't done any of the things you would expect. He hasn't done the farewell tour. He hasn't dropped his rhetoric. Doesn't sound like a guy who's about to retire. The way he's working doesn't sound like that. But we don't know all of his options yet. We don't know what he's thinking. My sense from him is always he really is settled here in Los Angeles. So he's had several opportunities to join the Warriors before. If he would have wanted that, he could have pushed. All he had to do was say yes, and I think they would have put the wheels in motion. but he has not done that yet. So that's how many more times are the Warriors going to put themselves out there? I don't know. I don't know that I would unless you had a firm yes from him.
Yeah, I mean, you got to just keep putting yourself out, I guess, if that's something you're looking for. My question, Ramona, is what's the level of dysfunctionality in the Lakers, and is it so bad that that's going to be what drives LeBron out?
I think they're good now. They had a real come to Jesus kind of March, like there was this. LeBron was out for a long time. Luka and Austin were really good together. It took a little, I don't know. It took a little doing to get him to see things a certain way and to buy into the role they had for him. But I think he got there, and he was magnificent in that role. Like, he led the NBA in fast break points, you guys. That's unbelievable for a 41 for a 41-year-old player.
Oh.
Led the NBA in fast break points. And it's because he was just running out on the break all the time, and Luke would find him, and he was still dunking all the time and getting open in the corner. And I think he just saw the appeal of that, and he bought into it. He was flying all over the court defensively. If you before that stretch, I would have said I don't know if either side thinks it's a good idea. But if they can play like that and get a real center, and get a really marquee center, that's not to say DeAndre is not a real center. He's a center, okay? He's just not consistent, and he's not, can they get an all-star? I don't know, but can they get somebody who's more consistent or a better fit with Luka? Probably. Can they get a defensive guy like a Lou Dort? They certainly have the cap space this year. They just got to answer a few more questions about how much is Austin really going to get? How much, if LeBron stays, how much do you give him? Those are important questions before you get to filling out the roster. But I don't know. I think this season for the Lakers, because of the two injuries and the way they happened, it feels very incomplete to me. And yeah.
No, I'm sorry. Finish it. Go ahead.
No, it just sucks for LeBron for where he is in his career. It sucks for Luka, for the year he was having, for Austin Reeves, who I don't think this actually affects his free agency. I think there's plenty of teams that want to give him money, but injuries are part of the game. But this is for an all-time great to have an ending like this. I don't see it.
Ramona Shelburne, ESPN. We know you got to run. I want to get two quick things from you before you go. Sure. Number one, what kind of chances do you give the Warriors tonight?
When they have Steph, there is always a chance. So I'm fully prepared for them to win or lose. I think the Clippers should be favored just because of how good they've been, and they will have Kawhi Leonard tonight. He didn't play the other night because he got to his 65 games and he could take a night off, but they should be favored based on their record and based on how good they've been. But it's Steph Curry, man. I don't bet against guys like that.
Even a winded Steph Curry, right? And then here's the other one, and that is, let's say the Warriors either lose tonight or Friday. Let's say the math falls their way. Let's say they move up in this loaded draft into the top four. Yes, it has. Is that pick available for an aging veteran in the offseason?
Well, do you consider Giannis an aging veteran?
I do.
I think it should be. For him, it's not any aging veteran. That's Giannis Antetokounmpo, but I think it should be. The top 10 picks in this draft are amazing, but we've played that movie before. It didn't work out well, right? You just saw that movie, I mean, James Wiseman.
Too soon, Ramona. Too soon.
Sorry.
It's been like 5 or 6
No, but
years.
after what Denny Avdia did last night, Denny goes off, and it's like,
I know.
The Warriors could have had a bunch of those types of guys.
What a perfect warrior, too. Denny Avdia would be a perfect warrior.
Boy, yeah.
His skill set is just like, Steve Kerr, you think Porzingis is a great skill set for the Steve Kerr offense. God, look at Denny Avdia, man. Oh, my God. That'd be an amazing fit. That's the fit of all fits.
By the way, Ramona, I lied. Wait, Steve Kerr, he's coaching again next year, right?
I think so. But what happens when you get – listen, this is my answer. I think so. But what happens when they all get in a room together and start talking? You don't know what's going to happen when they all get in that room together. Yeah. I think the Warriors are very respectful of Steve Kerr. I think it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter anyone else's opinion. Steve Kerr's feel for his own, role here and legacy is going to be, in my opinion, the most important thing. But you just don't know what happens when people get in a room. Sometimes things go weird, and you don't know what Steve's going to feel. Like I think I know him really well. I don't know how he's going to feel like 4 days from now, a week from now. I don't know.
Ramona, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Enjoy the game, and we appreciate today.
Thanks, boys.
Okay. Yep. Ramona Shelburne right here on Willard and Dibs.
Yeah, man. The Denny Avdia one got me last night.
Yeah, dude, he is fantastic.
My
God.
Ramona's right about the Steve Kerr style of play, and he can be a point forward. He can do it all, and you start to look back at that draft, and I did it last night, and you realize that there are like 7 or 8 or 9 players taken after Wiseman who are all really, really good. I think 5 of the men in that draft have all made an all-star team. Ant, obviously, the number 1 overall has, but a lot of all-stars in what is a quietly very deep draft, and the Warriors took Wiseman.
They took Wiseman, but at the time, I thought, on paper, and didn't most of us, it made a lot of sense. It made a lot of sense.
Yeah, I had my eyes on another guy.
Who was it?
A guy who has gone on to not be an all-star.
Okay.
Out of Dayton.
Yeah.
Obi Toppin.
Obi Toppin.
I was like...
That's just a fun name.
No, it's because that guy was like jumping 49 inches and dunking on everyone, and I thought that would be a great player for the Warriors, and he's gone out to be okay.
He's all right. Yeah.
Better than Wiseman.
Better than Wiseman.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, again, like from an intuitive standpoint, with what the Warriors needed at the time, this is why I always kind of blow off any of the LaMelo Ball stuff. Anybody who has that opinion, I get it. He's become a productive player in the NBA. He's still a little, I don't know what to do with.
He's unpolished.
Is this actually something that would be refined within the whole process of trying to win at a high level? I don't know. You know what I mean? They're the 9-10 seed. They moved on, but they're getting better, and he's getting better. Where the hell exactly was he going to play on the Warriors?
That's
they had
right.
Stephen Clay at the time.
Exactly, and so that, to me, was not the player. And, you look at other guys in the draft, and everyone can now say, oh, Halliburton, I loved Halliburton. Sure. Sacramento loved him so much that they drafted him and traded him for, Sabonis. Whatever, you can look at any draft, and if your team didn't draft a good player, you can look below it and go, they should have had him. But at the time, nobody thought, certainly not many people thought that Avdia was going to be this good.
Even Halliburton, if you really just remove last year's playoffs, is Halliburton the name that everyone was buzzing about? Is Halliburton really someone? I mean, yes, good. He was a good player.
Yeah.
But is he really someone who you were like, wow, that's a centerpiece for a big run? That run last year in the playoffs kind of came out of nowhere.
Yeah.
And he was playing so wonderfully and really was in that last game as well. And then, now we're sitting where we're sitting, and there's a story about him and shingles today. I don't know where the Halliburton story's going next.
Well, he's actually back playing 5-on-5. He was on Pat McAfee yesterday, I think, and so he and Pat obviously know each other very well because they're, busting each other up a little bit. And
Indianapolis roots.
Right.
Yep.
He was talking about how he had the shingles, and I learned I had shingles actually.
Well, of course you did. You had everything.
And what he was saying, Tyrese Halliburton was saying, is exactly what happened to me. It was stress, and it was the stress of my impending divorce, and I thought it was a bed bug bite. I think I told you the story. I'm at the Super Bowl in Miami, and I'm getting bit by these bed bugs, so I march downstairs, and I demand my comeuppance. And then they're like, oh, sorry, we'll change the sheets, this and that. And I get home, and I still have these bed bug bites, and I go to the doctor, and the doctor's like, shingles. So I called the hotel back, and I was like, I stayed there, and I might have barged down. I'm sorry.
Oh, you called and apologized?
I had to.
I didn't know that.
I had to.
That's not very you. I've seen you get mad on the phone.
I thought, well, that's when people call me, and you're a telemarketer, then you get the what for. But I was out of pocket, so I called and apologized. But he's got shingles.
Those telemarketers are just given a number, and they're just doing their job.
I used to be one of them. So
there you go.
Yeah, I worked for Telly Savalas' company.
You ever get yelled at?
No, well, these were warm leads. These were people who would see his commercial. It was for Players Club International.
Okay.
Where you get the Players Club card and you get 70% off hotels, 50% off meals.
Why does your life always sound like it's 118 years long?
This was 19.
How many jobs have you had? How many surgeries have you had? How many diseases have you had? How many, what?
I mean, all of it.
You have there.
I've lived a full life.
But you're only 57. And you've had two different sort of families starting. You just.
Two and counting.
Yeah. What? Don't say that.
It's early. I'm liking it early.
Don't say that.
So
I'm gonna punch you in the face.
I'm working.
Hey, Draymond, come here.
Punch me in the face is not going to do it. You're gonna have to, swing a little.
I'll punch you somewhere else then.
So these people would call the number, and we'd get their contact, and so we would call them back. And there was a script, and Mildred would answer, "Hello, hi, Mildred. This is Dan from Players Club International. Can you hear me? Okay? Yes, great. While I have you." And you'd go through the whole script and trying to sell them this cockamamie Players Club card.
Oh, there's that word. Cockamamie, just like the play-in tournament.
It was a full-on thing, cockamamie.
Yeah,
but
I bet.
Calabasas. Back when Calabasas was just a suburb on the outskirts.
Yeah, back before the Kardashians lived there.
Exactly right. Yep. Anyway. Telemarketing, Anger, Shingles, Halliburton, Wiseman.
Yep.
And I do think that is their Trey Lance. That's the Warriors' Trey Lance.
James Wiseman?
Yes.
Yeah, except for they just got the number 2 pick. You know what I mean? I feel like that's heavy-handed because the Niners gave up 3 drafts for Trey Lance.
Yep.
The Warriors just had the number 2 pick, and they whiffed.
Right.
They whiffed. You know what I mean? It happens.
They went for a guy who was unproven, like Trey Lance, a guy who had eye-popping measurables, Trey Lance, and a guy who was really kind of a shot in the dark, Trey Lance.
No, I get it. I get the comp, and I understand the frustration from the Warrior fan base. I really do. I mean, I think that this has been well documented, well discussed. The fundamental thing that went wrong with lottery opportunities for the Warriors is that they probably thought they were done winning championships, and therefore they went with less refined players, and that's always A, a risk, and then B, the Warriors started winning basketball games at a high level again, and people got lost in the sauce, and it sucks, and it's a mistake. I find it to be an understandable mistake, but, that's the way that went. But, you got a completely new general manager doing stuff now. Why do I feel, by the way, that scenario that I just laid out to Ramona is what's going to happen?
I liked it. Actually, I was just going to ask you and follow up with that because what you asked Ramona is if they are in the lottery and they land top 4, could the pick be like the Darren Ruff of picks? Could it be on the move?
I feel like it's going to happen because it would make this fan base scream. What a debate.
Scream with joy?
At each other.
Oh.
I mean, it's 2026 and we're in America. We just yell at each other.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's
all
right.
Hey, well, okay, so let's hold that thought. More on that coming up. We're live at Thrive City. Big old stinking watch party. Some people already coming in, sitting on these seats that they've put out here. There happens to be a game tonight. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. This is Willard and Dibbs. And it's Willard for Habas. Here's a real behind-the-scenes moment with Habas Law. We asked about their new billboards and asked, do you smile or not? And then it got real. Omar Habas replies, quote, we meet people in the hardest moments of their lives. It's on us to restore dignity and a financial future. Traumatic brain injuries, loss of a limb, spinal cord damage, a life changed in seconds. When everything's on the line, choose the team that understands that, and that is Habas Law. They fight to make it right. Visit habaslaw.com. Omar Habas is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/ground advantage to learn more.
Stay Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I own a coffee shop, and I wanted to label everything with our logo.
That's ambitious.
Cups, boxes, bags.
Ooh, that'll add up.
Not at all, because right now, Staples prints custom labels for 30% off.
30% off? That's shockingly affordable branding.
Yep. Now our logo and URL are seen all over town.
Brand your business for less at Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in-store, online, or in the app by 4/18 to unlock. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
If you're thinking about upgrading your outdoor space, don't just think deck boards. Think the whole system. Trex from Ashby Lumber gives you decking, railing, lighting, everything designed to work together, look clean, and last. It's low maintenance, holds up in the elements, and you're not dealing with constant upkeep like wood. And the team at Ashby actually helps you plan it out, so you're not guessing on materials or design. Stop by Ashby Lumber in Berkeley or Concord. Check out Trex in person and get your project started.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck, and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment, coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax, they know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-708-5977. 800-708-5977. 800-708-5977.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Real Success. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at OurRealSuccess.com.
Do you want to learn how to make money flipping houses and acquiring rental properties right here in the Bay Area without using your own money? You'll learn to flip houses and secure rental properties in your spare time to get on track towards real wealth building. We're offering a handful of motivated individuals the opportunity to attend our workshop right here in the Bay Area for free. That's right, we'll give you 2 free tickets when you text FLIP to 64,000. The Bay Area is the perfect market to flip houses and build rental income. Don't miss this opportunity. Come to a complimentary live 2-hour workshop next week right here in the Bay Area and learn how to start making money flipping homes and building long-term wealth with rental properties. To get 2 free tickets, text FLIP to 64,000. Text in the next 10 minutes, and registrants will also receive a free copy of our Funding for Deals guide. Text FLIP to 64,000 for 2 complimentary tickets. Text FLIP to 64,000.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Dell PCs with Intel inside are built for the moments you plan and the ones you don't. For the time you forgot your charger at the gate.
Passengers, we are now on our initial ascent.
Or when you're bouncing between projects like a ping pong ball. We build PCs with long-lasting battery life, so you're not scrambling for an outlet. And built-in intelligence, so you can stay focused on whatever you're doing. Dell Technologies, built for you. Dell.com/Dell PCs.
Hello, San Francisco Bay Area. Bank of America, in partnership with Visa, invites you to a FIFA World Cup 26 watch party. Open an eligible Bank of America checking account in participating financial centers only for an opportunity to reserve 2 complimentary tickets while supplies last. Experience special musical guests, games, giveaways, food, and more, all at a legendary venue. Learn more at BofA.com/BofA Visa Watch Party. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 26. Bank of America N.A. member FDIC. Terms apply. All rights reserved.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off. Every Warriors game throughout the season as we get ready for the action. Presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage. Brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that.
The 2026 Mountain Winery Concert Series is here with Jeff Foxworthy July 19th, John Mulaney October 18th, and many more. For the complete 2026 schedule, tickets, and more, go to mountainwinery.com. Tickets on sale now.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Dub Nation, it's Steve Kerr. You're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Actually, Willard and Dibbs is coming to you live from the remote Laughing Monk Studios that today happen to be out here on the Thrive City Plaza. Brought to you by Xfinity, your home court advantage. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that. You know where you can watch your favorite team tonight? Right here at Thrive City.
On the largest outdoor screen in San Francisco, and this thing is ginormous. It's humongous. So come on out, get in the sun, bring a jacket, and enjoy a basketball game on a gigantic screen with probably a couple of thousand of your soon-to-be closest friends.
Well, and by the way, I don't want anyone who's watching on YouTube, when you said bring a jacket, I don't want them to turn on YouTube, look at us, and think, oh, my God, it's snowing at Thrive City.
Well, the weather outside is frightful.
It's actually funny. We're looking out at where the seats are set up in front of the screen. They are bathed in sunshine.
They are.
We are not. We're over on the splash patio, which is lovely, but it's just not that hot of a day. And so there's a little breeze through here. We have a canopy over us. I'm not terribly sure why, but it's beautiful. It's not raining today.
Imaging.
They were just thinking, you know what, it's shady over there. You know what they need? Even more. Let's get some more shade on Willard and Dibbs. And so if we look cold, it's because we kind of are. But you won't be if you come sit out in the sun. And the sun should come at least all the way till, second quarter?
Something like that.
Yeah.
It's ironic because the last time we were outside here at Thrive City, we were across the way right by Burma Love, and it was unbelievably sunny and hot, as I recall. Blindingly hot.
Yes.
And then now we are about 70 yards away in the shade under a canopy, and you've made the move to go to the jacket early.
Yep.
I'm going to kind of hold out on the jacket as long as I can.
I think that's smart.
And I got a beanie backing it up. But
of course you do.
You should come on out. This will be elimination game number 18 for the Warriors under Steve Kerr. 17 times they've played in a win or die scenario.
Why the record that see now I actually read your text today.
Yeah.
Why do I feel like the two numbers you sent me added up to 16?
Because the number I sent to you earlier was wrong.
Okay.
And because I was looking at my notes.
That's what I get for reading text from you.
Well,
why are you sending me wrong information?
I sent you what I thought was right, and then during the crossover we were talking, and I was looking at my notes because you know me,
Nothing gets past you,
Captain Pencil over here, and I was looking at last year, and I saw. Okay, Game 7 against Houston.
That counts.
Buddy goes for 33 on 12 of 15 from the floor. Jimmy, by the way, 28-7 in that game. Game 5 against Minnesota, elimination didn't go their way.
Right.
And then I was thinking, I think they were in the play-in last year.
For sure they were.
So I forgot to put that one down. They beat Memphis. That's an elimination game. Jimmy Butler had 38. Steph had 37.
Got terrible news for you. That's not an elimination game.
Maybe that's why I didn't write it down.
You were right the first time. You should have stuck
Eraser
with it. Exactly.
To the rescue.
That's a 7-8 game.
9-7.
Loser plays again.
Yeah.
That
has to go
not.
to the eraser.
Get the eraser.
9-7,
See,
Mark.
You should have stuck to your original guns.
Yeah, but you know what? I was doing this on the air, and it's my bad. But it is noteworthy that last year in the play-in, Jimmy had 38, Steph had 37. In that game against Memphis.
Yeah.
Jimmy won't go for 38 tonight, I don't think.
No, but and we're not on Warriors Live tonight, so we don't need to make a prediction, but I will for you right now. I love the Steph over tonight. I love it.
What's the number?
26.5. I love it. Look,
Minutes?
I know. Very funny. I know that your Lucas laugh is getting very good.
Thank you.
I don't know if it works
nice
as well. Outside,
really
a Lucas laugh outside is different. Anyway, I just think I know he's only going to play 30, 31 minutes. I think that they're going to have a hard time not pushing that a little bit. I think it's going to be more like 35, maybe 34, whatever. Point is we've seen what Steph does in these moments, and I think he's going to lock in, and they're going to need him in that fourth quarter, and he's going to get himself to the line and all of that. And I think I love higher than 26.5 for Steph tonight.
Okay, I was actually thinking about going the other way just based on the minutes. But then again, if I do any of the Prize Picks underdog stuff, I'm not going on any lower on any Warrior because it's the Warriors, and I don't want to be gleeful if one of the Warriors does poorly, kind of like Klay Thompson did in the play-in 2 years ago when he went 0 for 10 against Sacramento.
Last game as a Warrior.
Yeah.
So that was just kind of a harbinger of things to come. But anyway, look, a couple things to pass along to you. First of all, Kalena Azubuike's going to join us in like a little bit over a half hour.
Yeah.
Kalena's going to jump on. I think we already told you Tim Roy is going to come on at about 4:45 as we start getting a little bit closer to tip-off. So a lot of the Warriors broadcast teammates are going to start jumping in as we build toward this game. And coming up at 3:15, kind of reboot, because I think there's more meat on the bone for you and I to discuss, and would love to hear from a lot of you. We'll have a good solid half hour to talk about just the play-in tournament and whether or not you think this is a good product and a good thing. I tend to lean this way in sports. When sports leagues give us more sports, I'm like, cool. I like sports. Let's do more. I just don't get caught up in this whole, like, you deserved it, you didn't deserve it, your record wasn't good enough, this, that, or the other. I just think we're confronted by stuff like that all the time, and we wrap our heads around it like we do with the NFC South, who sends somebody to a home playoff game every year with like an 8-9 or a 9-8 record or whatever. So we can get to that a little bit more coming up in a few. But I don't think we were fully done with what we were saying right before we got to the top of the hour. And this will be a conversation for another day, but I just want to play with it a little bit because I really do. I just have this gut feeling that this is the way it's going to play out, is that the Warriors are going to get beat in one of these games this week. They are going to be a lottery team. They are going to get some things to bounce their way. I'm not necessarily saying the number one pick, but a move up. And if those Warriors end up in the top 4, what do you think the debate will sound like if all of the sudden Milwaukee is now ready to dance? And it is a big-time pick in a big-time draft with an aging dynasty, but you could move that pick for someone like Giannis.
I think that people are going to be interested in it, and if you're going to make a trade for Giannis, you still have to match the salary, so that's going to be a Jimmy Butler, right, going the other way, in theory. So.
Right, or a Draymond.
Or it could be a Kristaps sign and trade with a Draymond. Who really knows?
Sure, I mean, there's ways to dance around with
just
it.
In a vacuum, if the Warriors get lucky and they land in the top 4 in this draft, I do not want them to move that pick, even if it means you bring in Giannis. And, Giannis would be here for longer than Steph's one-year contract, presumably if Steph doesn't get extended. So, for me, it's a draft that is really good at the top. It's good in the middle, too. So if I can get a top 4 pick, make the pick and start building toward your future.
I think I'm with you, but understand why I sort of think that this is going to happen. It's kind of like that idea of the ball finds energy. In baseball, you make an error, next guy's going to hit the ball to you.
Yeah.
Like it's the way, it's kind of that Murphy's Law thing. And I really think it will be if this were to happen, and it's a complete hypothetical, obviously, but if this were to happen, I feel like it'd be the first time that the Warriors organization and their fan base would really, really, truly be challenged with the idea of everything for Steph. Because there is no doubt what Steph would want you to do. There's no doubt what would be best for Steph. And that is to get another generational player in here immediately.
Depending on what it costs you going out in terms of players.
Yes and no. If the word is everything for Steph, then no, it's not depending on what it costs. It's whatever it costs.
Well,
whatever it costs.
If it costs you Jimmy Butler and or if it costs you Draymond Green and another player that Steph likes.
What if it costs you the third pick in the draft and 2 more picks?
It would be more than that, but
I don't know that it would.
Be players as well. I mean, because Giannis is making 50 whatever.
No, sure. There's a salary matching feature.
And this year, it was 4 firsts and 2 pick swaps was the presumed package?
That was the at least 4 picks. At least 4 picks. Okay. All right, coming up next, we got a half hour until Kalena gets here. Let's hear from some of you. The Warriors playing the play-in tonight. My statement is thank God for the play-in. Thank God for this thing. Or else y'all know what we'd be doing tonight? We'd be fishing. So thank goodness for this thing. I love the play-in tournament. Dibs thinks it's cockamamie.
Yep.
Where are y'all on this? 888-957-9570 on just the play-in tournament as an entertainment product right now for the NBA. Warrior Wednesday is brought to you by Friedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live work and vignettes. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. We're also sponsored by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. We are out and about on the Thrive City Plaza. You can come watch the game here tonight. It is going to be the biggest watch party in the Bay. There's no two ways about it. And the Warriors try to extend their season in just a few hours right here on 95.7 The Game. This is Willard and Dibs.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Dan Dibley here. Now that spring is approaching, it might be time to upgrade your home's exterior and your property. Golden State Lumber and Showroom works with contractors and professional builders to satisfy homeowners' plans to add decking, pergolas, fencing, and fire protection. We're actually working on getting a new pergola at our house, and Golden State Lumber and Showroom is going to be a big-time part of it. And it's a great way to upgrade your home, and by improving it with things like modern siding, that's a good way to protect against fire and mold and dry rot as well. AZEK Exteriors offers exceptional durability, easy installation, and timeless beauty. Golden State also partners with James Hardy fiber cement textured panels, which provide a range of styles and resist damage from extreme weather, pests, and aging. You may also want to consider Vulcan Vents stainless steel screens. They're designed to protect homes from flames and embers, and they do so with impressive results. For a wide selection of these products that will increase the value of your home, go to goldenstatelumber.com. Talk with your builder or your contractor and start your project for completion this spring and summer. Family owned since 1954, Golden State Lumber and Showroom. When you succeed, we succeed.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You need a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. Switch today. Get started with a great offer as low as $60 a month. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Offer ends 6/1/26. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet and security edge. 1-year agreement, eco-bill, and auto pay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
I'm Neil, founder of Clay Room. When I found ceramics, I realized my calling was to give others the space to be creative. So I set out to open my own studio. Having a Chase Ink card has allowed us to grow it and bring people together. Now we're molding a creative community.
Chase Ink Business Cash Card, you can earn up to 5% cash back on business essentials, so your business can go from here to possible. Chase for business. Make more with yours. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Cards issued by J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important, trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet. Rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Oak Cliff Speed Test Intelligence Data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Looking to make your voice heard? Join History San Jose for our Imagining Sessions on April 18th and 21st at History Park. We're inviting the community to help reimagine programs, events, accessibility, and engagement so History Park can better serve you. Be part of the conversation and help bring our shared history to life in new and exciting ways. Space is limited, so reserve your spot today at historysanjose.org. History San Jose, where the past connects us and your voice shapes what's next. The deadline for filing taxes is now. Don't miss this chance to donate your car to Cars for Kids for a 2026 tax deduction. Go to carsforkids.org today. That's cars with a K. Don't wait. Donate now and have your car picked up by tomorrow.
In a world in need of a hero, one man rises to the challenge in style. He is...
just driving the kids to soccer practice.
Make every day feel epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid with up to an EPA-estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
And hey, come on, no cleats on the seats.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
The smartest way to spend your money is not to. Straight Talk offers free 5G phones for new and existing customers on Verizon's 5G network. So the refund money I don't spend on that free phone is the refund money I get to keep for my family. Smart.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
There's a new kind of energy at Starbucks. When your day needs a reset, try the all-new energy refreshers. Strawberry acai, mango dragon fruit, or the all-new mango strawberry. The refreshers you love, now with extra caffeine. New energy refreshers only at Starbucks.
Staples has hundreds of great ways to boost your brand, like spectacular signs, brilliant brochures, eye-popping posters, mouth-watering menus, and more. Shop now through April 18th and save up to $125 on all your custom prints. Staples, that was easy.
Dub Nation, it's Stephen Curry. You're listening to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game. Come on, Dub Nation, what are you waiting for? Download that Odyssey app now.
Yeah, that man plays basketball tonight.
Yeah, he does.
Intuit Dome, L.A., Warriors, Clippers, elimination game coming up tonight for both of these teams.
Yeah.
Willard and Dibs is brought to you by Xfinity, your home court advantage. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that. We're on the Thrive City Plaza. Big-ass watch party coming up later on tonight.
Yeah, you got the chairs out. Some people have been here already for a couple of hours to make sure they get their spot. And you've got the amphitheater seating to our left. You got the big screen to our right where the game will be shown. Be a lot of fun out here. It'd be a lot more fun if the Dubs can sneak off with a victory and then head to Phoenix.
Boy, thank goodness this game is happening.
Yeah, boy. Thank God.
No, for real.
No, for real, it's good that the Warriors get to keep playing as the 10 seed. Like, cool. That's the construct. Them's the rules. They're the 10 seed. That's great.
I guess let me ask it to you this way. Especially for you and others out there who are anti-play-in tournament. If you're anti-play-in tournament, I guess I could argue that you wish the Warriors season was over right now.
It's not about a wish. I don't wish that it was over.
Or you think it should be?
It should be over. Yes, you are 37-45. You are a losing team. You lost more than you won. There were 9 teams in your conference better than you, and because of this cockamamie play-in tournament, you're the 10 seed and you get a chance to continue playing. And I think that it's, by and large, if you go every year that they've had it, there's at least one team every time that has a losing record, and you get to still have a shot to make the playoffs and then get trampled by the 1 seed.
By the way, there were moments through NBA history where the 8 seed had a losing record. That happens.
It does, usually when one conference is woefully weaker than the other.
But, I mean, like...
if you're the 8th best team in your conference, then you're the 8th best team and you go to the playoffs.
Are you suggesting a rule that if you've lost more than you won, you should not be in the playoffs in sports?
No, what I'm suggesting is that if you have 15 teams in a conference, and soon there'll be 16 in each, I think when you get the expansion that's coming, if you're not one of the 8 best, then you go ahead and you have your summer start early. That's all I'm suggesting. And if they want to keep the play-in, keep the play-in. And, baseball has expanded their playoffs and football's expanded their playoffs. Football, you now have 14 of the 32. And in the NBA, you've got 20 of 30 that have a chance.
I love this. Yeah, I absolutely love this. I think it's awesome for all kinds of reasons, and I don't say that because the Warriors play tonight. I've said that every year. I just think there are a few things in sports that I look for. And when you can create urgency and when you can create drama, I am not going to be one here that stands here when you do and says, you shouldn't have done that because you concocted it. I mean, like, if that's the way that we think about sports, it's almost as if I could argue, why are we doing this in the first place? You know what I mean? Like, we all love this. We do parades. We cry when our team wins for the first time. But what is it? It's not a life's need. It's fun. It's something on which we connect. If you're a dude at a party, you often don't even know what else to talk about when you meet some other guy. How about those Warriors? Did you see that game last night? Whatever it is. So I have a hard time. And again, you get to like what you like and you get to not like what you don't like. But I think it's interesting in sports. I hear a lot of takes in 2026 asking for less. And all I ever want to say to those people is, you're allowed to have that opinion. It's going to be a losing opinion, though. Like, there's never, ever, ever going to be leagues who want to do less. They're not going to peel back. They're not going to do fewer playoffs. They're not going to do fewer teams. They're not going to do a shorter schedule. It's more because, unfortunately, for those of you who want less, there is an appetite for it.
It's not even about more or less. Like, this is more to the extent that you have, a total of 6 additional play-in games. So it's not really that much more. And what happened this year is all the urgency that you're celebrating this week, the last month of Warrior basketball, there was no urgency. So if you were pushing for the 8 seed, knowing that the 10 was not going to get you anywhere, you would have had more urgency over the course of the last month, as opposed to, heck, we're the 10, so we don't have to rush Steph back. We don't have to do anything, but we don't even have to try to win.
But there has been that urgency in the past. That is not the play-in tournament to blame on your point there. Your point is valid, but that's not the play-in tournament's fault. That's the 10 tanking team's fault.
Well, it's the play-in to the extent that, the Warriors didn't have to worry about having to fight to be 8. And, the way the season went down the stretch, they probably wouldn't have gotten the 8 anyway.
They wouldn't have gotten
But they at least would have tried up to a point. And I don't think over the last month the Warriors necessarily tried to win games that often.
But that, again, that's on the tanking teams. I guess, if what you're asking for is you want teams to try to get the 8, what's the problem with the teams trying to get the 10? What's the problem?
If you have 5 tanking teams in your conference,
but you shouldn't have any. That's on the NBA to fix that.
Well, it's also
so that you don't have that.
It's on the play-in as well because, if you're not going to really be a top 6 team and be a good team, if you're 9 or 10, the likelihood of you getting out of the play-in and then going out and beating the 1 or the 2, it's not very likely.
It's not likely if you're the 8.
Well, last year the Warriors were the 7,
right?
And they were able to, get the win and then beat the 2.
And that was
which is very rare.
Right, and it was a circumstance where from 2 to 7 and even 2 to 8 was incredibly bunched up.
Right.
And the teams weren't all that different. It's not like that every year. We Believe is a documentary because it's so rare and because of who the team was and the way they played and all of those things. Yeah, I've never felt like a prerequisite for the playoffs is feeling like everybody's got a really good chance to beat each other. That's never been part of it for me. I mean, I actually think the play-in tournament is much more fair than what it used to be. And here's why I feel that way. Like, there is actually a real race all year long to get to the 6. Because if you cannot be top 6 in a conference, now you've got to work harder. Now you've got to put more stress on. You've got to earn your way into the playoffs because you weren't that good of a team. I like that. I like that the teams that didn't play well during the regular season now need to work harder in order to get to the end. No different in the NFL. You're the 1 seed, you get a break. If you don't earn the 1 seed, you've got to work harder. If you're the 7 seed, you never get a home game. Like, those things are built in. And so I actually like it from that perspective too. I like 7, 8, 9, and 10 having to do something extra just to get in because they didn't earn more.
Right. For me, you would have to do more to get in as the 8. And if you were 9 or 10, that's where the work would come in. Like this whole Clippers and Portland situation where they had a game, last game of the year, second to last game of the year, and that one would have had a whole lot more meaning had it been for the 8 spot in the playoffs. But instead, it was just, seeding-wise in the play-in tournament, it had less, for me, of a dramatic impact based on the fact that both teams were already going to be in this play-in tournament.
I mean, there's going to be year to year, there's going to be examples that go both ways. I'm not saying you're wrong about that. There are going to be years like this year where the play-in teams were set and it just ended up not mattering down the stretch. There will be other years where I do think there will be a battle for the 10 or for the 6 or whatever. And I do think the NBA is going to make moves going forward to sort of take away the incentive for tanking, and then you're not going to have these 10 teams that did what they did this year and just hang out at the bottom and watch the rest of the process unfold.
Yeah, and I don't know if you go all the way back to how the lottery started, which was 7 teams that didn't make the playoffs. All 7 had flat odds, and the Knicks got the envelope drawn.
Yep.
Then they got the first pick, and each of the teams in the lottery, including the Warriors that year, had a 1 in 7 chance. And so flat odds would maybe de-incentivize the tanking that we have currently going on where, the top 4 get a certain great percentage and then it kind of tears down from there. But for me, the idea of tanking is a much more complicated thing than the play-in tournament. And I know I'm in the minority. There are some people who agree with me that it just is... It's not necessarily rewarding teams for being that good. And I'd have to go back year over year, and I think at least one team every year goes into the play-in tournament with a losing record, and I just think that's a bad look.
888-957-9570. How about Quincy in Oakland? Quincy, thanks for calling, man. What are you doing? Do we have Quincy? Okay, all right. We lost Quincy. Quincy, give us a buzz back. 888-957-9570 as the Warriors enter in to the play-in tournament tonight. And so, good day for me to say it, but I have felt this all along. In fact, almost every time you see one of our sports leagues kind of add a little wrinkle, whether it's the 7th playoff team in the NFL, whether it's the wild card rounds in baseball, I do think a fairness thing comes into play. Like there was that period of time where if you were a wild card team in Major League Baseball, you'd work for 162 games, you'd make the playoffs, and then it's like, okay, play a game tomorrow night to see if you're still alive.
Yeah.
That felt a little bit unfair, and so they changed that. But quite honestly, any of these things that has led to more games, more urgency, more fan bases that are in some way welcomed to the party, I'm in. I'm just in.
Yeah, I think baseball, they made the right change last year, or maybe it was the year before, where now you play a best of 3. If you're a wild card, you play a best of 3 at the higher seeded ballpark and you play all three there. That at least gives you a little bit more of an edge. If you're the lowest of the division winners, then you get the wild card, and then the other two wild card teams square off. So I like that. And, every league, it seems like it's going to continue to make some changes to their format. College football probably will get to a 16-team playoff format sooner rather than later. And, more games, great, but it's really just more blowouts in my opinion. So I'm already kind of dreading that. College basketball is going to go from 68 teams up to maybe 96, where you get, the top 16 teams in each, or the top 4 in each bracket will get a bye and all the rest of it. And it's just, enough's enough. It's too much. There are certain formats, I think, that work and they're ideal, and I think this was one of them with the 8 teams.
All right, well, I'll let you know what happens in the game tonight then.
Yeah, I'll watch it.
I'll call you. No. No, you can't watch it.
Oh, okay.
No,
you get to decide what I can either watch or not watch?
You don't want it to exist, so why would you watch it?
Because, well, A, it's my job, and B, I love watching this team, and C, I love watching Steph Curry play basketball.
And thank God for the play-ins.
Oh, yeah, and I will, when I get down on my knees tonight and I say my evening prayers, it's going to start with this cockamamie play-in game. Dear God, thank you for creating this cockamamie play-in tournament. And thank you for everything else. Oh, yeah, for my family, too. But first and foremost, the play-in tournament, Big G.
Big G?
For God.
Yeah, no, I got that.
Yeah, okay.
I'm just
I call him the Big G.
I don't think you call him the Big G.
I mean, God, if you're not too busy, solving all the world's problems, can I just pay my thanks, Big G, for the play-in tourney?
I wonder who Big G is rooting for tonight. Here's something.
Ramona says the basketball gods.
This has got to be Twitter. This has to be Twitter.
You're looking at Twitter, so.
I know, but that's what I'm saying. Like, when I say it's got to be Twitter, my point is that this can't be real life. Bob Fitzgerald would lose his mind. And I actually want to
For the love of God.
I want to send out a special invite right now on our phone lines to anybody, any of you Warrior fans who legitimately, and I mean this now, you legitimately are rooting for them to lose tonight. I'm not supposed to do this till the end of the show, but our Engaging Dub Nation poll, I just decided to check in on it to kind of take, I wonder how we doing? And again, for those of you who don't know, the poll question was, are you rooting for the Warriors to win tonight? It's a simple yes or no question. And right now, more than a third of the people responding, more than a third of you are saying that you are not rooting for the Warriors to win tonight. Now, it's Twitter, so maybe those are non-Warrior fans. Maybe they're just a bunch of smartasses.
Oh.
Maybe you actually feel that way, but that's what I'm saying. I'd love to talk to a Warrior fan or 8 right now who is actually, legitimately rooting against them tonight. Before you respond to that, Dibs, Grandy, do we have the thing that Slates did on ESPN this morning where he talked about the scenario that is in play tonight and how the organization, maybe on the inside, actually feels about it? Do we have that, Grandy? We don't have it. Okay. Let's see if we can grab that, because I know we have it somewhere, because I heard it on 95.7 The Game on my way in. Oh. Anthony Slater said he thinks there might be some in the organization, and I quote, who are privately kind of feeling like, might be a good thing to score fewer points than the other team tonight.
Might be people within the organization who go to Twitter and weigh in on the poll.
Maybe.
If it's 38% of the Twitter respondents, it's probably not 38% of the Warriors organization, but I wouldn't be surprised if privately there aren't some people thinking, we get in this lottery and, we might get lucky and move up to the top 4, and if we do, that might be a dangleable asset.
I mean, listen. Okay, we have it now. Here it is. Listen to Slates today on ESPN.
Well, they're not trying to get into the playoffs, right? Draymond's going to guard Kawhi, and he's going to try to have a good defensive night and then probably tell us all about it afterwards. And, hopefully the voters, for him.
Swing his way a little bit.
Steph's going to try to get hot. It's a showcase stage for them. Draymond said it. They don't have many of these type of nights left. But I think it is fair to wonder organizationally whether it's better for them to lose. Because I'll give you an example. Last year I covered the 9-10. Dallas Mavericks were in that game. They won it. They then played the final playing game, lost. Memphis goes, gets swept by the Thunder. Dallas keeps their lottery odds, jumps up, gets Cooper Flag. If the Warriors lose, they keep their lottery odds, 9.4% chance to jump up in the top 4 of this draft. If they win their way into the play-in, they lose those lottery odds, and then they get the Oklahoma City Thunder in the first round. Our graphics guys right here. Better chance to get 9.4 chance to get into the top 4 or to beat the Thunder.
Okay, so, I get all that. Then again, are we being wooed by something that doesn't actually feel all that real? Like, if you woke up in the morning and I was like, hey, actually, here's a better example. All right? Let's say you and I are in our 20s. We're out at a bar, okay? And I buy you a shot.
Yeah.
And then I point to her over there.
Yeah.
See her?
Yeah.
All right. Go ask her out. There's a 9.4% chance that she says yes.
I like my odds. You kidding me? 9.4? Pinch me. I must be dreaming.
I must be talking to the wrong guy.
You are talking to the wrong guy. Because,
So
A,
you're saying there's a chance.
I would go over and talk to her. And
Well, of course you would.
But, B, the odds would not be 9.4% that she going to say yes to this. But to that extent. Or...
I'm not sure what you're saying right now. Are you saying they'd be higher or lower?
What I'm saying...
You are the king of higher or lower.
I'm like...
That's your game.
Lower, Jim. What I'm saying is I'm like the Giants' offense. 1, 2, 3 strikes, I'm out.
Don't do that.
I just did.
I try to
That
spend
happened.
the whole day not talking about this. You want to talk about cockamamie.
You want to talk about striking out. Hey, Alice, you want to go out with me on Friday? No, Mark, the answer would be no. Now, the other part of the scenario would be, okay, 9.4% chance I go over there, ask her out, and she says yes. Or I can, go, I guess, somewhere else and go to, a supermodel convention, and I've got a 1% chance of getting a yes there.
That's too high of a number.
1%? To win 2 games and then beat OKC?
No, I was talking about your supermodel reference.
Well, the point is, I'd rather have the 9.4% chance of getting a yes from that gal across the way who's, a 7 or an 8. I'm a 3, so, it's a 9% chance. Or you go to a supermodel convention or, the SI swimsuit reveal party.
I mean...
That's like beating OKC.
I guess this is kind of...
Like what I do with this analogy, Tim?
This is the way that I kind of look at it. And we're going to go to the phones here in just a sec. But I like dessert. I have a sweet tooth. I really do enjoy dessert. What is dessert? Dessert is something that is really good in the moment, but it's bad for me long term. I know this. I still choose it.
Yeah.
So do you. So does just about everybody listening. They got a whole menu of these things at every restaurant, including the one we're sitting at right now.
Splash.
Okay. Why do we have desserts? We have desserts because sometimes you take the pleasure of now over your long-term future. And that's how I feel about rooting for this game tonight. I am aware that it's not best for their long-term future. So what? So what? I want to take a big bite of it.
Yeah, I would love to see them win, and I would love to see them win again and be the 8th seed and take on Oklahoma City. That'd be fun. I'm into that. Now, it doesn't necessarily mean that I love their chances to, this, that, or the other thing. I like basketball. I like the Warriors. I like it when they win. The other side of it, though, is if they don't and you're in the lottery, well, then I'll be paying a lot more attention to the lottery.
See, this is bugging me. I just said, I'd love to talk to someone who's rooting for them to lose, and our lines just went bananas.
Yeah.
Filled with haters. You out here sounding like a hater. Filmo Mike. Hey, put Filmo on the line. Filmo, thank you for calling, but now I get to use your line on you. You out here sounding like a hater.
Oh, no, I'm sounding like a realist, sounding like a smart person. We don't want to get Steph Curry hurt. And this is the thing. Why do we try? Don't try to be a winner now. You had the whole season to win. You know what I'm saying? You had a whole season to win, but guess what y'all was doing? Y'all was making excuses. You had all these cockamamie excuses, all these things. You can't sleep in your bed, all this weird stuff. You're a loser the whole year. We've been losing. We've been blowing leads for 3 years in a row. Don't try to be a winner at the end of the year. That's not even cute, Mark.
Hey, Philmo, are the excuses that the Warriors have, like if I try to meet you halfway, you kind of reference them whining about travel early in the year. If I throw back at you, Steph Curry and Jimmy Butler both missed half the year, that's not legit? Like, did they really have the opportunity to win this year? Did they?
They had, well, after the injuries, they did not. I mean, no. If you look at it that way, no. But it's like, don't try to like use this acting like we being strategical about losing these games, about playing these minutes just to get to the 10th seed. Ain't nothing strategic about coming in 10th place.
Brought his own jingle bell.
Yeah, he did. No, that's fair. Strategy left town as soon as the Warriors' best players did. But there are more of you online who want to talk this out. Hang right there, because Kalina Azubuike is going to join us in just a few, and then we want to keep taking your phone calls on this very idea. We are brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. We're out here on the Thrive City Plaza getting ready for the watch party. Playing game tonight in L.A., Warriors and Clippers. This is Willard and Dibbs.
Welcome to SF Fire Credit Union. Why do you have all those cats?
I've been saving them from trees, just like a firefighter. So, can I join SF Fire?
You know, we're not just for firefighters. Anyone can join and get lower fees than banks, ATM access worldwide, and the top-rated mobile banking app.
Wow. Say, do you want a cat?
SF Fire Credit Union. Banking for heroes and anyone who wants to be treated like one. This institution is not federally insured. The credit union is not insured by any state government. Privately insured by ASI.
This is Larry Flick, owner of The Floor Store. Our spring sale, now through April 27th, might be our biggest sales event ever. It means up to 50% off every single product store-wide. And we have Northern California's largest in-stock selection of carpet, hardwood, laminate, waterproof flooring, and much more. It also means 2 full years of interest-free financing. What it really means, this is going to be a spring to remember. Visit floorstores.com to find the nearest Bay Area showroom. From Santa Rosa to San Jose, The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
What's up, cousin?
I want a new phone. Have you seen any good deals?
Everyone has free phones, but when I switched to T-Mobile, I got more value and so much more.
Like streaming included.
And travel benefits.
And the best part? The price of your talk, text, and data is guaranteed for 5 years. Get more benefits and more value. At T-Mobile, families save and get a 5-year price guarantee. Switch now at T-Mobile.com. Qualifying plan requires price guarantee on talk, text, and data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. See T-Mobile.com.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses, or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code GAIN to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code GAIN to borrow up to $10,000. Use code GAIN to borrow up to $10,000.
Whether you're renovating or building new, Ashby Lumber and Marvin help bring your vision to life with bold design and unmatched performance. In the Bay Area, your home is everything, and the right door makes all the difference. Discover Marvin Elevate and Vivid Doors, crafted for expansive views, natural light, and seamless indoor-outdoor living. Available at Ashby Lumber, your trusted local partner for premium building materials. Visit Ashby Lumber in Berkeley or Concord, or learn more at marvin.com. Marvin, designed for how you live.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Real Success. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at ourrealsuccess.com.
Do you want to learn how to make money flipping houses and acquiring rental properties right here in the Bay Area without using your own money? You'll learn to flip houses and secure rental properties in your spare time to get on track towards real wealth building. We're offering a handful of motivated individuals the opportunity to attend our workshop right here in the Bay Area for free. That's right, we'll give you 2 free tickets when you text FLIP to 64,000. The Bay Area is the perfect market to flip houses and build rental income. Don't miss this opportunity. Come to a complimentary live 2-hour workshop next week right here in the Bay Area and learn how to start making money flipping homes and building long-term wealth with rental properties. To get 2 free tickets, text FLIP to 64,000. Text in the next 10 minutes, and registrants will also receive a free copy of our Funding for Deals guide. Text FLIP to 64,000 for 2 complimentary tickets. Text FLIP to 64,000.
Hello, San Francisco Bay Area. Bank of America, in partnership with Visa, invites you to a FIFA World Cup 26 watch party. Open an eligible Bank of America checking account in participating financial centers only for an opportunity to reserve 2 complimentary tickets while supplies last. Experience special musical guests, games, giveaways, food, and more, all at a legendary venue. Learn more at BofA.com/BofA Visa Watch Party. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 26. Bank of America N.A. member FDIC. Terms apply. All rights reserved.
I'm Mark Solinger, producer and one of the hosts of the Moth podcast. For nearly 2 decades, the Moth has brought live storytelling to stages around the world and to millions of listeners. These are real people telling true stories from their lives. Stories about a lost family recipe, about working to free a wrongfully convicted man, about realizing you need to leave your May-December romance. Stories that will move you, surprise you, make you laugh. Stories you can't forget. Join us. Follow and listen to the Moth wherever you get your podcasts.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Dell PCs with Intel inside are built for the moments you plan and the ones you don't. For the time you forgot your charger at the gate.
Passengers, we are now on our initial ascent.
Or when you're bouncing between projects like a ping pong ball. We build PCs with long-lasting battery life, so you're not scrambling for an outlet. And built-in intelligence, so you can stay focused on whatever you're doing. Dell Technologies, built for you. Dell.com/Dell PCs.
Dub Nation, it's Steve Kerr. You're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game. And you never know when I'll be on the River Islands guest line. So make sure to keep it locked on 95.7 The Game.
All right, there's Steve Kerr. He was with us yesterday, but today we're bringing in the big guns.
No doubt.
You know what I mean?
Multi-talented big guns.
It's Willard and Dibbs, brought to you by Xfinity, your home court advantage. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that. Thrive City Plaza, getting ready for the watch party, the big game, and out to the River Islands guest line. We go out to the namesake of the cornbread that we just ate here at Splash, Kalena Azubuike. How we doing today, my man?
I'm doing great. How you guys doing? Thanks for having me on, man.
Yeah, we're just sitting here reading about you and your wife's story and how this cornbread all came together, and there's 4 different kinds, and Dibbs is pointing out that it's actually your wife's signature recipe, but your name's on it. I mean, we got all kinds of things and discussions going on over here.
Yeah, man. So this is how it happened. See, so my wife, it is her recipe. And originally I was like, you know what, let's put both of our names on it and just sell it that way. My wife was like, no, we want your name on there only. And she was just wanting to stay in the background. She's not someone that likes to be on camera or anything like that or have to do interviews about anything. She's like, just put your name on there and I'm just going to sit back here. And she's the MVP of the whole operation. It's her recipe. It basically, so before we got married, we were dating, and she was just like, one day randomly, she's just like, hey, I got some leftover cornbread here. Do you want some? And I was like, yeah, who doesn't love cornbread? And so she let me try some, and I was like, whoa, did you really make this? She's like, yeah, I made it, of course. I'm like, this is the best cornbread I've ever had. And it was just like a leftover thing she had made. And so I'm like, you need to do something with this. Fast forward, we get married. I try some again, and same reaction. I was like, no, this is different. You have to share this with the world. People need to taste this. This is different than any cornbread I've ever tasted. The texture,
all of that stuff. So she just thought I was being nice or whatever. It was kind of just problem solving for her. So fast forward, we end up starting a business, and yeah, you're at the last stage of it. I think the flavors came along kind of later on, because one day she was just like, hey, I can make a caramel version of this. I was like, caramel? And then my mind started racing, and I was like, can you do blueberry white chocolate? And then we just started brainstorming on different flavors that would work. And of course, I'm quality control, so I had to taste all of it, make sure it's all, on point and everything. But yeah, man. So now we're at multiple locations, including Splash, where you guys are. By the way, how nice is Splash? It's like the nicest sports bar I've ever seen.
It's phenomenal, and we love the food here. And then today, as we were eating our normal fares, he brought out the sampler, Kalena's cornbread sampler, and I'm having a hard time picking my favorite. The sweet honey pepper fiesta was good. Jalapeno cheddar came at me, but it was the banana walnut sweetbread. It made me think about vanilla ice cream, Kalena.
There you go. That's kind of my new. So my first love was like the blueberry white chocolate that we had. We came up with that pretty early on, but then the banana walnut is like my new love. It's like it's unbelievable. People think of like. You think of like banana bread when I say it to people, but I'm like, no, it's not. It's still cornbread. You can taste the cornbread and banana walnuts. The walnuts are in there. It's amazing with ice cream, as you've experienced in there. And I really love what Splash has done with all of it. And then also the honey butter is there as well. They have honey butter there. So there's so many different things you can do with it. But the banana walnut is probably my new favorite right now, because I obviously have a sweet tooth, and so I'm big on anything like that. So banana walnut is unbelievable. Yeah, but all the flavors, you got the savory in there. I think they got the jalapeno in there. They got the garlic, roasted garlic and herbs. They got fiesta, which is the multiple peppers, red, green, and yellow, I believe, peppers in there. So it's, again, my wife's recipe, and she came up with all of it. The only thing I added to it was like a few ideas when it comes to the flavors, and then the honey butter. I came up with the honey butter concoction, which is like liquid gold. But I love it, man. I'm addicted to it myself. Like, I'm trying not to get high on my own supply. You know what I mean?
It is strong. It is a strong effort. Kalena Azubuike is with us on Willard and Dibs. So, Kalena, how about those Warriors?
How about them, man? They're playing tonight, right? We got to get two wins to get up in there, and then have the right to face the Thunder, who are a juggernaut, and that's a whole other conversation. But listen, the Clippers, it's going to be a tough matchup. We just saw them, but we saw them without Kawhi Leonard. I'm pretty sure he's going to play. I don't know why he's in. Questionable.
No, he's playing.
He's playing. So, listen, I feel like one of the main things the Warriors have to do, first of all, on-ball defense is going to be important, because they go ISO so much. I think the Clippers are number one in the league when it comes to ISO frequency percentage. And it's going to be Kawhi Leonard, and you got to key on him. They may put him in positions where it's tougher to double, like the middle of the floor. But if you can double, rotate to the shooters and all that, make sure you're ready to help. Try not to overhelp, and the on-ball defense being better will help you when it comes to not overhelping there. Like, being deliberate, I feel like, with seeking out matchups is going to be really important too. With Garland in there, he's much smaller. See if you can get him switched on to Porzingis, or just attacking in general. I feel like Podziemski really enjoyed when Garland was on him, and having a much smaller defender he can kind of bully and go through at times, even if he can't get by him that easily. If Bogdanovich plays, see if he can go at him. He played well in their last game there. I think crashing the glass is going to be super important too, because they are 25th in defensive rebounding percentage. That's the one area where they had a ton of slippers this year. I believe they were the best defensive rebounding team in the league last year, and they really struggled there this year. And the fact that Niedenhauser is out for the season, and yeah, they have Brooke Lopez, but they kind of get a little small after that. You got John Collins, who's super bouncy there, but see if you can take advantage of the size when you have the advantage there. Like, you're going to see Al Horford and Porzingis playing together at times, Draymond and whoever playing together. So Warriors may have the size advantage at times. I really think you got to take advantage of that. And then obviously taking care of the ball, which kind of goes without saying with this team. But winning the possession battle is going to be huge. But I feel good about the matchup. And then also I feel good about the Blazers winning their game, because I didn't want to see the Blazers. I don't know about you guys, but they gave us problems all season. Like 3-1 against us. The only game we won against them was when Danny Avdija didn't play.
Yeah.
And he had 41 points last night against the Suns, and they couldn't stop him and his driving and all that stuff. So I like that Suns matchup better. We're 3-1 against them, including the game we didn't even have Steph. We were able to win that game. That was one of those inspiring wins. Only issue, though, we didn't see Jalen Green all season. So that's kind of a new weapon they have that we didn't get to see. And he had, 35 last night? So that'll be a fun matchup, too. But we can win too, I believe.
Yeah. I love it. You're convincing yourself, and you're trying to convince all of us. And, a couple of hours away, we'll all be on board. But the one thing I'm most concerned about, I guess, is just Steph Curry, not only how many minutes he plays, but how's he been looking to you, Kalena? He's obviously still trying to work back into shape.
He's been looking good to me. He said it's kind of the new normal. He's managing that knee. He understands how to manage it. The tweak of the ankle, I feel good about that, because I don't think he would have played in the last game against the Clippers if the ankle was still bothering him. And you see him on the bench. He's working that ankle out. He's got the resistance bands going and all that. And he's had 2 days to kind of recover and get all the new age treatment and everything he needs to on that ankle and the knee. So I feel good about it. Coach Kerr said, obviously, he feels he doesn't want to play him 40-something minutes, but he'd probably get him over 30 minutes and get close to his normal minutes there. So, and obviously, if it's a close game and you need him to play a few more, I think you can extend that a little bit, especially if Steph gives you the okay and Rick Celebrini's on board. So they got a really nice synergy between those three. Steph and Rick have worked together for a long time, and Steph's really attuned with his body. So he's been moving good to me. And the fact that he did play as much as he did against the Clippers in a game that didn't really mean anything other than just getting more reps in with him and Porzingis, getting on the same page. There were some nice plays where they were working together and they're going pick and pop, and Porzingis got some open shots because of Steph, and Steph is setting screens for him, and you're doing all that. Steph is cutting off of him, and you're getting some pretty good passes from Porzingis there. So they got a couple games in to work together. So I'm looking forward to seeing them do their thing. But it's going to be – you need the Warriors to make more shots just in general. So I think they got all their misses out against the Clippers is what I think everybody's hoping, especially from three-point range. So hopefully Steph has his normal three-point shooting game and everybody else can come along for the ride. But if you don't knock down threes, you want to go rebound those.
Kalena Azubuike with us here on Willard and Dibs. The Warriors are in L.A. to take on the Clippers in the play-in game tonight at 7. Warriors Live with Mark Grandy will be at 6, and that's presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage, brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1, San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Kalena, I want to run this by you because I feel like the lineup that Steve Kerr can put out there tonight is a much more legitimate NBA lineup than he's had at his disposal for the last 2 months. My question is, though, about chemistry and about how much time that group has had together. So in your experience as a player, how much does that matter, especially in an elimination situation like this?
It matters a little bit, but I also think you have guys that are really smart and high IQ and have experience in the league, so that also helps too, and you can figure it out on the fly. And you've gotten, again, a couple games to see some of the combinations you would like. That also helps. Just you felt it. You felt what it's like to play with each other. You've kind of felt where guys like the ball what their tendencies are. So I think they can figure it out. And when it comes down to it, you want those guys out there. You want the talent. You want the size that Al Horford and Porzingis provide you at your disposal. And they're going to figure it out. Like once it comes game time, it's all about competition. It's all about, okay, what are our, pet plays that we like to run? What are some of the things that we want to do against this team? And what's our keys that we're going to go with? But I'm not too worried about the chemistry when it comes to that. Because, listen, Steph Curry is Steph Curry. And I think even if you haven't played a ton with him, you've seen a lot of him on film. You've seen a lot of Porzingis on film. If you're Steph Curry, Al Horford and Porzingis have played together in the past on the same team. So I think they'll be fine when it comes to that. And I feel like they're pretty confident going into this one. This is, win or go home situation. The Warriors have guys on their team that have been in some high pressure situations and obviously won championships and know what it's like to perform under pressure. And when it's much higher stakes, I think this is the kind of pressure, the kind of stakes the Warriors have been looking forward to all season, because when you've had the success the Warriors have had, it's sometimes hard to get up for a regular season game on a Tuesday against whoever, as Draymond has delineated plenty of times. So I think this is what they've been waiting for. The guys are going to play as hard as they can. They're going to be intense, and they're looking to be the more aggressive, scrappier team, which is kind of what they've had to do all season. And the guys that have had to perform while some of the veterans have been out, while Steph has been out, I think they're better for it. All the experience they had being put in those tough pressure situations, not pressure situations, but tough situations where you're not able to rely on a Steph Curry. Obviously, Jimmy Butler being out half the season, a Podziemski, a Guy Santos that's just blossomed before our eyes, and we've seen his entire repertoire. Those guys can kick in as well, and Guy Santos can be that high-energy guy that he always is, and also provide some attacking, a threat out there. I remember against the Clippers, it was him on one side with the ball, and Porzingis and Steph were on the floor with him, and he drove in there, and he drew a double team. And so you have someone else out there that can draw a double team while Steph Curry's on the floor and Porzingis on the floor. That has to bode well for the Warriors. So those guys are going to continue to stay aggressive. I think with Podziemski as well, his ability to run through the catch on some of those drives, if they get any type of ball movement, if his defender's helping off at all, he gets it and just goes quick. Don't mess around with it. Don't try to dribble too much. Don't mess around with it at all. Just rip it through as quick as you can and drive, get into the teeth of that defense. And I feel like the Clippers had a tough time with Denny Avdia the night before, the game before, that one they played against the Warriors, because Denny he hit 1 3 and he had 35 points. He was driving the whole game, and it was pretty much like that. He wasn't really dribbling too much or messing around with it. He was just catching and ripping it through when his defender kind of had a bad angle to cut him off. So Podziemski's been really good at that, and if you can get penetration against this team, I think that takes care of the chemistry. Now it's just draw and kick. It's things you guys have done really their whole careers.
When you get into a game with the Clippers, who are the third slowest as far as pace goes, how do the Warriors impose a faster pace against the Clippers to get them out of their comfort zone?
I think even if they score, throw the ball up ahead. The ball can move faster than you can sprint the ball up the floor. So throw it ahead. I think, obviously on misses, everybody has to run. It just has to be something you're super intentional about. And again, the ball movement, once you get down there, if you have any type of advantage, if you have numbers, move the ball around, see if you can find some lanes to drive in, some awkward closeouts, really make that defense work. But I think it's just something you have to come into the game thinking about and see if you can dictate everything about the game, especially the tempo. And I think Draymond's been really good at that. A lot of his career is just rebounding and going, pushing and getting the ball up the floor as fast as he can. And then once the Warriors do that, they just have to make sure they don't turn the ball over. They come to a jump stop. Sometimes when you're trying to go fast, you can just take a beat, once you get in the half court, see what you have. You still have the numbers. You'll have time to find someone open and make a good pass and see if you can take advantage of the numbers you have or just getting out and transition early offense. But I think that's something the Warriors are going to come in trying to do as much as possible, especially with Brook Lopez out there. See if you can run by him, get him away from the basket. He's another guy you can try to attack. See if you can get him in on the action when it comes to pick and rolls and split actions and all those things. A lot of times he'll be in drop coverage. If he wants to come out the three-point line, you can drive by him. Even when you're in transition, if you're trying to play fast, you can run some of those plays, set a quick screen, a quick little handoff, a hit and get back. You know, some of the action that the Warriors love really in the half court or in transition. So all of those things, I think the Clippers can have a tough time with. And if the Warriors can do that a lot of the game, that'll really bode well for them. And that'll be a big advantage for them for sure.
Kalena, thank you so much for coming on a big day, and please do give your wife our thoughts with regard to this cornbread. It really set up the whole show perfectly.
I definitely will. It is cool that you guys. Shout out to my guys at Splash, Tom, Kenny, Chef Martinez.
Oh,
shout out to you guys, Willard and Dibs. Dibs, are you gonna go show everybody your beautiful swing in the full swing golf simulator in there?
Yeah, funny you say that because we actually had a little station showdown and we played a couple of holes at Pebble Beach and I'm as bad on the simulator as I am in real life.
I like that. Very nicely done. The editing there was well done. So, they might have to kick me out of that full swing. When I saw that golf simulator in there, I was like, "Oh, this is great news! I got to get in there."
Dude,
yeah, we got to get out. We got to get out, and you play with Willard, and we'll do a little station outing again, Kalena, because it's fun playing golf with you. I'm glad that we got a chance to do it.
Let's do it. Willard, what's your handicap?
10, 11, probably something like that.
It's not something you want to divulge. Okay, not my bad.
No.
He's like a 6, but he doesn't play, so he's really like a 12.
Like I don't even really have one. Like I don't follow it. You know what I mean?
I got you.
Yeah, like I'll hit the ball. It'll go sort of in the right direction.
That's a general idea. I like it.
Yeah.
He can play, Kalena. He's being too modest. Yeah. My handicap is not old enough to vote, but it's old enough to drive. Sadly.
That's actually a good line.
Yeah, we got to get out there for sure, man.
No doubt.
Let's do it. Kalena, thanks, man. Appreciate it.
All right, brothers. Take care.
Okay, there he goes. Kalena Azubuike. And yes, on our simulation sensation that happened earlier today, double bogey was a good score.
Yeah.
We were trying to eat. There was, cornbread. Yeah, there was cornbread. There was calamari. And then you go take a swing and sit back down and eat more calamari. Like, that's not necessarily ideal for scoring. It's ideal in life.
Oh, it was an incredible pre-show.
And then, I don't know if y'all know this about this simulator at Splash. Do you know that you can just hit a button and it turns into any sport that you want it to?
Yeah. Yep.
Like it's a golf simulator. Next thing you know, Lucas goes over there and hits some buttons, and he and I are playing soccer.
Yeah.
I'm not kidding.
Yeah, I actually saw this very get-up at Fieldwork. You remember San Ramon?
Of course.
We did a summit there, and one of our neighbors had a birthday party for their 3-year-old, and they did it at Fieldwork, and we were back there in the simulator.
Dude.
Which I thought, this is not appropriate for a 3-year-old, but I'm having fun.
Yeah.
Drinking beer and kicking soccer balls around.
Listen, as it turns out, and you should let your wife know this about Mila, birthday parties start actually being about the kid somewhere in the neighborhood of 4 or 5 years old. Right.
I was near the keg.
Exactly.
There was a keg.
1-year-old birthday party and Halloween are kind of the same thing. It's actually about, like, parents over there drinking. That's kind of what's actually happening.
Pretty funny about Halloween. And here's one more truth about this whole birthday thing. My daughter will turn 4 in August, and she's yet to have a birthday party.
Hey, give me a high five.
I mean,
that's pretty good.
Well, I mean, we do like a little family whatever.
Yeah,
and she
that's
has cake,
fine.
But we haven't had a party. We went to one this past year. They must have spent $3 or $4 grand.
Well, people get out of hand because they're so excited. That's what I mean, though. It's
you
more
hire
about
the fairy princess who's doing face painting.
Yes.
You got 3 jumpy houses.
It's more about them than the kid. famous line that was at Abe, who's now 19, at his 1-year-old birthday party. My gosh, his mom got so excited about making this whole. We had, it was a morning party, so there were donuts. And then there was cake.
Oh, wow.
And one of the dads is like, no cake till you've had your donut. I'm not kidding. That is a real line from a real party.
Oh, it's so good.
I looked at him. I'm like, you're kidding, right? I'm like, actually, I think he's got a pretty good idea.
It's good parenting right there.
It's fantastic. All right. We're sponsored by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. 888-957-9570. I want to bring that back up. Give us a call right now if you actually want the Warriors to lose tonight. We got to debate this damn thing. We're at Thrive City at the Plaza, getting ready for the big watch party on the biggest screen in San Francisco. Warriors and Clippers tonight down in L.A. This is Willard and Tibbs.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Hey everybody, Dan Dibley here to talk about Fremont Bank. It's the only thing better than donuts before cake. It's Fremont Bank, and it's a bank I've been a part of for more than 5 years. I'm glad I switched from Big Box Bank to Fremont Bank because it's a good local bank run by good, solid, honest local people. They started it in 1964 with one branch, and now it's grown to 21 branches, 20 in the Bay Area, one down in Carmel by the sea. They've had a chance to expand outside the Bay Area, but their roots are here, and they've chosen to be a big-time supporter of the Bay Area. They're active members of these communities that they serve, and they support local nonprofits, and they're one of the top local corporate philanthropist organizations. When you deposit your money with Fremont Bank, that money stays here, and it supports other family-owned businesses and home ownership right here in the Bay. And by the way, they designate 5% of their earnings for charity, and that also happens right here in the Bay Area. They provide loans to businesses and homeowners. The money stays here. The money works here. And I love that about Fremont Bank. Go into a branch, see for yourself exactly what I'm talking about. Fremont Bank, turning family-owned businesses into household names.
What if you could have the most reliable Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Just 5 years of fiber-powered Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most. That finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family's banking on bandwidth. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger, but your Wi-Fi, it would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity, imagine that. Select plans only. Restrictions apply. Powered by fiber, connected to the premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-497-8091. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-497-8091. That's 800-497-8091. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey, it's Willard. Here's a real behind-the-scenes moment with Habas Law. We asked about their new billboards. Do you smile or not? Then it got real. Omar Habas said, we meet people in the hardest moments of their lives. It's on us to restore dignity and a financial future. Traumatic brain injuries, loss of a limb, spinal cord damage, a life changed in seconds. When everything's on the line, choose the team that understands that. Habas Law. They fight to make it right. Visit habaslaw.com.
ChicFilA.com.
Omar Habis is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes. Let's talk about a big win on and off the field. This April, donate blood with Stanford Blood Center, and you're automatically entered to win 2 luxury suite tickets for the Giants versus the Diamondbacks on May 25th at Oracle Park. We're talking suite level, great views, all the food and drinks included. Your one donation saves lives, and it puts you in the best seats in the house. Make the call to donate today. Visit StanfordBloodCenter.org for an appointment.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
San Francisco will be partly cloudy and breezy tonight with a low of 55.
Weather brought to you by Staples. From posters and presentations to labels and loyalty cards, Staples has all the print to boost your brand. Shop now in-store and online. Staples. That was easy.
What is the point of what we're doing? What is that? That makes no sense to me.
Hell no. Man, how fun would that be?
Dub Nation, it's Steve Kerr. You're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
How fun would that be? That's Steve Kerr's comment yesterday about the potential of playing Oklahoma City.
It'd be fun. I don't know if they're going to win.
How fun would that be?
It would be fun.
You know?
Really fun.
Willard and Dibbs is brought to you by Xfinity, your home court advantage. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that. Thrive City Plaza, watch party, Warriors Clips play-in situation coming up in L.A. tonight. And a lot of dessert talk over the last hour. Maybe I just need some chocolate or something like that, a little piece of cake. And maybe we'll get one tonight after the game, especially to celebrate if the Warriors win. But that's where my head's at. There are a lot of things. It's not just dessert. There are a lot of things in life that we do that are not for the best long-term situation. But they're fun.
Yeah.
But they're fun. And that's how I view what the Warriors are doing this week.
I don't think that it's going to be damaging. Like, for example, if you happen to drink a quart of vodka one night, yeah, that's not going to be good for you and might be hard to shake that off. If you win 2 play-in games and you get to play OKC, that would be fun, and it might only cost you 4 spots in the draft or even potentially 1. You could fall down to number 14. There's a small sliver of a chance where you go from 11 to 14, so worst case, by winning these 2 games, you could go from 14 to 15. Wow, you lose 1 draft spot, big whoop. Or you win these 2 play-in games and you miss out on winning the lottery and vaulting up to number 1. So ultimately, you'd love to have a chance to play and win 4 series and be NBA champs. That's not a very likely outcome, but go ahead and win tonight. And then Friday, I do like what Kalena was saying about Phoenix. Like, that's a good thing that it's not Portland, right? Because I think Portland is a better team in a really bad matchup. So win tonight. We'll live a couple more days and see what happens on Friday and go from there.
Yep. Let's hear from some of you out there. 888-957-9570. Let's go to Quincy in Oakland, who is back. Hey, Quincy, thanks for calling in. What's up?
Hey, can you hear me now?
Yep,
Got
you sure can.
Hello. All right, what's up? Hey, I don't know if it's better that I went in. I mean, 'cause when I messed up before, but I wanted to say something to Kalena. He is one of the best brothers out there because I remember meeting him on 14th and Broadway in front of Rite Aid. And then this was when Nelson was the coach, and I think C.J. Watts was on the team. And I saw him. I was like, why did they take you out the game and put C.J. in? I think I know Davis was on the team, but he must have been hurt or something that game. He was like, I don't know, man. But then I was telling him about my organization. He left us some tickets at the will call. He was a real cool brother, man. And I know that was the best seats I ever had because we was sitting right next to the behind the bench, pretty much behind the bench, and I knew it because I heard we were sitting next to Biedron's family, and they were speaking in Russian. I'm like, telling my girl, like, yeah, that's Biedron's family. Like, yeah, they speaking in. I'm like, oh, that was off the hook. Hey, but let me get back to the Warriors, though. Like, I don't know, man. I don't whether it's a win or not. I just think, and I hope the Warriors get that Yaxel dude from Michigan or something.
Yeah.
You know, I think that'd be a better deal than even trading for Giannis or something, you know, because that could be something you could, like, you know, build around. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? But I don't know. But Willard and Dibbs, y'all always do a great job. And Willard, I like how you be on the national thing, but still be holding it down for the Bay and all that. But y'all just keep doing y'all thing, man. God bless you.
I appreciate it.
Thanks, man.
Way to bring
You
that
too.
all the way around. You see Kalena, you have a conversation, he gives you tickets, you learn a little Russian from the Biedron's family. You got my guy Yaxel Lendenborg into the program. I sold him short yesterday, 6'9", 230. And he's a guy who can he can fill it up from the outside now,
Look,
Mark.
he's a good-looking player, but for two reasons, I'm not doing this right now. I'm not doing this.
We're responding to the caller.
I
It's what we
understand
do.
that, but
the
this is
pride
not
of Pennsauken, New Jersey.
But this is not the first time you've brought up Lindenborg. You love this guy.
You love Yaxel
You do.
Lindenborg.
And guess what? You might be right, and you might be wrong, and there is literally no other fact that we can say about it other than that right now. But there are two reasons. I'm not there yet. The Warriors are not in the lottery yet. So I hear you. I get it. There are exciting young players, all of that stuff. But every year I get blown away by how excited and lured we get by young players, knowing through history that a healthy, maybe even slight majority of them do not become what we think they're going to become. And we hang on to that with such a death grip that kind of goes to what Guru and I were doing on the crossover today. There are people who still want to go back to the young players of the Warriors' recent past who either sort of worked out, maybe worked out at times, but didn't really work out, have gone on to other teams, mixed results, and it's like they still think that they would be the future and what we can hang our hat on going forward. If I hear one more person talk about what Jordan Poole could have done for this team, I'm going to yank hair out of the side of my head. He doesn't even play in New Orleans.
Yeah.
Like, he's not a great player. He was a good player here. He's got some good aspects to him, but to think that like those players mean something for the future of this organization, I'm sorry, I just don't get it.
It just depends on the player and the fit and the timing. And, you know, I'm just kind of fixated on this 2020 draft, the James Wiseman draft. And if you go down the list and you look at who was taken in the lottery that is that guy for that team, Anthony Edwards is the dude from Minnesota, taken number one.
And that has led to what?
Well, I mean, they were in the Western Conference Finals last year.
It's a great player. I'm not saying
LaMelo
otherwise.
Ball is the dude in Charlotte, and for the first time, they're on the cusp of maybe being a playoff team. You look further down, and Tyrese Halliburton at number 12, taken by Sacramento. Adorable. He was the dude in the NBA Finals. So this draft is one where, and then you look at other players like Killian Hayes in Detroit. He's a good player. He's not their best player, but some drafts you're going to hit, some drafts you're going to miss. When you take Jordan Poole at the end of the first round, you take Pods at 19, you're Moses Moody at 14. You're not expecting them to be the cornerstones of your franchise, but when you go Wiseman, Kuminga, and Moody, and then Pods as your first rounders, you're hoping that one of those guys can at least be something that pops.
Here's where I'll meet in the middle, and I'll split the difference with you a little bit. I am right on the cusp of saying I don't think that the Warriors should include any first-round draft picks in future discussions due to the fact that their team is so old. They've got I don't want to give up draft picks when the core of your team has all had their 35th birthday. Just by that fact alone, it doesn't really make sense to me. However, when people say, Giannis and Kawhi and LeBron, I don't want to do that. And then they'll go, here's what I want to do. And they'll bring up somebody who went to Auburn or something like that, or Duke, and be like, that's the guy. Well, you have no clue at all what that person is going to end up being. So we've been here before. We grew up at a time where we did this every year, where we would just sit there and talk about these draft prospects and how awesome they're going to be. And it's not a fun exercise because, spoiler alert, they're usually not. They just aren't.
It depends on your team and where you pick and whether or not you can get lucky. And also, if you can scout and you do a good job of evaluating talent.
Sure.
And I'm looking at the 2021 draft. OKC picked 6th. They took Josh Giddey, who's a really good player, and they took Alperen Şengün at 16. Now, they would trade the Goon, and maybe the pick was already going to be conferred, but some teams are able to find talent at a higher rate than others, and right now, that's where Mike Dunleavy is in the spot for the first time, assuming that they are in the lottery.
Yep.
They may not be, but Mike is going to have a chance, theoretically, to make his first lottery pick, so I hope they're able to go out there and scout effectively. But you're right, that's a conversation for down the road.
And I'm not like anti-draft. I'm more kind of the mindset of like, let's do that when we get to it. And I'm not of the mindset of let's spend this week where Steph Curry's about to play some basketball tonight, sort of leaning in the direction of let's have the Warriors lose so that we can maybe get a little bit of a better pick and maybe find a guy that maybe 3 years from now is going to have an impact in this league. That's a lot of maybes, and that's a lot of hanging around. And I might be one of the last hangers on here, but I'm all in on Steph Curry's career, and it's not over yet. So I'm just more of the opinion of let's do that, and then we can worry about who's going to be next.
Yeah, and you can worry about who's going to join him next year when this year is actually over. And for now, you look at what they're going to put on the floor tonight, and you were mentioning this to Kalena earlier that this, or maybe it was before Kalena came on, like this is about the best group that the Warriors have put out there in a really long time. And Kalena was even making the point of you've got this experience which should be in a spot to help you. You've got Horford, who is a champ, and Porzingis has won titles, and Steph and Draymond obviously have the multiple titles. And so in these elimination games, that's where you want to be able to lean on your vets who've actually been through it.
Bleacher Dave, West Oakland, next up here on Willard and Dibs. Hi, Dave. Thanks for calling. What's up?
Man, what's up? Look, brother Philmo Mike, you got to listen to Mo, man. And Mo is telling you Mo business about what's about to Mo happen, because what are we really looking forward to here, right? I figure we're due. In that draft, that very first lottery draft, when all odds were equal, the Warriors had the worst record in the league. Finally were queued up for the first-round draft pick, and as we all know, they froze the cards, and that allowed Stern to go pick that one. They pooched up some other picks. I figure we got some good draft lottery juju coming. It's like dessert. It's not like these cheap donut desserts. This is like a cronut. This is high quality dessert that we're looking forward to tonight. Because what's going to happen? Do we want to win and do we really think we got a chance against OKC if we get that far? I mean, I'm thinking about the upsides and the downsides. I actually cannot root for the Warriors to lose, but I would not be mad if they went into the lottery after tonight, because I too believe in Steph. So let's go in here, get a ginormous draft pick, get the lotto, win the lottery, trade that for a player, and let's go after it next year when we're healthy, right?
So, Dave, I actually agree with you, but here's where I would sort of kind of draft it a little bit differently. I look at tonight's game as being a little bit different. And, Dave, thanks so much, man. I think you're making sense. But here's how I'd sort of present it a little bit differently. I look at tonight's game as the kind of game that maybe you're interested in. I thought for years soccer's really big deal here now, but for years, soccer in America was this lesser sport. And every 4 years, the World Cup would happen, and then everybody would act like they're soccer fans, and then they'd go back to their regular lives. So we would do chants and things like that. I believe that we will win. People would go to restaurants and watch the World Cup, but you damn well knew that Team USA is not going to win the World Cup, but you kind of wanted them to hang in as long as possible. And so your friends would gather around, and people would order Guinness, and then USA would lose. And you would look at each other and go, all right, what do you want to do now?
Yeah.
Well, you want to order some food or something?
For the Niners,
exactly. You know? Like, that's how tonight feels. We know the Warriors aren't going to win a championship, but I'm going to go to a bar. I'm going to chant. I'm going to root. I'm not going to actually chant, but I'm going to, root for this to happen. But if it ends in a Warrior loss, it is a little bit of a shrug because there is an inevitability to it. And there is a draft pick waiting on the other end that could move up. But the whole idea of Oklahoma City is not, there's no point to that series because the Warriors won't win it. That's where me and, for instance, Bleacher Dave, that's the only spot where you and I disagree.
Man, how fun would that be?
Yeah, exactly. And there is value in going into a series and having your younger players who are maybe doing it for the first time. Like Guy Santos is going to be rotational and impactful in a series like that. If you get there, that actually matters. I made this analogy before, and it reminds me of Idaho this year in the NCAA tournament. I told the story. Alex Pribble coached played for Drake, went to Cal, coaches at Idaho. They're 8th in the regular season, and then you win the Big Sky tournament, and you get Houston. So you're going to get pounded by Houston. I think they were getting 28.5 on the point spread, and they lost by more than 30. But it doesn't mean that there wasn't great value for the coach and the program and the team and the school and all of the alums to, have that chance. What if Cinderella and the slipper fits? But, it didn't, and it was a pretty lopsided game. But it's kind of like tonight where the Warriors win Friday. Now you get OKC. For the first time, the Warriors would be in that Idaho role of, are you really going to beat OKC 4 times? Yeah, probably not, but you're going to try.
Yeah, and even what you're saying there, where you kind of detail, this is good for young players and experience. Yeah. I agree completely, but I'll make it even more simple than that. I don't look at the Oklahoma City series as being, again, if it were to happen, I don't look at it as just being about whether or not you can win it. So when someone says to me, well, what are you going to do if you go play Oklahoma City? Well, you're going to play games. You're going to play games. There could be 4 of them. There could be 5 of them. There could even be 6 of them. Who knows? And no, I don't think they can win. But there's 2 more weeks of basketball. That's fun for us. What's actually on the line by percentages is not that much. It's 2 or 3 picks in the draft, most likely.
Yep.
But again, who knows what could happen? Who knows what could happen? And I'm here for even if it's just 2 more weeks of basketball.
And it's fun to watch this team play, and I enjoy watching playoff basketball. And there's that little piece of the what if part of it, that just maybe something can go your way. And, things have happened where teams lost players or, guys get suspended. We saw that in the NBA Finals where Draymond gets suspended when you're up 3-1. So you get into a series, anything can happen. And it's a little bit, to me, Mark, like when you read a book and it's a really good book and then that book becomes a movie. They make a movie out of the book. And so you know the story, but you like the story, so you're going to go see the movie anyway, even though there's no real mystery to it because you read the book. You want to see what's different. You want to see how it comes to life on the big screen. And if you liked it and you enjoy movies, you go to the movie even though you know the story.
Yeah, although when you get there also might be a surprise.
There might be.
You might, you'll be that guy at the movie. Like, wait a minute, that wasn't in the book.
Right.
Oh, wow. Who knew? Didn't see that coming.
Maybe they adapted it differently, or we were watching I think it was a show the other day, and they made the 2nd season of the show before the accompanying book came out. And so they were just kind of making up their own plot before the book actually came out. The show's supposed to be based on the book, but the book hadn't been written when the show was filmed, and so it's not based on the book at all. I can't remember the show. My wife has me watching all sorts of
who knows
stuff.
Yeah, I mean,
shows.
There's never been a week in my life where at least one point in that week I was like, I didn't see that coming.
Yeah.
I didn't see that coming. So, like, give me the Oklahoma City series because I don't know what's going to happen. I'll be with all of you. I predict that the Warriors lose in a quick series.
Cuckoosh.
But I've been wrong.
Yeah.
A lot. You know, that's being human.
Maybe Steiny for the first time will go against the grain and it'll be the Warriors.
Pick the Warriors.
Was it Mavericks in 5? Was that what that was?
Yes, Mavericks
the famous
in 5.
Mavericks in 5 moment.
Oh, ridiculous.
And by the way, just real quick on the Bleacher Dave thing about the 85 NBA lottery, that's the year that the Warriors got Chris Mullin. So I don't look back.
Not like it went poorly.
Right. I don't look back and lament that Joe Klein and John Koncak both go before Mully.
Good point.
And the Warriors sit at 7 and they get Chris Mullin?
Yeah.
Go ahead, New York. Have Patrick Ewing.
7th pick in the draft for the Warriors has been a very, very good spot to be throughout history. All right, 888-957-9570. How about Kev in Pleasanton? Kev, thank you for the call. What you got?
I hate to agree with Willard. He's right. He's right. He's totally right, man. But the only thing I would add to your caveat is it's the excitement is not there because Steve Kerr's offense is the way it is. So, unfortunately, man, the miles Steph got on him is because of the way the offense is designed. And it doesn't matter who we bring in, young guys or not, it's still going to be the same product. So, that's my take, guys.
Hey, Kev, can you stay on the line? I got 2 questions for you. You still there? He's gone.
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, the shame of having to admit that he agrees with you, I think it's too much for him to stick and say.
That was one of the questions. I'm like, why do you hate to agree with me? Does that hurt, or does it do you have to take a lap when you do that?
You have to abruptly hang up after you admit that.
Do you stare in the mirror in the bathroom and you're like just questioning things? But the bigger question was about his comment about Steph Curry. The man is 38 years old, which is what I would blame first on why there's a lot of mileage on him. He's 38. The second thing I would blame is their own success. He's played so many more basketball games than most people year in and year out because of deep playoff runs. I don't know how many things I would have to mention on this list before I get to Steve Kerr's offense, which once again continues to appear in every radio show that we do, and so many of you have so many problems with it and rings. I'll never get it. I'll never understand it. Y'all can explain it to me as many times as you want, and we can have this discussion. I don't understand the disdain for something that has worked at such a high level.
And I don't know if you're ever able to change it. I even asked Steve. I said, Steve, when Steph is out, can you change the offense? Can you start doing things differently while he's not in? He said, no, you really can't do that. You run what you run, and if Steph's in, it works better than when Steph's not in. I mean, that's a Captain Obvious. I feel like Magic Johnson on Twitter right now.
I mean, when you guys watch Warrior games and Steph is running around all over the place, all of that movement off ball, does it look to you like he's muttering? Like when he runs the
offense.
That stupid Kerr.
I'm tired of all these cuts.
I mean, is that what he's doing?
Or floppy action again? Come on, Kerr.
Or would Steph sit here and go, I kind of think the offense is pretty awesome.
Yeah.
I think it's been great. I think it's centered around me and what I bring to the table, and we've won a lot of games.
Yeah, I mean, I sure run around a lot, but I'm able to catch the ball and fire threes, and they go in at a rate that no one would have ever imagined. And, yeah, we've played so well that I've played 2 additional seasons of playoff games. Draymond's at 169. Yeah. Draymond's played in more playoff games than any current Warrior, but Steph is right above, I think, 160. 2 full years worth of running around and that damn Kerr offense that just leads them to win after win.
So
tired of running and winning.
I don't get it. I want to get it. No, I do. I want to understand. I really do. I'm a curious person by nature. I want to get it. I want to understand what it is that he's done that has messed with this organization in these players. I want to understand.
Well, and if you think about just the Steph part of it, so this is year 17, is that right for Steph?
God,
16
I
or
think
17?
I think it's 17.
And
I think you're right.
Or maybe 16, either way.
Whatever.
He's played so much and so long and so well because of the way Steve Kerr designs the offense, but also because he's kept himself in phenomenal shape. He's fought through injuries, ankles, knees, and all the rest of it, broken hand, but each and every offseason, he comes back somehow stronger and as fit, even at 38. So no matter what happens today, maybe Friday, maybe the next series, whatever, he's going to go into the lab. He's going to put in the work, and he's going to come back next year fit and ready to go, ready to run around in that Steve Kerr offense.
All right, so once again, very, very special and direct invitation to any of you listening right now who actually would rather see the Warriors lose. Now, if you're a Clipper fan, that doesn't really count. But
is there one?
There
was one?
I actually know a few.
That's crazy.
I'm related to one. I have a couple cousins who are huge Clipper fans.
That's
like
crazy.
Actual Clipper fans. Like they care and everything. They go to games.
Billy Crystal.
Yeah, there's Billy Crystal. There's Clipper Darrell. You know who that is. Remember Clipper Darrell?
It rings a bell.
Does he still go to the games and shake all over the place like he used to?
No, they kicked him out.
They kicked him out?
They didn't want him a part of the franchise anymore.
Really?
Yeah. It was when Balmer got involved.
Yeah. Oh, that's too bad. He's a nice man. So he doesn't go to games anymore?
Not for the last couple of years, at least 3 or 4 years.
Okay, interesting. All right, anyway.
Breaking news.
No, I mean, now that you say it, it sounds vaguely familiar. I just figured it had resolved itself. I didn't know that it was just like, that was it. It's kind of like Kobayashi and July 4th, like we're just never going to do this again. That's weird. Anyway,
kind of like Mitch and Jersey in the station. You banned me? Am I banned? I got banned.
Every time you do that, he calls. You have to stop.
Guys, am I banned?
All right. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. We're out here on the Thrive City Plaza where there's a big watch party tonight, but special invite. Do you actually want the Warriors to lose this game? Are you actually polling for that in your heart of hearts? We'd love to talk to you, and the voice of the Dubs, Tim Roy, joins us live next on Willard and Dibs.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off. Every Warriors game throughout the season as we get ready for the action. Presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage. Brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that.
Hello, San Francisco Bay Area. Bank of America, in partnership with Visa, invites you to a FIFA World Cup 26 watch party. Open an eligible Bank of America checking account in participating financial centers only for an opportunity to reserve 2 complimentary tickets while supplies last. Experience special musical guests, games, giveaways, food, and more, all at a legendary venue. Learn more at BofA.com/BofA Visa Watch Party. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 26. Bank of America N.A. member FDIC. Terms apply. All rights reserved.
Elevate your kitchen at the Mila Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. Out of your dreams and into your kitchen. Select the qualifying built-in kitchen appliance package that is right for you. With unrivaled technology and luxury-grade quality, when you bring home a Mila, you're bringing home true innovation. Now, for a limited time, save up to 10% with the purchase of a qualifying Mila kitchen package. Visit the Mila Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
The 2026 Mountain Winery Concert Series is here with Jeff Foxworthy July 19th, John Mulaney October 18th, and many more. For the complete 2026 schedule, tickets, and more, go to mountainwinery.com. Tickets on sale now.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses, or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code GAIN to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code GAIN, to borrow up to $10,000. Use code GAIN to borrow up to $10,000.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You need a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. Switch today. Get started with a great offer as low as $60 a month. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Offer ends 6/1/26. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet and security edge. 1-year agreement, eco-bill, and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Okay, kids, let's get these firefighter uniforms on and start acting heroic.
Welcome to SF Fire Credit Union. Why are you all dressed like firefighters?
We'd like to open an account.
You don't have to be a firefighter to do that. Anyone can get lower fees than banks, the top-rated mobile banking app, and service inspired by heroes.
Wow. I guess we'll just keep the uniforms in case the barbecue gets out of hand.
SF Fire Credit Union. Banking for heroes and anyone who wants to be treated like one. This institution is not federally insured. The credit union is not insured by any state government. Privately insured by ASI.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WEB-NOW-1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Doug. There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means playing in a football game. Boom! 42! You're going down, Doug! Oh, yeah? Your price on car insurance when you customize and save is going down. Hey! Limu? What are you doing on their team? Only pay for what you need at LibertyMutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs.
That's a great question. That's a great question.
It's a great question.
That's a great question.
On 95.7 The Game.
All right, we're heading into this all-important 5 o'clock hour here on Willard and Dibbs. Thrive City Plaza, the doors are about to open. You can start to see the milling about. You know how I know the doors are about to open?
Security!
They just released security. Look at that. Everybody heading to their spots, which means this thing is about to get nice in here, getting ready for, and whether you feel like this is organic or not. I know a lot of people who are like, come on, hey, you don't need to sell me on this. It's a 9-10 playing game. Whatever. Don't be a party pooper. It's an elimination game. Let's check this out, and let's see where this week goes. That's kind of where the opinion I have. And I'm with Kalena also. I thought that the urgency, not the urgency, but the fun factor of tonight got ramped up a little bit when Portland made their run and beat Phoenix last night, because I absolutely believe the Warriors can beat the Phoenix Suns on Friday.
I agree with you to that extent, and I also think the fun factor got increased by the fact that both games last night were really fun, entertaining, tight ball games, and not that any of these teams are going to go out there and truly mail it in a play-in. You play all year, you get to this spot, you're probably not going to win the title, but you do want to get in the playoffs, and if you're a player, there's a little bit of additional money that goes along with being in the playoffs, and unless you're so rich that doesn't matter, but the people who are making that much money are usually the vets who are used to competing and winning and, being in the mix anyway. So, yeah, tonight the game is kind of like free food in the kitchen at your job. Yeah. You walk into the kitchen at your workplace and you're probably not hungry. But you brought lunch from home.
But you eat it anyway. Yeah.
It's there.
Doesn't it always put a smile on your face when that happens?
Oh, yeah.
Do you know that still to this day, how long have I been working here with you? 5 years?
Coming up on 5, yeah.
As soon as I get off that elevator, every single time, I go into the door on the right, but I look left. I look left because that's where the kitchen table is. And I check, and I'm like, anything? And if the answer's no, we go right. If the answer's yes, we go left.
We go left.
We go left.
I love it. And you are always quick to seize the food, and I love that about you. And even at the end of the shift, you'll go full Kuminga and take some to go. Just kidding, Jonathan Kuminga.
Wow.
That's a joke. I thought we were in.
We're laughing.
Security.
It was funny.
Yeah.
I love it when you take shots at Kuminga. It takes a little pressure off me.
It does, and that was just a playful little jab. And he's obviously busy right now doing basketball things. So when it comes to
his team's in the playoffs.
Yes. So he's chilling, but. Yeah, we have a sister station KCBS, and you can look through the double glass doors at their share table.
That one's the intimidating one. Because
I used to work there. So
I know.
I've been grandfathered in.
They do their food, but then they put it over there in that room. And you never go over there unless there's food. So you go in there and you just feel like a jerk upon arrival.
Untrue. You might feel that way.
No. I'm talking about me.
Oh.
Not you.
So I look through the double doors, and about 40 feet away, you can see the table. And if the table's got a lot of items on it, then you go around the other way, you grab a plate, and you get yourself some of their food. But that's kind of what the play-in is tonight. Free food at work.
I get it. We're brought to you by Xfinity, your home court advantage. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that. Thrive City Plaza, we're getting ready. The game is 2 hours away. Grandy is 1 hour away with Warriors Live. Tim Roy is going to be ready here in just a moment. Oh, did I hear that he's ready? Are we ready to rock with Tim? Okay, we'll get back to your calls in a second. If you're on hold, stay right there. We absolutely want to hear from you on this. But the voice of the Dubs is live on the scene inside the Intuit Dome. So he's coming to us live, actually inside the spot where this will all originate. River Island's guest line, Tim Roy. Tim, good evening. How you doing?
Doing great. Actually, just sitting courtside here, watching a couple guys warm up and getting ready to climb up to the perch. I could climb. I got to take an elevator up to the perch and get ready for this one.
Okay, love it. By the way, who's warming up so far?
Right now, I'm looking down at Pat Spencer and Will Richard are warming up right at this moment.
Oh, okay. Okay, so I don't mean to say this disparagingly at all, but are we potentially looking at a couple of people who won't play tonight, Tim? How far do you think the bench goes in this one?
Well, I think in any situation where it's a win or go home, I think the bench shortens. Historically, Steve has liked to play a lot of bodies, though, so I wouldn't be surprised if both of those guys get in. But they may not, depending on the circumstances and how close this game gets, because you can't falter here. If not, you're flying home tomorrow and your season is over. So I think it will be a shorter rotation than normal. Usually that's the case.
What's your biggest concern going in? Is it as simple as just the Kawhi Leonard factor, him being such a tough guy to cover?
Yeah, that's part of it. And I think also, too, that they have a whole bunch of long, athletic defenders who will get after you and deflect passes and try to overplay. I think, for the Warriors tonight, I think back cuts are going to be really important on that because they are going to be overplayed. They're going to try to deny everybody. And so, but Kawhi has always been the the Warriors' kryptonite historically. His 35-game regular season tally against Golden State is 25 wins and 10 losses, and that's right through the dynastic period. So he's always been a tough cover for, not just Golden State, for everybody. I mean, he's averaging 27 a night this year. So he's a tough cover for everybody.
Tim Roy, the voice of the Dubs, with us here on Willard and Dibs as we get ready for the play-in game that's a little bit over 2 hours away. Tim, you've been there for all of these 4 performances that Steph has had recently. What's been your assessment of where he's at, physically, mentally, all of that?
I think physically, and I think he's getting really close to being, the Steph Curry we know. I think it's always difficult when you come back in this kind of situation, because it's not just you, it's everybody else as well. It's timing with everybody else. And then they're also incorporating a relatively new player in Kristaps Porzingis. So I think that's been part of it, is that their timing, I think, has been a little off. And I think that's been part of it. But I would expect full, Steph Curry, full blast tonight.
When you talk about the Porzingis side of it, I know they haven't played together in games a lot. Do you know how much work on the side together in, even 2-on-2, 3-on-3 type stuff? How much of that work have they put in that might be able to help them tonight?
No, I think what will help them, the fact that they have played a couple of games together. I don't think they've done a lot of 2-on-2 and 3-on-3 stuff. I could be wrong on that, but I don't think they have. I just think it's going to be really interesting to see how they work, and once the ball gets, entered to Porzingis, if they're not doing pick and roll and they started with, an entry pass, how they work off him, because he not only has the ability to score, but he can also pass, because literally he can pass over the other team's, players for the most part. And, the other part about tonight that gives me, some encouragement for the Warriors is the fact that there's no longer Ivica Zubac here. He was a player you always had to counter with and deal with, because he is great at establishing position, great at getting putbacks and offensive rebounds. And as good of a player as Brook Lopez has been in his career, he's not that player right now.
I mean, Tim, to that end, when was the last time you broadcasted a Warrior basketball game where they were the taller team?
It's been a while. I guess you'd have to go back to Eric Dampier, maybe. I don't know.
My goodness.
No, they were actually when you had the Kevin Durant, JaVale McGee teams, when he was one of the centers there, they were a pretty tall group there. They had length and size. So, when the Warriors were winning championships, they were a tall team, not necessarily 7 foot tall, but they were tall across the board. So when you had Klay Thompson at guard and Andre Iguodala at one forward, and then you had Draymond as center. So they've had, groups where they've been a real tall team, just not necessarily coming at you with twin towers.
Yeah, no, and although that said, even that was not that recently. That's going back a number of years. How do you see that aspect factoring into tonight's game, the Warriors' actual ability to have size down low?
Well, I think if they can get some offensive rebounds tonight, that's going to make their life a lot easier, and I think it's going to get them second chance points, which will negate maybe some of that defense that I talked about that the Clippers had with their length. So I think, and maybe a guy that could really, do that at a high level might be Gary Payton. He's a guy that offensive rebounds extremely well for his size. And so if they can get some second chance stuff going tonight, that would negate a few misses from three, and also maybe some of the overplaying and the physical defense that I expect the Clippers to play tonight.
And would you anticipate that when Draymond is out there on the court, that he's going to be the one primarily guarding Kawhi? And the other piece is, if Draymond's not out there and Kawhi is, who do you stick on him?
That's a really good question. I'm sure it's one that Steve Kerr will be asked before the game. But I think you'd have to start Draymond. This is where tonight you really, wish you had Moses Moody, because you could put Moses on Kawhi for a while, and Moses, without those long arms and his size, could give him, at least something to think about there on the defensive end. So yeah, I think that's going to be an issue. I think tonight. I think they're going to probably use multiple bodies and bring different players. You could go anywhere from some of their wing players to maybe even putting a big on them, maybe, at times, depending on where he's playing.
Warrior Wednesday is brought to you by Freedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live working vignettes. Visit Freedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco, on Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app and coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. And as we get to 2 hours before tip, we're talking with Tim Roy, the voice of the Warriors, on the scene at the Intuit Dome. Clippers and Warriors play in game 9-10 seed coming up here in just a few. Tim, in your position, I know that this may sound silly, but this is kind of a conversation around the organization right now where people look at the larger picture and they think to themselves, it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world if they ended up in the lottery. I wonder what your perspective is, being around the organization, on how the Warriors kind of muster up the intensity for a situation like this, where there probably are some mixed feelings throughout the organization.
Well, I don't know about that. I think if you're talking about anybody from the coaching staff and the players, they want to win this game. They're going to come in and put full board on this game. And if they lose, it's going to be a really quiet locker room afterwards. If they win, it's going to be a celebratory locker room. There's no talk of that I've heard coming around. I think it's interesting to look at that from an outside perspective, and people would, certainly can do that. But I think, I don't think even in situations, and we saw this coming down the stretch, even when you're playing teams that are quote unquote not really trying to win, the players aren't doing that. The players won't win. They're going to go out and try to make a name for themselves. And I think tonight, I think the Warriors look at this as a redemptive game. That you can say, hey, this is what we can do when we're reasonably healthy.
And you can also look at what happened last night and maybe lick your chops a tiny bit, knowing that Portland won't be in your way. I think Portland a more difficult team. Mark was saying this earlier, that the Warriors and Phoenix, kind of a favorable matchup, but I know you don't want to look too far ahead, but did last night kind of give you a little bit of boost in the confidence that maybe they can get to OKC?
Yeah, and I think I think nobody wants to play Portland right now. They're playing so well, and they've got so much length and young legs that they're a difficult matchup for everybody, and they have a rising star in Adia. That kid is something special, and that's going to be one of the best trades in Trailblazer history when it goes down with it. But yeah, I don't think anybody wants to play Portland. I think the Warriors probably feel a little more comfortable in Phoenix. I think they know what Phoenix can do, and as you mentioned, they did struggle against Portland this year. But I was really impressed with the intensity of both games last night. I thought both games were fabulous.
Yeah, hey, Tim, what is your perspective on the play-in tournament, just as a product?
I think it's really good. I think it's kind of like what the wild card did for baseball, and I think it's what the wild cards are doing for football. It's more teams in the mix, more teams, more fan bases are excited about the chance to maybe go to the playoffs and pull off a big upset. I have no problem with the play-in bracket whatsoever, and I think it did what it was supposed to do up until this year. In a normal year, the Warriors, with the losses and injuries they had coming down the stretch, they would have been fighting somebody for the 10 spot. And so those games would have been super, super important coming down the stretch. So I have no problem with it whatsoever. The only caveat I would put into it, and if I was king for a day, is that if the number 7 team had like a 10-game advantage over, the number 9 team or the 10 team, then the 7 would be automatically in. That way it makes the regular season a little more, meaningful, because the 7 team is clearly having a much better year than 9 or 10. Then I think 7 should be automatically in. And the same with 8. If 8 is 10 games better than 9, then maybe, they shouldn't be a play-in that year. I would put a qualifier on.
I like a little caveat, a little qualifier in there. Last year, 5 of the 8 play-in teams all had losing records, so last year was a bit of an anomaly that way. Tim, I was running through the research, just trying to put Steve Kerr's tenure in perspective. 12 years with one team. Only 7 coaches in the history of the association have had longer tenures consecutively with that one team. Does your gut tell you that he'll be back for a 13th?
Yeah, I think he said that at the beginning of the year he's going to decide at the end of the year. I think as long as he's, still having fun and still enjoying the job, I think he'll come back. I think he was born to be a coach, and I think he's been one of the best at it in his tenure, and he's proven that over and over again. So, I leave that stuff kind of, it's until it happens. I've been around this too long to say, oh, I definitely think he's going to be back or definitely not going to be back. I kind of let it play out, if you will. But I think that, to me, is one of the keys. How does he feel about it? He still, get up and he's fired up every day, just like everybody else. You're still fired up about the job. Let's go do the job.
Tim Roy, voice of the Dubs, we're going to let you save every other piece of that voice for the actual call, man. Thanks so much for coming on.
Well, I know if I need a closer, I'll just call Dibs.
There you have it.
It's actually a really good point.
Yep,
it's a really good point.
I got some lumber connections, too, if you need them.
You're a termination sensation.
Cha-ching!
Wow.
Cha-ching! I mean, there it is.
Night made, period, walk-off, mic drop, Tim Roy.
I'll see you guys.
All right, see you, buddy.
I mean, if you ever worried that he didn't like the fact that we have bastardized his catchphrase.
Well, I mean, he did say it with a little bit of an eye roll, so I actually don't know, but he's a good sport about it. I know that.
He's a great sport, and we've actually had a couple of conversations offline about it, just checking in to make, hey, are you sure it's okay? I mean, I'm not saying I'll stop, but I just want to make sure that I'm not pissing you off too much.
Can you imagine Tim Roy being like, now that you called.
Right.
Yeah, I'd like you to.
Maybe you knock it off.
Take a break.
Yeah. Why don't you take a play off?
Yeah. Nah, I don't think so.
Yeah.
I don't think so. Anyway, Tim Roy on the scene, Warriors and Clippers coming up. And now the rest of the way is there for you. 888-957-9570 if you want to weigh in on anything Warriors. And it kind of becomes a little bit of a free-for-all. Obviously, we've been talking about, are there some of you out there who actually would prefer? I'm going to change the wording. We're going to stop with, are you rooting for them to lose? Because I think that's kind of offensive to most Warrior fans. Would you prefer that they lost? Would you prefer that that's how this would go either tonight or on Friday? We're also talking about the play-in tournament as a product. I love it. Dibs hates it. I'm sure thankful for it tonight. It's the only way the Warriors still have any kind of a pathway on this at all. But also, we can bring this to the party. We spent a large portion of our show yesterday talking about the absolute if, and I think it's an unlikely one. But until you know, you don't know. Is this possibly the last night for Steve Kerr as the head coach of the Golden State Warriors? I think not, but I don't know. And obviously it would be an end of an unbelievable era if it was.
It would be, yeah. And as I mentioned to Tim, only 7 coaches have had more than 12 consecutive years with the same team, the tenure. And he's a guy who has 4 titles. You go back to Red Auerbach, who had a longer tenure and 9 titles, and Popovich with the 5 titles. You've had so many coaches not last that long. And the fact that he's done it for 12 straight years is a testimony to obviously the success, but the cohesion that he's had with the superstars, with the team, the front office, etc. And so do you want to walk away while Steph is still here? I don't think he does. And if you are the front office, if you're ownership, do you really want to be the ones to end it? If Steph and Steve, and Draymond to a lesser extent, but Steph and Steve, if they want to stay together and you have the ability to say, no, we're going in a different direction, well, if that's going to be the way you have it go as an owner, there's going to be backlash, and I don't know if that's something you would want.
Yeah, and I mean, to listen to Ramona Shelburne, let's just update you on what her answer was earlier in the show when we asked her about Steve. She kind of agreed, yeah, I think he's going to be back. We think he's going to be back, but when all of those personalities get into a room, you never know what can be said. You never know exactly what is going to happen. So that's kind of the way she answered it. Let's get back out to the phones and go to Rob in Richmond. Hey, Rob, you're on with Willard and Dibs. Thanks for the call.
Hey, guys. Great show. Going back to the Steve Kerr controversy, I love Steve Kerr. He's the best coach we've ever had. And my only problem is why he doesn't call timeouts at the end of the game. I'll let you guys take it off the air.
Thanks, Rob.
Thanks, Rob.
It's kind of a philosophical thing where he believes, and we've asked him, he believes that you have a better chance of just going in real time as opposed to having the defense get set up. And, you know, if you do that and you score and you win, it's a great choice. If you do it and you miss the shot and you lose, you can be criticized. I look at who they have personnel-wise, and I think if you've got 6 seconds left and the other team scores to take the lead and you've got Steph Curry, I want him in a more broken floor situation because he is he's so deadly, and maybe you catch him in a bad matchup or Draymond sets a screen and he hits a 37-footer. I think having Steph makes it, for me, more palatable to go quickly broken floor.
I mean, the double bang never happens, right?
Yeah.
Never happens.
I mean, maybe out of a timeout, but...
Well, I mean, I don't have the analytics on this, but I do feel like when people are down by a point or two or whatever, 4 seconds left to go, when they call timeout and go over there and then do the whole inbound process, it does not feel like you've got a very good chance of in that amount of time, getting a good look. And when there's chaos because people are running with their back turned or whatever, I don't have the analytics on it, but my memory is telling me that is a better play.
Yes, and I think so when you have Steph, so you call timeout and they score, you timeout, you get to advance the ball. You've got 6 seconds left. Well, the defense is going to say, all right, you guard Steph, and you also guard Steph. And we'll go ahead and let one of these other guys do the damage, and we'll take our chances. So the double bang is a great example because he's just coming up the court, and he decides, I'm here. Whoop. Bang! Bang!
You also referred to it as a Steve Kerr controversy. Is it a controversy? Have we arrived at that?
I don't think so. I mean... his words. I don't know.
Yeah, and that's fine. And I know that's just a word. Maybe that's what that's what came out when the phone call started.
Yeah.
But
and the other one is, if you're up by 2 or you're up by 3, do you foul at the end of the game? And that's another one that's philosophical. And you could foul and you can make 2 free throws, or you can not foul and they hit a 3. It just depends on how much time is left and game situations. But I don't know if that is a controversy either because there's beliefs on both sides of that issue.
No doubt. 888-957-9570. Shane in the city is next up. Hi, Shane. We thank you for the call.
Yo, what's up, guys?
What's up?
Well, 280, and I don't want to be this guy. I don't enjoy being this guy, but let's pack it up. Let's get it over with. I would absolutely prefer the Warriors to lose. It's too much to see, the online discourse, people pretending that this is a serious basketball team or has been a serious basketball team for even, the last 3 to 4 years. It's so rough, man. I love Steph. I got a lot of love for the Warriors and everything, but pretend like there's anything here other than fool's gold or empty calories. Shout out Jonathan Kuminga. It's just time. We got to come to call a spade. You know what I mean?
Jane, can I ask you something? Because there's a few things that you just shared that I find interesting. When you say that, this for the last 3 or 4 years has not been a serious basketball team, what do you mean by that?
I mean, there's always signs that it just, it's one crack away from being a play-in team at best or, a lottery team, which we're, we're tinkering with that territory now, but, excuses are excuses and whatnot, injuries, etc. But that's what you get when you build the oldest basketball team in basketball history. But excuses aside, it's just when it's good, it does look good. It does have a little bit of flash and it's unique. But otherwise, you get some of these lineups that are just unprecedented in terms of what you would consider an NBA product. And there's a bigger conversation there in terms of the NBA, the season, et cetera, and we don't need to get into all that. But the challenges that the Warriors are facing are like a league-wide issue, but they seem to be kind of on the forefront of like the aging dynasty topic, whatever that means. You know what I mean? Like the next generation.
Shane, appreciate it, man. Thanks for the call.
Hang in there, Shane.
Yeah. Be brighter days ahead, someone once said.
Yeah,
but I look at that as sort of interesting. Like, I almost want to ask Shane, would you have preferred that Steph and Draymond aren't on the team anymore? Here's what I mean by that. I have never at any point in the last 3 or 4 years felt like the Warriors were an unserious basketball team. Now, maybe my definition of unserious is different than Shane's, and that's fine. I think that what he meant was they were never a serious contender. When I hear someone accuse a basketball team of being unserious, I think of teams like the Kings and the Wizards. I look at organizations who are literally kicking themselves in the shins constantly, not actually trying to win, thinking about things that are sort of not really what it's all about. You know, thinking about money, thinking about just trying to get attention, what have you. By the way, he said 3 or 4 years. Less than 4 years ago, we were at a parade. So, and then
the next year they won a series.
Right. Last year, when they're up 1-0 in round 2, is that unserious? Some of the warts that are on this team are very evident, so I don't disagree. I just find them to be inevitable. Yeah. Inevitable, understandable, not criticizable. I don't know exactly how it feels like some people want Steph to finish his career here but not be old. And I just, it's like, well, how are you supposed to do that?
I think some people want him to finish his career here, but they wanted them to have younger players coming up behind him that you would have drafted and kept and nurtured and developed, etc. And that hasn't happened. And then there are also some people who wish that they wouldn't have doubled down on adding more old guys. Shane mentioned they're the oldest team in NBA history. It sounds factual. I'm going to have to vet that officially, but they are a very old team, and they went that direction, and they continue to go that direction. And spoiler alert, they probably will this offseason as well, because that's what you do. You know, you have an old team, and you're not going to surround them with youngsters. It's just not what they've chosen to do.
Next up, Anthony in Hayward. Hey, Anthony, thanks for calling in. What's up?
Hey, guys, how's it going? So I just want to change the mood from the last call. I'm rooting for the Dubs to win.
Let's go.
I'm an NBA fan, so I watch all the games. I'm a real NBA fan, but the NBA playoffs just hit different when your team's still in it. So if we win tonight, Saturday morning, I'll put it on Star Wars, A New Hope, just have a new hope, and then I might lighten it up and put Dumb and Dumber on and have a mentality like Lloyd Christmas. So you're saying we got a chance.
I love that. Yeah.
Thanks, Anthony.
A new hope, and you're saying you got a chance.
I mean, and he said if we win tonight, he's going to light it up on Saturday. Remember, you got to win Friday night, too.
You do.
Yeah, like, I don't know, man. Some of this is like you almost fight with yourself a little bit. I get it. I really do. I don't think you're crazy if you think that the Warriors organizationally are better off if they end up in the lottery than, you know, some sort of a quick series in Oklahoma City. I totally understand that. I'm just a little bit too in the moment for that. Like, we're here. We're here now. This is what we're doing as a Warrior organization. I don't really see anything else as an option. I've heard all of the thoughts. You know, I challenged Steiny on it earlier today. I've heard all the ideas of like, well, the Warriors have ended up in this spot and, you know, they need to immediately try to get back on the mountain. And the only way to do that is to get younger and this, that, and the other. To me, that all ends up in the same spot. If you want to have an intelligent conversation about that, then with your chest, say that you want Steph Curry to be dealt. And I just don't think that Warrior fans want that. So it's kind of like you got to pick one side and then just go with it. You can't ask for two things to be true at the same time that fight with each other.
Yeah. And you have Steph Curry and you have Draymond, and they're both here for one more year, at least. And you're not going to surround them with young, unproven players. They've decided to go a certain direction, and so they're going to continue to go that direction. And you may not love it, but the alternative is what you're talking about. All right, You're going to trade Steph and his $62 million contract. Lots of luck. I don't know what you're going to get back for him. You might get a couple expiring contracts and some picks to use down the road. You'll be starting the rebuild sooner. So I would rather get every ounce of Steph Curry that he possibly has to offer as a Warrior, even if it doesn't lead to a title. And then when he's deciding that he's ready to move on, at that point, you start to do the rebuild.
888-957-9570. Let's keep going. And, in fact, we got someone who's on their way in to the Intuit Dome right now. Jeff, down in Orange County. Hey, Jeff, thanks for calling. What's up?
Yeah, hey, what up, guys? I'm on the 5, stuck in L.A. traffic. I'm from the Bay Area originally. I'm the guy that went to Macklin Celebrity's draft night and yelled at the top of my lungs for the Sharks. I'm planning to do the same thing for the Warriors. And the reason why is because, I remember back in 2013 when the Warriors first showed up in the playoffs, and it was such a novelty back then, to see the Warriors and the Sharks, playing in the postseason at the same time. And here we are 13 years later, 4 world championships. I just got a ton of gratitude that I want to express, and so I hope folks, just express that same kind of gratitude for the Warriors.
Jeff, thanks. Yeah, I appreciate that. That's kind of where I'm at. I don't know if y'all can hear this, but Warrior chants are starting here in the background. To hear Jeff speak, this is kind of what I'm thinking right now. Sometimes I just think that we overthink this. And that's where I think we're at right now with regard to tonight. I understand the concept. I get the excitement about the lottery and all the good young players that are in this whole draft, but there's 1,000 ways for this to unfold over the next 6 months, and some good things can happen whether they win tonight or not. So I'm kind of with Jeff. I'm a little bit more in the whole just enjoy the ride a little bit.
Yeah, and I don't want to have to even worry about the lottery. If they wind up in the lottery, fine. It's something that, we're all used to. Any Warrior fan who's got some age on them. And I was doing this as the show has gone on, just looking at how many times since the Chris Mullin pick, 1985, the first year of the lottery, the Warriors have missed the playoffs 25 times. They've made the playoffs 16 times. So 25 times the Warriors have been in the lottery. You know how many times they've won the lottery? They won the lottery.
Ever.
Once.
Oh.
Joe Smith.
Oh, right.
Out of Maryland.
I can't believe I forgot that one. And that's a great example, though, because I was such a big Joe Smith fan. Oh, I thought that was going to be great. And it wasn't.
It wasn't. And, that draft, that was the Kevin Garnett draft. And, they could have taken him. They could have taken anybody.
Sure.
They took Joe Smith, who was more of a proven commodity. But it's a long way of saying the lottery, especially this year when you will only have a 1.4% chance or something
for the top
win,
pick, yeah.
You're probably not going to do it. 25 times you've been in the lottery, and only one time has the ping pong ball bounced your way.
How many times have you played Powerball?
Powerball? I've probably played Powerball, I'd say 200 times.
How many times you won?
Probably 5 or 6.
Okay, but when you've won, what's the most you've ever won?
5 or 6.
Okay.
Dollars.
Okay. All right.
I try not to think about how much I'm down.
If you've played 200, that's you're $400 out.
Well, now it's 5, or Meg is now $5.
Yeah. Powerball's 2.
The lottery used to just be $1, and it was the only one. But if I add up all the money I've spent on that, you have no chance. Kind of a thing. I'm probably up around $1,000 career.
Up?
No, I've probably spent $1,000.
Oh, got it.
I'm probably $1,000 in, maybe more, over the years.
Okay. Well, from the files of, dude, this ain't great for your long term, but it's fun.
Right.
Be a part of the thing when 7-Eleven's got it's $1 billion. Give them $2 and see what happens.
Yeah.
Just have some fun.
Well, it's kind of a good analogy for tonight because if you win, then, all right, Friday, we can think about beating Phoenix. And if you win Friday, then you kind of bought yourself that same sort of a lottery ticket, which is you buy a lottery ticket and it's $850 million, and you're not going to win, but you got a ticket. And so you at least have that momentary conversation with the wife. What would we do if we won this? Well, the cash value's this and taxes, so we're going to get $200 million. What would we do? Would you quit your job? Would you this? Would you that? And my wife always says, well, she would quit, but I'd have to keep working.
For $200 million?
I mean, I don't think that there's...
I think you're allowed to make your own choice at that number. You're not going to let her tell you what to do with $200 million coming to you.
Especially if I'm the one who got the ticket.
Yeah, exactly.
She's made it very clear that almost regardless of how much I win, I still work.
Doesn't want you at home.
Boom!
So just buy another house. Go live there.
Or just play the lotto. Play Powerball and don't tell her. So when I win the big prize...
Try to hide that.
Yeah.
Hey, why do our taxes look like that this year, honey?
Seriously. I get home and check.
Why do we owe $3 million? What are we going to do?
I'll take care of it.
That's a great question.
Yeah, thanks, Doc.
Get it next year.
Appreciate you. Let's go to Rob in Ozark. Hi, Rob. Thanks for the call. What you doing?
Hey, I'm doing good. Just got home right now. But, hey, I'm pretty excited for tonight's game. I'm pumped up. Hell yeah. Hey, we're going to get this dub tonight. But I know there's a lot of Warriors fans out there that are hoping for, us to lose a game and getting this draft pick. If you're a Warriors fan, you cannot hope for just a lottery pick. That's ridiculous. I mean, you really don't know. This could be Steph Curry's, last chance. You can't give Lex here just a hope. You always got to give him a chance.
Yeah, I like that. And, just looking at the lottery, and as I mentioned, the past performances, 25 times in, one time they won it. And that year where they got Joe Smith, they had the fifth best chance. They moved from 5 to 1. There were many years where they had the best chance, and they still couldn't find their way to win that lottery. So, you got Steph, everything for Steph, and that includes putting your lottery dreams aside and going out and trying to win these games.
I'm trying to think of, if y'all end up at a bar tonight and you're sitting next to somebody who's in a Warrior jersey and he or she keeps fist pumping every time Kawhi hits a shot. How are we handling that tonight? What if we run into that? We're not running into that, are we?
I mean,
is somebody at the watch party here going to be in full Warrior regalia screaming and carrying on about AJ DeBonsa? Are we doing this?
We shouldn't be doing that out in the open because we're not there yet.
Yeah.
And, if you happen to lose tonight, then we can all go to the Google and figure out when the draft lottery is. I think it's May 15th.
Oh, the lottery. Yeah, the draft is in June.
Right, but you get to the lottery first, and then you start wondering who's going to be the Warriors representative. I don't think they do Secaucus anymore, but every year it was good old Secaucus, New Jersey.
I'm pretty sure they should send Rick Celebrini.
Right.
First of all, good stock. Second of all, he's kind of the most important person in the Warrior organization right now.
Yeah. And actually, they might send Macklin Celebrini. He's got some free time, and he's a guy who was number 1 overall pick, and it's kind of a good luck charm. And Steph and he are buddies.
I'm not against it.
Yeah, but again, I don't even want to think about it.
No, I'm with you. I'm with you. James in Fremont. Hey, James. Thanks for calling. What's up?
Hey, guys. Wanted to chime in with regards to Steph. I think the Warriors should just keep him as long as they could. And as long as Steph is happy playing for the Bay Area, he should be treated like royalty, like Nowitzki, to a lesser extent, Reggie Miller, right? I just don't want to see him in another uniform. The Warriors, and by the way, that Joe Smith draft, they had McNice, they had Rasheed Wallace, there was Kevin Garnett on that draft. Didn't pick those guys, but anyhow, so the Warriors were a laughingstock for such a long time. We should just cherish those championships that we won recently. We will have our moment again soon, but I don't think it's going to happen in Steph's tenure here. So I think overall we should just keep him. If he's even happy to stay here, just keep paying the guy. Get rid of everyone else, especially Draymond.
1 on 5. That kind of change. That call changed right there at the end. Thanks, James.
Yep.
Did you notice that? there's a little bit of a right turn there at the end. He was all kind of like, oh, everything's great. It's fine. Let's be thankful. Steph forever. Whatever happens, it's all good. Get rid of Draymond. Like he just kind of pow right there at the end. I get it. Look, the good news for you, James, is I think that Steph Curry and the Golden State Warriors are thinking about this the exact same way you do. That's the other thing. Like, we can debate it all day long, whether should you be open to Steph moving on. As Steiny said, should you sit him down and talk to him and tell him this is the way we're going to go with the organization? Do you want to be a part of it or not? You can do all that all you want. The bottom line is I think we already know the answer.
Yes, and I bet you they've already had that conversation.
Yes, we can have our opinion. The Warriors have theirs, and they've had no problem telling us what it is. Steph, good night.
Everything for Steph.
Yeah.
Maximize the Steph Curry window. And I do think that you talk about that conversation, and Steiny mentioned it earlier, and I was going to jump in and say my piece, which I believe is they've already had that conversation. Like, not only going into this offseason where they can extend him again, but I'm sure they've asked him about that very thing. Steph, do you want to be a Warrior forever? Like, they probably didn't ask him that 8 years ago, but as the years gone on, I'm sure there have been conversations about, what do you think? And, we're going to go this direction, and what do you think about a player we might add? And not that he has to sign off on a Porzingis trade, but I bet he is conferenced in on a lot of things, and he's, able to offer his opinion.
No doubt about it. No doubt about it. These conversations, I'm sure, are happening all the time. And by the way, they're not the only ones who have sent the signal. The Warriors send the signal all the time because I think they feel it's respectful. Steph and Draymond send the signal because the question gets asked all the time. And I think that it's just an easy answer for them. They want to be Warriors. They want to be here. It matters to them to only wear this uniform. I mean, even, sometimes I do this just as a kind of a thought exercise. Okay, let's say the Warriors did sit Steph down and they're like, all right, full-blown youth movement, my man. You want to be a part of this. Where exactly does he go? Sometimes I feel like we talk about this as if it's just a button you can push. Just trade Steph.
Yep.
Hit the trade Steph button. Where exactly is he going to go? Where would he want to go? Where would he help? Where would there be $60 million in player to get sent back to the Warriors? The whole thing is sort of, my opinion, I don't want to offend anybody here, but it's a nonsensical thought that has absolutely no path to reality whatsoever. And I honestly believe the only reason people even express that thought is just because they're kind of mad.
Frustrated.
They're just kind of mad with what they're looking at, and I get it, but that's just the way this works.
Yeah, and also I think that some people, by their nature, want to see how it ends. And so, you might be a person who gets a book and you read the last couple of pages, right, and then you go ahead and you read the book or you don't. And you want to find out how things end. And, I even have this in life sometimes, Mark, like not only the question of is there heaven and is there hell, but like what happens to me when I die and how am I going to die and all those other things. And so,
man, this got deep fast.
I think a lot of people have that same.
It's just a basketball season, but
right,
no, I'm kidding. Go ahead.
When you think about like how's it going to end?
Yeah.
Life, basketball, this dynasty.
Where do you go next?
How's it going to end? Like I thought 4 or 5 years ago, whatever, it would be Clay and Draymond and Steph, and they'd all go out together with Steve right into the sunset.
Right.
And, well, that didn't happen. And now Draymond almost got dealt, not really, at the deadline this year. And now people want to trade Steph Curry, some people. So I think part of it's just the fascination with how is it going to end?
Well, I also think it's what we've gotten used to. Warrior fans, lucky as we are, have gotten used to a whole lot of winning. And so now that they're not, I think a lot of people, understandably, want to know what's the fastest way that we can get back to that. And the reality is that, first of all, you have to see these current athletes through. You just do. You when people go, oh, what do they owe it to them? Just some class and some respect. That you do. You owe that to these guys. And by the way, I don't think Warrior fans really want him gone. He's still the best damn show, quite frankly, maybe even in sports, but certainly one of the best shows in the NBA. People still buy tickets just to see him. Some people buy tickets just to see him warm up. I mean, think about that. And so
Ramona Shelburne today.
Yeah, like that's just the way this goes. And then the last point is that this is never quick. You're just going to have to sit with that. And that's okay. Like, it's not, this is not a 1 or 2 year project.
Oh, to get back and be better?
That's not, when is that ever, like, I know people do the whole, well, the Spurs were a chain link fence. Yeah, one time they were, which was very fortunate and very rare. And then they'll trumpet what the Spurs did this time. Go look at what the Spurs have done for the last 7 years of your life.
Yeah, it's been 6 years of no offs.
And tell me if you're still like, wow, the Spurs do this just overnight. It wasn't overnight. It wasn't overnight. It was a lot of years of really, really awful basketball. The Warriors are a big market and a big team. I think that they can stay relevant and entertaining, but this is going to take a minute. It's going to take a minute.
Yeah,
buckle up.
Well, and they're not ready to even start the process because last year was so tantalizing, and I think they were a serious team last year. They won 5 playoff games and lost their star and didn't win another one. So, you mentioned this before. They win a title, and then they get to the second round, losing the play-in. They get to the second round, and here we are, they're in the play-in. So they've at least been in the mix to where a lot of those teams you mentioned, very unserious teams that are not only trying to tank, but are just flat terrible. So the Warriors are not at a championship level. The dynasty is over, it seems, but they still have enough talent to compete. If they're healthy, they can be dangerous, and so they're going to give it one more shot next year, and then we can all talk about, what happens next.
That was an interesting statement you just made about, like, the dynasty being over, it seems. There's the thought that when Steve Kerr started using the phrase fading dynasty, it was Nick Friedell's article yesterday that said there might have been some in the organization who didn't love that phrase, rankled them a little bit. And I'm thinking to myself, well, it's not a fading dynasty. It's completely already over. The only reason that you would still call this even a fading dynasty is simply because some of the characters are still here.
Right.
But what would you have said about Tom Brady on the Patriots if they went for a 3 or 4 year period without so much, like with one playoff game that you won? But you never went to the Super Bowl. You never went to the championship game. You never advanced through the playoffs. You wouldn't call it a dynasty still just because a certain player is still there.
Right.
Like, a dynasty has to win many years and compete in all the others. That's a dynasty.
Right, and threaten. And the Spurs is a great example. 1998-99, they win the finals. 2013, 2014, they win their 5th. So you could say that the next 5 years where they made the playoffs, that the dynasty wasn't over, but they lost in the first round, the semis, they lost in the conference finals to the Warriors, and then a couple of first-round outs. So the dynasty was over. They still were a playoff team, and they made the conference finals
and
once.
Threatened. Yeah.
Right.
Like, the Patriots would do that sometimes. You don't win every year. You lose in the conference finals or championship game, or somebody gets you in the first round 1 year or whatever. But that still counts as a dynasty. But the Warriors lead the world in play-in tournament games.
Yeah.
That's not a dynasty.
No, and it's like
Steph Curry's still here, but it's not
sometimes you have
dynasty.
to look backward to see when it actually ends, because none of us thought that they were going to win in 2022. And when they win that title, their 4th, that probably will turn out to be the end of the demarcation of start of the dynasty, end of it. It doesn't mean that they're not still competitive. It doesn't mean that they're unserious.
That's an interesting way to put it. Yeah, 30 years from now, when people are pulling up like reference pages, when will they say the dynasty ended? It will not be 2026.
No, even though you still have a lot of the same cast of characters.
Right, absolutely.
And the same thing with the Spurs, where, eventually Duncan retired and Tony Parker, I'm taking my talents to Charlotte. And, Ginobili, he left, and Kawhi.
Still one of your better impressions.
Thank you. He begged off that whole season, and then, you're making the playoffs with LaMarcus Aldridge and DeMar DeRozan. It's not the same team.
Warrior Wednesday is brought to you by Friedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances in live working vignettes. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. We're also sponsored by the Caltrans Stormwater Program. We'll give you those poll results from Twitter coming up next. What's the percentage of people that would actually prefer the Warriors to lose tonight? We're out here at Thrive City, where you can hear kind of the beat in the background. We got Papa Shot going over there. People are starting to fill on in to get ready for this playing game in L.A. tonight. And we're bringing it all to you here on 95.7 The Game, Willard and Dibbs.
Welcome to Trash Talk. Our guest, Chip Bag. What's up, Chip? Been on the road a lot. That's not where you belong.
Right, because then litter gets in our waterways.
Let's change this.
Put me in the bin. That is where I belong. Visit cleanwaterca.com.
From the Caltrans Stormwater Program.
The 2026 Mountain Winery Concert Series is here with Jeff Foxworthy July 19th, John Mulaney October 18th, and many more. For the complete 2026 schedule, tickets, and more, go to mountainwinery.com. Tickets on sale now.
Xfinity Tech Support, Matthew speaking.
Hi, I live in a pretty remote place, like Jurassic Park remote.
Wow.
Will Xfinity Mobile work out here?
Yep, the combination of reliable Wi-Fi and 5G makes it so that you can stay connected in all kinds of places. Plus, you get access to ultra-fast speeds and coverage, whether you're poolside or out live streaming with a T-Rex.
Hold still, you're about to go viral.
Welcome to a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile. Cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Watch Jurassic Park with Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings comparison based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience More, Verizon Unlimited Plus, and AT&T Starter as of February 10th, 2026. Taxes, fees, extra.
There's a new kind of energy at Starbucks. When your day needs a reset, try the all-new energy refreshers. Strawberry acai, mango dragon fruit, or the all-new mango strawberry. The refreshers you love, now with extra caffeine. New energy refreshers, only at Starbucks.
Hello, San Francisco Bay Area. Bank of America, in partnership with Visa, invites you to a FIFA World Cup 26 watch party. Open an eligible Bank of America checking account in participating financial centers only for an opportunity to reserve 2 complimentary tickets while supplies last. Experience special musical guests, games, giveaways, food, and more, all at a legendary venue. Learn more at BofA.com/BofA Visa Watch Party. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 26. Bank of America N.A. member FDIC. Terms apply. All rights reserved.
What's up, cousin?
I want a new phone. Have you seen any good deals?
Everyone has free phones, but when I switched to T-Mobile, I got more value and so much more.
Like streaming included.
And travel benefits.
And the best part? The price of your talk, text, and data is guaranteed for 5 years. Get more benefits and more value. At T-Mobile, families save and get a 5-year price guarantee. Switch now at T-Mobile.com. Qualifying plan requires price guarantee on talk, text, and data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. See T-Mobile.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-507-9701. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-507-9701. That's 800-507-9701. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey, it's Willard. Here's a real behind-the-scenes moment with Habas Law. We asked about their new billboards. Do you smile or not? Then it got real. Omar Habas said, we meet people in the hardest moments of their lives. It's on us to restore dignity and a financial future. Traumatic brain injuries, loss of a limb, spinal cord damage, a life changed in seconds. When everything's on the line, choose the team that understands that. Habas Law. They fight to make it right. Visit habaslaw.com.
Omar Habas is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
The draft is here. Catch 95.7 The Game live Thursday, April 23rd with Willard and Dibbs from 2 to 6 at the Draft Sports Pub in Pleasanton. Watch every pick and talk football with us. Presented by Ashby Lumber and Marvin. Thoughtfully designed for the way you live.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I am grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. Do you feel stupid for buying a timeshare? Don't. It's not your fault. You were most likely told you could rent it, and it was a great financial investment. And the deal was available today only. If this happened to you, contact your resort or Wesley Financial Group for help today.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-939-1441. 800-939-1441.
Bay Area is Draymond Green. You're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
All right, y'all, we're out here at the party. You can hear it. Willard and Dibbs on the scene, and brought to you by Xfinity, your home court advantage. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that. And go ahead and imagine this. Imagine the Warriors boarding a plane for Phoenix after this game tonight.
Imagine there's still playoffs. They have to win twice. I'm into it. I love the play-in. I'm a fan. Go Dubs.
Don't start. Don't start with me.
I will start with you.
Don't start with me now.
Because now that we're here, you might as well win. And, win on Friday and let's get a series, for crying out loud.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean I have to love the play-in, but that's all we have. Love the one you're with, right? And that's the one that we have, which is the play-in. So I'm into it.
Okay. Listen, I'm with you. I've been saying it all day. And I just think there are a lot of things in life that we do and we enjoy and we actually reach for that we know aren't good for us. So I'm going to go ahead and submit to everybody that I fully understand from a foundational, organizational standpoint. Sure. Probably be better for them to be in this lottery because who knows where that all goes. But in the moment, there's just not a whole lot that my brain will allow me to do about that. I am going to sit here and chat with you for about 8 or 9 more minutes, and then I'm going to bust my ass to my car, and I'm going to go find my lovely Christy, my wife, and we are going to go find a spot where we can eat bad food, scream and yell and root for the Warriors, and all of those things are bad for us. Except for the time together.
Yeah.
And that's it, because that's what we do.
And you're going to do that right here in the city, right?
I don't know where we're going to go.
Okay, I love it.
Yeah, we're an extemporaneous piece right now.
The world is your oyster.
Yeah.
And, I've gotten all the way around to the point where I don't want the Warriors to be in the lottery. I want them to get into the playoffs, even if it costs them a pick. And through all the research I've done, 25 times they didn't make the playoffs. One time they won the lottery. I don't want them in the lottery because they are really bad at it. They suck at the lottery.
But that's you're basically saying that the logo or the uniform sucks at it. We're talking about completely different regimes throughout the years.
It's not drafting.
Mike Dunleavy has never had a lottery pick. He's had none.
Well, I'm not even saying that the Warriors suck at drafting, although Ekpe Udoh's on the phone. I've been running through all the lottery picks. I'm saying they suck at winning the lottery. Only one time did they go up to number one. And I'm looking at the year 2002. They had the worst record in the association.
Yep.
And they had the number one pre-lottery position, and they fell to third. And they took Mike Dunleavy at number 3.
Isn't that funny?
Yao Ming went 1. Jay Williams went 2. But
listen,
I don't think it was a bad pick. All I'm saying is they suck at the lottery.
It's funny. I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but I know a lot of people are. Some people think it's absurd to think that the NBA doesn't get their hands on this on some level. Years ago, when the Warriors were in the lottery all the time, they were not one of the organizations the NBA would want to try to help. Now they very, very much are. So, I know you're not a conspiracy theorist, neither am I, but a lot of people listening to us are. And so if you are, then go ahead and hang your hat on that.
You can. You can believe whatever you want. And I'm looking at the history of the lottery, and the Clippers seem to win it a lot, and they're in it a ton. And you didn't want to help them. LeBron is from the Cleveland area, and they win the lottery when he's coming out. And so you could be a gotcha person and say, oh, see? But I don't buy that. Like, you really are going to send the tall Frenchman to San Antonio? Why? Because Pop's a good guy. You're going to do him a solid.
That's where good centers go, Tibbs.
Apparently so.
Yeah.
I tend to not buy it, but you out there can believe what you want. All I know is the Warriors they don't seem to win the lottery.
Engagement is everything on the court and in life. Vote in our Engaging Dub Nation poll on the 95.7 The Game Twitter page before every game, presented by Shane Coe, your friend and jeweler. And I very much hope that this was not the last time that I read that here in the 2025-2026 season. But earlier we asked Warrior fans, are you rooting for the Warriors to win tonight? Or do you prefer that the Warriors lose tonight? It was a yes or no question, and I am kind of stunned. Again, it's social media, so I take it with a grain of salt. But only 66.3% of you who voted say that you're rooting for the Warriors to actually win this basketball game. A very healthy 33.7%. We're talking right on the line of 2 out of every 3 of you say, yep, we're rooting for the Warriors, and 1 out of every 3 says, no, we're not.
Yeah, that's kind of reflective of the calls we've taken. We had a smattering.
Probably.
And, some saying, I think it was Shane who was just really downtrodden. He just, I just want it to be over, ease my pain, field of dreams. But, and I've kind of gone back and forth, but thinking about it, now we're on the cusp of the game, an hour and change away. Let's go out there and get the victory.
Let's get a dub. Let's keep doing this because this is what we do.
Let's keep doing this.
I wonder what, it's only Wednesday, but sometimes when it's an elimination situation, you need to bring in the heavy hitters.
Okay.
Yeah.
Guru with a speech?
No, not a guru speech, but it is somebody who has inspired with his words before. Let's go to the phone. Welcome in Kurt in Hayward Hills. Kurt, what are you doing?
Hey, there they are.
Kurt, did you lose your calendar again? Did you lose your calendar?
The 2 best boys in town. I had to call in. Because I keep hearing about the Warriors people wanting to lose. Well, you should have your head examined if you think anything like that. let me tell you something. When you still have Stephen Curry, you got a chance to win any game. You know what Stephen Curry is? He's 128 points recently, and he just passed Tim Duncan for 19 all-time on the scoring list. That's the bottom line. Another stat. You know how long he's been with the Warriors? 17 years altogether. Let me tell you something about Daron Green. He's going to put the clamps on Leonard tonight, and the Warriors got a shot at it. You know what? Next year, Stephen Curry, Daron Green, and Steve Kerr, they're all going to be back next year for another shot at it. And you know who they're going to bring in next year? Let me tell you what veteran they're going to bring in. They're going to bring in LeBron James. That's who they're going to bring in next year. Imagine him on the court.
I love it, Kurt.
Man.
I love it. Then again, Kurt, you know, the lottery is supposed to be a really good one this year. So if you would, please give us your top 3 college prospects that you'd like to see the Warriors go after in this lottery when they get there.
I'm not interested in a world lottery. You know what about